Her first time was marred by a drugging at the hands of Yuzun, who forced her against the piano frame, subjecting her to profound humiliation. After witnessing her torment, he withdrew, leaving her intact. She possessed dignity, refusing to yield. Yet what is destiny? It is but a roulette wheel in the hands of the affluent, who dictate the games to be played, compelling others to comply. Ming Shengxiao found herself obliged to present her first time before him, as he harbored an almost perverse strictness regarding intimacy. When he desired her, she had no choice but to acquiesce, allowing him to indulge and manipulate her. A marriage that nearly rendered her right hand useless, and she would never. It was common knowledge that Yuzun had recently developed an infatuation with a female student. His preference for the young was a peculiar penchant of this man. Ming Shengxiao was jolted awake by a flash of lightning. Upon opening her eyes, she beheld the vast expanse of the floor-to-ceiling windows, the sky fragmented into disjointed pieces, the dancing shadows of trees transforming into menacing forms, utterly terrifying. A fierce wind howled, causing the windows to tremble as if the glass might shatter. Instinctively, she reached out, feeling only the luxurious chill of the silk sheets, devoid of warmth. Yuzun had not returned. She sat up, clutching the blanket, as another bolt of lightning illuminated her reflection in the dressing mirror, revealing a pale visage, disheveled and ghostly. She ran her fingers through her hair. Her bare feet met the cool, patterned floor, a chill creeping in as the window had been left ajar, allowing the rain to seep through relentlessly. As she stepped onto the balcony, she spotted Yuzun driving into the garage. Ming Shengxiao retreated to the bedroom, her damp feet leaving wet marks on the sheets. Before long, the silence of the room was interrupted by the sound of the doorknob turning, followed by the blinding light of a crystal chandelier flooding the space. The man, upon seeing her state, appeared taken aback. "Still awake?" he inquired, approaching the bed, his demeanor weary as he loosened his tie and shed his dark shirt. This man always maintained a robust and alluring physique. As he turned his back to her, she caught sight of several distinct scratch marks adorning his back, brazen and ostentatious. The shirt he discarded still bore a faint scent of orchid perfume, a fragrance that had become a frequent presence on him, reminiscent of the woman who, like her, was still a student. "Let's get a divorce." His previously poised posture stiffened, his back straightened, and the atmosphere turned heavy. Ming Shengxiao's legs slipped from beneath the black and white sheets of the enormous bed, which felt excessively spacious for two, let alone for her petite frame. "Divorce? Ming Shengxiao, have you lost your mind?" He replied nonchalantly, his finger playfully brushing her lips, his gaze shifting from cold detachment to a sharp, almost feral intensity. She grasped his hand, his fingers adorned with a dragon tattoo, gripping her chin tightly. "Aren't you fond of novelty and excitement? There are plenty outside who are younger than I. I refuse to waste any more time. You didn't say that when we got married." Shengxiao, he lowered his voice suddenly. "You should know that I do not love you. You married me merely to live a superior life. We both had our motives. Don't you feel regret in wanting to abandon this arrangement? Perhaps, in the absence of love, there truly would be regrets." When she awoke on that double bed, she found herself alone, yet his steady, powerful breathing lingered in the air. He would never comprehend that feeling. "I want a divorce." Little did he know that every word she uttered was a dagger to her heart, causing her entire being to ache. "Don't even think about it," he roared, seizing her shoulders and lifting her entirely. "For now, I still require you as Mrs. You. I don't want it. I don't care for it. It'll return everything to you." Ming Shengxiao struggled desperately, her hair falling wildly across her face, resembling a frenzied woman. In moments of his indulgence, she had felt a semblance of love, yet this man could withdraw his heart at will, offering no time for adaptation. Clearly enraged, Yuzun, who had always believed her to be the one who understood boundaries, dragged her to the window ledge, her feet unable to keep pace, stumbling, even losing her slippers in the process. "Let go of me," she cried, her body pressed against the window sill, her waist against the cold, hard marble. She clutched his arms as a vintage lamp shattered amidst their struggling, a relic from their honeymoon shopping trip. "You have no say in this divorce. Yuzun, what do you desire? You are aware of how many women you entertain outside. I refuse to be tied to you." His expression darkened, his eyes heavy as he gripped her wrists, pinning them forcefully against the windowsill. All the pain radiating from her veins was excruciating, warm blood gushing forth in a torrent. The price she paid for requesting a divorce manifested as a scar on her hand, stitched with 12 sutures, potentially robbing her of the ability to play the piano for life. Ming Shengxiao wandered aimlessly down the street, her white dress resembling a pure yet unbloomed snow lotus, withering before it could flourish. Upon returning to the royal impression, before she could enter, she heard the melodious strains of piano music. As she traversed the garden and opened the door, she beheld a young woman with her back to her, long hair cascading down, clad in a simple white garmento limited edition winter piece from Chanel. Her husband stood beside the piano, smiling as he savored a fine glass of wine. Upon hearing the commotion, the woman turned, revealing an exceptionally youthful face. Senior. He had indeed brought her back. The woman approached, her gaze drifting to Ming Shengxiao's bandaged right hand, her eyes sparkling with mirth. I've heard from the school that Senior plays the piano exquisitely, unmatched by anyone to date. I've always doubted it. I wonder if I shall have the fortune to witness it today. Ming Shengxiao felt a sharp pang at her wound, the effects of the anesthetic wearing off. Senior seems unwilling to acknowledge me. Oh, how rude of me, forgot to introduce myself. I'm also a student at the Hua Music Academy, MOE, currently a freshman. Ming Shengxiao chose to ignore her, using her left hand to navigate the spiral staircase upstairs. Just as she entered the bedroom, the man followed her in, slamming a document onto the table before her. Don't you wish to divorce? Sign here. His demeanor had shifted entirely from the previous night. Ming Shengxiao sank into the sofa, feeling weakened from blood loss, her right hand dangling limply by her side. Yuzun sat across from her. I will provide you with sufficient funds to ensure you never have to worry about basic needs for the rest of your life. He noted her hand, but continued to push the document toward her. Ming Shengxiao glanced at it briefly, scoffing at its meager offering. Is this all you think will suffice? At least add another 20 million. She was not dismissive of the money, rather. She was astonished by his willingness to be generous. However, she understood her value in his eyes. As expected, the man frowned, disdain evident on his face, yet conceding, fine. His only condition was that she vacate the royal impression immediately. This man, so high and mighty, remained resentful of her request for divorce. As she departed, she packed everything she could carry: jewels, designer clothing gifted by Yuzun, and even the mermaid tears necklace from the safe, which she draped around her neck. Her right hand, now devoid of strength, she could only use her left to heft the heavy suitcase, laden with items that felt as burdensome as her current emotional state. Shengxiao descended the stairs, while Moi and Yuzun stood on the balcony. The man's expression was devoid of warmth, cold as ice. Once, he desired her solely for the physical connection they shared now. Even that could be replaced by another. What purpose did she serve for him anymore? Zun, you're truly going through with the divorce? Moi pressed against him, fully aware that she was his new favorite, basking in his affections. The crimson wine shimmered with a seductive decadence as it flowed gracefully into his mouth. He leaned down to plant a gentle kiss on her forehead, murmuring, "Isn't it all for you?" Today's wine seemed rather harsh, and Yuzun's gaze fixated on the figure retreating into the distance, inexplicably overwhelmed by an ungraspable sense of loss. He had once remarked, "Ming Shengxiao, your hands are meant for the elegant keys of a piano, not for laundry or cooking." She remained silent, though her heart protested. Yuzun, do you not understand? I could indeed reside in a seaside room, playing the piano, embodying the elegant woman you desire. Yet, you fail to comprehend my heart washing and cooking may wear a woman down, but such tasks belong to a wife. Even as she exited the royal impression, she still loved this man. Yuzun would never understand that it was precisely because of love that she chose to divorce him. Ming Shengxiao walked steadily down the street, the bustling crowd gradually morphing into cold indifference, solitude enveloping her. She resolved to find a hotel to stay, as this area was close to the mountaintop, not far from where Yuzun had once brought her. Her suitcase was heavy. Had she known, she would have hailed a cab beforehand. The street lights were dim, and as she pulled out her phone to summon a ride, her finger barely grazed the first digit before a sharp blow struck the back of her head. Before she could cry out, she was shoved into the adjacent woods, the pain in her head piercing. She touched her face, feeling the warm blood staining her hand. You. Chapter 3. Reflecting back. Our acquaintance may have been a mere mistake, upon deeper contemplation, just a game of yours. Ming Shengxiao detested this feeling. Although there was a bus stop right at the entrance of the dispatch room, on this particular Friday, the bus was utterly unable to squeeze through, leaving her to wait for an interminable period. Bored and restless, she kicked at the pebbles by her feet, gazing out at the road where luxurious cars were parked. waiting to pick up students. Many students at Huel Music School own their own vehicles, and thus their parents cared little, most of the cars being there to collect female students. Ming Shengxiao tucked her hands into her pockets and stood on her tiptoes to see if the bus was approaching. These affluent individuals love to drive their fine cars to prestigious universities or art schools, seemingly believing that the more alluring the women beside them, the more their own status would elevate. Ugh, she raised an eyebrow, dismissing them as remnants of a primitive society. Her encounter with Yuzun took place on this warm afternoon. The vehicle was stalled, and despite its capability to race freely on the racetrack, it succumbed to the congestion of traffic. The man appeared frustrated, his sword-like gaze concealed beneath his tinted glasses hinted at impatience. Zun, this is how it always is at our school on Fridays. In the passenger seat, Su Ai wore delicate makeup, resembling a gentle bird, a stark contrast to her usual haughty demeanor. The man said nothing, his left index finger, adorned with a dragon tattoo, lightly tapped on the steering wheel, and his subtly pursed lips could not conceal the sensual contours of his face. His short black hair was neat and crisp, with vibrant sunlight casting a slanting glow upon his bronze complexion. His prominent nose and sharply defined brows drew into his hairline, and as he gazed out into the dazzling light, his view collided with Ming Shengxiao. She eagerly awaited the bus, which was clearly approaching but trapped behind the congestion, the honking resonating throughout the campus. Frustrated, she stamped her foot hard. It was audacious of these people to flaunt their presence at the school gate, as if they were desperate for attention. Checking the time, she realized she would likely be late. Ming Shengxiao was accustomed to this pace. It was unchangeable. So she simply lowered her head and continued to wait. She was dressed quite ordinarily, in jeans paired with knee-high boots and a beige trench coat. This simple attire, however, subtly accentuated her figure. Yuzun removed his sunglasses. Ming Shengxiao, devoid of makeup, had a clean, fair complexion, her only enhancement being well-groomed eyebrows and naturally rosy lips, which bore the faintest hint of lip balm. The speed at which the bus was moving was so sluggish that walking would have been quicker. Seizing the moment when Yuzun was distracted, Su Ai scrutinized her reflection in the rearview mirror, admiring her flawless appearance, every blemish concealed, her eyes appearing larger. Perfect. The vehicle continued to inch forward at an agonizing pace, eventually stopping directly in front of Ming Shengxiao. She caught a glimpse. Su Ai had evidently noticed her. "Hey, Ming Shengxiao, off to your tutoring session again?" The tone dripped with sarcasm and schadenfreude. The woman, hands tucked into her pockets, tilted her head, her bright eyes scrutinizing the couple within the car. The man was strikingly handsome, and the woman not unpleasing, but Yuzun's commanding aura overshadowed Su Ai's charm. "Yes, and what about you? Out for some fun?" Su Ai proudly looped her arm through the man's. "Shengxiao, what a pity it is that a top student from Huel Music Academy resorts to tutoring. It's quite laughable." Yuzun raised an eyebrow slightly. "Shengxiao? That's a lovely name." Ming Shengxiao kept her hands in her pockets, maintaining her previous posture, her lips curling slightly as her gaze shifted blandly from Su Ai to Yuzun. "Is it amusing? I merely do not sell myself as thoroughly as you do." As she spoke, her expression remained serene. Yuzun continued to tap the steering wheel impatiently, his narrowed eyes seemingly able to detect the small, feral creature stirring within Ming Shengxiao's eyes. Though she attempted to mask it, his perceptiveness could unveil the indifference she struggled to suppress, perhaps laced with a hint of ambition and discontent. Su Ai's expression soured, but she refrained from expressing her ire in front of Yuzun, tightening her grip on his arm as if it were a badge of pride. "Ming Shengxiao, we shall see how this unfolds. Why is it still so congested?" The man interjected, his brow furrowing in concentration on the road ahead. Su Ai, having spent some time with him, understood that with a mere arch of his brow, he was expressing his annoyance at her chattiness. "Soon, it's Friday. Next time." Chapter for the man lightly tapped his fingers against the rim of his wine glass, his expression nonchalant, the dragon tattoo on his fingers bold and assertive. His gaze, while indifferent, was piercingly sharp as it traversed through the haze of lights, landing squarely on Ming Shengxiao, who was partially exposed with her back turned. Those around him had grown accustomed to his aloof demeanor, but Su Ai followed his gaze, recognizing the silhouette. Clenching her fingers tightly, she dug her sharp nails into the man's arm. Yuzun frowned, and by the time she regained her composure, his piercing eyes had turned toward her. Yes, I'm sorry. Su Ai hastily withdrew her grip, her meticulously crafted makeup now appearing somewhat unnatural. She seemed genuinely intimidated by him, in his presence. Her previous pride appeared to evaporate, replaced by a comical timidity. Yuzun, towering and aloof, allowed a hint of a smile to grace his otherwise cold features. A gesture that, while still frosty, resembled the warmth of spring. Casually, he draped his hand over her shoulder and led her into the throng of people. Ming Shengxiao's hands danced fluidly across the black and white keys, the gentle orange light seeming to be designed solely for her, cascading over her shoulders, accentuating her delicate collarbone. Unbeknownst to her, a small commotion had erupted outside the hall. Ming Shengxiao remained engrossed in her performance, only lifting her head slightly once the song concluded. Under the glare of the spotlight, her expressions of astonishment, discomfort, and the looming threat of humiliation were vividly illuminated. The man, a focal point wherever he went, towered over the crowd in his luxurious silver suit, his lips curling into a slight smile, his light brown hair slightly tousled. One could even describe him as breathtakingly beautiful. She felt an urge to flee, but the hem of her gown hindered her hurried movements, and in her haste, she misstepped on a stair, nearly losing her balance. Thankfully, she managed to grasp the smooth railing just in time. Anxiously, she fidgeted, while Yin Zhanqing remained unfazed, finishing his wine leisurely before handing the empty glass to a waiter. After this graceful gesture, he strode towards Ming Shengxiao, his movements as unrefined as she remembered. She felt herself being pulled up, her legs stumbling to keep pace, appearing as though she was being dragged against her will. Her fair profile was pressed tightly against the smooth Roman column, the coldness seeping into her skin, distorting her beauty. It seems you've grown up during these 6 months. The man leaned closer, his warm breath brushing against her ear, sending a tingling sensation through her. The scent of his shampoo mingling with his presence, momentarily captivating her. Ming Shengxiao struggled against him, but her hands were held firmly, as if bound in an unyielding knot, leaving her powerless to move even a fraction. We should no longer have any ties between us. In response to her protest, Yin Zhanqing merely smirked, his robust frame pressing her down, making it hard for her to breathe, as if a nightmare had descended upon her, from which she could not awaken. Did I ever say that? When you were trying to earn that hefty tuition, you certainly weren't this indifferent, were you? The man's handsome face deliberately displayed disappointment. He was remarkably attractive, and although his appearance bore no resemblance to arrogance or tyranny, one could easily discern that he was far from virtuous, perhaps even more beastly than the most feral of creatures. He leisurely fixed his gaze on her already pale face, while Ming Shengxiao's lips struggled to form words. Whether it was due to heat or something else, beads of sweat began to seep from her hairline. I earned this money cleanly. The words seemed to be a desperate shout, as her voice carried too loudly, drawing curious glances from elegantly dressed individuals nearby. Damn it! Although Yin Zhanqing was accustomed to navigating through a sea of flowers, this was not a place where one could act recklessly. His large hand tightly encircled her slender waist, and without leaving a trace, he maneuvered her behind a pristine Roman column. The area was adorned with curtains designed by renowned Italian designers, creating a perfect hiding spot where not even a strand of hair could be detected by outsiders. Clean? He scoffed. Ming Shengxiao, how dare you utter the word clean before me? Have you forgotten how you were once beneath me, begging like a dog? His words were laced with thorns, as if he would not rest until her very soul was shattered. Am I not? She retorted, her voice resolute, unwilling to demean herself further. You'll find out soon enough. She had not anticipated his swift movements. His cool fingers traced along her spine, and the fragile black dress could hardly withstand the tug, exposing her fair waist in a display of ruin. As a substitute, you should have grown accustomed to this. Delicate kisses accompanied whispered words as they found their way to her neck, occasionally biting down on her tender skin his hands gripping her waist painfully. Ming Shengxiao fell silent. Her hands pressed against the windowsill, feeling a chill breeze seep through the slightly ajar window, penetrating her skin, reaching deep into her soul, ultimately settling within her heart, rendering it even colder. She had endured his insults before. Turning her face away, she hoped to evade the man's alluring chaos that was not truly hers, her hands gripping the fabric around her waist tightly. After several tense moments, the man appeared increasingly irritated. "Let go," with his forceful command. The dress did not tear as expected, but the corner concealed behind her back was suddenly illuminated. When Ming Shengxiao turned back, her spine stiffened at the sight of a long, elegant hand drawing back the curtain, revealing a finger adorned with a dragon tattoo, which seemed vaguely familiar. Before she could ponder further, the man's mocking tone, tinged with a certain darkness, accompanied his tall figure as he stepped into view. "This is quite a place for a secret rendezvous. But isn't the progress a bit slow?" Yin Zhanqing released his grip, not shielding the now embarrassed Ming Shengxiao behind him. His arms crossed casually over his chest, deliberately stepping aside, which only drew more attention to her vulnerable state. The beige curtains fell from his broad shoulders to the floor, the tassels obscuring his polished black shoes. Ming Shengxiao lowered her head, her exposed skin becoming increasingly apparent as the fitted dress was torn, revealing more than it concealed. Had it not been for the unexpected arrival of Yuzun, the scene might have unfolded differently. As Yin Zhanqing moved closer to Ming Shengxiao, his long arm draped over her shoulder, the familiar scent of his cologne wafted into her senses. Yuzun's expression remained indifferent, his thin lips perpetually curled in a slight smirk that betrayed no humor. He recalled the beige trench coat Ming Shengxiao had worn when leaving the Hawaii Music Academy, which suited her impeccably. Now, however, her makeup was smudged, and the dress appeared too small, emphasizing her curves. Yuzun discreetly averted his gaze, intending to speak when the curtain was drawn back once more. The small space felt increasingly cramped as a woman's voice intruded. "Ming Shengxiao?" She looked up, her eyelids fluttering, her heartbeat almost skipping a beat. Ming Shengxiao felt the weight of the hand on her shoulder, and, as she turned abruptly, Yin Zhanqing's hand collided heavily against the window. "You, Ming Shengxiao, is that really you?" Su Aya interrupted the man's anger, her tone dripping with mockery. "You look quite stunning like this." The elongated syllables carried a hint of schadenfreude, and the corners of Su Aya's eyes sparkled with delight, her expression brimming with pride. "Let's wrap this up. Oldley has arranged for a venue change. Are you coming?" Yuzun's gaze did not linger on Ming Shengxiao any longer, while Yin Zhanqing adjusted his rolled-up sleeves, naturally affirming his intent to go, having not visited Oldley in quite some time. They spoke unabashedly about their plans for enjoyment, while Ming Shengxiao stood off to the side, seemingly forgotten. Just moments ago, the desire evident in Yin Zhanqing's eyes had burned like a wildfire, and she had thought she could not escape this fate. But now, looking at the depths of his gaze, it had transformed into a chilling silence that was terrifying. If one did not witness it with their own eyes, it would be hard to believe. Such is the role of a substitute. One can toy with emotions at will, without regard for others' feelings, a true master of manipulation. Naturally, this was the sight Su Aya delighted in, proudly draping an arm around the wealthy patron beside her. "Zun, shall we go?" Yuzun turned, his gaze sweeping over Su Aya's exquisitely made-up face. "Tonight, we shall revel until late," he said, his tone dismissive as he moved on. Can you even afford to?" The opposing voice, belonging to someone just over 30, was sharp and incisive. "Forget it. What a stroke of bad luck. Let's just use this performance fee to settle it." Such a hefty demand was beyond what someone like her could afford. The night outside was bitterly cold, and her recently twisted ankle throbbed painfully. Standing by the roadside, Ming Shengxiao checked the time on her phone. Thankfully, she could still catch the last bus. As she stood in the evening breeze, her hair disheveled from her hurried departure, the gnawing pangs of hunger made her even more uncomfortable. She quickened her pace, eager to cross the street, fearful of missing her chance. As she stepped onto the crosswalk, the traffic light indicated a lengthy wait. With her hands tucked into her pockets, she had only taken a few steps when a blinding light appeared on her left. Instinctively, she raised her hand to shield her eyes. Before she could react, the front of a car surged toward her knees, and she felt the chilling gust of wind as the vehicle rushed past her. A surge of fear coursing through her veins. If the driver did not brake in time, she dared not imagine, her legs trembling uncontrollably. The Lamborghini's headlights remained on, and as the window slowly descended, the man leaned out, his arm extending with a cigarette pinched between his fingers adorned with a dragon tattoo. He flicked the ash, which drifted away with the wind, and Ming Shengxiao caught a faint whiff of tobacco. If you wish to die, you need not choose such a place. His tone was cold and indifferent. Ming Shengxiao looked up. The traffic signal was clearly yellow, yet his demeanor suggested she was the one courting danger. You ran a red light. Yuzun seemed unconcerned, not even glancing up as he pressed his lips together, releasing thin wisps of smoke from the corners of his mouth. If one were to appreciate the moment, it could be seen as quite an alluring tableau. A sharp screech of brakes shattered the serenity of the night as a gleaming white sports car came to a halt beside the Lamborghini, its front blocking the crosswalk rudely. Almost simultaneously, the car door swung open, and a man stepped out, his almond-shaped eyes narrowing slightly. Upon recognizing the person before him, his expression shifted to one of mockery as he uttered a name, Ming Shengxiao. She was momentarily taken aback, a tingling sensation creeping up her scalp. Yan Zhanqing slammed the car door shut behind him, and as he lifted his left foot, he noticed that Ming Shengxiao was already hastily making her way across the zebra crossing, her long hair trailing wildly behind her. Just as she reached the other side, the bus she had been waiting for arrived. Glancing back, she saw the man seemingly intent on following her. At that moment, a taxi pulled up beside the road, and without a second thought, Shengxiao yanked open the door and climbed inside, directing the driver to the Royal Music Academy. After she entered the taxi, Yan Zhanqing returned to his car. Even upon arriving at the dormitory, the unease within Shengxiao remained unassuaged. When she sat down in front of her computer, Shu Tian, who had been wearing headphones, looked up and asked, "Are you back? Finished already?" Shengxiao was too exhausted to reply, collapsing on her bed, yearning for sleep. "Have you eaten dinner? I was going to prepare a meal for you, but then I thought, in such a fine place, surely they provide meals?" Shu Tian, clad in cartoon-themed pajamas, approached Shengxiao's bed, yet failed to notice her unusual demeanor. Shengxiao turned over, and seeing Shu Tian's casualness, she felt inclined to share. "That Su AI you didn't return again today." Shu Tian glanced over at the opposite bed, speculating where she might be wandering off to. It was nothing unusual for her not to come back. Lying against her pillow for a while, Shengxiao's stomach began to protest with hunger, prompting her to rise again and prepare a simple instant noodle meal. Since the following day was a weekend, no one would be monitoring their activities, allowing Shengxiao to sleep in until the sun was high in the sky. In truth, she had been awake for some time, tossing and turning, reluctant to get out of bed. The ache in her ankle persisted, and not only had she failed to receive her performance fee the previous day, but she had also incurred a significant taxi fare, which left her feeling utterly frustrated. Shu Tian, resting diagonally opposite her, was engrossed in a new game on her phone. It was supposed to be a delightful morning, but the tranquility was shattered by the sound of high heels approaching. "What time is it? You're still sleeping?" Su Ai entered, burdened with numerous shopping bags, the outer packaging alone indicating the presence of luxury items meant for mere admiration. Shengxiao remained silent, while another occupant of the dormitory eagerly interjected, "Aya, you've bought so many new clothes. Let me see. Here, they're all from established brands. If it weren't for the new styles, I wouldn't have bothered. My wardrobe is already overflowing," Su Ai replied as she returned to her bed, discarding her 9-centimeter heels. Chapter 7. Even if all of this had been achieved through her own hard work, how could she still be considered innocent in the eyes of others? The news about the Paris Music Festival had been circulating around the school for some time, yet the official notification was only posted today, announcing an upcoming competition on campus. Naturally, each teacher had the privilege of recommending one student directly to the finals. Shengxiao recognized the significance of this opportunity. As Su Ai had mentioned, securing even a minor award could pave the way for a prosperous future back home. Since it was the weekend, the campus was relatively quiet. After searching for a while, Shengxiao finally encountered her mentor, Tao Chun, at the entrance of the East Building. He was quite young, barely 26. "Are you here regarding the Paris Music Festival?" she inquired. "Yes, I'm planning to register," he replied, turning his back to her. His shadow fell across the fragrant camphor trees on campus, and after a long pause, he reluctantly said, "Forget it, Shengxiao. The school has already predetermined the candidates." "Who is it?" Although she knew it was an unnecessary question, Shengxiao couldn't help but ask. "Su Aiya. She has been designated from above." Tao Chun turned to face her, his grip tightening around the competition materials. Even though it was merely a formality, the school still insisted on creating an air of seriousness around it. "Wait for the next time." "Next time? That will be 3 years from now. Will I even have another chance then?" Tao Chun fell silent, acutely aware that in 3 years, another candidate like Su Aiya might emerge. Such opportunities were inherently absurd in their inequality. "Shengxiao, if you insist on participating, I can recommend you." Standing on the cold concrete ground, Shengxiao shook her head. "Thank you, Teacher Tao. I can manage on my own." Shengxiao played the piano exceptionally well, unlike many others who produced dry and hollow sounds. Most students admitted to the Royal Music Academy came from affluent backgrounds, their families often possessing connections that ensured their children were groomed for the arts, longing to flaunt their status even as they stepped outside. In such an environment, Shengxiao appeared increasingly ordinary. The announcement was displayed in the window, yet the competition didn't attract much attention. She stood directly in front of it, occasionally observing a few classmates who would glance at it before moving on. Such an opportunity could never come our way. Indeed, it's likely already predetermined. The poster was beautifully designed, featuring a piano with black and white keys seemingly floating on a cerulean sea. She instinctively extended her right hand, her fingers lightly resting upon the keys. Suddenly, her waist tightened, and in surprise, she turned her head, realizing that a man had appeared beside her without her noticing. His gaze shifted from the poster to her face. "Do you wish to participate?" Shengxiao was unable to decipher his intentions, feeling the grip on her waist tighten. She attempted to break free, but it was evident that his strength far surpassed hers. "Perhaps I can offer you this opportunity." "You?" His lips curved into a seductive smile, and his dark, piercing eyes seemed to see right through her. Shengxiao lowered her gaze, focusing on the hand that gripped her waist. "I cannot offer you anything. Give me you." His cold voice, accompanied by warm breath, whispered directly into her ear, uttering such unreserved words that even the calmest of hearts would feel a flush of embarrassment. His hand was hot, and with the slightest movement, she could sense the heat radiating from his fingertips. The prize seemed excessive for merely an opportunity to perform. He lifted his hand, running his index finger lightly down her cheek. "Your skin is exquisite. No wonder you're a student. It feels far more pleasant than those women." She hadn't anticipated such frivolity, especially in a school setting. Shengxiao attempted to shake off his hand, but he secured it tightly against his solid waist. "How about this? Dine with me, and I shall grant you a fair chance to compete with her." She was deeply skeptical, yet this was undeniably a tempting offer. "Really?" Regardless of the truth behind it, Shengxiao followed him into the car. However, instead of taking her to a restaurant, he directed her to the city's largest nightclub, a place known for its allure. The establishment had undergone a name change in the past, only to revert to its original title. The ambience and its name were perfectly matched. Inside the club, the waitstaff maintained a kneeling posture as the head waiter led in several attractive women, seemingly well acquainted with Yuzun. The previous arrivals exchanged glances, and within moments, they each approached the table, clad in identical attire that left little to the imagination as they knelt, revealing deep cleavages and the alluring contours of their short skirts. Here, there was no need for discretion. Their eyes were fixed on the glasses of pale yellow, bubbly drinks before them. Even those accustomed to drinking found themselves unable to resist such indulgence, and when some acted too hastily, they would vomit on the spot, their mouths and faces smeared with filth, displaying their most ungraceful moments. The towering figure of a man reclined on the leather sofa, appearing to enjoy the spectacle as he folded his long legs, his gaze filled with disdain. "Get out," he bellowed. The woman who had just vomited was quite perceptive, pressing her palm against her stomach and bending over as she made her way out. To others, this scene might appear comical. Yet Shengxiao understood that no woman would willingly come to such a place unless driven by financial desperation. The remaining patrons continued their revelries, their eyes bloodshot, their chests stained with dark patches of alcohol. Enough was enough. This reckless drinking could lead to disaster. She found it unbearable to watch, as if an invisible hand had tightened around her throat, rendering her breathless, even though she was not the one struggling. That was none of your concern. Yuzun seemed disinclined to halt, his attention shifting back to her, suggesting that being taken care of was not a bad thing. No need to worry about anything. And with her youthful visage, what more could she desire? In the end, it sounded as if she were merely being melodramatic. I simply wish to distance myself from your kind. I am far too ordinary to aspire to such heights. Yuzun, with his long legs crossed, appeared to possess a degree of self-awareness. He leaned closer, the faint scent of cologne wafting between them, a subtle allure that stirred the heart. Someone like me? Ming Shengxiao. You should realize that my interest in you is your greatest fortune. Yet this fortune was one she could not bear. Then how did you come by yin zhanqing? Ultimately, it all boiled down to money. I do not mind that you are second-hand goods, yet you seem to take offense. Yuzun's eyes darkened with anger, for he had never encountered such an ungrateful person. You shall. A woman's voice interrupted. I've finished my drink. Without raising his gaze, Yuzun's eyes remained fixed on Ming Shengxiao's face as he handed her the money. The woman nodded repeatedly, clutching the stack of cash tightly, her steps faltering as she leaned against the wall to open the door. The corridor was suddenly illuminated, several beams of light striking her disheveled face, rendering it even more pallid. Just as she was about to close the door, a hand stopped her. As Yin Zhanqing pushed open the door to room 1, he embraced a petite woman, her head bowed, her hair styled in glamorous waves, clad in a pale dress that reached her knees, revealing only a glimpse of her fair calves. I knew you Xiao would be here. Hearing the voice, Shengxiao instinctively lifted her head. Upon recognizing the newcomer, her shock was evident, and she quickly averted her gaze, pressing her hands against her knees. Her subtle actions did not escape the keen eyes of those nearby. Have you brought someone new to play with? Yin Zhanqing settled beside the woman, seemingly unaware of Ming Shengxiao until he got a good look at her. Recognition flickered in his eyes, revealing a hint of intrigue. Indeed, I have just developed an interest in her. Yin Zhanqing pressed his lips together, his charming eyes sparkling. He leaned down to whisper to his companion, who lifted her head, revealing a face Ming Shengxiao recognized from countless photographs seen in Yin Zhanqing's garden villa. Though she had only glimpsed her in pictures, seeing her in person was a revelation. The woman was even more beautiful than in the photos. Zhanqing, I need to use the restroom. Her voice was sweet enough to be syrupy. Go ahead, but don't wander too far. Yin Zhanqing gently stroked her hair, and only after Su Ro exited room 1 did he pull out a cigarette and light it. Do you find her familiar? I thought they resembled each other, but a substitute can never quite match the original. He smiled faintly, his gaze fixed on Ming Shengxiao, the innuendo unmistakable. Even a fool could discern whom he referred to as a substitute. Yuzun's expression darkened, his disdain for Shengxiao evident, if not for the allure he found in her. What was she worth? The man had barely sipped his drink, yet his words carried an intoxicated undertone as he wrapped an arm around Su Ro's shoulders and leaned down to kiss her, his enunciation muddled. You are the best. I have been waiting for you. Su Ro, you must always take care of yourself, unlike some who, still students, are already scheming to latch onto men. His final words were articulated with surprising clarity. Su Ro gently pushed him away, her expression awkward. Zhanqing, have you had too much to drink? He merely focused on seeking her lips, swallowing her worries whole as he kissed her fervently. Su Ro found herself overwhelmed, her hands clutching Yin Zhanqing's back tightly. The man seemed to be venting something, the kiss transforming into a fervent bite, devoid of reason. Did you not say you would support me? Is that still the case? Ming Shengxiao turned to Yuzun, her eyes flickering with ambiguity. Of course, I can provide you with anything you desire. And what if I wish for an endless supply of money, designer clothes, and perhaps a home? Ideally, you could pave the way for my future. You must know that these are but trifles for me, Ming Shengxiao. As long as you comply, whatever you desire shall be yours. Yuzun had not misjudged. He had perceived the ambition hidden within her from the moment he first laid eyes on her at the school gate. While many chase a life free from want, Ming Shengxiao was different. She simply had yet to find the individual who could elevate her higher. She had grown weary of being trodden upon and what others possessed. She could possess too, perhaps even more. Across the sofa, the couple paused their embrace, Yin Zhanqing taken aback by Ming Shengxiao's declaration. He had not anticipated such a response from her. Despite his attempts to humiliate her, witnessing her nestled in Yuzun's embrace without a hint of resistance unsettled him. Is it really that simple between you two? Yuzun's voice was a whisper, brushing against Ming Shengxiao's ear, each word cutting in her like a dagger. The memories of those months were one she wished to forget. If possible, she would prefer not to see Yin Zhanqing again. Noticing her silence, Yuzun smirked, the corners of his lips curling in a cold smile. He caressed her hair before grasping the strands, pulling her closer until their faces nearly touched. His exquisite features alluringly crafted. Ming Shengxiao watched as he parted his lips, uttering two words, "Kiss me." Given their proximity, his breath brushed against her lips, causing her cheeks to flush. Instinctively, her right hand pressed against his chest, but Yuzun did not afford her a chance to retreat. He leaned in, capturing her lips. She quickly dodged, but he caught her at the corner of her mouth. Realizing her movement, he bit down hard. The pain was sharp, as his teeth continued to gnaw. She had no choice but to open her mouth, attempting to alleviate the discomfort, yet this very action allowed him to invade her. An unfamiliar passion engulfed her senses, leaving her breathless, and a thin sheen of sweat broke out at her temples. Her hand was ensnared in his grip, and after a moment, Yuzun drew back, desire evident in his gaze. "Let us go. Where you headed?" Yin Zhanqing inquired. The man's smile deepened, laced with mischief. "Where do you think we're going? Surely, you wouldn't be so naive as to ask." With that, he took Ming Shengxiao's hand and exited room 1. Yin Zhanqing watched their departing figures, a self-deprecating smile playing on his lips. He turned to Su Ro, his tone softened. "Shall we go as well?" "Where next?" "Home, please. I'm rather tired." This was precisely what he had always desired and awaited. Yin Zhanqing continually reassured himself as he took Su Ro's hand and walked out. As Yuzun ignited the engine of his car, he waited in vain for Ming Shengxiao to approach. The sound of the engine echoed through the night, and after lighting a cigarette, he finally exited the vehicle and strolled towards her. The hour was late and a chill hung in the air. She clenched her fists, insisting that she could return alone. Raising an eyebrow, the man recognized her intention. "Are you certain you want to go back?" To her surprise, Yuzun easily released her, cautioning, "Remember what you said tonight. Do not make me remind you again." He turned and returned to his car. Ming Shengxiao quickly stepped aside, but as the engine roared to life, he did not look back. Despite her swift movement, she narrowly avoided being brushed by the sleek contours of the vehicle. Stumbling backward and landing heavily on the unforgiving ground, she propped herself up, her palms scraped and bleeding slightly, and when she looked up, the man had long vanished from sight. Even though Su Aya had already made her stance clear, Ming Shengxiao knew her chances were slim. Yet, she diligently practiced in the piano room every day. The school placed significant emphasis on the upcoming selection competition, regardless of its underlying formalities. The vast lecture hall had been meticulously arranged, and Ming Shengxiao was the first to arrive, having brought someone special with her. As the competition drew near, students began to trickle in, and the judges comprised the school's leadership. However, 2 seats at the front remained conspicuously empty. Initially disinterested, Yuzun was reminded of Ming Shengxiao and thus brought Nan Yejue along. The lecture hall fell silent until the door to the VIP room swung open, revealing 2 figures who stepped out into the spotlight, shattering the tranquility. Yuzun led the way, clad in an exquisite hand-tailored white suit that demanded attention wherever he went. The man behind him donned a matching silver suit that perfectly complemented his alluring appearance, his burgundy hair adding to his charm. The diamond earring in his left ear sparkled brilliantly, a fitting description of enchantment. "Wow," "He is so handsome," murmured someone in the audience. "The man behind him is truly beautiful." Nan Yejua squinted his eyes, casting a sideways glance that chilled the air. "Who dares to say he is beautiful?" Yuzun stifled a laugh as he took his seat. After a brief speech from the school leaders, the selection competition commenced. The two men seemed indifferent to the performances. Nan Yejua leaned in, bored, resting his chin on his hand. "You must be terribly bored dragging me along. Is there something worth seeing?" "Not for you," Yuzun replied leisurely, reclining in his chair. "You've already got Rong in." Nan Yejue, a former player himself, soon spotted Ming Shengxiao sitting in the front row. "Is that the girl in the white top? You really are something else, pursuing a student. Isn't she a bit too young?" The man chuckled, his gaze lingering on Ming Shengxiao, a smirk forming on his lips. "I simply have a preference for this." After Su Aya completed her performance without a hitch, she inadvertently glanced at Yuzun, only to find his gaze elsewhere, leading her to return to her seat in disappointment. "I knew you had a taste for this," Nan Yejue remarked with a playful grin, easily discerning her lack of connections. As the competition progressed, Ming Shengxiao felt the tension in her hands. Her naturally elegant fingers suited the piano perfectly, slender and graceful, with clear blue veins visible against her fair skin. Her neatly manicured nails danced across the black and white keys, and with her eyes closed, each note seemed to surge forth like a rushing tide. Ming Shengxiao, the examiner, called her name. She stood, about to step forward, when a melodious male voice interrupted. "Wait, she won't be performing." "Why not?" the examiner asked, taken aback. Yuzun leaned casually on his hand, his demeanor calm, as all eyes in the hall shifted towards him. He paused, then continued, "Because she lacks the qualifications." "Do you wish for her to disgrace us in Paris? You haven't even heard my performance. How can you judge?" Ming Shengxiao protested, anger flaring in her voice. "I don't need to hear it. My word is enough." The examiner stood, visibly uncomfortable, as several school officials gathered to murmur amongst themselves. "Ming Shengxiao, you need not participate." "Next." "No, sir, this is unfair." Ming Shengxiao protested, realizing the blatant disregard for her opportunity, which she had hoped for so dearly. "How childish." Nan Yejue took a sip of his coffee, lightly mocking her. "Those who can enter the Huel Music Academy generally have connections. The school is wary of offending anyone." First, it was Yin Zhanxing, now it's Tao Chun. "You're quite something, Ming Shengxiao." "Lina," another girl, was called to the stage. "Please give her a chance. My sister has worked so hard. She has awaited this day for so long." A voice erupted from a dimly lit corner as a woman rushed forward, struggling to propel her wheelchair's wheels. "Sister, don't come over. Be careful." Ming Shengxiao, overwhelmed with concern for her sister, strained to help but miscalculated the stairs. As her wheelchair tumbled, she was thrown far away, a muffled thud echoing as someone screamed in shock, causing others to leap from their seats. Ming Shengxiao. Her voice tore through the air, and she rushed forward, trembling. "Oh my God, that scared me to death." Students nearby recoiled in horror as Ming Shengxiao's hands hit the ground, blood streaming from her forehead where she struck the table. The heavy wheelchair having crashed onto her right leg, its wheels spinning wildly from the chaos. Sister. Ming Shengxiao was nearly beside herself, kneeling by Shengxi, attempting to help her up. "Shengxiao, I'm fine." Shengxi's voice was weak, blood trickling down her forehead onto Ming Shengxiao's face. "Please don't scare me." "Hurry," in a panic, she shouted at the onlookers, "Call an ambulance." Someone reacted, retrieving a phone to dial emergency services. Yuzun approached the school leaders, bending down to speak, and soon they began to gather their things. The examiner took the microphone, declaring that the competition was over and that everyone should leave. The student with the phone hesitated, glancing at Yuzun as he drew near, but ultimately put her phone away and followed the crowd out. Ming Shengxiao stood frozen, watching as the school officials exited through the VIP room door, while Tao Chun made his way through the throng to her side. "Don't worry. I've called for help. They should arrive shortly." "This doesn't concern you," Yuzun asserted, advancing with purpose across the marble floor. "What do you intend to do?" "A life is at stake. She needs to be taken to the hospital immediately." "What exactly do you want?" Ming Shengxiao pressed, her hand on Xiangxi's forehead, the blood flowing between her fingers. I warned you. You cannot afford to play this game with me. I never intended to. Shengxiao, let's go. Tao Chun lifted the nearby wheelchair, intending to carry Xiangxi, as the lecture hall had mostly emptied. Ming Shengxiao had not anticipated anyone else entering, and her heart sank as she noticed several men approaching Yuzun. She realized she had genuinely entangled herself with someone beyond her means. I will not go to Paris, nor participate in the competition. Please let me leave. Shengxiao gazed at her increasingly weak sister, her voice hoarse. Yet the men remained indifferent, simply eyeing Tao Chun. Will you leave or stay? She has lost too much blood. Step aside, or this will end in tragedy. Tao Chun showed no inclination to depart. Ming Shengxiao understood she was dealing with a madman. Trembling, she retrieved her phone. But before her fingers could even touch the buttons, Yuzun kicked her wrist, sending the device flying, shattering against the wall. Had she not witnessed it herself, Shengxiao would have found it hard to believe such events transpired within the hallowed halls of academia. Shengxiao, Ming Xiangxi, nearly losing consciousness, repeatedly called her sister's name. Teacher Tao. Just as Tao Chun lifted Ming Xiangxi, he was pulled away by two men, and he could not maintain his grip, watching helplessly as Xiangxi fell again. Ming Shengxiao rushed to catch her, break one of his hands. Yuzun observed coldly, choosing a nearby seat, adopting a relaxed posture. Shengxiao was astonished. She had not expected to drag Tao Chun into this. Just as she prepared to intervene, a piercing scream of agony pierced her ears, accompanied by the sickening sound of bones being forcibly snapped, brutal and merciless, as if it had pierced through 18 layers of hell, claiming a life. She understood all too well that to a pianist, a pair of hands equates to life itself. Ming Shengxiao had forgotten how long it had been since she last shed tears. After that incident, she thought her tears had run dry. Yet today, she distinctly felt the hot tears surging from her eyes, only to turn icy upon touching her cheeks. Tao Chun, ordinarily, she regarded him as both mentor and friend. In her moment of desperation, she called out his name. Yuzun's expression darkened further as one of the men holding Tao Chun retracted his leg. With a shove, Tao Chun collapsed to the ground, his elbow twisting painfully outward. He gritted his teeth, enduring the pain, yet beads of sweat soaked the collar of his white sweater. His tousled hair clinging to his forehead, features contorted in agony. Yuzun acted so swiftly. He clearly had no intention of granting Ming Shengxiao any chance to plead for mercy. She nearly crumpled to the ground, watching as Xiangxi's blood pooled, staining her khaki pants, the vivid red spreading, ultimately congealing against her leg. Yuzun gestured, and the two men seized Tao Chun, dragging him out. She attempted to rise, but fell short. Let me go, let me go. Shengxiao cried out in despair, her hair cascading around her as she screamed. Zun, it seems you're about to play with fire. Nan Yiju leaned against a wall, his expression inscrutable as he shook his head. Ming Shengxiao raised her gaze. This man was strikingly handsome, his wine-red hair reflecting an alluring charm in the light. When he spoke, she hoped he would intercede on her behalf, a flicker of hope igniting in her eyes. I merely wished to teach her a lesson. No one has dared to toy with me for this long. Yuzun propped his long left leg, gesturing for Nan Yiju to sit and enjoy the spectacle. My sister is unwell. I beg you, save her. Her hopes rested solely on Nan Yiju. He cast a glance, his phoenix-like eyes narrowing slightly. Beg him? When he took Rong in, he showed no mercy. Sister. Nan Yiju smirked, a hint of mockery in his tone as he leaned closer, meeting her gaze, slowly articulating, how naive. Truly, you're still just a student. Besides, isn't it just a matter of losing your virginity? You still are a virgin, right? The sound of Yuzun's barely contained laughter filled the air, leaving Shengxiao stunned, her face paling in an instant. I won't play with you any longer. I must go indulge myself. Nan Yiju rose, leaving behind his words. After all, this is still a campus. Making too much noise would be unwise. If you wish to play, come to indulgence. I will save you a spot. With that, he strode out of the lecture hall. Ming Shengxiao saw the door open, then close with a heavy thud as if locked by someone outside. The vast space now held only the two adversaries and the fading Ming Shengxiao. What more do you want? Shengxiao was utterly exhausted. Yuzun sat in silence for a moment, saying nothing, then stood to leave. Seeing this, Shengxiao quickly closed her mouth, afraid to utter another word, desperately wishing for him to depart. The door swung open once more, and one of the earlier men stepped inside, stating that the ambulance had already left. Good. Yuzun stepped forward. Lock them up? We are leaving. Shengxiao watched as he brushed past her, terror and indignation flooding her features, disbelief etched across her face. You lunatic! How dare you do this, you madman? Yuzun did not linger, hands tucked into his pockets, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Unable to bear it any longer, Shengxiao fell to her knees, grasping his long, powerful leg. Please, she choked, her throat feeling as though it were being seared shut, leaving her unable to utter another word. You want to save your sister? Tears streamed down her face as she fervently nodded. Let me sleep with you here. The man spoke without hesitation, his tone as casual as if discussing mundane matters. Lying on the ground, Xiangxi's eyes fluttered open. She saw her sister's hesitance, and gradually, the grip around the man's legs slackened. No matter who it was, such instinctive hesitation was inescapable, leaving her devoid of even the most basic responses. The man averted his gaze, attempting to leave. No. Ming Shengxiao lunged again, clutching his leg. I promise, is that not enough? Too late. He lightly kicked her away, and as she fell, Yuzun had already exited the door, the men deftly locking it behind them. The outside world basked in bright sunlight. Quite pleasant. Half an hour later, they would open the door, instructing her to find him at Royal Impression. What if she doesn't come? Yuzun pondered, his expression turning frigid as he replied slowly, then let that woman bleed out. The man did not lift his head, accustomed to Yuzun's indifference. Ming Shengxiao struggled to assist Xiangxi, leaning her back against the wall. Desperate, she tore a piece from a banner in the lecture hall to bandage her sister's forehead. Sister, please don't scare me. Wait here, I will go open the door. It's futile, Shengxiao. Ming Xiangxi grasped her hand. How could you offend such a person? Shengxiao fought back her tears. I don't know. After releasing Xiangxi's hand, she stood up. Sister, your leg has become like this for my sake. I will not let anything happen to you. But the door remained locked tight. No matter how hard she knocked, those outside refused to open it. Students passed by the campus, but none dared approach. Shu Tian stood in the corridor, anxious, seeing that the man showed no intention of leaving. She picked up her phone to call the authorities. Ming Shengxiao was unaware of how long she had been knocking, her palms numb, reddened from her efforts. Open the door, open the door. When the heavy door finally swung open, blinding sunlight poured in, and she could no longer hold back her tears, which stung her eyes anew. The man stepped forward. Blocking the light, Yu Xiao instructed you to find him at Royal Impression. Ming Shengxiao clenched her fists tightly, but the man remained unfazed, continuing, I advise you not to waste time. She won't die just yet, but if this drags on, who knows? Yu Xiao has something to say. If you refuse to go, just watch your sister bleed out before you. Her pale hands fell limply, her face ashen. Royal Impression, where is that? The man mentioned a specific address. And Ming Shengxiao wiped her eyes and rushed out without a backward glance. During the taxi ride, she incessantly urged the driver, yet the speed felt unbearably slow to her. The Royal Impression was renowned as a wealthy district in Baisha City, marked by its picturesque scenery and luxurious architecture. However, she had no mind to appreciate it and headed straight for the villa the man had indicated upon alighting. The fingerprint-locked door was ajar, as Yuzun anticipated her arrival, leaving her with no alternative. Standing before the intricately carved mahogany door, she noticed a faint sound of a piano emanating from within. Pushing the door open, she entered the expansive living room, where a man sat with his back to her, his long fingers gracefully dancing across the black and white keys. He had changed into a well-tailored casual outfit, and sunlight streamed in from all directions, creating an aura around him as if he were the sole focal point. Ming Shengxiao blinked, momentarily captivated by this scene, then clenched her fists and strode determinedly towards him. On the piano stand lay a pack of cigarettes, with several scattered nearby. I know what you desire if... Come, the man interrupted her, raising his handsome face and gesturing for her to sit beside him. Chapter 13. Ming Shengxiao was taken aback, her frown revealing her urgency. You should be aware that my sister is currently being held by your men. I don't want to waste time. I've come here. Could you show some mercy? Sit down, he insisted once more. When she hesitated, he grasped her hand and guided her to sit on his left side. Play the piece you performed in today as competition. Yuzune's right hand moved, inviting her to join him in a duet. There's really no time. Are you so impatient? Ming Shengxiao stammered, her heart racing. The man's grip on her hand was gentle, his fingertips tracing her palm, his dark eyes growing increasingly inscrutable, evoking a sense of helplessness within her. Yes, I am quite impatient, he replied, and she forcefully withdrew her hand. Is this answer satisfactory? If your loved ones were in peril, would you still possess such leisure? Why the hostility? Yuzun chuckled, unfazed by her tone. He picked up a cigarette from the stand and lit it, the acrid smoke stinging Ming Shengxiao's eyes. The bathroom is upstairs. Clean yourself, then come find me. Without hesitation, Ming Shengxiao ascended the spiral staircase. In the bathroom, she quickly donned a plush bathrobe after a brief shower, not bothering to dry herself thoroughly before heading back downstairs, opting not to wear her own clothes to save time. She felt like a mere shell of herself, her surroundings blurring as she descended in her slippers. On the piano stand, 2 glasses of rich red wine awaited her. She approached slowly. Yuzun handed her a glass. She glanced at it, accepted it, and downed it in one go, forcing herself not to grimace at the unfamiliar taste. The man sipped his elegantly, leaning against the piano, his gaze fixated on the hint of her collarbone exposed, commanding. Play me a piece. She obediently complied, her delicate fingers gliding over the cold keys. Yet, she could not immerse herself fully. The heat at her neck surged, her fingers trembled, the melody faltered, and the notes became dissonant, creating a cacophony that echoed painfully in her ears. Her face was nearly pressed against Yuzun's profile, his thick eyelashes so close, his eyes radiating wildness. Focus, I assure you, it will be swift. Ming Shengxiao felt her cheeks flush deeply, forcing herself to calm, yet her wrists continued to tremble. Can you hurry? You are indeed anxious. I haven't given you any aphrodisiac, he teased, his hands encircling her slender waist, his palm brushing against the fabric of her bathrobe, revealing its softness. If I were to squeeze tightly, perhaps I could draw forth some moisture. Ming Shengxiao closed her eyes, attempting to banish all thoughts, yet her senses were entirely under his control. Escape was not an option. His hand roamed upward from her waist, traversing her lower abdomen, finally resting upon her chest. She quivered, a fear reminiscent of that fateful fire engulfing her. Her face burned, every cell within her felt aflame. Yuzun untied her bathrobe, exposing the bare skin beneath. That night, when her family's home faced demolition, an agreement on compensation remained elusive, culminating in a devastating fire on a drizzly evening. The blaze raged fiercely, and with the surroundings in disarray, even fire trucks could not reach them. Her parents fought valiantly to save their 2 daughters, but during their escape, Xiangxi was tragically crushed, losing both legs in the collapse. The fire consumed the night, leaving no survivors among the few remaining families. Some perished while others were left grievously injured. The man's kisses against her ear were far from tender, igniting an unbearable longing. Chapter 14. Ming Shengxiao felt exposed, her body trembling beneath his touch. He pushed her down onto the piano, scattering a box of cigars across the floor. With every inch he drew closer, her shivers resonated through the piano keys. She grasped desperately, seeking something to anchor her, yet the smooth surface offered no solace, reflecting her increasingly disheveled visage. 2 lives had been exchanged for a meager compensation, and after funeral expenses, even Ming Xiangxi's basic recovery care could not be sustained. The lives of the impoverished were always deemed so insignificant. With no recourse to appeal, even the pursuit of the truth behind the fire felt stifled by an unseen force. Yuzun leisurely unbuttoned his shirt, revealing the graceful lines of his collarbone, followed by his sculpted chest and perfectly defined abdomen. Ming Shengxiao shut her eyes, Haunted by the horrific memories of her parents' demise and her sister's agony, her thoughts spiraling into despair. Yuzun tucked her hair aside, exposing her delicate neck, which seemed to radiate an inexplicable allure. The heavy sound of his breath transformed into a sorrowful melody, lingering in the air. Ming Shengxiao sensed the intensity of his desire, a powerful tide crashing upon her. Yet unexpectedly, he merely patted her, drawing back his taut body, his right hand caressing her cold back teasingly. "Get up today. I have no interest." Ming Shengxiao, caught off guard, hastily tightened her bathrobe. Yuzun, his upper body still unbuttoned, picked up a glass of red wine, casually draping a leg over the arm of an Italian leather sofa, the scent of blood rendering him utterly unappealing. "Consider this a debt. I will collect it from you another time." She raised her gaze, quickly retreating upstairs in her slippers. Ming Shengxiao preferred to confront him rather than remain in suspense. Following Yuzun's whims, she was uncertain how long she would be on edge. Since escape was futile, it was better to face the inevitable sooner. Despite her thoughts, time had been saved, and she hurried to change into her clothes before returning downstairs. Seeing her intent to leave without a word, Yuzun stood in her path, extending a brand new phone toward her. She glanced at it, remaining silent as she accepted the device and opened the door, vanishing from his sharp gaze. Yuzun approached the piano, his long fingers gliding over the keys, while the reflections in the wine glass captured his fierce and ruthless countenance. Ming Shengxiao hurried back to school, and from the school gate to the lecture hall, she was met with whispers and pointed fingers. "Look, it's her. She's the one who harmed Teacher Tao. She's not even that pretty." Shengxiao refrained from retorting. Upon reaching the entrance of the lecture hall, she found it deserted and rushed inside. Hearing the commotion, Shu Tian quickly got up and exclaimed, "Shengxiao, you're finally back. I couldn't reach you on the phone. Hurry, your sister's been taken to the hospital." Ming Shengxiao was pulled along by her, stumbling into a taxi. Noticing Shengxiao's dazed expression, Shu Tian inquired, "Did you offend someone? The news is spread everywhere, and I called the police, but no one has come yet." Shu Tian hadn't participated in the competition and had only heard about the events. "How is my sister?" "Don't worry. The person who was outside brought her to the hospital. He said you would return soon and asked me to tell you that your sister is at the first hospital." Ming Shengxiao covered her face with her hands, her eyes stinging with tears. She bit down hard on her wrist, hastily turning her face away from the window as the tears began to flow. She had never intended to offend anyone, let alone someone as influential as Yuzun. When she found the hospital room, Ming Shengxiao was already bandaged, lying lifelessly on the bed. The cold drip was flowing into her slender veins, and the broken wheelchair lay on the side, a sight that made Ming Shengxiao's heart ache even more. She approached the bed quietly and pushed aside the hair from Ming Shengxiao's forehead. "Shu Tian, do you know which hospital Teacher Tao is in?" "I don't know. I just asked at the front desk, and she's not here." Ming Shengxiao pulled a chair closer to sit by the bed, while Shu Tian insisted on staying with her. The two of them leaned by the bedside throughout the night. As dawn broke, Shangxi awoke, and fortunately, there were no serious injuries. When Ming Shengxiao and Shu Tian returned to school, they learned that Tao Chun had vanished. The news spread like wildfire across the campus. It was as if Tao Chun had evaporated. He had only sent a resignation email that morning, and by the time the school authorities came looking for him, he was already gone. Upon entering the dormitory, they found Su Ai seated at the computer in her pajamas, seemingly waiting for their return. Shengxiao grabbed some clothes to take a shower, but Su Ai stood up and faced her, a smirk playing on her lips as she coldly remarked, "Shameless." "Who are you calling shameless?" Before Ming Shengxiao could respond, Shu Tian stepped in. "I'm saying she's shameless. She looks so poor yet insists on attending an elite school. Who doesn't he know about yesterday's incident?" "Shengxiao, you're something else. Yuzun is not someone you can provoke." With a loud slap, the first to be taken aback was Su Ai, who hadn't seen it coming. "Shu Tian, are you out of your mind?" Ming Shengxiao was also stunned. She hadn't expected Shu Tian to react so violently over Su Ai's words. "You're the one who's sick. You're such a mouthy person. If I don't hit you, I'll be able to sleep tonight." Soon, they were in a scuffle, and their roommate, Li Li, tried to pull Shu Tian back. Seeing Xu Tian in trouble, Ming Shengxiao couldn't dissuade them. So she joined in. Ultimately, the ruckus caught the attention of the school authorities, and all four were taken into the office. After a stern reprimand, Director Wang finally released them. As Ming Shengxiao reached the door, she was called back by Director Wang. Her heart sank with a sense of unease. Approaching his desk, Director Wang brewed a cup of tea and, after a long silence, finally spoke. Ming Shengxiao, the quota for the Paris Music Festival has been confirmed. You should start preparing in the coming days. Her head, which had been lowered, lifted in joy, though uncertainty clouded her voice. Me? Yes. Ming Shengxiao's lips curved into a faint smile, but it was quickly dampened by Director Wang's next words. Your performance has been commendable, but the school is primarily an academic institution. Incidents like yesterday's. He shook his head, sipping from his cup. I heard Teacher Tao's hand is broken. What a pity. A bright future wasted just like that. She bit her lip, burying her head once more. Her eyes began to sting again, and an indescribable sorrow crept through her chest, as if her opportunity today was built upon Tao Chen's tremendous suffering, as if he had sacrificed himself for her success. All right, just put in the effort and try to win a prize this time. You may leave now. Ming Shengxiao tried her best to gather information about Tao Chen, but it was as if he had never existed. He had completely vanished. Every day, she could be seen diligently practicing piano in the practice rooms of the Wall Music Academy. On the day of the music festival, she boarded the plane alone, refusing anyone's offer to see her off. For all these days, her phone had remained silent. It was as if Yuzun had forgotten her existence altogether. Ming Shengxiao secretly relieved herself, thinking it might all just be a dream that had passed. The music festival lasted 3 days, drawing crowds from around the globe to the National Music Academy of France, all vying for the highest honor, each aspiring for a moment of fame that would catapult them into the international spotlight as renowned musicians. Ming Shengxiao had anticipated encountering Yan Zhanqing and Su Rou in this foreign land. In Chapter 15, when she bumped into Yan Zhanqing, he was momentarily taken aback. He hadn't expected the Wall Music Academy to allow someone with no background like Ming Shengxiao to compete. Then it clicked for him. Oh, we've met before. Su Rou leaned against the man, her voice sweet as honey. Remember? Last time at UU. Who would have thought we'd meet again here? She extended her hand, but Ming Shengxiao showed no intention of reciprocating. In front of Yan Zhanqing, she felt dwarfed by Su Rou. The man noticed this and felt an inexplicable anger swelling within him. He pulled Su Rou's hand back, saying, "Don't associate with people like her. You might get led astray." With that, he wrapped his arm around his companion and strode away. The disdain in his tone was unmistakable, and as they brushed past, his deep-set gaze lingered on her. Ming Shengxiao was determined to win this competition. In the preliminary round, 12 contestants advanced to the semifinals, from which 6 would move on to the finals. She had been practicing Chopin's concerto, and as she gazed out the window at the brightening sky, she hurriedly packed her belongings to leave the room. Today was the final performance. Outside the concert hall, reporters from around the world gathered. A Chinese journalist recognized her first. Ming Shengxiao was the only one praised by a judge for her exceptional talent. When approached for an interview, she quickly dodged, not wanting to attract too much attention. Ascending to the second floor, she found the corridor empty except for Su Rou. Feeling awkward, she tried to avoid her, but Su Rou was enthusiastic, wearing a simple white gown for her performance. She approached, affectionately taking Ming Shengxiao's hand. I heard from Zhanqing that you play the piano beautifully. By the way, did you know each other before? Ming Shengxiao lowered her gaze. No, really not. Ming Shengxiao avoided Su Rou's gaze and attempted to leave, but Su Rou followed closely, bumping into her shoulder. Although Su Rou feigned innocence, the force of the bump caused Ming Shengxiao to wince slightly. I really don't know him, she snapped, turning to see Yan Zhanqing standing nearby with a dark expression. Ming Shengxiao pretended not to notice and strode toward the concert hall. She felt a slight ache in her shoulder, but dismissed it as inconsequential, believing it wouldn't affect her performance. However, halfway through her piece, a sudden wrong note startled her, causing even the judges who had previously supported her to murmur among themselves. If the evaluation were based solely on the first half of her performance, she would undoubtedly have clinched the trophy. Her arm, from shoulder to fingertips, began to feel numb, and several keys produced incorrect notes due to her suddenly stiffened joints. This piece, which she could play effortlessly with her eyes closed, was now slipping from her grasp. In the audience, Su Ro sat in the front row, with Yin Zhanqing behind her. He clearly did not believe that Ming Shengxiao would embarrass herself today. Although she began to feel panic, she resolutely persevered, striving to play until the very end. Ming Shengxiao noticed that Su Ro's lips still curled with a delicate sweetness. Yet this facade was too enchanting, too beguiling. The earlier gentle collision in the hallway was evidently a premeditated maneuver. By the time Ming Shengxiao finished her performance, she was drenched in sweat. She rose to bow, treating it as her own curtain call, leaving behind a determined silhouette for all to see as she resolutely exited the concert hall. The tears in her eyes were held back. By the time she disembarked from the plane, the events in Paris had long been broadcast live, so no one from the school was there to greet her. Ming Shengxiao pulled her suitcase forward, tears cascading down her cheeks. Everything became a blur, yet reality remained. Tao Chun had lost a hand and was missing. Her sister had suffered a grievous injury, all in an effort to secure that singular opportunity for her. She stepped outside, set down her luggage, and finally cried out loud on the roadside. She bore an indescribable sorrow. Her hand had regained sensation, intact as before, but who could she confide in? Who would not dismiss her feelings as mere excuses? The phone in her bag rang, and she wiped her tears, retrieving her phone, which displayed Yuzun. Ming Shengxiao hesitated, yet ultimately severed the call. On the other end, the man moved the phone away from his ear, his thin lips pressed together, the tip of his tongue lightly resting at the corner of his mouth. He squinted upon hearing the dial tone. How dare she hang up on him? Yuzun's expression swiftly darkened. When Shu Tian arrived at the airport, she found Ming Shengxiao sitting dazedly by the roadside. Without a word, she picked up her suitcase and hailed a cab. Upon returning to school, a barrage of cold jeers and sarcasm awaited her. The teachers offered no reprimand, as achieving such success in Paris was already a first for the school. Ming Xiangxi had been discharged from the hospital, and Shengxiao insisted on escorting her to the rehabilitation center. As long as there remained a glimmer of hope, she would do everything to help her sister stand again. However, the exorbitant treatment costs required Ming Shengxiao to earn every single penny. She never passed up any opportunity for part-time work. She avoided Yuzun, yet overlooked the fact that the elite circles were quite small. As long as she sought to make money, a fateful encounter was inevitable. The woman in the Man-S company was not Su Aya. She appeared youthful, radiating an aura of innocence. After finishing her performance, Ming Shengxiao was instructed by the organizer to retrieve her payment from the suite on the top floor. 600 for one night, a tempting offer. Standing outside the suite door, she noted the sophisticated security measures. Cameras were positioned in every direction along the corridor, ensuring her safety. She knocked thrice, and the door swung open. Inside, the room was brightly lit, the brilliance of crystal illuminating the entrance. Stealing her nerves, she stepped inside. "Excuse me." The vast suite was dominated by a grand black piano, its exquisite craftsmanship evident. The room had two windows wide open, the curtains brushing the floor, the outside starry sky bleak and desolate. The entire suite felt as though it loomed over dozens of floors, cold and foreboding. "Excuse me." Suddenly, the piano erupted with sound, a smooth yet lonely melody flowing forth as the man withdrew his fingers and slowly rose. Her almond-shaped eyes widened in shock, and as she turned to leave, the door behind her slammed shut. Ming Shengxiao froze, her legs feeling as though they were filled with lead. Her spine stiffened by a chilling breeze. Yuzun held a goblet delicately between his fingers, his other hand casually tucked into his pocket. With each leisurely step he took, the wine in the glass swirled in deepening shades of crimson. Chapter 16, Are You Forgetting Something? She stood her ground, turning to face the man. "Yes, I came for the money, 600. Yuzun casually withdrew a wad of cash from his wallet and extended it toward her. Ming Shengxiao gazed at him, hesitating to reach out. "Don't you want the money?" "I changed my mind." My friend is waiting for me downstairs. I need to go. Don't. Yuzun stepped closer, his hand gripping her shoulder. Her delicate frame felt fragile beneath his grasp. We haven't had a proper conversation yet. She wanted to say there was nothing to discuss. Is your sister all right? Ming Shengxiao attempted to break free, but his grip was too strong, forcing her to relent. She is fine. A wave of discomfort washed over her, and then she suddenly recalled something. Do you know where Teacher Tao is? The one who lost his hand? She glared at Yuzun, but he simply smirked, his smile wicked. He's not my concern. Why should I care? Ming Shengxiao looked up, catching glimpses of the turmoil beneath Yuzun's composed facade. Yet, his downfall was a consequence of her actions. Wrong. Yuzun's gaze arched in a disdainful manner as he cruelly replied. You ought to know that if you hadn't been so ungrateful, your sister and he could have avoided this fate. But I owe you nothing. Ming Shengxiao. He pronounced her full name with a tone that was both precise and menacing. I possess more power, influence, and wealth than you can fathom. It would be easier to toy with you than to crush an ant, yet you choose not to believe it. I have encountered many women like you, and in the end, they willingly deliver themselves to me. Today, I have taken an interest in you. If you submit, all will be well. But should you seek my favor later, you will only diminish your worth. She was left speechless, her desire for independence thwarted. The Paris Music Festival gave you an opportunity, yet you returned empty-handed. He paid no mind to her pain, continuing to rub salt into her wounds. That male teacher's hand? It's severed. Ming Shengxiao felt a sharp sting in her eyes, her vision blurring with tears. Sensing the moment was ripe, Yuzun casually offered her his wine glass. Have a drink. Ming Shengxiao, trusting, accepted the glass, hoping to soothe her bitterness, and downed it in one go. The man's lips curled into a smile, the depths of his eyes revealing predatory intent, his features softening into a sinister grin. She drank too hastily, nearly choking. Delicious, isn't it? Ming Shengxiao swallowed the entire glass without taking the time to savor it, returning the glass to Yuzun and attempting to turn away. Hey, this time, he did not impede her, but merely kindly reminded her, you didn't even ask and just drank someone else's wine? Only then did she realize the gravity of her oversight, her eyes widening in alarm as she glared at the man behind her. Aren't you afraid I might have poisoned it? You're too high on your own esteem. I can indeed commit acts of indiscretion, he replied, setting the glass aside. Let me tell you, I did put something in that drink. Shock registered on her face as she spun to leave. Her arm was yanked back forcefully. Ming Shengxiao felt a surge of panic. She pushed against Yuzun with all her might and sprinted toward the exit. Just as her palm grazed the door, her legs weakened beneath her. She collapsed to the ground, one hand reaching for the doorknob, but her body felt utterly drained, devoid of strength to rise. Yuzun loomed over her like a hunter closing in on prey, his towering figure casting a shadow over the crumpled form of Ming Shengxiao. As he approached, the silhouette on the door stretched longer, and he crouched down to meet her gaze. Can you feel it? You need not go to such lengths. Ming Shengxiao steadied herself, proclaiming, I'm right here. I can't run away. His gaze shifted to her hands, which were hidden behind her. Ming Shengxiao sensed his scrutiny, her heart racing as she attempted to conceal her actions. But the man swiftly reached out, seizing her wrist and revealing her hidden intentions. On her phone, she had just dialed Shu Tian's number, yet had not pressed call. Playing such games with me? You really should consider your own position. You're rather inexperienced. Yuzun seized her phone. Ming Shengxiao gripped it tightly, but ultimately fell short. He stood, enveloping her in his embrace. Ming Shengxiao had an inkling of the substance he had slipped into her drink. Waves of heat surged within her, each pulse of agony becoming unbearable, rendering her defenseless. Yuzun guided her to the grand piano, and as he set her down, she nearly lost her balance, but her hands instinctively grasped the piano frame for support. Look, the man drew back all the curtains in the room. He returned to Shengxiao's side, his chest pressing against her back, his lips whispering provocatively in her ear. From here, can you see the cloud sky building across? From there, every move we make is clearly visible to others. You, she bit her lip, forcefully swallowing the word pervert. Let me see where to begin. Yuzun pulled her up. Let us start by removing your clothes. His left hand deftly landed on the buttons of Shengxiao's shirt, his fingertips gliding over her delicate skin, which felt cool to the touch, causing her to shudder involuntarily. After unfastening the top 3 buttons, he halted his movements, his large hand grasping Shengxiao's chin. Her cheeks flushed crimson, and a fine sheen of sweat began to bead on her forehead. The seductive medicine indeed proved effective. Ming Shengxiao squinted her eyes, her gaze deep and bewildered, unaware that such a demeanor was enough to entice every man. Yuzun felt a tightness throughout his body and bent down to bury his handsome face in her neck. His fervent kiss landed precisely on her sensitive spot, and Shengxiao was engulfed in excruciating pain, her hands instinctively wrapping around the robust back of the man. This fullness felt insufficient to fill the void she experienced at that moment. This potion was potent. She thought, tonight it was impossible to escape calamity. She had no mind to think of anything else. Since Yuzun desired her, as long as he wanted her, she lacked the confidence to flee. She nestled tightly in the man's embrace, once more pressed against the piano. Chapter 17. The woman he desired Yuzun had never lost in his pursuits. What he sought was merely the thrill of conquest. His hand that had been resting on the back of Shengxiao's neck was withdrawn at the right moment. Just bear with it. The effects of the drug will pass. If it becomes unbearable, you may step outside. There are plenty willing to serve you out there. With that, he stepped away to the liquor cabinet. Shengxiao lay her side against the piano, straining to open her eyes. Barely able to see the dazzling platinum cufflink on the man's sleeve, a testament to Yuzun's lofty status, far beyond reach. Meanwhile, she appeared utterly disheveled, her state one of degradation. At that moment, the door to the room swung open. "Zun, I've been looking for you." The woman who entered was a companion brought by Yuzun. Though young, she exuded an intoxicating charm. Her gaze swept through the room before finally settling on Ming Shengxiao. It was evident that Shengxiao was disheveled, her right shoulder exposed, breathing rapidly, unable to rise from the piano. The woman's glamorous face fell, her expression filled with fury. She strode forward, seizing a glass of wine and splashing its contents across Shengxiao's face. Shameless. Yuzun did not expect her to act so swiftly. He took a sip of wine, his anger simmering beneath the surface. He grabbed his coat from the side and exited without looking back. "Zun, wait for me." Seeing this, the woman slammed the wine glass down in front of Shengxiao. "Don't even think about seducing him. He is mine." With that, she hurried after him. Still so naive, how could one claim possession over such a man? The woman chased after Yuzun, finally catching up. "Zun!" She reached out, entwining her arms around his. Yuzun halted, his gaze sweeping over her, the shadow of his expression causing her to freeze in place. A look she had never seen before. Feeling aggrieved, she exclaimed, "Zun, let go." His gaze lowered, falling upon her hands. The woman tried to cling again, but was rendered speechless by the intensity of his stare, reluctantly releasing her grip. Ming Shengxiao wiped the wine from her face. Compared to such humiliation, her bodily changes were 100 times more distressing. She felt anxious and restless, facing an insatiable void, unsure how to confront or endure it. An hour later, the suite door finally opened. Ming Shengxiao leaned against the wall, soaked to the skin, as if she had fallen ill, relying on the wall to support herself. Once on the street, the biting cold wind seeped into her collar, chilling her to the bone. She sat on the ground, staring blankly at the vehicles passing by. Everyone has a home. After work, tired, they can return. In the rush of life, no matter the grievances faced outside, at least there is a home to return to. Suddenly, she felt warmth on her shoulder. Ming Shengxiao looked up, and upon recognizing the visitor, hastily pushed him away. "I can't afford to provoke you. Leave me alone." Yin Zhanxing draped his coat over her, ignoring her protests, firmly wrapping his arm around her shoulder, using his other hand to press her head against his shoulder. If only this shoulder were hers, but alas, it was not. No matter how warm and sturdy, it did not belong to Ming Shengxiao. She thought Yin Zhanxing would taunt her again, yet the man remained surprisingly calm, holding her close, even willing to sit on the street with her. Ming Shengxiao pushed him several times, but he remained unmoved. "Aren't you afraid Su Ro will see?" She felt the strength on her shoulder stiffen momentarily. She pushed again, quickly retreating her body. The melodious sound of a piano filled the air, and Yin Zhanqing's phone gleamed through his suit pocket. Yet his eyes remained fixed on Ming Shengxiao, showing no intention of answering. She, however, could not afford to waste time and stood to leave. The man grasped her wrist again, and Ming Shengxiao turned around. He remained seated on the ground, clad in pure white, exuding nobility. Are you really planning to allow him to keep you? She opened her mouth, but words failed her. The cold wind brushed her face, and after a long pause, she finally spoke. This is none of your business. Ming Shengxiao struggled, but Yin Zhanqing's grip tightened. Don't ruin yourself. If you need money, just tell me. In your hands, I will be ruining myself just the same. Ming Shengxiao grasped his hand, attempting to pull away. Yin Zhanqing stood, his towering figure blocking the moonlight. You know it's not true, Shengxiao. Don't deceive yourself. I don't believe you can completely disregard what has happened between us. The facade of calm that Ming Shengxiao had meticulously maintained shattered as she allowed the man to draw near, yet an insurmountable chasm lay between them, an undeniable truth. Yin Zhanqing, see clearly, I am Ming Shengxiao, the one you insisted I acknowledge as a mistress, not Su-ro. She nearly screamed with all her might. Are you drunk again? Unable to see clearly? No, I see quite clearly. Yin Zhanqing forcefully pulled her into his embrace. Sorry. Last time, seeing you in that situation made me lose my mind. In Yin Zhanqing's eyes, he could hardly distinguish between Su-ro and Ming Shengxiao, feeling lost in a complex whirlwind of emotions. Meanwhile, she wished to sever ties with them both. She understood all too well that even if she escaped Yuzun, Yin Zhanqing would be another shackle. Ming Shengxiao pushed against him. Mr. Yin, please don't. Her tone reverted to one of unfamiliarity. Don't call me that damn Mr. Yin. Yin Zhanqing lowered his head to kiss her, his lips grazing her mouth's corner, aiming to delve deeper. Ming Shengxiao, filled with shame, instinctively bit down. The man doubled over in pain, covering his mouth. Seizing the opportunity, she turned to flee, but was grabbed again by Yin Zhanqing. You dare claim you never had feelings for me back then? I'm not a fool. You wouldn't be indifferent. Ming Shengxiao found herself trapped in his firm grip, unable to move. Her gaze met his, calm as water. You have Su-ro, don't you? I'm not a fool either, a man with another woman in his heart. How can you guarantee that one day, should she call or speak, you want to cast me aside? Yin Zhanqing, no one wishes to be the one waiting in the shadows. Let me go. Chapter 18. This time, Ming Shengxiao easily shook him off and, taking advantage of his momentary surprise, turned and strode away. From the beginning until now, her thoughts remained simple. Complete her studies smoothly, earn enough money to heal her sister's leg. Ming Shengxiao walked along the street. By now, the night had deepened. The dark sky, resembling ink, spilled across an endless expanse. She lowered her head, counting her steps, inadvertently hearing a familiar voice nearby. Ming Shengxiao looked up and saw a bar where a woman in a short skirt was entangled with several men at the entrance. I must return. Sister-in-law, why go back? Your school has no classes. The woman appeared to be heavily intoxicated, swaying unsteadily, while a tall man behind her hurriedly wrapped his arms around her waist. All right, everyone disperse, it's late enough. Ming Shengxiao stepped closer just as the woman turned her head from resting on the man's shoulder, and to her surprise, it was Shu Tian. Shu Tian. Ming Shengxiao initially thought she was being harassed, but upon her approach, the other men became exuberant, exclaiming, Look, a beauty. I told you tonight wouldn't he be lonely. Shu Tian pushed away the man beside her, her expression revealing embarrassment. She walked up and linked her arm with Ming Shengxiao, turning her back to the crowd. How did you end up here? That is a question I should be asking you. Ming Shengxiao cast a sidelong glance at the few men a few steps away. You should go back. At Huar Music Academy, only Shu Tian was her closest friend. Ming Shengxiao was unaware of her background, assuming she was just another pampered young lady. Sister-in-law, is this your friend? Let's take her along for some fun. Get lost. Shu Tian forcefully pushed away the hand that was about to touch Ming Shengxiao. Try touching her, and I want to be polite. The tall man from earlier approached, dressed in beige casuals, looking youthful, yet carrying an inexplicable sense of weariness. Everyone, shut your mouths. As his words fell, the surroundings fell silent. Shu Tian, let us go back. She nudged Ming Shengxiao. I'll find you tomorrow. As the man wrapped his arm around her shoulders and began to leave, Shu Tian hesitated, pulling Ming Shengxiao's hand and escorting her to the roadside, waiting until she got a taxi before she felt at ease to depart. It was nearly noon the next day when Shu Tian returned. Her attire changed, yet she bore no difference from the familiar appearance Ming Shengxiao knew. In their dormitory, it was just the two of them, recalling the events of the previous night. Neither spoke. Shu Tian sat at the edge of the bed for a long time before finally saying, Shengxiao, you must have always thought I was like Su Ai and the others, but in truth, I am less than anyone. The man you saw last night is my boyfriend. To be precise, I'm also being kept. At first, I agreed to be with him to gain admission to this school. I truly had no idea. My parents are ordinary workers. To attend Huar, their meager salary is simply insufficient. My mother's only hope is for me to get into Huar, to prove herself and hold her head high in front of those relatives who look down on us. As Shu Tian spoke, she lowered her head deeply, contemplating the sacrifices needed to lift it again. Ming Shengxiao wanted to ask if it was worth it, but suddenly recalled her own situation. Was she not in a similar predicament? Worthiness was an immeasurable concept. So, do you love him? At first, I didn't love him, but now. Shu Tian's lips curved slightly. I truly believe in love that grows over time. I love him very much. Then that is good. Ming Shengxiao smiled in response. Shu Tian continued. In fact, he is just a small-time thug, having navigated through Baisha City for many years to reach his current status. You know, my initial tuition fees were extorted from him. A bitter expression crossed her face. Even though she had fallen in love now, it could not erase her original intentions, especially since he lived in such a dark and unsavory environment. Ming Shengxiao's mood sank alongside Shu Tian's, and with closed eyes, she found herself recalling the stark, imposing face of Yuzun. Many times, they had no choices, yet were forced to face the consequences of others' decisions. Ming Shengxiao felt grateful that the school had provided her with substantial assistance. At least she could earn back her tuition through numerous performances. This weekend, the school had arranged for her to perform at Qingyu Hotel for 2 hours with a remuneration of 800. Su Ai, having lost Yuzun's favor, placed all the blame on Ming Shengxiao, handing her an invitation. Here, take this. Accustomed to her provocations, Ming Shengxiao paid no heed, focusing on the sheet music in her hands. Cut the act, Ming Shengxiao. Do you think I don't know? The event at Qingyu Hotel is organized by my father. It's our company's anniversary celebration. Su Ai threw the invitation at her. Upon hearing this, Ming Shengxiao picked up the invitation and, as her fingers brushed against it, she inadvertently opened it, suddenly noticing the words Aixiang Real Estate Company written in small print. Ming Shengxiao gripped the edge of the invitation tightly, her eyes widening. Within the warm dormitory, she felt as if she had plunged into an abyss of cold. No matter how hard she tried, she could not climb back up. Seeing her change in expression, Su Ai noticed beads of sweat forming on her forehead, rolling down her small face and dampening her hairline, which looked as if it had just been washed. Hey, what's wrong with you? In a moment of distraction, the fire in Ming Shengxiao's eyes suddenly extinguished. She opened her mouth but found herself hoarse, unable to utter a sound. Have you lost your voice? She tightly shut her eyes, exerting great effort to regain her composure. Aixiang Real Estate. Is that your father's company? Yes. Su Ai replied arrogantly. Have you heard of it? Had she heard of it? Not only had she heard of it, but she also remembered that among the few families who suffered along with them, the only information they managed to gather was about Aixiang Real Estate. After the demolition, the area was to be developed into commercial properties, with this company as the developer. Have you heard of Jinliao Community? Ming Shengxiao looked up, a glint of cold light flashing in her eyes as she fixed her gaze on Su Ai, slowly rising to her feet. Su Ai felt as if her very soul was ensnared, her feet rooted to the ground, and although she was terrified, She found herself unable to retreat. Have you heard? She asked again. Of course I have. Su Ai finally averted her eyes with difficulty. That wretched community nearly caused my family to go bankrupt. A bunch of poor souls clinging on and refusing to move. Ming Shengxiao's mind conjured images of that devastating fire, the agonizing screams merging into a cacophony that overwhelmed her, prompting her to close her eyes once more. Observing this, Suaya frowned in confusion. Why do you ask? Could it be? No. Ming Shengxiao raised the invitation. I was merely asking casually. Thank you for the invitation. With that, she turned and walked out, fearing that if she lingered any longer, she might lose her sanity. At the rehabilitation hospital, when Ming Shengxiao arrived, Xiangxi had just finished training and was fast asleep. She found a chair and sat beside her sister's bed, remaining silent for a long while with her head bowed. Sunlight poured overhead, yet it provided no warmth to her. She held on to one of Xiangxi's hands, her voice barely above a whisper, "Sister, I found a company." Her throat tightened, and she struggled to speak through her tears. This weekend, Aishang is holding an anniversary celebration at Qingyu Hotel. Sister, how can they celebrate? What about Mom and Dad? What about us? To avoid waking Xiangxi, she buried her face in the blanket. I don't know what to do, knowing full well that fire wasn't an accident. On the bed, Xiangxi, who had seemed to be sleeping soundly, suddenly opened her eyes. When she saw Ming Shengxiao looking up, she discreetly closed her eyes again. After the devastating blow, Aishang Company, already small in scale, nearly collapsed. Ming Shengxiao still went. She wanted to see what kind of facade that man wore. Xiangxi followed her, holding the invitation that had fallen beside her bed. This anniversary celebration invited many influential figures from society. Ming Shengxiao sat before the piano, playing notes that fell hollow and unremarkable to her. After a series of speeches, she met the owner of Aishang, Sun Yan. After the performance, she saw Sun Yan take a phone call and walk outside. Ming Shengxiao hurriedly followed him. The man entered the elevator, and she was unable to catch up in time, only noticing it was going to the 25th floor, the top floor. Impatiently, she pressed the button, and, as the elevator beside her opened, she quickly stepped inside. Ming Shengxiao felt a tumult of emotions within her, an inexplicable sentiment that left her uneasy. Her hands, hanging by her pant legs, clenched and unclenched repeatedly, the palms slick with perspiration. Upon reaching the top floor, she pushed open the door, revealing the rooftop. She thought with a fervent desire of pushing Sun Yan off the ledge. A cold wind whipped past her, scattering the carefully styled hair she had prepared for the performance, while the dust on the rooftop enveloped her like a thin mist, blurring her vision. Shielding her face with her hands, she found no trace of Sun Yan, despite having seen him ascend moments earlier. At the edge of the rooftop, a figure appeared as if conjured from thin air. Approaching in confusion, she confirmed, "Sister, what are you doing here?" Ming Shengxiao turned her wheelchair to face her, her legs limply draped over the side. With a vacant stare, yet an unexpectedly calm tone, she uttered, "Shengxiao, I killed someone." A shiver ran through her. "Sister, what nonsense are you talking about? I killed the murderer of our parents." The ferocity in Ming Shengxiao's eyes was something Shengxiao had never witnessed before. As she drew closer, the sound from below became clearer, echoing ominously. Leaning against the railing, she hesitated to look down. "Sister," Ming Shengxiao seemed to regain her senses, fear dawning upon her. She covered her face with her hands and sobbed. At that moment, I didn't think. I only sought revenge. "Shengxiao, what should I do? I don't want to go to prison. I don't want to die." Weakness overtook Shengxiao, her right hand bracing against the wall as she cast her gaze downward. Despite being on the 25th floor, she could hear Su Aya's heart-wrenching cries, the crowd gathering below, and the shocking sight of Sun Yan's blood splattered on the ground, nearly blinding her. Xiangxi, in a frenzy, clutched her own hair, exclaiming, "I'm already half dead. What about you? You are the hope of our family. I cannot bear to see you ruined." "Sister," Shengxiao embraced Xiangxi tightly, tears streaming down her face as she confessed, "I cannot continue living with this guilt. I can never make amends for the hurt I've caused you. Please, let me go. I can't bear the weight of this remorse any longer. Shangxi clutched her back, replying, "It's my fault. I shouldn't have acted so impulsively." The police soon arrived on the 25th floor, witnessing the two sisters clinging to one another. An officer approached, demanding, "Who is Ming Shengxiao?" "I am," Shengxiao answered promptly, only to have handcuffs slapped around her wrists. "Please, take my sister back to the hospital." "Shengxiao." Shangxi halted, her hands falling to her sides without turning back. "Sister, forgive me for leaving you alone." As Shengxiao was escorted down the stairs, she caught sight of the bloodstains at the entrance, where Su Aya knelt, seemingly drained of her spirit, while Sun Yin was loaded into an ambulance. Everyone knew that falling from such a height left no chance for survival. As she gazed at the blood, she questioned herself. If she had been in Xiangxi's position, would she have pushed Sun Yin as well? Su Aya, in a fit of rage, lunged at her, seizing her collar and striking her. Shengxiao closed her eyes. The pain she felt paled in comparison to the agony of losing their parents. Blood trickled from her nose as Aya yanked her hair. "You owe me my father. You owe me. Mo Shengxiao, go die, just die." Chapter 20 unfolded with her staggering forward, unsteady on her feet, inadvertently colliding with someone. Kneeling before them, she noticed they made no effort to assist her. Enduring the pain, she rose, unaccustomed to the touch of others. Her hair stained with blood, her clothes torn by Su Aya. She felt utterly disheveled. Lifting her head, she was startled to find the man before her was Yuzun. What an utterly disgraceful sight she must have presented. Yuzun observed her with a cold demeanor as the police led her to a patrol car. Even in her fallen state, she knew he possessed the power to save her, yet she could not summon the words to plead for help. What kind of woman was she? That night, she was informed that Sun Yin had succumbed to his injuries. The prospect of facing death or life imprisonment loomed over her, casting a shadow over her existence. She was unaware that Yuzun had leveraged his connections, confining her alongside robbers and murderers, demanding they take good care of her. The following day, Xiangxi arrived at the police station to visit. Upon seeing Shengxiao, she wept uncontrollably. In just one night, Shengxiao had lost significant weight, her eyes sunken, her expression weary. "Sister, why are you here?" she croaked, her voice hoarse. "Shengxiao." Through the iron bars, Xiangxi could not grasp her sister's hand, her eyes swollen from weeping. It was Yu Xiao who arranged for me to come." "Yu Xiao?" Shengxiao echoed. Xiangxi hesitated, her hands twisting nervously. After a long pause, she ventured, "You must agree to whatever he proposes, please, sister." "Agree to what?" Shengxiao feigned ignorance, the bitterness within her swelling. "Just what he mentioned before." Xiangxi's eyes were red with tears as she continued, "We have no other options. Living is better than dying. Shengxiao, do you truly wish to spend your life in this iron cage?" "Sister." Shengxiao's lips trembled, her hands gripping the bars tightly, her expression pained. "I just feel too ashamed to face our parents. If I end up like that, so filthy, how could I ever meet them again?" "Shengxiao," Xiangxi sobbed, "our parents would forgive us, as long as you are alive." Seeing her sister's head hung low, Xiangxi's anxiety surged. She pounded her legs with her fists, exclaiming, "It wasn't you who killed him, it was me. I pushed him off the ledge." "Sister," Shengxiao cried, springing from her seat, "I promise. I promise you. I'll agree." Her words trailed off into a whisper as the police outside heard the commotion and entered, admonishing, "What is all this noise? Time us up. Let us go." Xiangxi, in her wheelchair, was pushed out by the officers, still hoping to take the blame for her sister. The high railing made it clear that only someone capable of standing could have pushed him down, yet they failed to see their own situation. Shengxiao remained lost in thought, absorbing the reality but not fully grasping its implications. After just one night, she could no longer bear to stay. Xiangxi's eyes flickered with anxiety as she gripped the sides of her wheelchair tightly. Shengxiao had not anticipated how easily Yuzun could manipulate the situation. A case that should have been a clear murder transformed into an accident of Sun Yin slipping from the ledge. Such power wielded so casually, it was no wonder their parents, in their search for justice, had ultimately received only a meager compensation. As Shengxiao exited the police station, her spirit was utterly crushed. Life and death, it seemed, were merely a word apart. The sunlight outside felt brighter than within, the air infused with the scent of freedom. A faint smile graced her lips. Yet, dread crept in. If she were to face Sing, would she ever again experience such freshness? She nearly forgot about Xiangxi and what lay ahead for her. As Shengxiao approached the door, she raised her gaze to behold a Koenigsegg CCXR flamboyantly parked before her, a vehicle aptly nicknamed the Phantom Car, much like its owner. Exuding a unicoha. She stepped forward, finding the car door ajar. The man seated within had one long leg, draped casually over the side, his right hand nonchalantly resting on the window, while the other held a cigar delicately between his fingertips. Yuzun's index finger, adorned with a dragon motif, was particularly captivating. He flicked the cigar with an air of elegance. At that moment, Shengxiao understood that the man would not let her go easily. Yuzun set the cigar aside, seemingly more enthralled by its aroma than its smoke. Shengxiao tugged at the crumpled edge of her clothing and approached the car, noticing her reluctance to enter. He smirked mockingly, urging her to hurry. After all, he mused, with such a disheveled appearance, it would take her an eternity to clean up, and he was growing impatient. Shengxiao's expression remained cold as she slipped into the car. You wouldn't be like this in bed, would you? Yuzun ignited the engine, his alluring profile revealing a mischievous intent. I prefer things to be a bit more lively. I wonder what your muffled cries would sound like. Turning her face away to gaze out the window, she felt a flush creep up her neck. The royal impression, she recognized it, having witnessed Su Ai's encounter with it when she was courted. This man had brought her here, and in his eyes, everyone seemed interchangeable. Entering the main hall, the piano remained, a chilling reminder that sent shivers through her. Yuzun approached the instrument, his long fingers gliding over the keys as he cut straight to the chase. Are you a virgin? If I weren't, would you simply discard me? How naive of you to think so, he retorted, loosening his tie to reveal the enticing contours of his collarbone. After such an investment, would I truly toss you aside without savoring the experience? Shengxiao's gaze dimmed, an inexplicable frustration brewing within her. If she were indeed not a virgin, would that mean she could sever ties with him after this encounter? Deep down, she had no desire to be kept. Yuzun seemed to perceive her thoughts, a cold smirk tugging at one corner of his mouth. If you aren't, I'll simply enjoy you and pass you along to someone else. As she glared at him, he casually ascended the stairs, reminding her that she was merely a pawn in his game. Shengxiao uttered no words and followed him upstairs. The bed appeared to have been changed. She was unaware of his aversion to sharing the same bed with different women. After bathing for half an hour, she emerged from the misty bathroom, the air heavy with steam. Yuzun remained outside, seemingly patient yet determined. She wondered if he would withdraw at the last moment, as he had on previous occasions. Inside the bedroom, he donned a dark gray bathrobe, the cigarette in his hand untouched, the ember inching closer to his fingers. He seemed lost in thought until her footsteps broke the silence, prompting him to extinguish the cigarette. Draped in a bathrobe, her hair still dripping, Shengxiao felt her slender form dwarfed by the oversized garment. Observing her, Yuzun frowned and swiftly untied the belt, allowing it to cascade to her ankles. A sudden chill enveloped her, leaving her hands unsure of how to shield her modesty. As he pressed her onto the bed, she realized it was still morning, the curtains wide open, revealing their actions to the world. When he claimed her, she expected to feel a deep sense of shame, yet surprisingly, she remained eerily calm. Yuzun noticed the blood flowing beneath her and exhibited no surprise, lost instead in his own pleasure, his body taut and sculpted, marred only by deep-seated scars that spoke of battles long fought. He seemed to revel in the moment, and as his gaze fell upon her, he observed her wide eyes fixed on him. Do you not feel embarrassed? Not at all, she replied, her eyes unwavering. I do not like closing my eyes. One absurd logic, Yuzun mused, supporting himself on either side of her. As he began to move, their eyes locked once more, and he withdrew momentarily. Are you daring to be bolder? Her gaze followed him. I dare. She had nothing to fear anymore. Very well, he conceded, amusement dancing in his eyes. No woman had ever dared to be so audacious on their first encounter, as they typically found themselves at a disadvantage. Shengxiao, however, remained resolute. Her delicate legs an alluring sight, her slender frame deceptively enticing. Yuzun was taken aback by her boldness. As he drew her closer to the piano once more, he truly took her there, the black and white keys resonating under the pressure, creating a cacophony of dissonance. Shengxiao felt a mixture of confusion and dread, turning her back to him and closing her eyes tightly. After their encounter, Yuzun held her closely, lying on the grand bed. Her fingers, pale and slender, caught his attention, igniting a fresh desire within him. He grasped her fingers and gently bit them, increasing the pressure as she instinctively recoiled. "Are you so anxious about your hands?" Shengxiao was not accustomed to such intimacy, leaning against his chest, inhaling the faint scent of his cologne mingled with tobacco. "From now on, you shall come here every weekend." Shocked, she finally processed his words. "Will I still be able to return to school? After such a significant incident?" "I thought he fell to his death. What does it have to do with you?" Her heart raced with a mixture of excitement and weight. "How did you manage that?" "I thought I had already confessed." "That is of no concern to you," Yuzun replied, rising from the bed, revealing the scars on his back. She struggled to decipher the truth of his identity. "How long do you intend to maintain this relationship?" She caught a hint of mockery in his voice and began to lift her head, only to find her chin firmly held in his grasp. "Are you starting to develop feelings? If I were to discard you, you would kneel before me, and I would not spare you a glance." "Very well," Shengxiao said, extending her right hand. "Then give me money." Yuzun gazed at her fair hand, the lines on her palm distinctly visible. A smirk tugged at the corners of his mouth. "How much do you need?" "The more, the better." When Ming Shengxiao rose, she did not even bother to pull up the blanket to cover herself. She was remarkably composed. The ongoing rehabilitation for Shaanxi required a substantial investment of money. Yuzun retrieved a golden card from the nightstand and extended it towards Ming Shengxiao. She glanced at it briefly before reaching out to accept it. However, he pinched the card between his fingers, evading her grasp. "If you wish to have it, accompany me once more." Chapter 22. Ming Shengxiao truly did not anticipate that she could return to school so unscathed. The events that transpired at Qingyu Hotel felt like a distant dream, and now that she had awakened, the lingering fear remained. This incident should have stirred tumultuous waves. Yet upon her return to school, everything felt remarkably serene. Even though several students who had attended the gathering had witnessed her being taken away by the police, no gossip had spread. Upon entering her dormitory, Shu Qian, wearing a sorrowful expression, immediately brightened upon seeing her. "Ming Shengxiao, where have you been? You have never stayed out overnight before." Ming Shengxiao walked to her bedside, raising her eyes only to find Su Aya's bed and wardrobe empty. "Did you know?" Shu Qian pointed towards the vacant space. "Someone came to collect her belongings early this morning. I heard she has dropped out." "Drop out? Did you not know?" "I heard her father fell to his death. You know how exorbitant the tuition is at Huel Music Academy. They must have been unable to sustain it. With AI Xiong losing its backbone overnight, compounded by previous debts, Su Aya's departure had become an inevitable exit strategy." "Ming Shengxiao, what is wrong with you?" Shu Qian gently nudged her, bringing her back to reality. "Oh, it's nothing." She had always been low-key. Had it not been for her outstanding academic performance, she would have merely been a speck of dust in the corner at Huel. Ming Shengxiao did not expect Yuzun's entrance to remain so ostentatious. The multi-million-dollar Phantom sports car came to a halt at the school gate, attracting a throng of onlookers. The man casually opened the window and leaned back, eyes closed in repose. Upon receiving a call, Ming Shengxiao intended to avoid the crowd, standing a distance away. However, upon witnessing the scene, she contemplated fleeing, wanting to evade him like a plague. Just as her feet were about to move, he opened his eyes, seemingly having anticipated her thoughts, his dark gaze fixed upon her unblinkingly. A sudden rush of guilt flooded her heart as she recalled her current identity, compelling her to approach him with a steely resolve. Many eyes followed her as she approached the vehicle and then got inside. "Oh my, how could it be her? This man, didn't he come to pick up Su Aya before? Don't you think so? Su Aya has dropped out. Could it be related to Ming Shengxiao?" She sat there, feeling like a needle on a cushion, embodying a role she had previously scorned. Ming Shengxiao averted her gaze slightly, closing the window. Yet the man had other intentions. When she attempted to do it herself, Yuzun firmly clasped her small hand in his palm, rendering her immobile. He opened the sunroof, ready to parade through the streets. Ma Shengxiao felt uncomfortable. Despite her best efforts to endure, her face flushed crimson under the scrutiny of the crowd. Yuzuan, however, seemed intent on integrating her into his world, taking her to a place named Desire. It was evidently an establishment of indulgence, the most upscale nightclub in Baisha City. Rumor had it that the owner was a master of charm, though shrouded in mystery and seldom seen. Once Yuzuan exited the vehicle, he wrapped an arm around her waist. Ma Shengxiao curled into herself to avoid pressing too closely against him. He seemed to be a regular here. Upon seeing him, the manager greeted him respectfully. "Young Master Yu, the private room is ready." He glanced at Ma Shengxiao with an ambiguous smile. Considering her attire, she must still be a student, right? Those in the circle were well aware of the man's preferences. Yuzuan smirked. "How can you tell?" The complexion of the face differs significantly from that of someone who has emerged from school. At this remark, Yuzuan's smirk deepened. He drew Ma Shengxiao closer, and she remained still. But he proceeded to wrap his arm around her shoulder, his palm seizing her chin, forcing her face towards the manager. "Isn't it? She has a youthful complexion, yet the body is quite developed. I do favor this type." She had to admit, this man was the most despicable she had ever encountered. "Well then, young Master Yu, enjoy yourself." The manager stepped aside with a smile. Ma Shengxiao was led into the private room, where servers knelt on the floor preparing drinks. However, unlike last time, the servers here donned school uniforms. The head waiter, upon their entrance, gestured towards a female server. "Young Master Yu, what do you think? Are you satisfied? This is our newly hired group of girls. The idea of uniforms was inspired by you." The implication was clear. Yuzuan made Ma Shengxiao sit closely beside him. What novelty could a student find in such a place? Not really. Many guests have recently taken a liking to this. The head waiter beckoned several servers, instructing them to serve attentively. One server, clad in a remarkably short skirt, approached, kneeling down to present a drink before them. A casual glance revealed her black underwear. Ma Shengxiao frowned, and when Yuzuan accepted the drink, the server looked up and their gazes met. She was taken aback to find it was Su Aya, who had recently dropped out. Clearly, Su Aya recognized her as well. Her heavily made-up face made it difficult for Ma Shengxiao to fathom how she had fallen to such depths. Yet Yuzuan remained nonchalant, crossing his legs in an air of indifference. Su Aya's eyes were fixed on Ma Shengxiao, with malice simmering in her gaze. Her hands clenched into fists at her sides, teeth gritted, her eyes nearly aflame. Just as Ma Shengxiao braced herself for a confrontation, expecting Su Aya to lash out, she instead turned and offered her a drink with a demeanor of utmost respect. Her head hung low, obscuring her expression. Ma Shengxiao fell silent and ultimately accepted the drink. Meanwhile, Yuzuan, the man who had once supported Su Aya, remained utterly unmoved throughout the entire exchange. Ma Shengxiao sat quietly, only rising when Yuzuan had his fill of amusement. Upon exiting Desire, the raucous sounds behind them continued to echo, a reminder of the moral decay rampant in such places. As Ma Shengxiao settled into the car, she suddenly sensed something amiss after a short drive. "Where are we going?" The man cast her a sideways glance, as if her question were trivial. "Of course, to Royal Impression." "No." Ma Shengxiao straightened her back, her voice rising in urgency. "You promised me you would let me return to school today. It's almost 9 o'clock, and I have an important exam to attend." Yuzuan's expression darkened significantly upon hearing the word must. "It seems you have forgotten your identity." "I said no, and you shall not go anywhere. I have my own freedom. I must return." She stood her ground, resolute as a bull. Yuzuan's handsome face tightened, fingers tapping lightly on the steering wheel. Ma Shengxiao forcefully unbuckled her seatbelt. "Stop the car. Are you not worried I might harm you?" "Thank you for your restraint. I have nearly met my end at your hands each time." The man abruptly slammed on the brakes, and without the protection of a seatbelt, she collided against the window, her forehead swelling painfully. Yuzuan sneered. "I believe I've only had you once. Where do you get the idea of every time?" Ma Shengxiao did not wish to argue further. She pushed against the car door. "I want to go back." Yuzuan stared at her for a long moment without speaking. Before she could react, he unlocked the door, pressed down on her shoulder, and pushed her out. Chapter 24. Ming Shengxiao was taken by surprise, landing heavily on her legs and tumbling forward. She had not anticipated such treatment from him. Dazed, she forced herself to rise, ignoring the sharp pain from her scraped knee as she dusted herself off. Well, at least it was better than being dragged back to royal impression. Her cascading dark hair obscured half of her face, revealing an exquisitely shaped chin. Shengxiao stood up, yet a profound bitterness welled up within her heart. What was she, to be discarded like refuse? After taking only a few steps with her bag, the sound of an engine roared behind her. Without looking back, she simply made way for the vehicle. Unexpectedly, the car screeched to a halt beside her, the deafening sound of brakes piercing her eardrums. She hurriedly covered her ears and turned her head slightly, only to see Yuzun stepping out of the car, striding confidently towards her. It was only when her arm was seized that she realized her predicament. Struggling, she thought, "What are you doing? I can return on my own." "You wish." The man dragged her, while her feet felt as if they were nailed to the ground. Yuzun nonchalantly freed one hand to wrap around her waist, effortlessly pulling her toward the car door. "You promised me," she protested. "If I say I won't go, then I won't." Still daring to resist? Yuzun narrowed his enchanting peach blossom eyes, the sharpness at their corners extending ominously. Shengxiao sensed the chill creeping into his tone. She knew she shouldn't provoke him further. "Why shouldn't I?" she retorted, lifting her gaze only to catch a fleeting glimpse of menace in his eyes. Before she could regret her defiance, Yuzun had seized her neck with one hand, forcefully pushing her into the car. Shengxiao began to resist fervently, though she understood it was futile. Yuzun, evidently irritated, flung her forward with such force that she slammed against the car window, pain exploding in her forehead. She thought to touch it, only to be shoved inside by Yuzun's powerful hand. She nearly collapsed onto the seat as he advanced upon her. Panic surged within her, and she instinctively elbowed him. But Yuzun was too swift. He pressed down on her shoulder blade, nearly eliciting a cry of pain from her lips. "Have you learned to be disobedient in such a short time?" he mocked. "What do you want?" she demanded. "I've given you what you desire. Yet I have my own life to lead. I'm still a student, and I need to attend classes." "To hell with your classes," Yuzun retorted, tugging at her clothing. "You have quite the nerve, speaking to me like that before Sun Yin's memorial has even passed. If it weren't for me cleaning your mess. Who do you think you are? You're a murderer." As expected, Shengxiao trembled uncontrollably, cold sweat trickling from her hairline. With this revelation alone, she realized she was utterly at Yuzun's mercy. His grip intensified, and in the confined space, she could hear his increasingly heavy breaths. Pressed against the leather seat, she suddenly regretted her decision to live this way. It felt no different than serving a life sentence. "Please, not here. Shut up. If you keep talking, I'll have my way with you right here on the street." "Are you really going to do that?" "Fine, hurry up. I need to get back for class." She steeled herself. The movement behind her hesitated, and she hunched her shoulders as the air inside the car turned frigid. When she insisted on haste, he indeed complied. When he thrust into her, pain nearly overwhelmed her, and she gasped, struggling to breathe to alleviate the searing agony. Her eyes felt swollen and sore, her face grinding against the seat as he continued. Surely, the skin of her cheek was already red. With her parents gone and her sister absent, who would care for her grievances? Today, even if she were to suffer to death here, no one would shed a tear for her. Once the torment ceased, Shengxiao finally caught her breath. Before she could rise, she heard the sound of Yuzun adjusting his clothes behind her. She remained still, and Yuzun approached, gently patting her cheek. "Don't look so miserable. It would be better to cooperate. The more you comply, the less you will suffer." His fingers brushed through her lustrous hair, the touch oddly pleasant. "You helped me once, and I've given you what you wanted." Though she could not see the man's expression, she clearly heard the mocking tone in his voice. "Do you think you're worth that much? In this transaction, I'm the one losing everything." He paused, as if sensing her thoughts. "If you follow me, don't hold on to any illusions of escaping one day. I advise you to give up that notion and swallow your desires." Shengxiao felt desolate. If her life was truly in the hands of such a man, how could she continue to live? "Then tell me, how can I repay what I owe you? Once, 100 times, 1,000 times?" "Slut." Yuzun pressed her head down forcefully. Shengxiao buried her face into the seat, suffocated by the overwhelming sensation. Her hands clenched tightly as tears brimmed in her eyes. I'm a slut, but what does that make you? Got a tough mouth, don't you? Yuzun grasped her hair, pulling her closer. Shengxiao had to brace herself with one hand, her body stretched to its limits. I refuse to believe I cannot dominate a mere woman. Feeling as if her waist might snap, she protested, I agreed to this, but I am not a slut. Is there no day I can repay my debts? What do you intend to do? Yuzun leaned closer, his lips brushing against her ear, his voice dripping with allure. You want to settle this debt, and then find some wild man to live your life? Shut up. You don't think you can hide your past. He sneered. Who would want someone so used? Believe me, if I threw you onto the street right now, no one would even glance in your direction. As Shengxiao arched her back, her neck formed an elegant curve. She closed her eyes, large beads of sweat rolling down her eyelids, scalding her hand. I would be foolish enough to think like that. I just want to finish my studies, and then what? Shengxiao pressed her lips tightly together, wanting to say, then leave you. If not forced, no one would wish to be kept. Though she did not voice it, Yuzun saw through her unspoken thoughts. He smirked coldly, his lips curling like a dark angel. Grasping her hair once more, he flung her out of the car. Get out. She fell heavily, her pants hastily pulled up but not fastened. As Yuzun walked back to the driver's seat, he tossed a parting remark, I told you. If I left you on the street, no one would look at you. Such humiliation. He spoke without a trace of remorse. What kind of demon was he? Chapter 25, Shengxiao painfully fastened her pants as Yuzun carelessly tossed her bag outside, revving the engine before speeding away. It took her a while to rise, her phone ringing incessantly from within her bag. A glance revealed it was the school's landline. After a moment of hesitation, she chose to return the phone to her bag, not answering. Yuzun had abandoned her in a secluded area. After a long wait, a taxi finally appeared. Shengxiao climbed into the back seat. To Huel Music Academy. You're a student there? She nodded. That's impressive. Huel Music Academy is renowned. I've heard that the students there come from wealthy families and excel academically. Shengxiao turned her face towards the window, biting her lip tightly. The sky had darkened, oppressive and boundless, like an inverted black pot. With such a reputation, stepping outside should elicit envy from others. This was precisely why she had once risked everything to attend Huel. The driver continued to chatter, and Shengxiao forced a smile, but eventually, she could no longer maintain the facade and buried her face in her hands. Upon returning to school, the crowd in the lecture hall was just dispersing. The school leaders spotted her and frowned. Shengxiao, what happened to you? I had long warned you that your presence today was imperative. Do not assume that your recent accolades in Paris have elevated you beyond reproach. Teacher, I refuse to entertain any explanations. You were originally scheduled to perform publicly, and now, everything has been ruined. Shengxiao felt a throbbing headache. Lifting her head to reveal a small face, the expression on which was steeped in an air of cold indifference. Her pale complexion, illuminated by the night, exuded a chilling aura that commanded attention. Teacher, she interrupted once more, I was detained by Yu Xiao. He forbade my return. The teacher's mouth opened in surprise, but the words were forcibly swallowed. Yu Xiao. Shengxiao recalled the incident where Xiang Si was injured at school, surrounded by many hypocrites, none of whom offered assistance, watching her sister's life hang by a thread. She nodded slightly, her lips pressed tightly together. In light of this, the teacher's ire was doused, and he conceded, Fine, you may return to your dormitory. The teacher, likely in his 40s, gleaned much from her words, waving dismissively, his face betraying a clear disdain. What is wrong with today's students? As Shengxiao turned away, her eyes were filled with desolation. Indeed, the name of that man held considerable weight. The teacher's reaction was both absurd and comical. The air grew increasingly cool as New Year's approached. The department had decided to host a soiree with ample participation. It had been nearly half a month since Yuzun had contacted her. Shengxiao felt a secret delight. Thus, when Shu Tian proposed a night out for karaoke, she readily accepted. The group lingered at the KTV until late, with friends jokingly commenting on her unexpected enthusiasm for singing, revealing a side of her that was seldom seen. As they strolled forward, arm in arm, They nearly occupied half the street. Suddenly, a car sped towards them, prompting some to hastily release their grips. The driver, a portly man, screeched to a halt, flinging open the side door, from which an arm emerged and forcibly seized Ming Shengxiao, causing her to stumble forward. She was nearly dragged inside the vehicle, but Shu Tian reacted swiftly, grasping her wrist and shouting for help. Ming Shengxiao felt as though her arm might be dislocated from the intense grip. The strangers in the vehicle were unfamiliar to her, and she could only cry out for assistance. "Hurry, stop wasting time," the driver barked. Two men in the back intensified their efforts to pull her in, threatening, "Let go, or I'll take you with her." At that moment, Ming Shengxiao realized they were indeed after her. Taking a breath to steady herself, she urged Shu Tian, "Let go." "No. Damn it." One of the men quickly exited the vehicle, locking his iron grip around Shu Tian's waist while seizing Ming Shengxiao's hair, tossing both into the car. It was only when the door slammed shut that their friends began to react, crying out for help. "What should we do? I didn't catch the license plate." "Call the police." Once inside, they were hooded, the vehicle speeding away to a remote location. They were shoved into a room, and as the hoods were removed, the blinding glare of fluorescent lights nearly blinded them. Ming Shengxiao squinted and demanded, "Who are you? What do you want?" They were merely students, devoid of wealth or influence. Who could they have offended? Ming Shengxiao, "It has been a while. You seem to be living quite well." A familiar female voice echoed from the entrance, and they looked up to see Su Ai entering with a man in his 30s. "It's you," Shu Tian exclaimed. "You reckless fool, you followed them here." "Su Ai, what do you intend to do?" The woman released her grip, dressed provocatively in a short skirt with heels towering at 10 centimeters. Her face was a mask of rage and hatred as she closed the distance to Ming Shengxiao. "What do you think I want?" "Ming Shengxiao, you are responsible for my father's death. I have long sought to settle this score." Shu Tian stood in shock, speechless. "Do not think that being with Yuzun will protect you. If I do not exact vengeance, I am not my parents' child." Su Ai seized Ming Shengxiao by her collar, her untrimmed nails grazing her chin, drawing blood. "If it weren't for you, I would still be living my life at Hua Air. Ming Shengxiao, the law cannot touch you, so I shall take matters into my own hands." "Do you even comprehend the concept of retribution, Su Ai? I recall asking you if you knew Jin Liao community. Who do we hold accountable for the lives lost there? Should your father pay for his transgressions?" Ming Shengxiao shouted, tears threatening to spill. Su Ai's expression hardened, and she struck her, causing Ming Shengxiao to turn her face, the sting searing. "You truly are. Soy Yevikonith." And a man behind her handed her a phone. "I didn't expect Yuzun to smooth over this case for you. I'm now left with nothing, Ming Shengxiao, and I intend to make you repay me for all of it." Su Ai dialed the number and returned the phone to the man behind her. He answered promptly. "Hello, is this Yu Xiao? Who are you?" "Yu Xiao, your woman is currently in our custody." Yuzun interrupted, his voice laced with impatience. "Which woman?" The man froze, glancing at Su Ai, who merely mouthed the name, Ming Shengxiao. "What do you want? Since she is your woman, shouldn't you come here?" The hatred in Su Ai's heart flared even more. She had not anticipated Yuzun's callousness. After all, she had been with him for some time. They both needed to pay for her father's death. Zun. On the other end of the line, a woman's sweet, sultry voice chimed in, followed by Yuzun's icy rejection. "What does it have to do with me? If she wishes to die, let her." With that, he abruptly hung up the phone. The man holding the phone felt awkward, while Su Ai was momentarily stunned before a smirk of ridicule spread across her face. "Ming Shengxiao, you are indeed a failure." She sensed Su Ai's glee. "He never truly cared for me. You think you can use me to threaten him? How foolish of you." A resounding slap landed squarely on her already swollen cheek, blood seeping from her lips. "Su Ai, you wretched creature, what do you truly want?" Shu Tian cried out in desperation. With a cold smile, Su Ai approached Shu Tian. "You often opposed me at school. Now, we shall settle old and new scores together." Su Ai grasped Shu Tian's hair, kicking her in the abdomen, causing Shu Tian to double over. Her complexion pale as a blank sheet of paper. "Stop. This has nothing to do with her." Ming Shengxiao attempted to rise, but was held down by a man's firm grip. Su Aiya unasit herfuri upon Shu Tian, venting all her rage until Shu Tian lay on the ground, blood trickling from a cut on her lip, shouting, "You call me a wretch? What makes you think you are any better? Su Aiya, you lunatic. If you have the guts, come at me. She has no part in this." Shu Tian heard the commotion and turned her face towards Shengxiao, swaying slightly. She had no regrets about getting into the car with her. Throughout her life, Shengxiao had been her sole friend, even more caring than her own parents. Yet, she struggled to force a smile, contemplating the shame she would feel if she managed to escape. A group of men, eager and lecherous, made her stomach churn, and Shengxiao, in a state of panic, felt her heart racing with the urge to scream for her safety. Su Aiya intervened at the right moment, asserting that if they wanted to spare Shu Tian, they must summon Yuzun. "Don't play too rough. I suggest we handle them and provoke Yuzun. After all, we have our lives to consider." A middle-aged man, who had remained silent, interjected. Su Aiya's tone had shifted dramatically. She sauntered over, her arm draped over the man's shoulder, reassuring him that when Yuzun arrived, they would have trustworthy allies ready. All they needed to do was leave before things escalated further. "Brother Hai, you wouldn't want to spend sleepless nights, would you?" The man, dubbed Brother Hai, was unable to resist her allure and decided to take a gamble. Believing that Yuzun was merely a businessman and unlikely to be involved in any illicit dealings, Shu Tian, in agony, cursed silently. "Ming Shengxiao, have you made your decision?" Su Aiya turned, her demeanor transforming into one of menace. "If he doesn't come, neither of you will leave here unscathed. I'll show him the humiliating sight of you exposed, and I refuse to believe he can maintain his dignity after that." "Su Aiya, are you even human?" Shu Tian retorted. "Shut your mouth, or I'll have someone tear you apart." Su Aiya snapped, handing a phone to Shengxiao with the numbers already dialed. The grip on her loosened, and Shengxiao, with a stiff body, took the phone, pressing buttons in vain. How could she possibly say anything? Yuzun was finally beginning to forget about her. Why would she want to provoke him? Was she truly offering herself up to be humiliated? How about it? Not going to call? Ming Shengxiao glanced at the blood trickling from Shu Tian's lips, marveling at her resilience to endure such pain in silence. She turned her gaze away, summoning all her strength to press the button. The call connected swiftly, and the deep, magnetic voice of a man resonated on the other end. Shengxiao's heart skipped a beat, leaving her momentarily speechless. She heard faint rustling, leading her to believe Yuzun was about to hang up. "Help me, please. Save me," she shouted, her trembling hand gripping the phone tightly, every hope resting upon him. At that moment, even the slightest sound would send Ming Shengxiao into a frenzy. "Save you?" Yuzun's tone hinted at amusement. "Didn't you say you wanted to escape this life? I don't need you to repay me. I've told you to leave." His words were heavy, audible to everyone, and Su Aiya suppressed a laugh, her smile unwavering. Shu Tian, who had managed to hold back tears until now, broke down, wishing that Shengxiao wouldn't demean herself for her sake. "Please, I implore you, say me this once." Ming Shengxiao's voice was hoarse. "From now on, I won't have any other thoughts. I will do whatever you ask. I will smile when you want me to, and I will cry if you wish." Ming Shengxiao, how shameless can you be? Yuzun replied, his demeanor relaxed, almost mocking. "Do you still have any pride left?" Shengxiao nearly dropped the call in humiliation, her eyes stinging with tears as she averted her gaze, hiding the sorrow in her eyes. "What would it take for you to save me? Just tell me." "Ah," the man chuckled softly, "there's nothing about you that truly entices me, except perhaps your body." "What do you propose?" Her stubborn nature and inability to adapt had tested the patience of the men around her. Were it not for her exquisite beauty and figure, Yuzun might have discarded her without a second thought. "If you desire it, take it," Ming Shengxiao replied, her voice dimming after those words, the light in her eyes fading into despondence. Shu Tian's voice cracked, realizing how youthful Shengxiao still was. Yet the sight of her was steeped in an overwhelming sense of despair. "Ming Shengxiao, your stubbornness is off-putting. Here's the deal. Tell everyone around you how I claimed your first time." If it's entertaining enough, I might consider saving you. Yuzun lounged on a leather sofa, having returned from a leisure outing, now dressed for the occasion, his demeanor casual as he reclined with his legs crossed. On the other end, Ming Shengxiao's pained voice barely reached him, yet it was still audible. Are you enjoying this humiliation? Her words came out in broken fragments. Despite her resilience, she was merely a 20-year-old student. What had she done wrong? When silence enveloped the line, she nodded numbly, a choked cry escaping her throat. Fine, I'll tell you. Yuzun felt a pang in his chest, as if something had struck him violently, igniting a sense of irritation. He frowned, commanding, this is not something to share with others. Now tell me where you are. Soon, Su Aiya and Brother Hai departed, leaving Ming Shengxiao and Shu Tian blindfolded and dragged into a corner. Though they were not physically harmed, they endured considerable torment under Su Aiya's orders. As time dragged on, the two girls huddled together in the oppressive darkness, with Ming Shengxiao's head bowed, her hair cascading over her chest like silk. Ming Shengxiao was uncertain whether Yuzun would truly come. Su Aiya had set up an ambush, and his arrival would undoubtedly entail significant risk. Her anxiety was swiftly drowned out by the sounds of a scuffle outside. She shivered, drawing closer to Shu Tian. Did you hear that? It sounded like a fight. Shu Tian, are you afraid? I'm not scared. Following Sang Yin, I've seen my fair share, Shu Tian reassured her. Don't worry, I'm here not afraid either. Ming Shengxiao's voice was barely a whisper, but it hurts so much. Shu Tian, I know you're hurt. She desperately attempted to shift the conversation, hoping to distract her from the pain. That man, who is he? Why is he treating you this way? I want nothing to do with him, Shu Tian. I'm sorry, but I can't say it. Ming Shengxiao, it's all right. Are you still in pain? Once the chaos subsided, Yuzun opened the door and stepped inside, signaling for silence. The vast warehouse was left with only the three of them. Dressed in a sleek black short coat, he removed his leather gloves and approached with deliberate steps. Ming Shengxiao leaned against the cold wall, the gray surface peeling away. Half her face swollen and blood dried at the corners of her mouth. Yuzun knelt before her, and she recognized his presence, though she could not discern who he was. As his hand brushed against her injured face, she recoiled instinctively. Who are you? Yuzun removed her blindfold, and she blinked, her delicate features reflecting immense fright. He couldn't help but smile. If she remained in this state, he wouldn't have needed to abandon her on the street. Upon recognizing him, Ming Shengxiao felt a rush of emotion, tears welling up in her eyes. You're not dead, are you? The man knelt before her, the long fur of his trench coat brushing against her delicate chin. Yuzun's attire accentuated his overbearing and handsome demeanor, and Shengxiao had never felt him to be as amiable as he was today. My friend. Yuzun bent down to support her waist, lifting her effortlessly. Shengxiao felt a pang of pain, but gritted her teeth in silence. Don't cry out, Yuzun said, carrying her outside. Rest assured, someone will see you home. The scene had been cleared, with no lingering shadows in sight. By the time Shengxiao was taken back to the royal residence, it was nearing dawn. She was dressed warmly, and when Yuzun set her down, it was without gentleness, almost as if he had tossed her onto the bed. Shengxiao curled up in pain, and upon noticing her discomfort, Yuzun leaned down to loosen her collar. What are you doing? After all this, do you still want more? Ming Shengxiao grasped his wrist, fear and anger flickering in her eyes. Yuzun halted his motion, slapping her hand away. You think too highly of yourself. In this state, you resemble a pig. Am I so desperate? He pulled aside her collar, revealing the bruises covering her body, a clear indication of the violence she had endured. Mifine, what are you pretending for? I've seen worse. Yuzun observed her stillness and reached out to assist, but his movements were rough, nearly causing Shengxiao to faint from the pain. I'll do it myself, she insisted, moving slowly. Yet Yuzun, unable to bear her sluggishness, stripped her down with the ease of peeling an egg. Her back, which should have been as fair as snow, was marred with contusions. Even her chest and legs bore the marks of a brutal beating. It was astonishing she had managed to endure until now. Who did this to you? Su Aiya. Shengxiao felt embarrassed, attempting to cover herself with the blanket. Noticing this, Yuzun swiftly yanked the blanket away. So you still have some fight left. As Shengxiao's hands shielded her chest, he pushed her from behind, forcing her to press against the cold silk sheets. A sharp gasp escaping her lips. Yuzun retrieved a tube of ointment from the bedside drawer, squeezing some into his palm and applying it to her wounds, eliciting a loud cry from her. What else with the noise? Does it still hurt that much? He rubbed the ointment into her bruises, and she clutched the sheets tightly, sweat pouring down her body. By the time he finished, she was drenched, her profile drooping, her dark, luminous eyes misted with tears. It must be massaged out. Shengxiao hung her head, every nerve ending overwhelmed with pain. No one touched you, right? What? His sudden question caught her off guard, and she had yet to comprehend. He slapped her back lightly. I mean, did someone beat you? Or was it something worse? Shengxiao swallowed hard, wanting to retort that he hadn't been the one to do this to her. But she refrained, simply answering, I was beaten. Yuzun placed the ointment back and said nothing further, rising to go to the bathroom. He left the door ajar, unbothered by the prospect of prying eyes. The sound of running water echoed in Shengxiao's ears, akin to droplets sizzling in hot oil, causing her anxiety to swell. Clutching the corner of the blanket, she wished to hide herself completely. When Yuzun returned, he simply wiped himself down and donned a loose, deep blue robe before climbing into bed. He reached for the blanket, but was met with her firm grip. As he freed his hand and settled in, he discovered her body was burning, as if aflame. Yuzun chuckled softly. Why are you so nervous? In this sorry state, who would want to touch you? She finally eased, her tense form losing some rigidity. He lay behind her, his long arm draped across her abdomen, pulling her close. Shengxiao felt the pressure, about to speak when he shifted slightly, loosening his grip. Time to sleep. Initially, the pain kept her awake, fearful of broken bones, but as the medication took effect, she drifted into a deep slumber. She couldn't help but think how adeptly he handled her, as if he had done this often before. Remarkably, she slept soundly through the night. When she awoke, sunlight flooded the room, casting delicate rays upon her tender face. Though she felt somewhat languid, vitality still radiated from her. Shengxiao squinted, noticing the coldness beside her. Yuzun was presumably gone. She attempted to rise and, lifting her gaze, spotted someone standing on the balcony. Yuzun leaned against the railing. Half a cigarette burned down in his hand, ash strewn across the smooth floor. He still wore the same sleep attire, the gentle breeze causing the robe to flutter. Bathed in golden light, the profile of his face exuded an air of mystery, captivating as if sculpted by divine hands. Shengxiao blinked under such a halo. He appeared more like an angel than the devil she had witnessed. Seemingly attuned to her presence, Yuzun turned, flicking the cigarette into the air where it spun gracefully before descending. She instinctively averted her gaze, dismissing the moment as a mere dream. How could he be associated with an angel? Yuzun padded across the room in his slippers, and Shengxiao noticed her complexion had improved. She no longer resembled a ghost. He approached her, a faint scent of tobacco wafting from him. Who are you, really? You've already become my woman, and you still don't know who your man is? But he would undoubtedly prove more complex than he appeared. The individuals from last night were not to be trifled with. Yuzun raised his hand, and at his slightest movement, Shengxiao recoiled instinctively. He frowned, and she lowered her gaze in submission. His palm brushed her face, the gentle caress igniting an unexpected thrill within him. Women were easier to handle when they were oblivious. How old are you? Their interactions have been marked by coercion and possession, never a calm conversation. With half her face swollen, Shengxiao replied, 20. Indeed, still quite young. You needn't fear me. Just obey and stay by my side. If you keep me happy, benefits will follow. He pulled back the blanket, the warmth of the room contrasting sharply with the sudden chill that enveloped Shengxiao. He rested his head on her slender legs, closing his eyes. I will not let the one who harmed you escape unscathed. Shengxiao leaned back, gazing upward at the clear sky. Yet it felt as though a heavy curtain obscured her vision, impossible to lift. When Yuzun opened his eyes, he found her asleep, her delicate chin tucked into her collar. Her pale skin and clean visage resembled that of a newborn, and with closed eyes, her long eyelashes resembled a delicate fan. It was undeniable that Yuzun was drawn to her beauty. Everyone had remarked upon Sheng Zhao's stunning looks. She seemed to be lost in a dream, her lips curling into a smile, her eyes gently fluttering open, a vision of exquisite beauty. In that fleeting moment, Yuzun found himself captivated. He drew her into his embrace. At least for now, he needn't worry about seeking another woman. With the new year approaching, it was clear Shengxiao would not return to school. So Yuzun arranged for her absence. Before the holiday, Shengxiao took the time to shop for several outfits and delectable treats, then traveled to the rehabilitation hospital where Xiangxi was located. When she found her sister, Xiangxi was seated in a wheelchair, gazing out the window at the bright sunshine. Sister, Shengxiao placed the food on the table, bringing over a new down jacket, prepared for the impending cold front. Xiangxi's eyes remained fixed on the outside world, and when Shengxiao took her hand, it was promptly withdrawn. Shengxiao, don't waste your money. In my condition, anything I wear is a waste. Sister, her voice dimmed slightly, but rest assured, your legs will surely recover. No more comfort for me, Xiangxi thought. Seeing her buy so many items, I've almost forgotten what it feels like to walk. Shengxiao knelt beside her wheelchair, feeling increasingly guilty at Xiangxi's words. Sister, regardless of the cost, I will definitely heal you. Upon seeing the mist gathering in her eyes, Xiangxi suppressed her thoughts and said, All right, let me see what you bought. Shengxiao's face brightened, and she began to show her the items one by one. Sister, these are snow boots. They are so warm. The girls at our school love to wear them. She knelt down to remove Xiangxi's shoes, trying them on her, saying, It must be very cold here in winter. Then, you won't have cold feet anymore. She continued speaking without realizing the gloom on Xiangxi's face. Have you forgotten? My legs are useless now. I will never know what cold feels like again. Xiangxi gripped the wheelchair tightly, revealing her discontent. After Shengxiao helped her try on the boots, she looked up, and Xiangxi's eyes had seemingly regained their calmness. She showed a tender smile, admiring the shoes on her feet, saying, They look beautiful. They must be very warm. Yet, unbeknownst to her, as she uttered these words, her heart felt as if it were being carved into pieces. Shengxiao was not oblivious to her sister's sorrow. She owed Xiangxi that much. She always wanted to provide the best for her sister. She was desperately trying to make amends. Shengxiao, how is your boyfriend treating you? Xiangxi carefully phrased her question, using those 3 words. Shengxiao lowered her head, avoiding Xiangxi's gaze, and vaguely replied, It's fine. Shengxiao, seeing her hesitating to speak, Shengxiao pressed on, Sister, what's wrong? Shengxiao, I don't want to stay here. Everyone here is a patient. I don't want to wake up every day to see white walls. Nor do I wish to be reminded daily by doctors and nurses that I am a useless person. If I don't persist, I will never have the chance to stand again. Shengxiao, please take me away. I want to live with you. You are all I have now. Xiangxi spoke urgently, her tears spilling down, a picture of utter despair. Shengxiao felt her heart ache even more. The wave of anguish made it difficult for her to find the strength to speak. Sister, I know you are in pain, but only this way do we have a chance. Please bear with it, all right? This is a renowned rehabilitation hospital. Shengxiao was unwilling to give up. Besides, she was currently living with Yuzun. Allowing her sister to witness her being taken care of was a hurdle she could not overcome. Xiangxi fell silent, recalling the time in school when Yuzun had stated that he would only agree to save her if she slept with Shengxiao. In that moment, Shengxiao had let go. Xiangxi clenched her teeth, determined, All right, I will definitely recover. Shengxiao nodded, still too young to notice Xiangxi's underlying turmoil. She had spent nearly the entire day there, and when she left, it was already dusk. As the sun set, Xiangxi remained by the window, watching Shengxiao's figure as she walked out, surrounded by a pool of sunlight, radiant and shining. She couldn't help but smile softly, thinking how lovely. Yet, she was unaware of the deeper meaning behind her words. Upon returning to the city center, Shengxiao received a call from Yuzun, informing her he would not join her for dinner due to prior engagements. She thought it was just as well and decided to find a place to eat before heading back. Shengxiao walked to the bus stop across the street, noticing a CAF that was said to be quite expensive. Just as she contemplated this, she heard raised voices from across the street and turned to look. I know you've changed your heart. Do you dare say you don't like that, Shengxiao? Every time I see you with her, I can see it in your eyes." The woman's tone was aggressive, tears streaming down her face. The man, with his back to Shengxiao, was instantly recognizable as Yin Zhanqing. "What nonsense are you talking? We were just fine a moment ago. What is so great about her? She is probably not even pure anymore. Why do you still want her? She's just a loose woman." Ming Shengxiao furrowed her brows. Under the streetlight, her eyes turned icy. "Shut your mouth." The man exploded first. "Suro, abandoning her usual submissiveness," cried out and ran away. Yin Zhanqing did not pursue her, but kicked a stone in frustration. Turning around, he spotted Ming Shengxiao standing not far away. It felt as though they had been caught doing something wrong, a palpable awkwardness enveloping them. Shengxiao turned to leave just as the bus arrived, rushing to board. However, as she stepped onto the stairs, someone pulled her back, causing her to lose her balance. Though Yin Zhanqing caught her in time, she still twisted her ankle. "Are you getting on or not?" "Wait, don't get on. You've eaten too much and are just being troublesome." Seizing the opportunity, he pressed the button and drove away. Shengxiao, wearing mid-heeled boots, felt a twinge of pain at her ankle, bending over in discomfort. She withdrew her arm, letting go. Yin Zhanqing indeed released her, but she stumbled on one foot, nearly falling again. Seeing this, the man reached out to support her waist. "I'm not a tiger. Why do you always run when you see me? I seem to bring you bad luck." "Is that so?" The man smiled lightly, wrapping an arm around her as they walked forward. "Let go of me." "All right, stop fussing," he said, patting her head in a manner reminiscent of soothing an upset girlfriend. "I'll take you to the hospital." "I don't want to go." Shengxiao passively followed. "Yin Zhanqing, your girlfriend ran away. Why do you care about me?" The man said nothing, merely guiding her toward his car. Just then, Shengxiao's phone rang, prompting her to struggle free. "If you keep this up, I'll call for help." Yin Zhanqing brought her to his car. "I won't do anything to you. I just want to see how your foot is. I've told you it's fine." He pressed down on her shoulders, making her sit in the passenger seat. Shengxiao propped herself up, wanting to stand, but he crouched down first and removed her boot. Pulling off her sock, his warm hand gently caressed her swollen ankle. "Does it hurt?" She was taken aback, unsure whether to pull her foot away or let him hold it. Yin Zhanqing's movements were gentle, his fingertips gliding over her ankle. As the pain registered, Shengxiao instinctively tried to withdraw her leg, but he pulled her foot firmly into his embrace. The warmth from his chest seeped through his white shirt, making her foot feel even hotter. Her face flushed crimson, and feeling helpless, she couldn't break free. "Yin Zhanqing, what on earth do you want?" "I told you. I just want to see your foot." "I already said it's fine." "Shengxiao." Yin Zhanqing held her heel with one hand while the other rested on her foot. He lowered his head. The soft brown hair, under the light, cast a faint shadow on his shoulders, which she initially mistook for an illusion. After a long silence, he lifted his gaze, his dark eyes piercing into hers. "I'm sorry for the hurt I caused you in the past. I know you are different from Suro. Is it too late for me to say this?" Ming Shengxiao gripped the hem of her shirt, a wave of sorrow washing over her. "But what you truly want is still Suro. That's your perception. Shengxiao, give me a chance." "How can I give you a chance? Even if I don't hold a grudge, what about you? I'm already with you, Zun. Can you truly not care?" Yin Zhanqing seemed to see through her thoughts. His lips parted, sincerity shining in his eyes. "Shengxiao, don't worry. I don't care about your past. As long as we are together, I can let everything else go." Ming Shengxiao, however, dared not entertain any other thoughts. Yuzun's words lingered in her mind, echoing his desire for her obedience. She felt utterly incapable of breaking free from his grasp. Recommended reading. "Let me go. I want to return. I will see you off." Ming Shengxiao felt a sudden panic. Instinctively not wanting Yin Zhanqing to know she was staying at Yuzun's place, she forcefully bent her right leg, catching the man off guard, causing him to fall to the ground. Shengxiao hurriedly got up, grabbed a nearby boot, and limped forward. "Do you not want your leg anymore?" The man caught up, gripping her arm. Ming Shengxiao broke free and hailed a taxi by the roadside. "I can go back by myself. Let me think." In this way, she managed to evade Yin Zhanqing. All the while, her mind was elsewhere. She hadn't anticipated Yin Zhanqing's confession. Her thoughts wandered back to the royal impression, her mind still in a daze. Looking up, she saw that Yuzun had indeed not returned, and the villa was shrouded in darkness. Ming Shengxiao entered, changed into slippers at the entrance, and turned on the living room lights. After taking only a couple of steps, she was startled, letting out a gasp as her bag fell to the floor. Yuzun was lounging on the sofa, arms outstretched, one leg casually draped over the other. Hearing the noise, he raised an eyebrow in displeasure, his narrow peach blossom eyes snapping open. "What are you doing? Are you up to no good?" Ming Shengxiao composed herself, taking advantage of the moment to retrieve her bag, her expression now calm. "I just didn't expect you to be home. Being with someone like him, one eventually learns to wear a mask. Come here." Limping, Shengxiao approached him, just as she settled beside him. The man lifted her injured leg and placed it on his knee. "What happened to your foot?" "I accidentally twisted it." "Really?" The man asked nonchalantly, brushing his palm over the swollen area, casually remarking, "Someone must have massaged it for you." Ming Shengxiao nearly lost her composure. She steadied herself. "No, I just felt a lot of pain and rubbed it a bit." Yuzun nodded, not probing further, but he pressed firmly on her injury. Shengxiao cried out in pain, and he dropped her leg, instructing her to go take a shower. She struggled to stand, her mind flashing back to Yin Zhanqing's words. On tiptoe, she glanced at Yuzun's handsome face. "I'm on my period." The man frowned, seemingly displeased. He stood up, brushing past her, and headed upstairs. Her anxious heart finally settled, and Ming Shengxiao let out a sigh of relief. Upon returning to her room, she found Yuzun sitting on the edge of the bed, engrossed in his computer. Not wanting to disturb him, she went to the bathroom to shower. When she emerged, wearing a Mickey Mouse nightgown, she stood silently by the bed. Her ankle was severely swollen, and all she wanted was a comfortable sleep, yet the bed before her was what she feared the most. Yuzun, engrossed in his game, glanced up casually and noticed her freshly washed hair pulled back, revealing her smooth forehead, a plain face, and a gracefully curved neck. A rush of heat surged within him, but recalling her discomfort, he frowned, his tone turning harsh. "Go sleep in the guest room, it's filthy." Hearing this, Ming Shengxiao nearly leaped up as if granted a pardon. With her hands in her pockets, despite her efforts to conceal her emotions, the brisk pace with which she exited betrayed her feelings. Yuzun propped his chin on his long fingers. "You're so happy not to share a bed with me? Isn't it true that I can make you feel like you're on the brink of death?" A faint smile tugged at his lips. After all, his skills weren't that lacking. Chapter 31. Morning. Shengxiao sat at the dining table, sipping congee, with pickled vegetables from the supermarket before her. Yuzun descended dressed in casual attire, casually rolling up his sleeves. "What are you eating?" "Congee." Yuzun pulled out a chair, preparing to sit. "Just this? Why not cook something delicious?" "I can't." Aside from making congee, she knew nothing else. Growing up, her mother had done all the cooking, and later, at Hua Air, she ate in the cafeteria every day. "I thought someone like you would be well-rounded." "What kind of person am I? What tone is that?" Yuzun's displeasure was evident. "Isn't there a saying that poor children mature early? Didn't your family teach you how to wash and cook?" His casual remark struck deep into Ming Shengxiao's heart. Gripping her chopsticks tightly, she thought back to when he had first approached her. Had he not inquired about her family background? "If you dislike it, you could just kick me out." Shengxiao slammed her chopsticks on the table. Yuzun was reminded of what Ming Shengxiao had said earlier. Shengxiao had once been drawn to Sun Yin due to the loss of her parents. Regretting his words, he hadn't anticipated her boldness. "You have guts now, huh? Are you really that unwilling?" "I am unwilling. I never wanted to stay with you from the start. I've swallowed my pride just to be by your side. What more do you want?" Ming Shengxiao, don't forget, it was you who begged me to save you back then. Don't act like this virtuous maiden. You don't deserve it. With a wave of his hand, the porcelain bowl filled with congee crashed to the ground, shattering, and hot soup splashed on her pant leg. The man's face darkened as he stood and left, leaving chaos in his wake. Shengxiao took a spoonful of congee, finding it tasteless, as if a fishbone had lodged in her throat. Her eyes began to sting. She knew she should obediently comply and not provoke Yuzun. Yet she couldn't help herself. If only he could speak civilly, could she not remain calm? After breakfast, Ming Shengxiao tidied up the dining area. In such a vast house, it felt empty, and she wandered alone. In the afternoon, she received a call from Shu Tian, asking to meet at the street garden. Shu Tian's injury had nearly healed, though faint bruises still lingered on her face. Having only communicated over the phone, seeing each other in person brought back a wave of emotions. Shengxiao, did you know? High GE's men have been scattered, but that Su AI you managed to escape. It's infuriating. Shu Tian, we should count ourselves lucky to be safe. You're saying Yin treats you very well. Not really, Shu Tian said, pulling her to sit on a bench. Saying Yin knew there would be trouble, but someone else acted first. Now, that Hai Ge is like a rat crossing the street. He can't survive. Who could it be? Ming Shengxiao blurted, but then recalled Yuzuan's words. I will not let anyone who harms you go unpunished. A wave of anxiety washed over her. Just who had she provoked? Shengxiao, Shengxiao. Shu Tian waved her hand in front of her face, saying, Yin has already sent people to search for Su Aiya. Be careful. I doubt she will just let this go. Shu Tian, thank you for still being so kind to me. Honestly, what's Su Aiya said? Ming Shengxiao struggled to explain, thinking if it weren't for that man, she might have spent her life in prison. Shengxiao, don't say that, Shu Tian said, wiping her tears. You always bear too much burden. None of us can predict the next step. At school, we are the closest. I know what kind of person you are. I don't believe what others say. I trust what I see. Ming Shengxiao felt a surge of gratitude. Many friends had distanced themselves after the incident at her home, and she was fortunate to find a confidant at Huaer. The two sat together for an entire afternoon before parting ways. When Ming Shengxiao returned to the royal impression, Yuzuan had not yet returned. He had likely thrown another tantrum, leaving her to fend for herself. Ming Shengxiao watched TV in the living room for a while, feeling tired, and curled up on the sofa for a brief nap. When she finally awoke, it was to the sound of the door opening. Shengxiao rubbed her eyes, still heavy with sleep. Her glossy hair cascaded over her chest, accentuating her small, palm-sized face. She glanced around, her demeanor exuding a hint of innocence, clad in a pink loungewear adorned with an adorable Mickey Mouse design. As Yuzuan entered the living room, he tossed the car keys carelessly onto the coffee table. Have you eaten dinner? He inquired. Shengxiao shook her head. They're instant noodles. I'll boil some water. No need, Yuzuan replied, removing his tie as he ascended the stairs. Change your clothes. I'll take you out to eat. With her stomach rumbling, Shengxiao patted her belly and followed the man upstairs. Upon opening the door, she was greeted by the biting cold outside, where snowflakes floated down like cotton. Yuzuan led the way, dressed not in formal attire, but in a short black woolen coat, its collar lined with patterned mink fur. Wherever he went, he possessed an allure that captivated women. Noticing that she lagged behind, he paused on the pebble path to wait for her. As Shengxiao reached his side, her icy hands were enveloped in his warm grasp, instantly dispelling the chill that had settled in her body. Midway, Yuzuan had reserved a private room over the phone, and when they arrived, Shengxiao discovered it was on the 10th floor of a 5-star hotel. The floor-to-ceiling windows revealed a breathtaking panorama of the snowy landscape. I've already eaten. You could dine alone, she said. Yuzuan settled onto the nearby sofa, shedding his outer coat to reveal only a white sweater beneath. Starved, Shengxiao soon became engrossed in the delicious meal, nearly forgetting that someone else was present. She savored her food heartily, while the man observed her profile, his thin lips curling into a smile. At merely 20, she was already captivating. With his guidance, it wouldn't be long before she blossomed into a true enchantress. Unbeknownst to Ming Shengxiao, he was lost in thought while she focused solely on her meal. After that evening, their relationship had noticeably softened. Following the new year, Shengxiao returned to school. The teachers made no mention of her recent whereabouts, each aware of the unspoken understanding. Since the new year arrived early this year, several classmates spontaneously organized a pre-holiday trip to the distant mountains of Baisha City. Eager to join but apprehensive about Yuzuan's approval, Shengxiao nervously called him. Initially, he intended to refuse, but recalling the joy radiating from her face, he relented. Do as you wish, just don't cause any trouble. Naturally, she agreed, her heart buoyed with happiness. Yet life is often unpredictable. In chapter 32, as he approached her, he felt her forehead, discovering it was burning hot. Yuzuan's brow furrowed, and he quickly lifted her into his arms. In the living room, Aunt He, who was preparing breakfast, gasped at the sight. How could you be here? Didn't you see her go upstairs? Hearing the barely concealed anger in his voice, and he broke into a cold sweat. I thought she was going up, she stammered. All right, you needn't come tomorrow, Yuzun replied, carrying Shengxiao toward the second floor. And he was taken aback, but felt a surge of unexpressed grievances. Xiangxi sat in her wheelchair, equally chilled, watching the man ascend the stairs. Yuzun, without a second thought, contemplated dismissing Aunt He, indicating that he was not as indifferent to her as Shengxiao believed. Carrying her upstairs, when Shengxiao regained consciousness, she saw him standing at the foot of the bed, conversing with someone. She barely opened her eyes, not wanting to be bothered, and feigned sleep. However, when he began to untie her bathrobe, she struggled fiercely. Let go of me. This isn't woman. Why does it feel like an assault? A man interjected. Su Qian, be quiet, Yuzun replied, trying to remain calm despite her resistance. I merely wish to examine your wound. You have a high fever. It may be infected, he explained. Shengxiao, alarmed at the thought of exposing her back in front of others, flailed her arms in panic. Yuzun was inadvertently scratched by her, and as he moved aside, he could feel the sting on his face, realizing he was bleeding. Her enchanting visage was marred, resembling a scratch from a cat's claw. Shengxiao froze, noticing the darkness in Yuzun's eyes, a wave of fear washing over her. Su Qian, unable to contain himself, quipped, Let me take a look at your wound first. Yuzun shot him a glance, no need. Saying this, he knelt down, firmly grasping both of Shengxiao's hands. Su Qian stepped forward. Take it easy. Don't forget how the Duke fell for his wife. I'm not like him, Yuzun replied firmly. The outcome was unpredictable. If she were someone he loved, would he still treat her this way? But she isn't, he retorted without hesitation. She is the one I exchanged for. Shengxiao's complexion drained of color. I only fear you might regret this in the future. Tell me, aside from the fever, what else is wrong with her? Yuzun dismissed Su Qian's earlier remarks. He released Shengxiao's hands, and she immediately curled up under the blanket, exposing only her head. There are some abrasions, she murmured. How did that happen? Yuzun's brow knitted in concern. You can't treat a mere abrasion? Don't be vague. If she dies, it's on your conscience. It's just glass. They're minor injuries. You're such a pervert, Su Qian chided him. I've told you before, there must be limits. If something happens, you'll come looking for me, just like the Duke. Leaving that remark, he rummaged through the medicine cabinet for supplies. Unexpectedly, Yuzun did not react with his usual anger, merely curling the corners of his mouth, suggesting their relationship was quite amicable. After taking the medication Su Qian provided, Shengxiao fell into a deep sleep. Meanwhile, Mo Xiangxi and Aunt He downstairs dared not go up, consumed by worry. In her lengthy slumber, she dreamt of a small yet cozy home, laughing one moment and crying the next, haunted by memories of a devastating fire. Even now, she could still smell the acrid, merciless scent of burning. Mo Shengxiao cried incessantly, unable to awaken, her sobs echoing as if she were gasping for breath. Yuzun approached her bedside, gently urging her, Wake up, wake up. When she finally opened her eyes, her eyelids were heavy and sore. She wiped her tear-streaked face, still caught in the remnants of her dream. Crying out, I want to see my sister. I want to see my sister. She swatted his hand away, weeping as if a piece of her flesh had been torn away. Seeing her in such a state only heightened Yuzun's frustration. He chose to ignore her, turning and exiting the room, slamming the door behind him. Downstairs, Yuzun found Aunt He and Mo Xiangxi anxiously waiting at the stairwell. Their silence spoke volumes as they stepped aside upon his arrival. Not uttering a word, he strode out of the house. And he dared not ascend until his car had left, resolutely carrying Mo Xiangxi upstairs. Awakening from her nightmare, Shengxiao sat there, her vacant eyes staring out the window, her long hair obscuring half her face. Hearing the commotion at the door, she shrank her shoulders and rested her face on her knees. Shengxiao, Mo Xiangxi called out, but no words followed. Only then did Shengxiao lift her head, her lips moving as she finally uttered, Sister. And he placed Mo Xiangxi on Shengxiao's bed and hurried downstairs to fetch some congee. As she fed Shengxiao, she cautioned, You'd best not oppose Yuzun. I'm merely a paid servant. and I've seen enough of this. Young masters always prefer those who obey. Shengxiao felt a sharp pain in her eyes. The place where the photograph had cut was already scabbing over. Did he truly not understand? The more he behaved this way, the less others would draw near him. What happened last night? Xiangxi asked, bewildered and worried. And he remained silent, having discarded all the photographs she had collected, leaving not a single one behind. Sister, with a dry throat, Shengxiao coughed lightly. After dinner, I shall have Auntie escort you back. No, I will stay here with you. Sister, Xiangxi interrupted her. If I return alone, I will worry about you all day. Besides, everyone in my ward has family with them. Shengxiao contemplated for a moment, but did not insist further. She always felt unable to hold her head high in front of Xiangxi. After he finished feeding her porridge, she left. Noticing this, Xiangxi relayed Yuzuan's earlier words to Shengxiao. Yuzuan returned home quite late. As he ascended to the second floor, a faint, weak light emanated from the crack under the bedroom door. He pushed the door slightly and was about to enter when he overheard voices within. Sister, I'm fine. You should rest. Shengxiao, I know that if it weren't for me, you wouldn't be in this situation. Shengxiao merely shook her head. She understood that even without Xiangxi's involvement, should Yuzuan choose to act, there would be no escape for her. I was truly foolish back then. I never intended to push Sun Yin down. It would cost me dearly. Seeing him standing there, I couldn't bear it. Sister, don't be afraid. Shengxiao embraced Xiangxi. It's all in the past. She wiped away her sister's tears, but her own eyes began to swell with emotion. Yuzuan stood at the door for a long while, feeling a slight numbness in his legs before finally stepping inside. The sisters fell silent upon hearing the sound. Shengxiao pulled the blanket up to her shoulders, a seemingly casual action that irked Yuzuan. He walked over and tossed the car keys onto the bedside table. The clattering sound, making Xiangxi lower her head in trepidation, and even Shengxiao felt a wave of fear, hoping he hadn't overheard their conversation. Yuzuan unbuttoned his coat and removed it, casting a captivating glance at Xiangxi. We're going to sleep now. Why aren't you leaving? Xiangxi's expression turned awkward, and seeing this, Shengxiao got up to assist her into the wheelchair. Yuzuan picked up the phone and dialed. Auntie, please come up. Shengxiao stood frozen, barefoot, her white loungewear draping over her feet. Can Auntie stay? I insisted on being on the balcony last night. Yuzuan turned and sat at the edge of the bed. The wall lamp cast a light like an arched hand upon his face, making it difficult to breathe. He remained silent, merely pulling the hem of his shirt from his pants, revealing his well-defined chest. Xiangxi turned away, her face already flushed with embarrassment. And he arrived shortly. Young master, what is your command? Without waiting for him to speak, she guessed his intention. And he approached and took the wheelchair from Shengxiao's hands. Don't worry, I will take good care of your sister. After saying this, she pushed Xiangxi towards the door. And please buy some shampoo tomorrow. You know what I need. With those words, Yuzuan entered the bathroom. And he paused momentarily, a look of relief on her face. Yuzuan had finally spoken up to keep her there. She smiled at Shengxiao before leaving with Xiangxi. The moment the door closed, the smile vanished from Shengxiao's face. She returned but felt restless, her fists clenched as if ready to fight. He dried his hair, droplets splashing onto Shengxiao's face, causing her to shiver with cold. Go to the guest room. Shengxiao lowered her gaze and walked out, feeling as if she were being tossed about with no place to call home. After the new year, Xiangxi returned to the hospital, and fortunately, Yuzuan had not pressed her too hard in recent days, seemingly allowing her to recuperate properly. She opened her phone to find a message from Shu Tian, which included New Year wishes and news that Sangyin's people had not found Su Aiya, along with reminders for Shengxiao to remain cautious. Additionally, there were several missed calls from Yin Zhanqing, all for New Year's Eve. Shengxiao glanced at them before pressing delete. As the days leading up to the new semester approached, Shengxiao had already prepared her belongings and was merely waiting to move back to school. After dinner, she ascended the stairs, and when Yuzuan walked into the room, he found her with her knees drawn up, intently gazing out the window. He stood behind her for a long while, unnoticed. With his hands in his pockets, he pondered how she, at just 21, had the audacity to bear the blame for Xiangxi, willingly shouldering the weight of murder. Chapter 33. Ming Shengxiao, having fallen, was now covered in fallen leaves and mud. Where are you taking me? Have you thought it through? What? She genuinely did not understand what he meant. Are you playing with me? Yin Zhanqing halted, his tall figure casting a shadow over her face. I said I want you to give me a chance. Didn't you say you would think it over? It's impossible, she replied with disdain. Let me down, Yin Zhanqing. Do you think this is fun? I am serious. His lips formed a straight line, indicating he was not joking. Do you not care about how I was before? I've already said, I don't care. Ming Shengxiao knew that these 3 words were deceptively simple. She dared not contemplate whether there could have been a chance had Su Ro not existed between them. Noticing her silence, he did not press her too hard. As Shengxiao realized they had arrived at the hotel plaza, she struggled fiercely. Put me down. What are you doing? Don't move. You're heavy. He grasped her tightly under her arms. I'll get you a room. Don't worry. You have to stay with me. After a fall, you need to rest properly. After the commotion, Shengxiao felt intense pain all over her body. Though it wasn't a serious injury, her skin was certainly scraped. Yin Zhanqing did not deceive her. He had indeed booked her a separate room. Thinking it best not to return at this hour, she decided to stay. He first helped her sit on the sofa, and upon seeing that she was not severely injured, he went downstairs to buy anti-inflammatory and pain relief ointments. When Yin Zhanqing returned to the room, he found Ming Shengxiao curled up in a wrought tan chair on the balcony, wrapped in a blanket, and somehow she had fallen asleep. He tiptoed over and placed the medicine beside her. Shengxiao, with her head lowered, rested her fair cheek on her hand, the dim moonlight spilling in at just the right angle, illuminating her face perfectly. Yin Zhanqing was captivated. He crouched down and enveloped her hand with his. She slept soundly, unaware as he brushed aside the hair from her forehead. Her eyelids fluttered but did not open. The man leaned in slightly and pressed a gentle kiss on her smooth forehead. It was bitterly cold outside, and Yin Zhanqing carefully lifted Shengxiao without waking her, placing her on the large bed. This entire sequence of events was captured by onlookers. After drawing the curtains, he returned to his own room, leaving the medicine and a glass of water on her bedside table. Early the next morning, Yin Zhanqing knocked on Ming Shengxiao's door. After several attempts with no response, he was fortunate to have a spare key to let himself in. The room was empty, the bed neatly made, and the box of medicine had yet to be opened. The man could not hide his disappointment as he approached the window, gazing at the rising sun. The vibrant red hue made his eyes glisten with unshed tears. Shengxiao had left before dawn, fearing Shu Tian's worry, and sent her a text as soon as she turned her phone on. With such a state of mind, she had no desire to play. She dared not return to the royal impression and could only head to school. Upon Shu Tian's return, she was naturally very concerned, especially since Shengxiao's injuries were evident. Fortunately, she cannot see them. However, the matter regarding Yuzuan was something she wished to evade. Yet it seemed impossible to escape. The following day, she received a call from him, fearing he would drive to the school gate again. She hurriedly gathered her belongings after class and rushed outside, where she indeed spotted the sleek phantom racing toward her. As she jogged over, Yuzuan parked the car by the roadside, and upon seeing her approach, he teased, "Miss me after just 2 days?" She gasped softly, her cheeks flushed, a strand of hair sticking to her neck. Yuzuan reached out his arm, gently pulling Shengxiao towards him with a surge of passion. She turned slightly, the abrasions on her skin painfully chafed by her clothes. Yet Yuzuan moved swiftly, leaning down, his thin lips kissing her porcelain-like cheek. The texture was taut and smooth, a face untouched by makeup, truly remarkable. The man's large hand gripped the back of her head, turning her face towards him, his cool lips trailing from the corner of her mouth to her lips. Shengxiao felt his teeth nip at her lip, and just as she was about to gasp in pain, Yuzuan seized the opportunity to enter. It seemed she could never learn her lesson. Men rarely enjoyed a slow approach. When he desired her, he would bite, compelling her to part her lips, much more efficient. But this fire had kindled too intensely. Yuzuan lifted her clothing, and although the car was heated, Shengxiao shivered from the coolness of his fingertips. His palm pressed firmly against her waist, and it was evident he intended to push her clothes aside to explore further. In a moment of clarity, Shengxiao grasped his hand. reminding him that they were at the school entrance. We can do this inside. No one will see us. Yuzun had already modified the windshield to be one way. Shengxiao lacked the courage to proceed, clutching her coat tightly. Seeing this, Yuzun retracted his chest slightly, though his hand remained steadfast. He pushed aside her garment, his palm gliding over her silky skin. What is this? He paused, his almond-shaped eyes narrowing slightly. Shengxiao felt the pain from the grazes beneath his hand, as if it were tearing her apart. It's nothing. Yuzun was clearly not easily deceived. He grabbed her sweater, but she held onto his wrist tightly. It's really nothing. Let go. His gaze darkened, his tone chilling. Shengxiao remained unmoving, unwilling to release her grip. Noticing her defiance, Yuzun forcefully pushed her back against the car door, rendering her immobile. A sudden chill washed over her abdomen as he pushed her fitted sweater up to her bra, exposing her entire chest. Outside the window, clusters of students passed by, and Shengxiao felt as if she had been stripped bare before the world, her face burning with shame. What happened to this injury? She hurriedly tried to shield herself, but Yuzun's large hand brushed hers away. What a cool car. Yes, who are you here to pick up? Curious students began to gather around. I've seen this car before. I think it was here to pick up Mo Shengxiao last time, or maybe not. Let me see. As they spoke, a male student cupped his hands over his forehead, leaning closer to the window, but it was too dark to see anything. Shengxiao felt her heart leap into her throat. She was exposed below her chest, and she wanted to escape. Hey, it sounds like there's someone talking inside. With wide eyes, Shengxiao pressed her lips together, daring not to make a sound. Yuzun scrutinized her wounds, asking, how did you get these? I accidentally fell while climbing a mountain. After twisting her ankle last time, now she had fallen again. Couldn't she come up with a better excuse? Yuzun stepped back, his expression darkening. If I ever find out you're lying to me, you should know the consequences. Shengxiao felt her back stiffen, a fine sheen of sweat forming. She quickly tugged her sweater down, but Yuzun had already turned on the engine. Seeing this, he lifted her clothing again. What is there to hide? Who cares about these pathetic injuries? In a swift motion, he pressed the accelerator, startling the onlookers into retreat. Shengxiao glanced at his profile, noticing his intense focus ahead, and discreetly lowered her clothing. Yuzun noticed, but chose not to comment further. Upon returning to the royal impression, he took her hand and led her into the living room. She had so many abrasions. She thought he wouldn't be interested at this moment. Little did she know, she had underestimated Yuzun. When he pinned her against the dining table, her mind went blank. Yuzun seemed eager, his hands tearing at her outer layers. He pulled a chair beside them and propped her right leg up, his robust figure wedged between her legs, continuing his fervent actions. She suddenly remembered and spoke quickly, I have my period. His handsome face buried in her neck lifted, the previous desire shifting into a stormy expression. How many days? Shengxiao hurriedly calculated, relieved that she had kept track. 6 days. 6 days more? Yuzun appeared incredulous, his well-defined nose brushing against her forehead, his gaze dark and lethal. Fearing exposure, she averted her eyes. I usually last longer. I probably ate something cold. She knew he had a penchant for cleanliness and would never want her in this state. Indeed, upon hearing her words, his arms supporting her sagged noticeably, and he seemed frustrated, rising with a curse. Aren't you afraid of bleeding to death? Though his words were harsh, Shengxiao felt no discomfort. Each encounter seemed to bring him pleasure, while she felt only pain. Yuzun removed his tie and climbed the stairs, leaving Shengxiao staring at his retreating figure, her anxious heart finally settling. In this regard, Yuzun was relatively clean. Although his methods in bed were somewhat aggressive, he did not indulge with multiple women simultaneously. That night, Shengxiao slept soundly in the guest room. When her alarm rang in the morning, she freshened up and grabbed her bag, preparing to head to school. As she descended the stairs, she heard commotion from the kitchen and hurried into the dining room, where a figure emerged carrying a steaming bowl of porridge. Miss Mo, I'm the new housekeeper. You may call me Auntie. A housekeeper? Shengxiao nodded in acknowledgement. Auntie, please sit down for breakfast, Auntie said, setting a sumptuous spread before her. Young master said you wouldn't cook. I suppose he cares for you and doesn't want you to lift a finger. Shengxiao savored the delicious pan-fried buns before her, It had been a long time since she had enjoyed such a delightful breakfast. When she left Royal Impression, Yuzun had still been asleep. As she arrived back at school, she found Lily sitting on her bed. Ming Shengxiao. She stood up and approached. Handed her a note. Su Ai asked me to give this to you. Su Ai? Shengxiao was taken aback. You've seen her? Where is she? You'll know when you read it. Clutching the note, Shengxiao moved to the window, while Lily added, don't let anyone know, and you can't call the police. What on earth is happening that involves the police? I advise you not to ask too many questions. Shengxiao tossed her a retort, brushing past her. You. The meeting place with Su Ai was fortunately in a bustling area. When Shengxiao arrived, she found her seated by the window, her cappuccino already cold. As soon as Shengxiao settled across from her, Su Ai withdrew her gaze from the outside. It seems Yuzun treats you well. You look good. What do you want? I thought you would call the police. Su Ai lifted her coffee cup, taking a sip, a mocking smile gracing her lips. How could I forget? You're a murderer yourself. How dare you involve the police? Su Ai, I don't want to waste my breath with you. ISNT, there's something important to discuss. If it weren't for the fear that the police might delve deeper into the matter and implicate Xiangxi, she would have reported it long ago. Let us make a deal, shall we? Shengxiao furrowed her brow, narrowing her eyes. Su Ai had to admit, she was strikingly beautiful. No wonder Yuzun took notice of her at first glance. What kind of deal? At this time tomorrow. Arrange for Yuzun to meet you at the harbor docks under your name, and then you'll have nothing further to do with this. Ming Shengxiao felt a twitch in her eyelid. You still want to deal with him? Are you not in love with him? Love? So ella attempted to appear indifferent. Yet her eyes were tinged with red. Even her voice turned unusually sharp and choked. What good is love? Can someone like Yuzun truly love with sincerity? I have been with him, but what of him? He remained utterly unmoved even when he saw me enticing others to drink, let alone regarding my father's matter. So why should I arrange a meeting with him? If you meet him, he will naturally be unguarded. Last time he was well prepared, but this time, I will not let him escape. Su Ai's gaze fell, as if she were murmuring to herself. This is the transaction between you and me. I still do not understand. What if I refuse? Ming Shengxiao, I present you with two choices. Su Ai leaned forward, locking eyes with Shengxiao. Either he dies, or you perish at his hands. Shengxiao picked up the bag from the table, preparing to leave. You do not believe me, do you? Su Ai grasped Shengxiao's wrist. I advise you to choose the former. That way, you can rid yourself of Yuzun sooner, cannot you? Ming Shengxiao, have you not always been proud? You are insane. She shook off Su Ai's hand and stood up. I have my reasons for saying this, Ming Shengxiao. Think carefully. Have you done anything shameful recently? Su Ai's smile was sinister, and for some reason, it sent a chill down her spine. I possess something. If I were to hand it over to Yuzun, I wager you would not enjoy your days. Contemplate this well. I hope to see him at the harbor dock by this time tomorrow. Ming Shengxiao could not fathom what compromising evidence could be in her possession. What could it be? You'll find out in due time. She lightly bit her lower lip. Could it be regarding her and Yin Zhanqing? Ming Shengxiao shook her head in denial. That was impossible. Besides, nothing was amiss between them. Su Ai casually leaned back in her chair, watching Ming Shengxiao's retreating figure, a slow smile tugging at her lips. Regardless of Shengxiao's choice, it would be a win-win for her. By the time Ming Shengxiao returned to the Royal Impression, it was already evening. She hung her down jacket on the rack. The living room was warm, and the aroma of food wafted through the air. In just one day, the place seemed to have gained a vibrant atmosphere. Miss Mo is back. And he. Shengxiao walked to the sofa, her gaze fixated on the LED television, her mind still mulling over Su Ai's words. Yet she could not discern what compromising evidence she might possess. Yu Xiao has returned. As she spoke, Yuzun had already settled beside her, casually draping a leg over the other. He reached out an arm, pulling her into his embrace. When did you arrive? Just now. Though Shengxiao's body stiffened, she pondered. If what Su Ai said were true, then what? The thought of Yuzun's cruelty made her heart race. Su Ai was right. Did she not wish to escape? Sacrificing him should be preferable to sacrificing herself, she reasoned. As if on cue, she found herself asking, do you have plans tomorrow? Chapter 35. Yuzun shook his head. No plans, why? I would like to go out and buy something. Can you accompany me? being unaccustomed to deceit. Especially in front of a man like Yuzun, Shengxiao felt as though his piercing gaze could see right through her. Sure, Yuzun acquiesced, his gaze dropping slightly. Do you still have that thing? Shengxiao felt uncomfortable under his scrutiny, her legs pressed together. Still, there's a little bit left. The man's expression darkened. But fortunately, he arrived just in time to diffuse the tension. You shall. Miss Mo, dinner is ready. Shengxiao breathed a sigh of relief as she stood up with Yuzun. That night, she still slept in her guest room. When Yuzun entered, she was already fast asleep, a copy of an entertainment magazine lying on the edge of the bed. He casually placed it on the table before slipping under the covers beside her. She had been sleeping peacefully, but for some reason, she felt a sudden chill on her back. Gripping the blanket tightly, she drowsily rubbed her head against the pillow, sensing something was amiss. As she squinted her eyes, she turned her head and was startled to find a handsome face looming over her. Just as she was about to exclaim, the man leaned down and kissed her. She was too dazed to protest. No, who said I was going to take you? Yuzun replied irritably. It was merely a kiss, and at most. His hands were a bit unruly before he settled down to sleep. He gradually fell into a deep slumber, while Shengxiao gazed out the window, unable to find rest. Her forehead rested against Yuzun's chest, his chin resting atop her head. Shengxiao found herself torn between the value of freedom and his life, which was more important. In truth, such deliberation was unnecessary. After all, she was still naive. Unless absolutely necessary, she held no intention of harming another. Although Yuzun had compelled her to compromise under the guise of helping her, without him, she might still be languishing in prison. And perhaps even Ming Shengxiao would have been unearthed. Her sister's feet were already crippled, unable to bear another ounce of harm. Furthermore, she had done nothing wrong. She did not believe Su Aya could leverage anything against her. With this thought, clarity washed over her. The following day passed with Ming Shengxiao in a state of apprehension. But fortunately, by evening, no disturbances arose. Days turned into weeks, and she gradually put the matter behind her, secretly relieved that she had not fallen into Su Aya's trap. With the new year approaching in just 2 or 3 days, Shengxiao received a call from Shaanxi, expressing her desire to spend the holiday together rather than in the hospital. During this time, she and Yuzun had been coexisting peacefully. After much hesitation, she finally pushed open the door to the study. Upon seeing her enter, the man closed his laptop. What is it? I wish to discuss something with you. Speak. His words were brief and firm. The new year is about to arrive, and I wish to accompany my sister in the hospital. In truth, she wanted to ask if they could bring Shaanxi home, but the words transformed as they left her lips. No. Shengxiao stood a short distance from the door. Only a single wall lamp illuminated the study, casting a warm orange glow that enveloped her slender shoulders, while the surrounding darkness loomed. I only have my sister's family. I must spend this holiday with her. Yuzun pressed his lips together tightly. She thought he would rage again, but his gaze flickered as if he was contemplating something, and he softened slightly. You can bring her here. The royal impression has ample space. Really? It turned out she was so easily appeased. A smile danced at the corners of Yuzun's mouth as he nodded. Shengxiao's smile blossomed in return. In truth, as long as she complied with him, their relationship need not be difficult. She novelly believed it would be this simple. New Year's Eve soon arrived. Shengxiao went to the hospital early, where Ming Shengxiao sat in her wheelchair, dressed in the new clothes she had bought last time, fully prepared. Shengxiao's eyes lit up upon seeing her approach alone. Is your boyfriend not coming? The term felt awkward to Ming Shengxiao. He has other matters. In truth, Yuzun simply disliked such places, and she did not wish to create unnecessary trouble. Oh, Shengxiao's hands, once raised, drooped in disappointment. Sister, let me take you shopping. Shengxiao pushed her out of the hospital and hailed a cab to the city. By the time they returned to the royal impression, it was nearly noon, and he greeted them warmly, assisting the sisters with their belongings. Yuzun had evidently been home all morning, still wearing his dark blue loungewear. And upon seeing the two enter, his demeanor was rather aloof, sitting motionless on the sofa. It was Ming Shengxiao's first visit, and she was naturally taken aback by the surroundings and decor. Shengxiao, do you live here? No, Ming Shengxiao quickly denied. Sister, I usually stay at school. I cannot stay in the dorm during the new year, so, what a beautiful house. It's wonderful. Xiangxi interrupted, not allowing Shengxiao to finish. I stay in the hospital every day. I envy you. The more Xiangxi spoke, the more uncomfortable Shengxiao felt. Her heart was a tangle of emotions. If she could only remind herself to smile, and to do so without leaving a trace. Sister, please sit downstairs for a moment. I will take these things upstairs. Yuzun held the remote control and switched through several channels. Feeling utterly bored, he decided to ascend the stairs. Xiangxi was at the staircase entrance, admiring several renowned masterpieces adorning the wall. The spiral staircase, entirely crafted from lustrous white marble, sparkled under the light, each slab a testament to considerable value. She mused, Shengxiao is truly fortunate. Even if supported, she has found such a benefactor. Upon spotting her, Yuzun chose not to acknowledge her presence. With his hands tucked into his pockets, he brushed past her. As he was about to place his left foot on the staircase, someone grasped his wrist, prompting him to halt and turn to face Mo Xiangxi. I wish to go upstairs, she said, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears. But I can't walk. Could you carry me up? Mo Xiangxi felt a sudden numbness in her wrist as Yuzun subtly released her grip. There are plenty of rooms downstairs. What purpose does it serve to ascend when you cannot walk? If you can stand, you should walk up yourself. Shengxiao hurried downstairs and encountered the two at the staircase. Mo Xiangxi's eyes brimmed with tears, nearly spilling over. Sister, what is wrong? Nothing, I'm fine, she replied. Yuzun stepped onto the staircase, casually remarking to Shengxiao to remain downstairs and refrain from bothering him. With that, he ascended with an air of arrogance. Mo Shengxiao's lips parted slightly as she moved to comfort Xiangxi. Sister, please don't be upset. With Yuzun present, both sisters felt a sense of constraint. Fortunately, the man had affairs to attend to in the afternoon and left after dinner, driving away from the imperial impression. Shengxiao took Xiangxi for a stroll, while Auntie busied herself preparing a sumptuous dinner. The warm and harmonious atmosphere was unforeseen, as that evening would soon be engulfed by a tempest. When Yuzun returned, the sky had turned pitch black, and the dining table was set with 3 sets of chopsticks and bowls. Auntie had finished her tasks and returned home for the new year. The man's gaze swept over the table, a cryptic smile curling at the corners of his mouth. He pulled out a chair and sat down, joining his hands together, his wild eyes fixated on Mo Shengxiao. She turned abruptly, only to meet the hidden menace in his gaze, causing her heart to plummet with unease. The atmosphere was palpably tense. Yuzun merely nodded in response, uttering not a word. Shengxiao placed the well-served rice before him, and Yuzun picked up his chopsticks, casually stirring the food. The meal felt like sitting on needles. The man remained silent, and neither sister dared to speak loudly, thickening the oppressive atmosphere. Firecrackers echoed in the distance, and outside the floor-to-ceiling windows, clusters of fireworks danced, igniting the scenery with vibrant life. Shengxiao served Xiangxi some dishes, but after a few bites, Yuzun set his chopsticks down. The clattering of the bowl against the table shattered the silence, the sound sharp and piercing, breaking the previously tranquil space. Both women hastily finished their meal, with no one willing to break the silence. Shengxiao gathered the dishes, while Yuzun stood up, remarking that he could wash them the next day. Oh, all right, she replied. As he approached the sofa, Shengxiao took the opportunity to guide Xiangxi back to her designated bedroom. Sister, get some rest early tonight. I'll take you shopping first thing in the morning. Sister, are you sure everything is all right? Xiangxi asked, her face etched with concern. Don't worry, just get some sleep. She ushered Xiangxi into the room, assisted her in washing her face, and carefully laid her on the bed. Sister, please bring over the wheelchair. Don't worry, if anything comes up tonight, just call for me. Just bring it over. I can manage if I need to use the restroom. Reluctantly, Shengxiao complied, wheeling the chair to the bedside, placing water on the nightstand, and confirming Xiangxi's phone was charged before stepping out. In the spacious living room, Yuzun sat on the sofa, his tense profile catching her eye as she quietly closed Xiangxi's door. Upon hearing footsteps behind her, Yuzun commanded softly, "Come here." Shengxiao circled around the sofa, observing the dark cloud hanging over his expression. What troubles you? Yuzun extended a hand, beckoning her closer. As she placed her hand in his palm, he forcefully pulled her forward, causing her to stumble. He caught her waist just in time to prevent her from falling, his hand trailing down her waist to her abdomen, his fingers tapping the button of her jeans. Today, it should be over, right? Shengxiao intended to nod in agreement. But upon locking eyes with the icy depths of his gaze, she hesitated, trepidation washing over her. She was uncertain of what had stirred within him today. The mere thought of it filled her with dread. Perhaps tomorrow. It's not completely resolved yet. She felt his grip tighten around her waist, followed by a sudden dizziness as he forcefully pushed her onto the sofa. Shengxiao instinctively closed her eyes, feeling as though her insides were being squeezed together. She wanted to open her eyes, but the world around her blurred into darkness. What are you doing? Yuzun's hands tore at her jeans with ruthless precision. Understanding that her deceit was about to be unveiled, she scrambled to resist. He seized her wrists, flinging her away, causing her hand to collide with a nearby coffee table. Immediately swelling with pain, fearing further provocation, she lay still, paralyzed by apprehension. With a swift motion, he discarded her underwear. Shengxiao shielded her face with her hands, the brilliance of a chandelier blinding her, igniting her cheeks with shame. Seeing her in this state ignited Yuzun's fury, and he yanked her hands away. How dare you deceive me, only to receive a modicum of kindness from me, then raise your voice with lies. He shoved her down from the sofa. As she stumbled and tried to brace herself with her hands on the ground, Yuzun grasped her and marched towards the piano in the living room. She hurried after him, but just a few steps away, he carelessly discarded her like refuse, her waist colliding painfully with the piano stand, causing her to nearly double over. What was happening? She dared not voice her thoughts too loudly, knowing Shengxiao remained in the adjacent room. A sudden crash echoed as something struck her squarely in the face. Shengxiao did not see clearly, only feeling the sharp pain akin to a fierce slap. A flurry of photographs scattered around her feet. Yuzun approached the wine cabinet, pouring himself a glass of red wine, bending down to collect the photographs. Her once-dazed mind erupted into clarity. There were images of Yin Zhanqing massaging her feet, others of him embracing her on the hotel balcony, creating an illusion of intimacy, even pictures of him carrying her to bed. Finally, she comprehended Su Aya's intentions. She had waited for this moment, New Year's Eve, to deliver a fatal blow. Shengxiao thought to herself, I am finished. It seems I shall perish at Yuzun's hands tonight. She attempted to flee, but was caught by the waist. Drag back. What are you afraid of? When lying, you show no signs of guilt. Please listen to me. Desperation laced her voice, trembling like a strained string. I'm listening. Speak, Yuzun replied, unhurried, exuding an air of confidence. Yet Shengxiao understood the monster lurking beneath his skin, a manifestation of Su Aya's machinations. She approached me earlier, wanting me to lure you to the harbor to deal with you. I swear, I had no intention of harming you. Otherwise, she would have handed these over to you. I never meant you any harm. So what? Yuzun snatched the photographs from her grasp, hurling them at her face once more. All you need to tell me is whether these photos are real or fake. Tears brimmed in her eyes as she remained silent, biting her lip. When I was with you, it's no wonder you never appeared willing. I truly wish to see how you look beneath Yin Zhanqing. Yuzun's hand caressed her pronounced collarbone. Her neck was pale and graceful. With a slight pressure, he grasped it firmly. Those I have played with. They weren't deemed filthy, and neither are you, entwined between two men. It must feel rather exhilarating, no? Ming Shengxiao's face flushed a deep crimson. She had initially resolved to let go. If he wanted her, she would obediently remain by his side, avoiding angering Yuzun, and they had always coexisted peacefully. Yet, fate delighted in tormenting her. To him, she was merely a plaything. I am not so filthy. These photographs do not signify anything. Who could ascertain what had transpired between them? Yuzun's hand gradually closed in. Do not tell me you have fallen for him. Shengxiao's eyes widened, her thoughts drifting to Yin Zhanqing's gentle moments with her. Perhaps, if he had regarded her solely as Ming Shengxiao from the very beginning, they might not have missed their chance. The man saw through the confusion in her gaze, letting out a cold scoff. He cast the glass from his highball glass onto the piano, shards scattering everywhere. With a single hand, he tore apart Shengxiao's sweater, exposing her to the cold air, her bare back pressed down towards the dangerous shards of glass. A large group of silent observers. Are you not going to come out? If you do not, I shall inflict a bit of torment for fun. Chapter 37. The following content is collected and arranged by 00. Copyright belongs to the author or publisher. Shengxiao cried out in terror. You madman, let me go. He seized her neck, pausing just before pressing down onto her back. You know I am insane. Dare to provoke Ming Shengxiao? If I do not teach you a lesson today, you shall never learn. Her waist bent at an impossible angle. Shengxiao felt herself weakening, her arms dangling by her side. If it did not release her, her hands would be injured by the glass. Please, I beg you. Now, realizing her pleas were futile, Yuzun looked down at her with disdain. Once you are with me, do not even think of developing feelings for anyone else. Your heart still beats, does it not? If you provoke me again, I cannot guarantee that I won't extract it and crush it before your eyes. Shengxiao felt a wave of nausea as blood surged to her throat, a foul taste rising within her. She thought to herself, Yuzun must have been a monster in his past life. Mo Xiangxi, hearing the commotion, rushed out only to witness this horrifying scene. She pushed forward with all her might. Shengxiao, Shengxiao. If Ming Shengxiao could endure everything, the one thing she could not bear was that all her humiliation was witnessed by Xiangxi. Sister, please go back. Tears could no longer be contained, streaming forth like a torrent. Amidst the glimmering shards of glass, Yuzun's perfect visage shattered into irreparable fragments. Go back. Shengxiao waved her hand desperately. Xiangxi halted, her eyes reddening. Why do you treat my sister this way? Yuzun turned his face away, finally releasing his grip. As Shengxiao saw him stride toward Xiangxi, she nervously reached out to pull him back. Do not harm my sister. The man shrugged her off, her elbow striking the piano, drawing blood from the shallow cuts. Yuzun approached Xiangxi, bending down to speak to her in the wheelchair. Stay in your place and mind your own business. Mo Xiangxi, tears brimming in her eyes, felt them spill over at his words. Shengxiao shouted from behind him, Yuzun, you are inhumane. At that moment, the door swung open, and he, having finished dinner, rushed over only to be met with this scene, her mouth agape in shock. And he, take her to the room. She quickly composed herself. Yes, working in such a household, and he had learned to act swiftly. She did not cast a glance at the pitiful Shengxiao, but hurried to usher Mo Xiangxi back to her room. Shengxiao pressed her lips tightly together, the droplets of blood from her elbow accentuating her pale skin, rendering her all the more alluring. Outside, the fireworks were splendid, illuminating the night sky. She recalled how, every New Year, her father would bring home a large barrel of fireworks. How wonderful it was. Shengxiao sobbed, not needing to display her sorrow in front of Xiangxi. It was indeed wonderful. Yuzun returned to her side, and Shengxiao felt as though she had plunged into an icy abyss, akin to enduring a living hell. He placed his hands on her shoulders, caressing gently. Ming Shengxiao, you always seek out suffering. With that, he pressed her down, not wanting her hands to be injured. She had no choice but to wrap her arms around Yuzun. His smile was seductive, his gaze wicked. See, if you despise me, why do you still cling to me? He leaned in closer, forcing her to tighten her embrace. The cold buckle of his belt pressed against her abdomen as he withdrew the belt. She trembled in fear, wishing only to protect her hands. Shengxiao clung to Yuzun's back, and from a distance, he still appeared impeccably dressed, unlike her. Several times, her back brushed against the shards of glass. Though only minor scratches, they still caused pain. Sweat began to bead on her forehead as she bit her lip, refusing to cry out. Xiangxi, unable to remain calm in her room, attempted to go out. And he, noticing, quickly stopped her. If you go out now, it will only complicate matters for Ming. But I cannot bear to watch Shengxiao suffer. Do not worry. I can tell that Yuzun is merely angry, but he will not truly harm Ming. After Yuzun was done, he withdrew, and without his support, Shengxiao's body crumpled to the ground, her eyes devoid of life, her arms wrapped around her cold knees, encasing herself in despair. I told you from the start to be obedient. Shengxiao bowed her head, her hair veiling her face. She had obeyed, yet what had it achieved? Yuzun could not bear to see her in such a state. After tidying his clothes, he started to ascend the stairs. Ming Shengxiao heard his footsteps but did not lift her head, murmuring softly, "I thought I could have a joyful new year." Such a brief statement, yet it tasted bitter as though she had consumed a bitter herb. Shengxiao clenched her jaw, but the tears could no longer be contained. Her shoulders trembled. The blood trailing down her elbow had already dried, and even her back resembled a plum blossom standing tall in the snow, poised to bloom. Yuzun felt a pang in his heart, as if touched by her sorrow. He paused at the staircase, his steps halted, and he, hearing the cries from Xiangxi's room, hurried to exit. Before she left, she bent down to advise Xiangxi, "You should rest now. It's all right. Nothing has happened. In the morning, just act as if nothing occurred. And for Meng's sake, do not come out." And he had anticipated the unfolding events. At this moment, the most difficult thing for Shengxiao to face was her own sister. And he saw that she did not emerge, and the man nearly roared in anger. "They are coming, they are coming." And he quickly opened the door, stepping out, but not forgetting to turn back. Remember, with that, she closed the door behind her. "Young master Yu, do you have any commands?" Yuzun confirmed her presence before proceeding upstairs, but he did not speak again, and he understood his unspoken intentions. She glanced at Ming Shengxiao sitting at the piano, her heart aching in unison with hers. Outside, the previously clear sky had unknowingly begun to snow, gently falling and accumulating. When Shengxiao looked up, the greenery beyond the royal impression was cloaked in a heavy white blanket, and she worried that some branches might not withstand the weight and would snap. And he draped a bathrobe over her shoulders, causing Shengxiao to shudder and turn her head. Her eyes were swollen, her complexion pale, and he recalled how she had left earlier, her face radiant with joy, and wondered how things had changed so swiftly. Seeing the pity in Aunt He's eyes, tears streamed down Shengxiao's cheeks. Why? Why does he treat me this way?" Aunt He sighed, embracing Shengxiao's shoulders to help her rise. She had been seated too long, her legs stiffened, and she nearly fell again upon standing. And he led her to the bathroom and prepared a bath for her. Shengxiao, like a doll devoid of spirit, followed Aunt He's movements, lifting her arms and legs as instructed, though her back bore only minor abrasions. And he still applied alcohol for disinfection. Ming Shengxiao held back her cries, biting her lip fiercely. "If it hurts, just let it out." Shengxiao allowed the water to wash over her face, her eyes tightly closed and unable to open. The substance that slid over her lips was indistinguishable as water or tears. She refrained from crying out, apart from Imo Xiangxi. The one who felt her pain was no longer present. And he tidied the living room, urging Shengxiao several times to go upstairs and rest. She nodded in agreement, but merely suggested that he return to her room to sleep. Shengxiao did not ascend the stairs. Instead, she donned a thin bathrobe and opened the floor-to-ceiling window of the balcony. The cold wind rushed in, causing her teeth to chatter as she sat on a nearby bench, listening to the firecrackers resonating from outside. It was quite lively, she smiled, only to realize that her face felt as if it had been sliced by a knife. Every slight movement causing her intense pain. A rustling sound came from behind her. She wiped her eyes. Didn't I ask you to rest? I will go upstairs shortly." Shengxiao stiffened at the sound of a familiar voice, turning hurriedly to see her sister, Xiangxi. "What are you doing out here? It's freezing. Come inside." Imo Shengxiao, grasping her hand, urged her to sit outside with her. "Don't act like this. I know you're hurting inside. I'm your sister. You shouldn't hide anything from me." "Sister," Shengxiao averted her gaze, unable to meet her eyes. "I'm really fine. He treats me well most of the time." "Shengxiao, I shouldn't have pressured you into agreeing. I never anticipated you would be so unhappy." "Sister," she forced a smile, "it's not like that. If it weren't for your urging, I might still be in prison, and my life would be truly ruined. Let us leave just like before. I would rather stay in the hospital than see you suffer like this." Imo Shengxiao bent down, her legs numb from the cold. Xiangxi pushed her wheelchair closer, allowing her to lean on her shoulder. "I miss the times when Mom and Dad were still here." Turning her head away, Shengxiao tightly shut her eyes, seemingly asleep. Xiangxi gazed upwards. "If only my legs were fine, how wonderful it would be. I would have to rely on you." I could support myself and not be a burden to you. Then you could live the life you desire. She knew Shengxiao was not asleep. Ming Shengxiao felt a wave of emotion, tears slipping from her tightly closed eyes. In the morning, Yuzun woke up and checked on Shengxiao's room, finding it empty, with no signs of anyone having slept there the night before. His brows furrowed as he descended the stairs, only to discover that Ming Shengxiao was also absent. "Let's see where you're hiding," he muttered, grabbing his coat and heading outside. As he passed through the living room, he caught sight of a familiar figure, halting in his tracks. There sat Ming Shengxiao in a large bathrobe on the balcony. The biting cold wind did not deter her. An inexplicable fire ignited in his heart as he strode over to the balcony, noticing that Shangxi had also dozed off, startled awake by the commotion. "What are you pretending to be dead for?" Yuzun reached out, giving Ming Shengxiao a push on her shoulder. She fell, her eyes still tightly shut, letting out a faint moan upon impact, ceasing all struggle thereafter. In a moment of chaos, Shengxiao cried out in fear, "You lunatic, let me go, please." He grasped her neck, pausing just as he was about to press down on her back. "You know I'm a madman, and still dare to provoke me?" Ming Shengxiao felt her waist contorted at an unnatural angle, her strength waning as her arms dangled helplessly. "Please, now you plead for mercy?" Yuzun stood above her, a condescending posture. "If you follow me, do not think of having feelings for anyone else. Is your heart still beating? If you provoke me again, I cannot guarantee I one tea extract it and crush it before your eyes." Ming Shengxiao tasted blood rising in her throat, feeling nauseous. She thought to herself that Yuzun must have been a monster in his past life. Hearing the commotion, Shangxi emerged and witnessed the scene. Pushing herself forward with all her strength, Shengxiao. If there was anything Ming Shengxiao could not endure, it was the humiliation of Shangxi witnessing it all. "Sister, go back, please." Tears streamed uncontrollably, shattering the illusion of the perfect face Yuzun wore. "Go back." Shangxi halted, her eyes reddened. "Why are you treating my sister this way?" Yuzun turned his face away, finally releasing his hold. Seeing him stride towards Shangxi, Shengxiao anxiously reached out to grasp him. "Don't hurt my sister." With a flick of his wrist, she slammed her elbow against the piano, slicing it against the shards, a trickle of blood emerging. Yuzun bent down before Shangxi. "Stay in your wheelchair and mind your own business." Shangxi's eyes brimmed with tears, cascading down at his words. "Shengxiao!" she cried out. Yuzun leaned closer, and just then, the door swung open as he hurried over after finishing dinner, her mouth agape in shock at the sight. Take her to her room." She quickly collected herself, yes. Having worked in such a household, he had learned a thing or two. Without a glance at the disheveled Shengxiao, she hastened towards Shangxi, ushering her back to her room. Shengxiao pressed her lips tightly together, the few drops of blood accentuating her pale skin, making it all the more alluring. The fireworks outside were beautiful, adorning the starry night. She recalled the times when her father would bring home a large barrel of fireworks every New Year. How wonderful it was. Shengxiao wept, feeling no need to hide her emotions from Shangxi. It was truly liberating. As Yuzun returned to her, Shengxiao felt as if she had fallen into an icy abyss, as though trapped in hell, suffering endlessly. He held her trembling shoulders, caressing them gently. "Ming Shengxiao, you always seek out suffering." With that, he pressed her down. Shengxiao, unwilling to injure her hands, wrapped her arms around Yuzun instead. His smile was seductive, his gaze wicked. "See, if you despise me, why do you still cling to me?" He leaned closer, forcing her to clutch him even tighter. The cold leather of his belt pressed against her abdomen as he pulled it out. Fear engulfed her. All she wished to protect were her hands. Shengxiao clung to Yuzun's back from a distance. He appeared impeccably dressed, unlike her disheveled self. Several times, her back grazed the glass shards on the piano. Though the wounds were slight, they still pained her. Sweat began to bead on her forehead as she bit her lip, refusing to let a sound escape. Shangxi, unable to quell her worry, attempted to leave the room, but he stopped her. "If you go out now, it will only make things harder for Miss Mo. But I can't just watch Shengxiao suffer. Rest assured, I can see that Yu Xiao is merely venting his anger. You want tea truly harm Miss Mo. After finishing, Yu Zun withdrew, and Shengxiao, having lost her support, collapsed to the ground like a soft puddle. Her eyes were vacant, and her arms wrapped around her cold knees, encasing herself in despair. I had warned you from the outset to obey. With her head bowed, her hair obscured her face. She had complied, but to what end? Yu Zun, unable to bear her pitiful state, straightened his clothes and ascended the stairs. Shengxiao, hearing his footsteps, did not lift her head, but murmured softly, "I thought I could have a joyful new year." The brevity of her words was as bitter as if she had consumed gall. Clenching her teeth, tears could no longer be contained. Her shoulders trembled slightly, and the dried blood trailing down her elbows resembled a plum blossom poised to bloom amidst the wind and snow. Yu Zun felt a pang in his throat, a gentle touch to his heart, as if it were convulsing in pain. He paused at the staircase, calling for Aunt He. Inside Xiangxi's room, Aunt He, hearing the call, hurried out, bending down to advise Xiangxi, "You should rest now. It's nothing to worry about. Tomorrow morning, act as if nothing has happened. And for Miss Mo, please do not come out." And he had anticipated the unfolding events. At this moment, the hardest thing for Shengxiao to face was undoubtedly her sister. And he, seeing her reluctance to emerge, the man nearly roared, "Here they come." And he quickly opened the door, stepping out while reminding, "Remember." With that, she closed the door behind her. "Young master, do you have any instructions?" Only when assured she had exited did Yu Zun ascend the stairs, remaining silent. And he understood his intent, and upon seeing Ming Shengxiao seated at the piano, her heart ached anew. Outside, the once clear sky had unexpectedly begun to snow, the flakes falling steadily and growing heavier. When Shengxiao raised her gaze, she noticed the greenery outside the royal impression was cloaked in a thick layer of white. Some branches seemed on the verge of breaking under the weight. And he draped a bathrobe over her shoulders, causing Shengxiao to shudder and turn around. Her eyes were red and swollen, her complexion pale, and he recalled how, just hours before, Shengxiao had been as radiant as a peach blossom. How had everything changed so drastically in such a short span? Upon witnessing the sorrow in Aunt He's eyes, tears cascaded down Shengxiao's cheeks. Why must he treat me this way? And he sighed, wrapping her arms around Shengxiao's shoulders to help her rise. She had sat too long, her legs stiffening, and almost fell again upon standing. And he guided her into the bathroom, washing her gently, and Shengxiao, like a soulless doll, followed her lead, lifting her arms and legs in compliance. Despite only minor abrasions on her back, and he still applied alcohol for disinfection, and Shengxiao bit her lip to stifle the pain. "If it hurts, just cry out," letting the water wash over her face. She kept her eyes tightly shut, unable to discern between the water and her tears. She would not cry out. Aside from Mo Xiangxi, no one else felt her heartache. And he tidied the living room and urged Shengxiao to rest upstairs several times. She nodded in agreement, but insisted Aunt He return to her room. Shengxiao did not go upstairs. Clad in a thin bathrobe, she opened the balcony's floor-to-ceiling window, allowing the biting cold wind to rush in. She trembled, taking a seat on a nearby bench, listening to the firecrackers outside the royal impression. How lively she laughed, only to realize her face felt as if it had been sliced by a blade. Even the slightest movement was agonizing. Hearing a sound behind her, she wiped her eyes. "Aunt He, didn't I tell you to sleep first? I'll be upstairs shortly." Shengxiao, her back stiffened, and she turned in haste. "Sister." Xiangxi stood right behind her. Mo Shengxiao quickly attempted to rise. "Why did you come out? It's freezing. Hurry inside." Shengxiao. Mo Xiangxi grasped her hand, sitting beside her. "Don't act like this. I know you're hurting. As your sister, you shouldn't hide anything from me." "Sister." Shengxiao avoided her gaze, unable to meet her eyes. "I truly am fine. Most of the time, he treats me well." "Shengxiao, I shouldn't have pressured you to agree. I never anticipated you would be so unhappy." "Sister," she forced a smile, "it's not like that. If you had encouraged me, I might still be in prison, and my life would be truly ruined. Let us leave just like before. I would rather stay in a hospital than see you suffer like this." Mo Shengxiao sat down, her legs numb from the cold. Xiangxi pushed her wheelchair closer, allowing her to rest against her shoulder. I miss the days when Mom and Dad were still here. Turning her head away, Shengxiao closed her eyes tightly, appearing to have fallen asleep. Shengxiao, Xiangxi gazed ahead, looking up. If only my legs were fine. I wouldn't need to rely on you. I could take care of myself and not be a burden to you. Then you could live the life you desire. She knew Shengxiao was not asleep. Unable to withstand the ache in her heart, tears slipped from her tightly closed eyes. In the morning, as Yuzun passed by Shengxiao's room, he intentionally peeked inside, finding it empty and devoid of any sign of a recent occupant. Frowning, he descended the stairs, only to discover Mo Xiangxi was also absent. With a cold snort, he muttered, "Let us see where you've hidden." He donned his coat and stepped outside. As he crossed the living room, he inadvertently caught sight of a familiar figure, prompting him to halt. There sat Mo Shengxiao, clad in an oversized bathrobe. On the balcony, the biting wind outside was relentless. Was she not afraid of freezing? A surge of anger welled up within him as he strode toward the balcony. Xiangxi, who had been dozing, quickly looked up upon hearing the commotion. "What are you pretending to be asleep for?" Yuzun reached out, pushing gently on Mo Shengxiao's shoulder. But with a mere flick of his strength, she toppled over, her eyes still shut, falling silently without further struggle. As a side note, I have discovered more readers today, and I am thrilled to maintain this pace of updates. Many have commented on the brutality of Zun. Indeed, he embodies that ferocity. It is rooted in his childhood experiences. And what he desires from Mo Shengxiao is simply her obedience. As she gradually sheds her sharp edges, he will treat her well, capable of elevating a woman to the heavens. Yet, Shengxiao is still too young, often clashing with him due to her nature. Yuzun, in turn, is a complex contradiction. He cherishes her rebellious spirit, yet seeks to temper it. So, dear readers, please continue to follow along. The forthcoming chapters will be astonishing. Just. This book is exclusively published by Xiaoxiang Bookhouse. Please do not reproduce. Chapter 41. Life is one's own. Everything else is but emptiness. Yuzun walked softly, his left hand resting on her shoulder, startling Shengxiao. Just as she turned her head, he wrapped an arm around her neck, and she felt the warmth of his muscular chest pressing against her back. The embrace was suffocating. Shengxiao understood what was to come. The pain within her seemed to scream for attention, tearing at her. Each time they were together, it felt like an ordeal in hell. She grasped Yuzun's wrist, attempting to pull it away. Mo Shengxiao, what do you think I'm raising you for? His breath brushed her ear, a mix of heat and cold sending shivers down her spine. I raise you for my own use. Yuzun pushed aside her hands, his palm gliding over her collarbone, slipping beneath her bathrobe. Though you are young, your body has matured appropriately. Shengxiao's face flushed crimson, even her neck adorned with a faint blush. Yuzun leaned in, pressing her down onto the bed, her wide-open eyes gazing past his enticing visage to the ceiling above. Yuzun turned her face toward him, commanding, "Look at me. Does this excite you further?" The man chuckled upon hearing her words, acknowledging her understanding, and remarked that she was born to lie like this. The last two words remained unspoken by Yuzun as he eagerly lifted Shengxiao's bathrobe, yet she refused to meet his gaze. He kissed her, but she subtly evaded him. Yuzun smirked and turned her face back towards him, capturing her lips in a kiss that bordered on a bite, nearly stealing her breath away. At just 21, she had already borne too much, and a worry crept in her mind. Would she wither away too soon? She could never learn to behave and began to struggle once more. Yuzun held her shoulders firmly, warning her that the more she resisted, the more painful it would become. "Don't blame me for hurting you then." Shengxiao pushed back with all her might. Loathing Yuzun, she had never despised anyone as much as she did him. "If you have the ability, then kill me. You're all talk. Can you make me lie here obediently someday?" No. Years later, as she reflected on those moments, she often thought how young she had been. Yuzun was merely a man seeking novelty. When he grew weary, he would cast her aside without her needing to say a word. Had it not been for her reckless declaration, she would not have fallen into Yuzun's trap, descending deeper and deeper. She had provoked him again. "Fine. Since you said so, I will kill you tonight to spare you from your pitiful demeanor." He spoke with conviction. She considered grabbing the water cup by the bed to strike him, but the thought intimidated her. Even if she dared, she lacked the power to send him to hell. Only he possessed that authority. Shengxiao held her breath, feeling a weight in her heart, her eyes fogged with tears. Yuzun reached out to pull her close, his body insatiable. She closed her eyes gently, a single tear sliding down her cheek. Yuzun propped his head up with one hand, his palm caressing her face. With a gentle sweep of his finger, he wiped away her tear. You like yin zhanqing, don't you? His sudden question left Shengxiao stunned. You need not deny it. I can see it, he continued, his eyes dark and inscrutable. She averted her gaze, unable to confront him. Are you unaware that yin zhanqing has a woman? Why seek self-inflicted pain? Self-inflicted pain is still better than staying by your side. Yuzun, have you ever loved someone? You must know that some wounds cannot be healed. He curled his lips into a thin smile, exuding elegance and charm. But his hand struck her cheek lightly, the sound echoing. What I need to make amends for. I don't want you anymore. When the time comes, I will kick you away. Those wounds and you have nothing to do with me. Ming Shengxiao. What you should pray for now is that I keep you by my side for a few more years. His meaning was clear. Fall in love with him, and she would deserve the pain. Such a man was not one to love. Shengxiao felt fortunate that she did not love him. Not at all. Upon seeing the indifference on her face, Yuzun felt a surge of unnameable anger. He understood that to make her devoted, he must extinguish her hopes. She must fall for yin zhanqing and be thoroughly hurt before she could grasp the meaning of despair. He would rather have her as a puppet by his side than allow her to think of another man with vitality. Shall we make a bet? Shengxiao, exhausted, merely wished to sleep and lacked the strength to keep her eyes open. What kind of bet? 3 months. If you can truly find a man who loves you, I will let you go. I will also never mention Sun Yin's case again, considering it a reward for these past few nights. How about it? You always talk about love, so let me see what love truly is. Does this condition tempt you? His series of questions left Ming Shengxiao momentarily dazed. Yet, she quickly regained her composure as Yuzun leaned in closely. Upon opening her eyes, she felt as if she were drawn into the depths of his gaze. Are you serious? I never lie. Shengxiao could not hide her excitement. Her voice trembled as she spoke. You promised me that if I truly could leave you, you would not bring up Sun Yin's case again. This was her greatest concern. Yuzun nodded. Shengxiao couldn't help but feel elated. He found her hopeful expression amusing. He believed not only that love was a farce, but even if she found it, he would stop at nothing to tear them apart. Shengxiao was so exhilarated that she hardly slept that night. The following morning, upon waking, Yuzun found her wide awake. Hearing a rustling sound, Shengxiao turned and asked, Do you remember what we said last night? No need to be so impatient. For these 3 months, I want to move back to school. She observed Yuzun's expression. Since you are so confident, there will be plenty of time ahead. The man hesitated, but, thinking of his purpose, eventually agreed. After rising, Ming Shengxiao began to pack. When he entered the room, she heard her humming cheerfully. Miss Mo, why are you so happy? I really like you. Shengxiao replied, setting down her tasks. I'm moving out today. Thank you for your care these past days. Moving out? He was perceptive and, seeing the smile on Shengxiao's face, cautiously probed. When will you be back? Ming Shengxiao stuffed her clothes into her bag, pressing down firmly. I'm not coming back. At this, her eyes sparkled with joy. He refrained from asking further and helped tidy up. Shengxiao's belongings were minimal. Some clothes Yuzun had bought for her, which she never wore, were left behind at the royal impression. As she exited the house, Shengxiao felt like a liberated bird, ready to dance at the roadside with her suitcase. She took the bus back to school, leaving Yuzun behind, and her life quickly returned to its previous tranquility. These days coincided with the start of the school term, and Shu Tian returned as well. After enjoying a few peaceful days, Shengxiao's heart began to fill with unease. When she had promised Yuzun, it had been with a spirit of determination, holding on to a sliver of hope. Yet, he had only granted her 3 months. After lunch, as Shengxiao and Shu Tian returned to their dormitory, her phone rang. She pulled it out to see it was Yin Zhanqing. Surprised, she wondered when she had saved this number. She considered hanging up, but ultimately let it ring on. Shengxiao, why aren't you answering? Oh, I don't want to. Shengxiao approached Shu Tian. What movie are we watching? The phone continued to ring incessantly, and, annoyed by the noise, she finally pressed the answer button. Hello? Come out. Busu. I'll be at your school soon. If you don't come out, I'll go in to find you. Wait, where are you? You should have agreed earlier to avoid this situation. The man on the other end chuckled lightly. Wait for me at the bus station at the entrance of Huel. As she hurried out with her bag, Shengxiao arrived just in time to see Yin Zhanqing's car pull up. He opened the door for her. Do you need something? Do you want to be accused of casually flirting with someone? Taking a deep breath, Shengxiao entered the car and firmly closed the window. You've already caused me enough trouble. How did you get my number? You were asleep last time, so I checked it myself. Yin Zhanqing revved the engine and accelerated. Today, I need an answer from you. If I'm not pleased with your response, you want to get out. Shengxiao barely had time to fasten her seatbelt before he sped off, gripping the seat with her right hand, watching in horror as they nearly collided with pedestrians. He remained calm, as if in complete control. Yin Zhanqing, you're insane. The man grasped one of her hands, the speed increasing as they hit the highway, driving even more recklessly. After a long-awaited halt, Shengxiao tightly closed her eyes, breathless and pale. Yin Zhanqing gripped the steering wheel, bluntly declaring, I have broken up with Su Ro. Shengxiao's almond-shaped eyes widened in surprise. Why? She asked. Do you not know? He retorted, noticing her indifferent demeanor, his expression darkening. Isn't this all for you? Shengxiao, what on earth are you thinking? He pushed gently against her forehead. Yet, Shengxiao was acutely aware. Have you forgotten the deep affection you had for Su Ro? Back when I worked in your home, you merely saw me as a substitute for her. I always knew how deeply you loved her. That's all in the past. Initially, I viewed you as a stand-in for Su Ro. However, after her return, I found myself feeling even more distressed. I realized that every day I was thinking of you. I now understand who you are, Shengxiao. During that time, I had you wear Su Ro's clothes, treating you as if you were her. Now, I refuse to continue this misguided circle we have spun ourselves into. Shengxiao, do you comprehend what I am saying? His gaze was sincere as he lifted her hand to his lips. A wave of panic washed over her, compelling her to retract her hand, but Yin Zhanqing held on firmly. Do not dwell on my past, nor will I inquire about yours. Shengxiao, shall we start anew from today? His gaze softened, a look he had only previously shown to Su Ro. This stirred something within Shengxiao, and as Yin Zhanqing noticed her reaction, a playful smile graced his lips. Your silence implies consent. Just as she opened her mouth to speak, he covered her lips. Trust me, I will demonstrate my intentions through my actions. Shengxiao met his gaze, and she saw no trace of his usual nonchalance. Instead, he appeared profoundly earnest. Humans are often drawn to an unexpectedly warm hand extended towards them. Shengxiao found it difficult to articulate her feelings at that moment. Could she truly abandon everything and begin anew? A desire to try surged within her, even if it meant facing dire consequences. She did not wish to wait idly for 3 months to pass in vain. After a dinner, Yin Zhanqing prepared to drive her back to school. Throughout the journey, he held one of her hands while steering. The warmth enveloped her, igniting a comforting glow within her heart as soothing melodies of yesterday once more played in the background. Suddenly, the ringing of a phone shattered the tranquil atmosphere. She pulled out her phone, her heart racing as she saw several missed calls from her roommate. After a few attempts, she silenced it. Who is it? My roommate, she replied softly, cutting off the ringing with a message. Do not contact me anymore. Before switching her phone to silent mode. The journey filled her with unease. Upon arriving at the school gates, she hurriedly opened the car door to exit. Wait! Yin Zhanqing exclaimed, swiftly grasping her arm. She instinctively turned back, only to find his lips brushing against hers. Her cheeks flushed crimson as she covered her face with her hands, her slender figure elongated in the dim light. Neither noticed the luxury vehicle parked around the corner, where Yuzun toyed with his phone, resting his elbow on the window, his narrowed eyes capturing the sight of Shengxiao's bashfulness. How bold of you to flaunt so brazenly after just a few days, he muttered, feeling a surge of annoyance. I must return, otherwise, the dormitory will close. Yin Zhanqing nodded, but did not leave. Instead, he exited the vehicle and approached Shengxiao, who gazed at him in confusion. He simply smiled, taking her hands into his, gently rubbing them together. She smiled back, warmth flooding through her. You should head back too. He adjusted her scarf before returning to the car. As she watched him start the engine and drive away, she turned to walk towards the school. Pulling out her phone, she noticed several missed calls from Yuzun, which she deleted without hesitation. Just a few steps in, she felt a shadow trailing behind her. Startled, she had no time to flee as someone seized her shoulder, pulling her aside. Who? She gasped, losing her grip on her phone, which tumbled into the grass. Pressed against a rough wall, she was unable to move. As she prepared to cry out, a chilling voice whispered in her ear. How could you resist not climbing into his bed? Ming Shengxiao? The biting sarcasm was unmistakable. It was Yuzun. 3 months have yet to pass. This is my freedom, she retorted, attempting to provoke him. Ah, so you wish to backtrack? It's only been a few days. I agreed to you, but I never stipulated that I would remain out of your life during this time. Ming Shengxiao, rest assured, I will ensure you are left utterly heartbroken. You may indulge in your affection, but do not expect anyone to come to your aid when you find yourself weeping. I will not, she replied lightly. Yuzun leaned closer, his nose nearly touching hers, recalling Yin Zhanqing's previous actions. His expression darkened as he leaned in. Do not touch me. Shengxiao instinctively flinched, anticipating an unwelcome advance. Instead, he bit down hard on her cheek, causing her to yelp in pain, her features twisting in agony. I advise you not to get involved with him. Otherwise, you may find yourself tossed aside like a worn-out shoe, and I will not spare you. She covered her face, tears pooling in her eyes from the pain. Is he a dog? If I am discarded, that is my affair. Enduring the pain, she insisted, just remember your words. I do not wish to have any further entanglements with you. Her desperation to escape was palpable. Yuzun scoffed coldly, pointing a finger at her in silence before driving off. Realizing she could not return, Shengxiao hurried to a nearby store to buy a bandage for her face. Fortunately, by the next day, the bruise had faded. When she stepped out, she applied a soothing BB cream, ensuring it was unnoticeable before departing. Yin Zhanqing's car was parked on a small lane not far from the school. As she opened the door and slid inside, he observed her flushed face. Did you wear makeup today? Tensing, she replied no, not at all. Did he notice? You look best without any embellishments, he said with a smile, taking her hand. Where are we going? Shengxiao felt a pang of guilt and attempted to change the subject. To a place you've longed to visit. His smile was enigmatic as he guided her hand to his lips, making her feel a sense of unease. Happiness seemed to come too easily. Upon arriving at the rehabilitation hospital, Shengxiao finally understood his intentions. How did you know? Yin Zhanqing led her into the hospital, where a group of specialists awaited them. Upon seeing the pair, they greeted them courteously. The director had already handed over Ming Shengxiao's case to them, and after discussion, they unanimously agreed that her leg had a chance of healing. It was merely a matter of time. Overjoyed, Shengxiao took Yin Zhanqing to the ward, where Xiangxi was seated in a wheelchair, reading. Seeing them, she paused, but Shengxiao was the first to rush forward and embrace her. Sister, I have wonderful news. What is it? There is hope for your leg. The experts said that after phase 2 of recovery, surgery could be performed, and you will be able to stand again. Really? Xiangxi's face lit up with excitement as her book fell to the floor. Yes, truly, Shengxiao affirmed, nodding earnestly. You will be just like before. The sisters embraced tightly, tears glistening in Xiangxi's eyes as she turned her gaze to Yin Zhanqing. Gently nudging her sister, she asked, Shengxiao, who is this? I am her boyfriend, Yin Zhanqing interjected smoothly. Xiangxi's eyes reflected confusion, while Shengxiao felt her cheeks heat up. She knew what her sister wanted to say. Sister, I'm back at school now, and this is Yin Zhanqing. Xiangxi tightened her grip on the wheelchair, her face adorned with a smile, though her eyes narrowed slightly. The man possessed slightly long, light brown hair, striking features, and an impeccable physique. She wondered about Mr. Yan's family background, suspecting he might be yet another man accustomed to keeping a mistress. How did you obtain my number? She inquired. I checked while you were asleep, Yin Zhanqing replied, revving the engine and accelerating the car. Today, I demand an answer from you. Should your response displease me, you shan't be allowed to exit the vehicle. Shengxiao had no time to fasten her seatbelt as Yin Zhanqing drove recklessly, nearly colliding with pedestrians on several occasions, all the while maintaining an unsettling calmness. Yin Zhanqing, you truly are insane, she exclaimed. He grasped one of her hands, speeding onto the freeway with reckless abandon. Once he finally halted the car, Shengxiao shut her eyes tightly, gasping for breath, her complexion pale. You. Yin Zhanqing gripped the steering wheel firmly and bluntly stated, I've already broken up with Su Ro. Shengxiao's eyes widened in disbelief. Why? Do you not know? He pressed. Seeing her nonchalant demeanor, his expression darkened. Is this not all for you? Ming Shengxiao, what is wrong with you? He pushed gently at her forehead, yet she was acutely aware. You had such deep feelings for Su Ro. Have you forgotten? When I worked as a housekeeper at your home, you saw me merely as a substitute for her. I knew you loved her deeply. That was in the past. Initially, I treated you as Su Ro's stand-in. However, since her return, I found myself distressed, thinking of you every day. Now I understand. You are Shengxiao, he confessed. During that time, I made you wear Su Ro's clothes, seeing you as her. I no longer wish to perpetuate this mistake. We have traversed an unnecessary circle. Shengxiao, do you understand what I am saying? His gaze was sincere as he brought her hand to his lips. A wave of panic surged within her, prompting her to withdraw, but Yin Zhanqing held on tightly. Let us not dwell on our pasts. I will not pry into yours, and you shall not question mine. Starting today, let us begin anew. His expression softened, reminiscent of the warmth he reserved for Su Ro. Ming Shengxiao felt her heart stir. Yin Zhanqing noticed her reaction and smirked playfully. Your silence implies agreement. As she opened her mouth to respond, he covered her lips with his hand. Trust me, I shall demonstrate my intentions through my actions. Shengxiao met his gaze. Yin Zhanqing's eyes lacked their usual flippancy, replaced instead by earnestness. It is human nature to reach for a suddenly extended hand of warmth. Ming Shengxiao found herself uncertain of her emotions. Could she truly abandon everything and start anew? The desire to try was overwhelming, even if it meant facing dire consequences. She longed to escape the looming 3-month deadline that threatened to extinguish her existence. After dinner, Yin Zhanqing prepared to take her back to school, holding one of her hands as he drove. The warmth of his touch spread through her, filling her heart with comfort, while the soft melodies of yesterday once more played in the background. Suddenly, the ringing of her phone shattered the serene atmosphere. Her heart raced as she glanced at the screen, pressing the red button to silence it. Who is it? My roommate, she replied softly, silencing the persistent ring once more. Do not contact me again. She then set her phone to silent mode. Throughout the journey, Ming Shengxiao felt a growing unease. Upon arriving at the school gate, she opened the door to exit. Wait, Yin Zhanqing said, swiftly pulling her back, and she instinctively turned around, only to find his lips on hers. Her cheeks flushed crimson as she covered her face with her hands, her slender silhouette elongated in the fading light. Neither of them noticed the luxurious car parked around the corner, where Yuzun was absorbed in his phone, his eyes narrowing as he observed the scene. What a show, he muttered, irritated by their brazen display. I must return, otherwise the dormitory will close, Ming Shengxiao insisted. Yin Zhanqing nodded, but did not leave. He stepped out of the car, approaching her with a smile, gently taking her hands in his. You should head back, he said, adjusting her scarf before getting back into the car. As she watched him drive away, she turned toward the school, only to discover multiple missed calls from Yuzun on her phone. Without hesitation, she deleted them and continued walking. A few steps later, a shadow loomed behind her. Panicked, she turned, only to be seized by the shoulder and pulled aside. Who? She gasped, losing her phone in the process as it fell into the grass. Pressed against the rough wall, she struggled to call out when a chilling voice whispered close to her ear. How could you resist climbing into his bed? The taunting tone was unmistakably Yuzun's. I still have my freedom for these 3 months, she retorted. Are you regretting it already? Indeed. I promised you that I would let you go completely, he sneered, leaning closer. Enjoy your romance, but don't come crying to me when you find yourself alone. I won't, she replied defiantly, even as Yuzun's face drew nearer, reminiscent of Yin Zhanqing's earlier actions. Don't touch me, she warned, bracing for his next move. Instead, he bit down hard on her cheek, causing her to cry out in pain her features contorting in agony. I advise you against sleeping with him. Otherwise, you'll be discarded like a used shoe, and I won't spare you. She covered her face, tears welling in her eyes from the pain. Am I a dog to you? If I am discarded, that is my own affair. Just remember your words. I don't want to be entangled with you again. Her desperation to escape was palpable. Yuzun smirked, pointing at her without uttering a word before driving away. Understanding that returning was futile, Ming Shengxiao hurried to a convenience store to purchase a bandage for her cheek. Fortunately, by the next day, the bruise had faded. When she left her dormitory, she applied a soothing BB cream to her face, ensuring her blemish was concealed before departing. Yin Zhanqing's car was parked a short distance from the school entrance. As she slid into the passenger seat, he glanced at her flushed visage. Did you wear makeup today? Feeling nervous, she stammered, No, not at all. Your natural look is the most beautiful, he remarked, smiling as he took her hand. Where are we going? She inquired, trying to divert the conversation. To a place you've always wanted to visit, he replied mysteriously, guiding her hand to his lips. She felt an unfamiliar sensation of happiness wash over her. Upon arriving at the rehabilitation hospital, she finally understood his intentions. How did you know? Yin Zhanqing led her inside, where a group of specialists awaited their arrival in the director's office, greeting them politely as they entered. The director has handed over Ming Shengxiao's case to them, and after a discussion, they unanimously believe that there is still hope for her legs to heal. It is merely a matter of time. Upon hearing this, Shengxiao was overjoyed. When she brought Yin Zhanqing to the ward, Xiangxi was sitting in a wheelchair reading. Upon seeing the two, she momentarily froze. But it was Shengxiao who rushed forward to embrace her first. Sister, I have good news. What is it? Your legs have hope. The experts said that after the second phase of recovery, the surgery can be performed. Sister, you'll be able to stand up again. Really? Xiangxi's expression was filled with excitement as the book in her hands fell to the ground. Indeed, Shengxiao nodded earnestly. You will be just like before. The sisters embraced tightly, and Ming Shengxiao's eyes shimmered with tears as her gaze settled on Yin Zhanqing. She gently nudged her sister. Shengxiao, who is this? I am her boyfriend, Yin Zhanqing interjected. Xiangxi's eyes revealed her confusion, and Shengxiao felt her face flush. She understood what her sister was implying. Sister, I'm back at school, and this is Yin Zhanqing. Xiangxi tightened her grip on the wheelchair, her face breaking into a smile, yet her eyes narrowed slightly. The man had slightly long light brown hair, distinguished features, and a physique that was commendable. May I ask what your family does? She inquired, her tone cooling slightly, suspecting he might be another man supporting Shengxiao. My family is in business. My father holds a minor official position, Yin Zhanqing replied. Xiangxi pursed her lips, understanding with this one statement that Yin Zhanqing, like Yuzun, must come from a powerful background. His polite response indicated genuine feelings for Shengxiao. How wonderful! Ming Shengxiao thought bitterly, knowing that such advantageous conditions allowed men like him to choose freely, unlike her. A wave of melancholy washed over her as she recalled her own past, when she too had such prospects in youth. Sister, noticing her daze, Shengxiao waved her hand in front of her. The most important thing now is to cooperate with the doctors for the second phase of recovery. I will visit you often. Xiangxi nodded, all right. After spending some time in the hospital, they left. Xiangxi wheeled herself to the window, gazing out at the lush greenery, gently closing her eyes. With this opportunity, she vowed to stand up completely. No one knew how well she had been recovering before she pushed Sun Yin down the stairs. She could occasionally stand for brief moments, though each time was painful, as if her legs were being sawed off. Leaving the hospital coincided with lunchtime. Yin Zhanqing took Shengxiao to a well-reviewed restaurant. Although it was not a star-rated hotel, the ambience was elegant, and the owner's specialty dishes were delectable. When a large plate of boiled fish was served, Shengxiao was already ravenous and eagerly dug in. Yin Zhanqing selected a piece of fish belly and placed it in her bowl. She beamed, her eyes sparkling radiantly, but this beautiful moment was short-lived. He watched helplessly as the light in her eyes dimmed. Just as he was about to speak, a chair was pulled out beside them. Yin Zhanqing turned to see Yuzun sitting down. Are you not eating? Yuzun asked, his hands clasped on the table. his fingers forming a dragon that seemed to constrict Shengxiao's neck. She bowed her head and took a piece of fish but found it impossible to swallow, as if it were lodged in her throat. "What brings you here?" Yin Zhanqing set down his chopsticks, his displeasure apparent. "Oh, I saw an acquaintance," Yuzu replied, pointing at Shengxiao, leaning comfortably in his golden satin chair, his long left leg crossed over. "Zhanqing, how come you're interested in her? Where's that fragile Su Ro who used to follow you around?" "This is my personal matter. We have broken up," Yin Zhanqing stated firmly. Yuzun's eyes sparkled with amusement, while Shengxiao kept her head down. "How many times have I told you to eat less fish? Did you forget the last time you choked and kept me up all night, forcing me to take you to the hospital?" Shengxiao had indeed choked on a fishbone that time, yet she felt he was misrepresenting the incident. "Thank you for your concern, Yuzun. But with so many women in your life, perhaps you were just confused," Shengxiao replied, struggling to swallow a mouthful of rice. Feeling the pain in her throat ease slightly, Yuzun suppressed his anger. This new role she was playing was quite diligent. Just a few days in, she wanted to sever all ties with him. "By the way, your clothes at the Imperial Impression Haven Tea been picked up yet? What kind of woman would want to wear someone else's leftover clothes? Besides," his left lip curled slightly, and Shengxiao felt a headache coming on, fearing what he would say next. "Your underwear size is too small. They won't fit her." Upon hearing this, Shengxiao could only think one thing. Had he died at her hands in a past life to hold such a grudge? Yuzun. Just as Shengxiao wished she could dig a hole and hide, Yin Zhanqing folded his arms, his demeanor calm and collected, appearing far more gentlemanly than Yuzun. "We're just out for a good time. I like her, and I accept her as she is. I want to easily discard her because of your words. So save your breath." Yuzun smiled, but an atmosphere of coldness surrounded him. Shengxiao had not expected Yin Zhanqing to defend her. Warmth surged in her heart, and her previously stiff expression softened, blossoming with a hint of happiness. Their exchanged glances seemed to push Yuzun aside. Yuzun tapped his fingers lightly on the table, a smirk spreading across his lips. He abruptly stood, his tall figure blocking the sunlight above Shengxiao, casting a shadow over her. She felt as if dark clouds had rolled in, obscuring the once clear sky. "Since that's the case, I won't disturb you too any longer." Finally, he spoke, preparing to leave. Shengxiao clenched her left hand into a fist on her lap. As the man pulled out his chair and turned to leave, he paused momentarily, his devilishly charming face turned towards Shengxiao. "Don't forget our bet. If you can't win his heart in 3 months, you must obediently return to my side." He left those words hanging in the air as he strode away. Shengxiao trembled, her chopsticks clattering to the ground. Above her, it felt like a bucket of cold water had been dumped over her. The atmosphere turned exceedingly awkward. She dreaded this very circumstance. Yin Zhanqing called over a waiter to bring another set of utensils, continually piling delicious dishes into her bowl. Shengxiao could no longer eat. She pushed the food around and finally lifted her head. The man's expression remained unchanged, yet she could still perceive the hidden turmoil in his eyes. "I'm sorry. I had a bet with him, but I didn't enter this relationship to escape from Yuzun," she confessed. Yin Zhanqing's gaze softened significantly as he gently ruffled Shengxiao's hair. "I understand. Just eat. I have always wanted to leave Yuzun, but I never intended to use you." "Shengxiao," Yin Zhanqing interrupted her. "I said I know." Shengxiao fell silent, feeling powerless to explain. The meal was awkward, and as they left, the man walked ahead, while she trailed behind at a distance. She thought happiness was merely an arm's reach away. With her head down, Yin Zhanqing approached her as she walked slowly, taking her hand. "What's wrong? Are you still thinking about what just happened? You care, don't you? What does it matter?" "Naturally, it's because my conditions are good enough that you would fall for me." Shengxiao couldn't help but laugh, allowing him to hold her hand. "You rogue." Yin Zhanqing had always treated her well, and Shengxiao began to forget her bet with Yuzun, believing she could escape his grasp. Over a month had passed, and even Yin Zhanqing found it incredible. In their circle, men usually only played with women. Yet he never anticipated he would invest so much thought into Shengxiao. Every time she went on a date with him, she dressed in a minimalist style. Just like today, she wore a long sweater paired only with a black and white checkered vest. Though it was early spring, the chill still lingered in the air. Xiangxi gently pressed her lips together. With just this one sentence, she realized that Yin Zhanqing, like Yu Zun, undoubtedly came from a powerful background. Moreover, his response was exceedingly polite, indicating genuine affection for Shengxiao. How wonderful! A cold smile flickered in Ming Shengxiao's heart. Having good conditions was indeed a blessing. Such an outstanding man. She could choose one after another, unlike herself. Ming Shengxiao felt a wave of despondence wash over her. There was a time when she too possessed such advantages, basking in the glory of youth. Cease. Noticing her lost in thought, Ming Shengxiao waved his hand in front of her. The most important thing now is to cooperate with the doctor for the second phase of your recovery. I will visit you often. Xiangxi nodded. All right. The two spent some time in the hospital before leaving. Ming Shengxiao pushed her wheelchair to the window, gazing at the vast greenery outside, and gently closed her eyes. With this opportunity, she was determined to stand up completely. No one knew that she had been recovering quite well. Before she pushed Sun Yin down the stairs, she could occasionally manage to stand for brief moments, though each time the pain in her legs felt as if they were being sawed off. As they left the hospital, it was nearly lunchtime. Yin Zhanqing took Shengxiao to a well-reviewed restaurant. Although it wasn't a five-star establishment, the ambience was elegant, and the owner's home-cooked dishes were delectable. When a large plate of poached fish was served, Shengxiao was already ravenous, her fingers itching to dig in. Yin Zhanqing selected a piece of fish belly and placed it in Shengxiao's bowl. Her smile was radiant, her eyes sparkling with brilliance. But this beautiful scene did not last long. He watched as the light in her eyes dimmed, and just as he was about to speak, a chair was pulled out beside him. Yin Zhanqing looked over to see Yu Zun taking a seat. Why aren't you eating? Yu Zun clasped his hands on the table, his index finger curling around a dragon motif that seemed ready to take flight, as if it were constricting Shengxiao's neck. She lowered her head, attempting to swallow a piece of fish, but it lodged in her throat, refusing to go down. How did you end up here? Yin Zhanqing put down his chopsticks, a hint of displeasure crossing his face. Oh, I saw an acquaintance. He pointed at Ming Shengxiao, whose sturdy back leaned against the golden satin chair. One long leg crossed over the other. Zhanqing, he spoke casually, as if they were quite familiar. How come you have your eyes on her? Where's that Su Ro who could be blown away by a gust of wind? This is my personal matter. We have broken up. Yu Zun's eyes glimmered with amusement, while Shengxiao kept her head down. How many times have I told you? Eat less fish. Have you forgotten how you choked last time? You kept me up all night, forcing me to get out of bed and take you to the hospital. Ming Shengxiao had genuinely been choked by fishbone. She clearly remembered what he said. It felt like slander. Thank you for your concern, but with so many women in your life, perhaps you're just mixing things up. Shengxiao managed to say this with difficulty, hurriedly shoving a mouthful of rice down, feeling the pain in her throat ease slightly. Yu Zun suppressed his anger. She was playing her new role quite dutifully. In just over 10 days, she wanted to sever all ties with him. By the way, your clothes are still at the Huangyi impression. Leaving them there is pointless. What woman would want to wear someone else's leftover clothes? Besides, his left lip curled in a malicious grin, and Shengxiao felt a headache coming on. What else did he want to say? Your underwear size is too small. They wouldn't fit any of them. Upon hearing this, Ming Shengxiao could only think one thing. Had he dyed her hands in a previous life to be subjected to such debt collection methods? Yu Zun, just as she wished she could dig a hole to hide in, Yin Zhanqing folded his arms, displaying no anger. Compared to Yu Zun, he appeared much more gentlemanly. We are out for fun. I like her and will naturally accept everything about her. I won't casually abandon her due to your words, so save your breath. Yu Zun smiled, but a coldness enveloped him. Shengxiao did not expect Yin Zhanqing to say such a thing. Warmth spread in her heart, and her stiff expression softened, a blush of happiness blooming. Their exchanged glances effectively pushed him aside. Yu Zun lightly tapped his fingers on the table, a smirk forming at the corners of his lips. He stood up, his tall figure casting a shadow over Shengxiao. She felt as if dark clouds had rolled in, obscuring the previously clear sky. In that case, I won't disturb the two of you any longer. Finally, he spoke and prepared to leave. Shengxiao clenched her left hand into a fist on her lap. As the man pulled out his chair and turned to leave, he paused, his devilishly charming face turned towards her. Don't forget our wager. If you fail to capture his heart within 3 months, you must obediently return to my side. He dropped that remark and strode away. Shengxiao's hand trembled, and her chopsticks clattered to the floor. Above her, it felt as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over her. The atmosphere turned exceedingly awkward. The very thing she feared most had come pass. Yin Zhanqing called the waiter over to bring her a new set of utensils, continually placing delicious dishes into her bowl. Shengxiao could no longer eat. She fidgeted with her food, finally raising her head. The man's expression was calm, yet she could still discern the hidden turmoil in his eyes. I'm sorry. I made a wager with him, but I'm not with you just to escape you soon. Yin Zhanqing's gaze softened considerably as he gently ruffled Shengxiao's hair. I know. Just eat. I have always wanted to leave you soon. It's true, but I never intended to use you. Shengxiao. Yin Zhanqing interrupted her. I've said it before. I know. Shengxiao fell silent, feeling too weary to explain. The meal was steeped in awkwardness. As they departed, the man walked ahead while she trailed behind at a distance. She thought happiness was merely an outstretched hand away. With her head bowed, Yin Zhanqing fetched the car, and noticing her slow pace, he came over and took her hand. What's wrong? Are you still thinking about what just happened? Is it weighing on your mind? What does it matter? Naturally, it is because my conditions are good enough that you would fall for me. Shengxiao couldn't help but chuckle, allowing him to lead her, calling her rogue. Yin Zhanqing had always treated her well, and she had begun to forget the wager with Yuzun, believing she could finally break free from his grasp. It had been over a month, and even Yin Zhanqing found it unbelievable. In their circle, men typically played around with women. He never expected to invest so much thought into Shengxiao. Every time they went out, she dressed simply, like today, with a long sweater paired with a black and white checkered vest. Although it was early spring, the cold was still biting. Yin Zhanqing wrapped his arm around Shengxiao's shoulders, pulling her close as they passed the new Chanel store at Century Plaza. He led her inside. Hello, sir, miss. Would you like me to introduce you to some of this season's new styles? The warm air greeted Shengxiao, allowing her to exhale in relief, finally realizing it was a luxury store. Deep down, she harbored a disdain for clothes that cost thousands at a whim. Let's go. Look at you. Your hands are turning red from the cold. Yin Zhanqing pulled Mo Shengxiao to a nearby sofa and urged her to try on some new spring outfits. All right, just a moment. The waitress, beaming with a bright smile, went to select clothes for Shengxiao. The store was excessively warm and dressed heavily. Her small face flushed crimson. Yin Zhanqing gazed at her dewy profile, unable to resist leaning in for a kiss. Zhanqing. Just then, Suro emerged from the fitting room, her pink dress dropping to the floor in shock. Tears brimmed in her eyes, and her frail figure appeared unsteady, as if she might collapse at any moment. Yin Zhanqing furrowed his brow, reaching for Mo Shengxiao's hand, only to find her palm icy cold. Suro picked up her clothes and strode towards the two of them. Pointing a finger at Shengxiao, she exclaimed, It's all for her. Zhanqing, what do I lack compared to her? Suro, the man stood up. Do not act this way. She was merely a substitute for you. Suro could not fathom why Yin Zhanqing would be attracted to Shengxiao. In a fit of rage, she hurled the clothing at Shengxiao's face. What is she to you? Zhanqing, do not forget, when I was with you, I was still pure. You would rather choose someone who has been tainted by others instead of me, who has always belonged to you. Suro's hysteria drew the attention of several staff members. Shengxiao felt humiliated, unable to utter a word in defense. Enough, Suro. Yin Zhanqing's face darkened, his voice rising. You know why I returned from Paris. Zhanqing, how could you fall for someone else? Suro rubbed her eyes, adopting a pitiful demeanor, while Shengxiao sat quietly on the sofa, aware that she had become the target of scorn. Suro. She stepped over the coffee table and approached Shengxiao, her raised hand ready to strike, only to be restrained by Yin Zhanqing, who gently but firmly warned. Do not harm her. Suro stumbled back, unexpectedly falling to the ground. Yin Zhanqing, surprised by his own strength, softened at the sight of her. Suro lay there, unable to move, tears streaming down her face. Concerned, the man approached her, asking, Are you all right? My back. It hurts. She attempted to lift herself, but could not, looking pitiful. Shengxiao, having suffered at her hands before, merely observed coldly. I will take you to the hospital. Yin Zhanqing knelt and lifted her effortlessly. Su Ro's arm draped over his shoulder as her face contorted in pain, tears flowing freely. Zhanqing, do you remember our first time? You said you like girls like me, who are pure. For you, I never dated anyone else even abroad. I preserve my purity. What could she offer you? She chose her words to wound Shengxiao deeply. More people gathered as Su Ro sobbed, leaning against Yin Zhanqing's shoulder while her gaze remained fixed on Shengxiao, a cold smile gracing her lips. Enough. We're going to the hospital. Yin Zhanqing carried her outside, glancing back at Shengxiao. You go back first. I will take her to the hospital, and I will find you afterward. She could only nod in response. The man hurried out into the rain with Su Ro in his arms. Chapter 45. Spring, yet still bitterly cold. Yin Zhanqing wrapped his arm around Shengxiao's shoulders, pulling her into his embrace as they passed the new Chanel store at Century Square. Sir, madam, may I introduce you to some of the new arrivals this season? The warmth inside made Shengxiao exhale in relief, realizing she was in a luxury boutique. Deep down, she harbored a disdain for clothing that bore exorbitant price tags. Let us go. Look at you, your hands are turning red from the cold. Yin Zhanqing guided Shengxiao to a nearby sofa, encouraging her to try on some new spring attire. All right, just a moment, the saleswoman said, beaming as she went to select clothes for Shengxiao. The store's heating was excessive, and despite wearing layers, her cheeks flushed with warmth. Yin Zhanqing couldn't help but lean closer and kiss her cheek. Zhanqing. Just then, Su Ro emerged from the fitting room, her pink dress dropping in shock as her tear-filled eyes widened. Her frail body seemed on the verge of collapse. Yin Zhanqing furrowed his brow, grasping Shengxiao's hand only to discover her palm was icy. Su Ro approached them, pointing at Shengxiao. It's truly for her. Zhanqing. What makes her superior to me? Su Ro, the man rose again. Please stop. She was merely your stand-in. Su Ro could not comprehend Yin Zhanqing's feelings for Shengxiao, and in her fury, she flung the garment at Shengxiao. Was she worth? Zhanqing, do not forget, I was pure when I was with you. You would choose someone who has been with others over me, who has always belonged to you. Su Ro's outburst drew the attention of several onlookers. Shengxiao sat in silence, unable to defend herself. Enough, Su Ro. Yin Zhanqing's voice rose sharply, his expression grim. You know why I returned from Paris. Zhanqing, how could you fall for someone else? Su Ro rubbed her eyes, adopting a delicate fade, while Shengxiao sat quietly, aware of her newfound status as a target of gossip. Su Ro. She crossed the coffee table, coming face to face with Shengxiao. Just as her hand was about to strike, Yin Zhanqing intervened, gently pushing her back. Su Ro stumbled and fell to the ground. Yin Zhanqing, surprised by his own strength, felt a pang of compassion. Su Ro lay there, unable to move, tears streaming down her face. Concerned, Yin Zhanqing approached her, asking, Are you all right? My back. It hurts, she whimpered, struggling to rise but failing miserably. Looking pitiful, she drew no sympathy from Shengxiao, who remained a silent observer. I will take you to the hospital. Yin Zhanqing knelt to lift her, Su Ro's arm draping over his shoulder as she winced in pain. Tears cascading down her cheeks. Zhanqing, do you remember our first time? You said you preferred girls like me, who are pure. For you, I never pursued another relationship. Even abroad, I preserve my purity. What could she offer you? Her words were deliberately chosen to inflict pain on Shengxiao, with more onlookers gathering. Su Ro sobbed into Yin Zhanqing's shoulder, her eyes still fixed on Shengxiao, a chilling smile playing on her lips. Enough. We are going to the hospital. Yin Zhanqing carried her outside, glancing back at Shengxiao. You go back first. I will take her to the hospital, and I will find you afterward. She nodded, unable to voice a reply. The man swiftly exited into the downpour with Su Ro in his arms. Miss, will you still try on these clothes? The saleswoman inquired, bringing over the new arrivals. No, thank you, Shengxiao replied, not even glancing at the garments. She had no intention of wearing anything that did not suit her. With her hands tucked in her pockets, she walked towards the exit. Did you know? The current mistresses are so brazen, remaining composed even when caught in the act. Exactly. Look at her. She seems so young. Shengxiao hurried away, almost fleeing. Outside, the rain poured heavily, drenching her as it cascaded down her forehead, making it difficult to keep her eyes open. With her purity alone, she felt she could never compete with Su Ro. Yin Zhanqing could not possibly erase Su Ro from his mind, a fact that would forever linger in Shengxiao's heart. Her white canvas shoes were soaked, mud streaking across her feet. She hesitated with her phone, fingers hovering over the screen, before ultimately shoving it back into her pocket. The sound of a car accelerating behind her made her turn just as a Koenigsegg CCXR screeched to a halt at her feet. Without a doubt, it was the only one of its kind in the entire city. Yuzun lowered the window, revealing his captivating face. "Would you like to get in?" Dressed casually in a black low-cut sweater with rolled sleeves, his exposed neck appeared elegantly long, his collarbones alluringly prominent. Due to the rain, Shengxiao squinted to see him clearly, wiping her eyes before responding firmly. "No, thank you." Still unwilling to give up, Shengxiao's expression was frigid, raindrops cascading down her neck and seeping into her clothing. Her lips trembled, and her legs shook uncontrollably. "No, it's none of your concern. Why are you making such a fuss?" Yuzun seemed to regard her with sympathy, shaking his head in regret. "You would be better off attending to me. While you're still young, gather some resources instead of wasting time here." Shengxiao tightened her collar and turned to leave, unwilling to listen to his ramblings. Seeing this, Yuzun merely smiled instead of getting angry. He swiftly turned around and caught up with her. Shengxiao walked briskly, but he was determined to thwart her intentions. Stepping out of the car and gripping her wrist firmly. "Yuxiao, please don't do this." Shengxiao struggled to break free, panic spreading rapidly in her eyes. "You promised to let me go. It's not yet 3 months. Please." Yuzun enveloped her in his arms, forcefully pressing her against the car. Shengxiao's teeth chattered from the cold as the man leaned in, easily prying her lips apart with his tongue, invading her mouth. He captured her lips in a kiss, then released her, trailing kisses down to her neck, pecking at her delicate carotid artery. "Shengxiao, I truly miss you," Yuzun murmured, his cool lips brushing against her ear, his breath igniting a flutter of excitement within her. "I crave your supple body." His hands slipped beneath her sweater, savoring the sensation within his palm. "Alas," he sighed, lifting his gaze to meet hers. "I find myself regretting some decisions." Shengxiao widened her eyes. "Aren't you the one who claimed confidence in making me follow you wholeheartedly?" She challenged. Yuzun supported himself with his hands on either side of her, raindrops cascading like a delicate mist above him, creating an ethereal ambience. His long eyelashes framed eyes that sparkled with an alluring light, and despite her reluctance to admit it, she had never denied his captivating charm. Even those unfamiliar with him could easily be ensnared by his allure at first glance. "You won't obediently listen unless you suffer a bit," Yuzun remarked, his gaze fixed on her face. His right hand caressed her cheek. "But let me warn you, do not share a bed with him. That is my additional condition." He chuckled softly. "I wonder if he would even want you after I'm done." With that, he flicked his finger lightly against her face. The force, though slight, stung. Releasing his grip, he kissed her lips once more before departing. As Shengxiao saw him drive off, she hurriedly turned away. The man executed a flamboyant maneuver, speeding away into the distance. The sky was drenched in rain, and Shengxiao stood amidst the drizzle, lost and directionless, resembling a child who had strayed from home. Upon returning to school, dusk had descended. Throughout the night, she waited for Yin Zhanqing's call, which never came. Shengxiao tossed and turned, nearly sleepless. Early the next morning, Shu Tian insisted they go to the KFC outside the school for breakfast. Unable to refuse, she followed along. Although the weather had yet to warm, the morning light brought a hint of warmth. Dressed in a camel wool coat that accentuated her well-proportioned figure, and paired with black knee-high boots, she followed Shu Tian closely, only to feel a gentle bump at her elbow. "Look, someone really did come to pick someone up early," Shu Tian remarked. Shengxiao glanced up, her lips parting slightly. What's wrong, Shengxiao?" Shu Tian inquired. "You go ahead to KFC. I'll be there shortly." With that, Shengxiao dashed toward the waiting car. Shu Tian, sensing her urgency, proceeded to order. Upon reaching the roadside, Shengxiao raised her right hand to shield her forehead. Leaning closer to the window to confirm her suspicion, it was indeed Yin Zhanqing. He was sprawled over the steering wheel, sound asleep, his jacket haphazardly tossed in the passenger seat. His handsome face appeared weary. Even as his features relaxed in slumber, a slight furrow remained between his brows. How had he fallen asleep here? Shengxiao gently tapped the car window. Yin Zhanqing's slender eyes narrowed slightly, waking groggily. He looked around and, upon spotting Shengxiao, immediately rolled down the window. "What are you doing here?" he asked, giving her shoulder a light pat. "I was already drained from my return from the hospital at 4 a.m. I wanted to call, but didn't want to disturb you, so I decided to wait here to take you for breakfast." "No need." Shengxiao pointed at the KFC across the street. "My friend is over there. I'll join her shortly." "Shengxiao." Yin Zhanqing grasped her hand. "Are you upset?" Having caught a chill from the rain yesterday, Shengxiao had returned to the dorm feeling unwell. She sniffled, her nose reddened, and her expression bore a hint of grievance, as if she had just been crying. Yin Zhanqing sighed, stepping out of the car and holding her hand as he led her toward KFC. "What are you doing?" Shengxiao hesitated, her feet refusing to move. "There are plenty of students from our school inside. What are you afraid of? I am your legitimate boyfriend." Unable to suppress a smile, she allowed Yin Zhanqing to lead her inside. The small establishment was filled with students from Hua Air, and their entrance naturally caused quite a stir. Shu Tian had secured a table and waved them over. "Hey, over here." Shengxiao subtly attempted to pull away, but Yin Zhanqing's grip only tightened. Shu Tian's eyes widened in surprise, and once they were seated, she excused herself to order more food. "No need." Yin Zhanqing gestiert vorher zu sieht. "I'm not accustomed to eating without brushing my teeth first. I'll wait until we return." Seeing the crowd's curious gazes directed toward them, Shu Tian puffed out her chest and remarked, "Just you wait. You One T dare speak ill of Shengxiao again. You Haven T slept all night. You should head back." Yin Zhanqing rubbed his tired eyes. "I'm not sleepy," he replied, though fatigue was evident in his gaze. Shu Tian smiled warmly at them, just as she took a sip of her porridge when a phone rang. Without glancing, she answered, only for her expression to shift from cheerful to alarmed at the urgent voice on the other end. She abruptly stood, spilling her porridge, and hung up. "I need to go." Sang Yan's in trouble. Mo Shengxiao hurriedly grasped her hand. "Is it serious?" "I'll go with you." Tears welled in Shu Tian's eyes, her gaze reddening. "I don't know. He was just taken to the hospital." She gently patted Shengxiao's shoulder. "Don't worry. I'll call you as soon as I arrive." With that, she rushed out. "Be careful." Shengxiao watched as Shu Tian's figure disappeared through the door. Yin Zhanqing stood up as well. "Should I drive you over?" After a moment's thought, she shook her head. She must be in a panic right now. If I go, it will only add to her worries. Shengxiao hastily ate a few bites before heading back to class, while Yin Zhanqing drove home to catch up on sleep. Fortunately, Shu Tian later called to say that Sang Yin was no longer in critical condition. At the one club, the bartender was arranging glasses on the table. Yuzun tapped lightly on the rim of his glass, while Nan Yiju leaned back, his collar revealing a hint of collarbone, exuding an alluring charm. "I heard several places almost got taken down." "Oh," Yuzun replied nonchalantly, his hawk-like gaze peering through the raised glass at the distance. "Just some newcomers trying to solidify their power, recklessly throwing themselves into the fray." "Who has the audacity?" Nan Yiju, with his unruly wine-red hair, propped his chin on one hand. "I believe it's Sang Yin. He's quite bold." Yuzun downed his glass of red wine, his lips stained a faint crimson, adding an air of danger. "I didn't seek his life. I merely left my mark on him." Nan Yiju nodded as the manager entered with several girls dressed in student uniforms. "Boss, you shall." The girls approached both Nan Yiju and Yuzun, and the manager, understanding the situation, discreetly exited and closed the door behind him. "You shall. You haven't been around for a few days, have you?" A woman clad in a student uniform possessed a striking figure, nearly straining the buttons at her chest. Her voluminous curls playfully obscured the enticing cleavage. With a delicate touch, she traced her finger along the side of Yuzun's face, leaning in closer. The man glanced sideways. Her exquisite makeup made him feel that such attire was a travesty. Likewise, when worn by Mo Shengxiao, it would undoubtedly evoke a far less vulgar impression. Heart aching, she thought, "You shall." With a dismissive wave of his hand, he commanded her to leave. Taken aback, she nearly tumbled off the sofa. Yuzun smirked, thinking, do you really believe donning this outfit elevates your status? He scoffed at the notion that simply wearing two labels would transform her into someone virtuous. The woman's face turned ashen, and her companions, witnessing the scene, prudently retreated in twos and threes, disheartened. Wow, your words are quite venomous, Nan Yiju chuckled. Whereas your student girlfriend? I'll let her go, came the reply. Nan Yiju laughed, as if he had heard the grandest joke, rising to reveal a tall, well-defined silhouette. I won't play with you anymore. Take care of yourself. Excessive indulgence is harmful. With that, he exited the first club, leaning back on the sofa. Yuzun contemplated for a moment before retrieving his phone. Ming Shengxiao secured her seatbelt, tucking a stray strand of hair behind her ear. Where are we headed? Out for a meal. Yin Zhanqing replied with a smile, grasping her hand. At that moment, her phone buzzed. She withdrew her hand to check the message. I miss you. Signed Yuzun. Startled, she quickly deleted it. Who was that? Just a spam message, she replied, though guilt gnawed at her heart. The phone buzzed again, causing her to nearly drop it in alarm. The message read, I long for your body. Just as she deleted that, another came through. I miss the pleasure of touching you. Frustrated and anxious, she hastily deleted it once more. What's wrong, Shengxiao? Yin Zhanqing turned to her, suspicion evident in his gaze. Panicking, she stuffed her phone in her bag, just as she pressed the power button, but the man reached over, caressing her face. Are you unwell? You look pale. Unbeknownst to her, the phone had merely lit up without shutting down. Miss, do you still wish to try on these garments? The attendant inquired, presenting a new collection. No, thank you, Ming Shengxiao replied without sparing glance. She had no intention of donning attire that ill-suited her. With her hands tucked into her pockets, she made her way outside. Do you know? These days, mistresses are becoming exceedingly brazen, remaining composed even when caught in the act. Indeed, just look at her. She seems quite young. Ming Shengxiao hastened her steps, almost fleeing from the conversation. Outside, the rain poured heavily, droplets cascading down her smooth forehead, so dense that it hindered her vision. A clean slate like her could never compete with Su Ro on that front. Yin Zhanqing could not possibly be devoid of thoughts about Su Ro, a fact that Ming Shengxiao could never erase through her efforts. Her white canvas shoes were already soaked, mud staining the tops. She withdrew her phone, hesitated momentarily, and then shoved it back in her pocket. Behind her, the sound of a sports car accelerating resonated. As she attempted to sidestep, the vehicle sped past, splashing water onto her. Just as she opened her mouth to protest, a Koenigsegg CCXR brushed past her feet. It was the only one of its kind in the entire city. Yuzun lowered the window, revealing a face that could enchant anyone. Care to join me? Dressed in a black, low-cut sweater, with sleeves rolled up, he exuded a casual charm. His exposed neck appeared elegant, and his collarbones were irresistibly alluring. Due to the rain, Ming Shengxiao squinted to see him clearly, wiping her eyes before responding curtly, no, thank you. Still not giving up? Ming Shengxiao's expression turned frosty, rainwater trickling down her neck, sending shivers through her. Her lips quivered, and her legs trembled uncontrollably. No, I don't need your help. What are you fussing about? Yuzun appeared almost sympathetic, shaking his head in mock pity. Instead of wasting time here, you should be taking care of yourself while you're still young, gathering some capital. Ming Shengxiao tightened her coat and turned to leave, unwilling to entertain his words. Yuzun, seeing this, smiled rather than fuming. He swiftly turned the car around, pursuing her. Despite her hurried steps, he disembarked and seized her wrist. You shall, please don't do this, she pleaded, panic spreading in her eyes. You promised to let me go. It hasn't been 3 months yet. Yuzun encircled her with his arms, forcefully pressing her against the car. Ming Shengxiao's teeth chattered from the cold as he leaned in, capturing her lips in a kiss before releasing her, trailing kisses down her neck, nibbling at her delicate skin. Ming Shengxiao, I truly miss you, he murmured, his cool lips brushing against her ear, his breath tantalizingly warm. With a sigh, he lifted his gaze to meet hers. I find myself regretting certain choices. Ming Shengxiao's eyes widened. Aren't you confident that I would follow you without hesitation? You're merely trying to provoke me, he retorted, hands braced on either side of her, the rain cascading around them, creating a misty ambience. His long eyelashes framed eyes that shimmered with a bewitching light, and she could never deny his striking allure. Anyone unfamiliar with him could easily become ensnared in his charm. "You want to comply without experiencing some hardship," he observed, his fingers caressing her cheek. "But heed my warning, do not entertain him. That is my condition." With a chuckle, he flicked her cheek lightly, the gesture stinging despite its gentleness. Releasing her, he planted a kiss on her lips as he departed. As he revved the engine, she quickly sidestepped, and he executed a dramatic turn, speeding away. The sky wept heavily, and Ming Shengxiao stood in the relentless downpour, unable to discern the path ahead or retrace her steps. She felt like a lost child, frozen in uncertainty. Upon returning to school, darkness had already settled. Throughout the night, she awaited Yin Zhanqing's call, but it never came. Ming Shengxiao tossed and turned, nearly sleepless. Early the next morning, Shu Tian insisted on breakfast at the KFC outside the school, and despite her reluctance, she acquiesced. Although the day had yet to warm, the dawn light offered a semblance of comfort. Clad in a camel-colored wool coat that accentuated her well-proportioned figure and paired with black knee-high boots, she followed Shu Tian closely. As they walked, she felt a gentle nudge at her elbow. "Look, someone else already here to pick someone up." She glanced up, her lips parting slightly. What is wrong, Shengxiao?" Shu Tian asked. "Go ahead to KFC. I'll catch up," Ming Shengxiao replied, quickening her pace toward the car. Shu Tian, sensing her urgency, went ahead to place their order. Approaching the roadside, she raised her hand to shield her eyes from the rain, peering into the car window. Indeed, it was Yin Zhanqing, sound asleep, his jacket haphazardly tossed onto the passenger seat. His handsome face appeared weary, features relaxed yet furrowed in a slight frown. How had he fallen asleep here? She gently tapped on the window. Yin Zhanqing squinted, slowly waking from his slumber. Upon seeing her, he promptly rolled down the window. "What are you doing here?" he asked, lightly tapping her shoulder. "I returned from the hospital at 4. Thought about calling, but didn't want to disturb you, so I just waited here. Get in, and I'll take you for breakfast." "No more." Shengxiao gestured towards the KFC across the street. "My friend is over there. I'll head over immediately." Yin Zhanqing grasped one of her hands. "Are you upset?" Yesterday, after being caught in the rain, Ming Shengxiao returned to the dormitory feeling somewhat unwell. She sniffled. Her nose slightly reddened, and her expression radiated a sense of grievance, as if she had just been crying. Yin Zhanqing sighed, exited the car, and held her hand as they walked towards KFC. "What are you doing?" Shengxiao halted, unwilling to proceed. "There are many students from our school inside. What's there to fear? I am your legitimate boyfriend." She could not help but smile slightly, being dragged along by Yin Zhanqing. Inside the modest establishment, the tables were filled with students from Huel, and their entrance naturally stirred quite a commotion. Shu Tian had secured a spot and waved them over. "Hey, over here!" Shengxiao subtly attempted to pull away, but Yin Zhanqing tightened his grip. Shu Tian's eyes widened, and only after they sat down did she rise again. "I'll go order something." "No need." Yin Zhanqing gestured for her to sit. "I'm not accustomed to eating before brushing my teeth. I'll eat when I get back." Seeing the group of onlookers, Shu Tian puffed up her chest. "Let this be a lesson for you not to speak ill of Shengxiao in the future. You haven't slept all night. You should head back." Yin Zhanqing rubbed his eyes. "I'm not tired." Yet the weariness in his eyes was unmistakable. Shu Tian smiled at them, just as she took a sip of her porridge when her phone rang. Without glancing, she answered the call, but her smile instantly faded with the anxious voice on the other end. She jumped up, accidentally spilling her porridge, and hung up. "Shengxiao, something happened to Sang Yin. I have to go immediately." Ming Shengxiao quickly grasped her hand. "Is it serious? I'll go with you." Shu Tian's eyes were already misty, her gaze reddening. "I don't know. He was just taken to the hospital." She gently patted Shengxiao on the shoulder. "Don't worry. I'll call you once I arrive." With that, she hurried away. "Be careful." Shengxiao watched as Shu Tian's figure vanished at the door. Yin Zhanqing stood up. "Should I accompany you?" She pondered for a moment before shaking her head. She must be frantic. If I go, it will only add to her worries. Shengxiao hastily consumed a few bites before returning to class, while Yin Zhanqing drove home for some much-needed rest. Fortunately, Shu Tian called later to inform her that Sang Yin was no longer in critical condition. In a lavish club, the cocktail waitress was arranging glasses on the table. Yuzun lightly tapped the surface of a glass with his fingers, while Nan Yiju leaned sideways, his collar revealing a hint of his collarbone, exuding a bewitching charm. I heard several places almost got taken down. Oh, Yuzun replied nonchalantly, his hawk-like gaze piercing through the raised glass. Just a newcomer trying to solidify his power, willing to risk everything. Who has the audacity? Nan Yiju, with his unruly crimson hair, rested his chin on his hand. I believe it's Sang Yin. He certainly has guts. Yuzun finished his glass of red wine, his lips stained a faint crimson, adding a hint of bloodlust. I didn't seek his life. I merely put a hole in him. Nan Yiju nodded, just as the manager entered with several young women dressed in school uniforms. Boss, you shall. The women approached Yuzun and Nan Yiju, and the manager, understanding the situation, discreetly left, closing the door behind her. As some girls approached, Nan Yiju frowned and waved his hand, signaling them to move towards Yuzun. What a joke! If Rong In finds out, she'll definitely take Tong Tong and leave home. You shall. You haven't been around for a few days, have you? One of the girls, with an alluring figure nearly bursting from her uniform, leaned in closely, her voluminous curls artfully concealing her cleavage. She traced her finger along Yuzun's jawline, moving in closer. The man glanced sideways. Her makeup was exquisite, yet he felt it was a waste for such attire. If it were on Ming Shengxiao, it would not have this vulgarity. You shall. She suddenly found herself being pushed away. Get lost. The girl stumbled back, nearly falling off the sofa. Yuzun smirked. Do you really think wearing this outfit makes you a schoolgirl? If you want to play that part, you should wear the label of a virgin. The girl's face turned pale, and her companions, witnessing this, quickly dispersed. Your words are quite sharp, Nan Yiju teased. Why isn't your student girlfriend come? I'll let her go. Upon hearing this, Nan Yiju burst into laughter, his tall figure casting an elongated shadow. I won't play with you anymore. Take care of yourself. Too much indulgence, isn't good for your health. With that, he exited the club. Yuzun leaned back on the sofa, contemplating before pulling out his phone. Ming Shengxiao secured her seatbelt, tucking her hair behind her ear. Where are we going? To eat. Yin Zhanqing replied with a smile, holding her hand. At that moment, her phone buzzed. She withdrew her hand to check it. A message read, I miss you, signed by Yuzun. Ming Shengxiao's hand trembled as she quickly deleted it. Who is it? Just a spam message. Yin Zhanqing continued to drive. Ming Shengxiao felt a pang of guilt as her phone buzzed again, nearly dropping it in surprise. The message read, I miss your body. Just as she deleted that, another message popped up. I long for the pleasure of touching you. Frustrated and anxious, she could barely keep up with the deletions. What's wrong, Shengxiao? Yin Zhanqing turned his head, suspicion evident in his gaze. Startled, she quickly shoved her phone into her bag, attempting to turn it off. However, the man reached over, his warm palm brushing her cheek. Are you feeling unwell? Your complexion looks terrible. Unbeknownst to her, the phone merely lit up, not actually shutting down. Yin Zhanqing's touch was warm, but she dared not linger in it. Focus on driving. She turned her gaze to the window, her heart filled with not just fear, but an indescribable melancholy. Yuzun seemed to encroach upon her life at every turn. And no matter how hard she tried to forget, it seemed he had no intention of letting her go. During dinner, her mind was elsewhere. Yin Zhanqing placed a small dish of foie gras in front of her, but she silently wished not to encounter Yuzun there. After the meal, as they got into the car, she exhaled a small sigh of relief. After driving for a while, Ming Shengxiao sensed something was amiss. Where are we going? It's still early. Let's stop by my place for a bit, Yin Zhanqing said, gripping the steering wheel with one hand. Hearing this, Shengxiao felt a wave of panic. Noticing her reaction, he chuckled softly. What are you worried about? I won't bite you. Besides, you should visit my home at least once. I'd rather go back to school. Don't worry. I promise to return you before curfew, Yin Zhanqing assured her, pressing the accelerator. They entered a wealthy neighborhood, arriving at a 160-square-meter apartment. Shengxiao followed Yin Zhanqing inside as he turned on the lights. The interior exuded a modern elegance. He took her bag and placed down a coffee table before turning to prepare her a cup of milk tea. She sat on the sofa, feeling somewhat awkward. This was not her first time stepping into Yin Zhanqing's world. She was more familiar with the corners of this home than he was. Once, she was merely someone who cleaned for him, but now she had become his girlfriend. Ming Shengxiao placed her hands on her knees, nervously rubbing them together, while Yin Zhanqing opened a bottle of fine French red wine. Feeling increasingly uncomfortable, she excused herself to the restroom. The mirror was fogged up. She reached out to wipe it clear, revealing 5 distinct fingerprints on the pristine surface. At that time, Su Rou was still in Paris, and Yin Zhanqing, inebriated, would push her into the bathroom, insisting that she don the clothes left by Su Rou. He would not engage in anything beyond this. Instead, he would place Shengxiao before the mirror and incessantly converse with her. Once sober, upon recognizing her, he would subject her to various humiliations, commanding her to remove Su Rou's attire. Shengxiao splashed cold water on her face, attempting to awaken herself from the memories that had long since passed. Little did she know, some emotions remain embedded in the heart, resurfacing to inflict pain from time to time. Upon returning to the living room, the home theater was playing a soothing piano melody. Yin Zhanqing poured 2 glasses of red wine and, noticing her approach, handed her one. Although Shengxiao did not drink, she accepted it nonetheless. He pulled her closer, gently wiping her face with his sleeve, oblivious to the fact that she had not dried her face. Wasn't it cold? She touched her face, realizing she had forgotten to wipe it. Yin Zhanqing guided her to the sofa, and as she held the wine glass with both hands, his leg inadvertently brushed against hers, sending a wave of warmth coursing through her body. He downed his glass in one gulp and took the wine glass from her hands. As she raised her head, he leaned in closer. Shengxiao was pushed into the sofa, her head landing perfectly against the cushion behind her. He seized her delicate lips, and her mind went blank. Despite the gentleness of his touch, an urgency lingered, the rich scent of wine intertwined in their kiss. Shengxiao pushed against his chest, murmuring his name, Zhanqing. He, lost in passion, tenderly brushed aside the loose strands of hair by her cheek, whispering, "I adore how you call me that. It makes my heart melt." His words were soft, kissing her neck with fervor. Shengxiao's eyes widened, her body stiffening. "Please, Zhanqing, don't." Xiao, he lifted his head. Yet his lips lingered on her face. "I swear to treat you well. Do you still doubt me? Give me a moment." "No, it's too soon." "What do you mean, too soon? I have known you since before Yuzuan." His expression darkened slightly, his thoughts spilling forth without hesitation. Shengxiao froze, realizing he had detected her slip. Embarrassment flickered in his eyes as he stood up. Xiao. Her lips trembled as she adjusted her collar, forcing a smile. The atmosphere turned awkward. At that moment, the phone on the coffee table rang unexpectedly. Alarmed, she realized it should have been off. Instinctively, she lunged for it. Yin Zhanqing, still feeling guilty, stood to retrieve it. "No," she exclaimed in panic. He held the phone in his hand, catching sight of the screen that displayed the name Yuzuan. His brow furrowed, his beautiful eyes now stormy. Yin Zhanqing pressed the confirmation button, and a message appeared. "I miss the way you look beneath me. Only our bodies fit so perfectly. Shengxiao. Do not forget your promise to me. You cannot sleep with anyone else." On the other end, Yuzuan, having sent the message, tossed his phone onto the passenger seat, opening the car window, exuding an air of triumph. Yin Zhanqing gripped the phone, his face turning ashen, unable to utter a word. Shengxiao shook her head. Even without seeing the message, she could guess its content. "No, it's not like that. I didn't tea." Xiao. He called her by her full name. "I told you, I do not care about your past, but I am not generous enough to allow you to disregard my existence. If you are with Yuzuan out of necessity, then why can he touch you while I cannot?" Zhanqing, Shengxiao's eyes widened, her vision blurring inexplicably. "Do you know what you are saying?" "I am very clear." Yin Zhanqing's fury boiled over. "Is being with me merely a way to escape Yuzuan? And I just happen to offer you that option? You." Shengxiao felt a surge of frustration, her chest tightening, unable to catch her breath. After a long pause, she could not soothe the heart that felt as if it were being stabbed repeatedly. "What you say is truly hurtful." Noticing the tears welling in her eyes, Yin Zhanqing opened his mouth, yet could not muster an apology. He irritably placed the phone on her back. bowing his head and hiding his face in his hands. Shengxiao chose not to remain seated. She gathered her belongings and stood up, gently closing the door behind her. Outside the community, the dim orange streetlights elongated her slender figure, evoking a sense of fragility and melancholy. She lifted her head, forcing back the tears. No matter how Yuzun treated her, she could endure it, but Yin Zhanxing was different. Although Yuzun's words cut deeper, her affection for Yin Zhanxing made the pain of their wounds profoundly distinct. A brief note from the author. I returned to update, and I am Yao Yao's storage box. Yao Yao has gone out, and I will reply to your messages when I return. But your enthusiasm must not diminish. No forcing me. Haha. Chapter 49. Shengxiao walked under the moonlight, leaving the community, while Yin Zhanxing stood on the balcony, watching her silhouette fade into the night without pursuing her. By the time she returned to school, it was already quite late. With Shu Tian absent, Shengxiao washed up and lay in bed, unable to close her eyes for most of the night. The following day, she called Shu Tian early, and upon learning which hospital Sang Yin was in, she bought some fruit and hurried over. Outside the ICU, two men stood guard at the door. Shengxiao approached quietly, but one of them raised a hand to stop her. Who are you? I am a friend of Shu Tian. My name is Shengxiao. She peered into the room, feeling as if it were a scene from a crime drama. You may enter. She passed through a small break room before reaching the patient's room and instantly spotted Shu Tian, who appeared to be sleeping with her head resting on the bed. Just as she was about to speak, the man beside the bed shook his head, gently stroking Shu Tian's hair with a tender gaze. During her previous visit at night, Shengxiao had not observed him clearly. The man had short, light yellow hair, a deep gaze, and a strong nose, exuding striking handsomeness. Placing the fruit basket on the table, Shengxiao made a slight noise, waking Shu Tian. Rubbing her eyes, she exclaimed, When did you arrive? Why didn't you wake me? I just got here. I told her not to make a sound. Sang Yin interjected. I wanted you to get some rest. Shu Tian rushed to hold down his leg. I actually fell asleep on your leg. It's your fault for not waking me. You deserve to suffer. Though she spoke playfully, the happiness on her face was unmistakable. Shengxiao couldn't help but smile, feeling the joy radiating from them. After a while, she decided to leave, and Shu Tian accompanied her out. How'd he get hurt? It looks serious. It was a gunshot wound, Shu Tian replied, her expression darkening with concern. Someone like him is always in danger. Shengxiao. Sometimes I really fear for him. Shengxiao paused, reflecting on a life she had once thought distant. Then it cannot. I know what you want to say, but it's too late. Once you step in, without this protection, it becomes even more perilous. Do you know who did this? Shu Tian shook her head, a bitter smile on her lips. The ones most eager to harm are often the ones who never show their faces. After seeing Shengxiao out of the hospital, she returned inside. Shengxiao watched Shu Tian's hurried figure disappear, sighing inwardly. Despite her usually carefree demeanor, there were indeed many concerns weighing on her. Several days passed, and just as Shengxiao thought Yin Zhanxing would no longer seek her out, he appeared once more. He appeared weary, and it seemed that life had not been kind to him. As soon as Yin Zhanxing saw her, he enveloped her in a tight embrace, wishing he could hold her forever. I'm sorry, I was confused that day. Yet, Shengxiao remained composed, responding, Zhanxing, there have always been issues between us. We both cannot let go. No, I promise you, I will never bring it up again. Shengxiao, forgive me. Her heart ached, yet she was unwilling to relinquish any chance, however small, of happiness. Shengxiao thought to herself that she deserved the right to pursue her own happiness. Should she be condemned to live in the shadows merely because she had once been involved with Yuzun? In the days that followed, Yin Zhanxing treated her with unwavering kindness, striving to make amends for the hurt he had caused. For 2 months, Yuzun had not troubled her, and Shengxiao felt as though the dark clouds looming over her were finally beginning to disperse. During this time, Su Rou had tried to provoke her several times, often confronting Shengxiao in her presence. However, after their previous unpleasant encounter, Yin Zhanxing had grown much more resolute, avoiding unnecessary complications. As for Yuzun, he had not forgotten his obsession. Instead, He had taken a trip, convinced that Ming Shengxiao would not withstand 3 months apart and would return to him. To his surprise, she was thriving in her newfound independence. Upon arriving at the bar, Yuzun spotted Ming Shengxiao getting into Yan Zhanqing's car, his brows furrowing with unmistakable fury. Could it be that she had genuinely fallen for him? The man sneered to himself. Does she dare to speak of love? After a dinner together, Yan Zhanqing did not press her for more than gentle embraces and fleeting kisses. When he dropped her off at school late that night, they lingered at the entrance, and she insisted on watching his car drive away before she turned to enter. As she took a few steps, she heard footsteps behind her. Ming Shengxiao's instincts kicked in, recalling the last time she had been cornered by Yuzun. She turned around, but before she could fully see him, an arm encircled her waist, forcefully pulling her into a convertible. Ming Shengxiao, are you unhappy to see me? Yuzun's lips curled into a mocking smile, and upon noticing the fear in her eyes, his smile widened even further. How did you find me? Don't act like you've seen a tiger. Let me tell you, the more you fear me, the more I relish it. Did you think I had vanished? He revved the engine, and panic surged through her as she grasped his hand. What do you want? Where are you taking me? I haven't touched you in 2 months, he replied, feigning a focus on driving while his right hand gently circled her palm with his finger. Ming Shengxiao understood his implication, and with a tremor in her voice, she declared, I fear you may not get that chance. You lost, Yuzun. Her certainty masked an underlying anxiety, prompting her to raise her voice. No one had ever told Yuzun that he had lost. He gripped her small hand tightly, her fingers almost crushed in his grasp. He drove recklessly, and she fought to free herself. Let me tell you, don't ever mention 3 months again. It's futile. That was your promise. Huh? You believe a man as promises in bed? Yuzun scoffed, turning his face away. I once said I'd kill you. Are you dead? Ming Shengxiao's lips trembled in anger, struggling to catch her breath. Tonight, I will claim you. You shall not, she retorted, lunging for his hands. But he easily restrained her, accelerating the car until they arrived at a hotel near her school. Ming Shengxiao glanced up, already dreading what Yuzun intended to do. She clutched the car door tightly as he forcefully pulled her out, her delicate wrist already bruising from his grip. You shall. Please let me go, she pleaded, her voice laced with desperation. He wrapped one arm around her waist while using the other to pry her fingers from the door, easily dragging her into the hotel. Give me the best room, he instructed the attendant, who hesitated, unsure of how to respond. Ming Shengxiao nestled against Yuzun's chest. Her hair disheveled and her face pale, caught the attendant's gaze. Help me, please. Someone save me. Upon hearing her plea, the attendant's hand trembled, unsure of how to proceed. Yuzun, noticing this, glared at the attendant. What are you staring at? Hurry. Ming Shengxiao grasped the counter. Call the police. He is going to assault me. Shut up. Yuzun clamped his hand over her mouth, his well-tailored suit concealing taut muscles. She is my girlfriend. We're just having a disagreement. Hurry up. Oh, okay, the attendant replied, eager to avoid any complications. After securing the room, Yuzun continued to cover Ming Shengxiao's mouth as he pulled her toward the elevator. In a tight space, she felt as though her very breath was being stifled. Leaning casually against the wall, Yuzun encircled her with his arms. He leaned down, his cold face brushing against hers, smiling as he placed delicate kisses along her neck. Ming Shengxiao squirmed, and he raised his face, pointing to the elevator's camera. Behave, or else. The latter part of his sentence remained unspoken, but she understood his capabilities all too well. Her heart raced, torn between the fear of his intentions and her lingering feelings for Yan Zhanqing. She had finally taken a step forward with him. If she allowed Yuzun to touch her now, would her happiness ever return? A tear fell onto Yuzun's hand, first hot and then chillingly cold. Don't cry. This time I won't let you suffer. I want you to enjoy this. He knew precisely why she wept, yet he continued to provoke her. Ming Shengxiao's mouth was covered, her sobs echoing like a desperate creature on the brink of death. Tears streamed down her face, and she fought to grasp Yuzun's hand. In response, he smothered her mouth and nose entirely. The elevator dinged open, and she thought, Zhanqing, where are you? This is maddening. Yuzun, unable to tolerate her tears, shoved her into the room. Ming Shengxiao struggled to breathe, her face turning red before paling to an ashen hue. If I must die, let be quick, she thought. Yuzun slammed the door shut and tossed her onto the bed. Gasping for air, she struggled to catch her breath, her face streaked with tears and sweat. Yuzun leisurely removed his suit, untying his tie and methodically unbuttoning his shirt. In a moment of sheer terror, Ming Shengxiao hurled a pillow at him in defiance. But none of her attempts found their mark. How wonderful it would be if you never appeared. Are you wishing for my demise? Yuzun approached the bed, seizing her leg and drawing her closer. If I were to die, it would be alongside you. Yuzun, what have I ever done to deserve this? She kicked at him, but he caught her legs with ease. If you intended to never let me go, why mention that wager? You gave me hope only to dash it. Do you find this amusing? Indeed, I relish in tormenting you. Yuzun leaned down, encircling her waist and pinning her against the headboard, his weight pressing down upon her. Ming Shengxiao knew that she was on the verge of losing everything. In the past, being alongside Yuzun felt the same, whether it was once or 10 times. However, now it was different. Every time she gave something to Yuzun, she found herself unable to face Yin Zhanqing again. Yuzun shared her sentiments. If he were to spend the night with Ming Shengxiao, she could finally let go. One was insistent, while the other resisted with all her might. The bed transformed into a battlefield, and Yuzun was taken aback by how fiercely Ming Shengxiao resisted, her strength seemingly amplified. After multiple attempts, he failed to seize her hand, cursing under his breath, questioning whether she genuinely sought hardship. The man's anger fueled her determination. The more he pressed, the more she resisted. They had been through this before. Was it not just once more? What was all this pretense about? Things had changed. She demanded he let go. What had changed? He knew Yin Zhanqing had not touched her. Did he know why? Because he deemed her unworthy. Ming Shengxiao, you are tainted. Her small hand faltered for a moment, and as Yuzun prepared to push forward, he caught a glimpse of a fierce light in her eyes. I find you filthy too. In a rush, he attempted to rise, but was struck by her hand, the impact sharp yet not painful, echoing clearly. You dare strike me? This was not the first time Ming Shengxiao had hit him. Her wild demeanor starkly contrasted with her usual self, and seizing the moment, she bit down on his palm. Yuzun's brow furrowed as he felt the pressure, pain coursing through him, prompting a sharp intake of breath. Let go. Ming Shengxiao only tightened her grip, the metallic taste of blood tinging her mouth. Yuzun decided to straddle her knees, using one hand to grip her chin firmly. She felt as if her jaw might shatter from his grasp, forcing her to release her bite. At that moment, his phone rang, and he pinned her hands together with one hand, answering the call. Hello? You shall. We're at you, come join us. Busu. Hang up. He abruptly tossed the phone aside. Ming Shengxiao gasped for breath, her chest rising and falling violently. Observing her state, a wicked smile crept across his lips. Are you trying to seduce me? Get away. Ming Shengxiao's hand swung again. This time, however, Yuzun caught her wrists, the defiance in his expression replaced by a chilling intensity as he leaned closer, their noses almost touching. Let me warn you, if you lay a hand on me again. Do you believe I won't ruin you? Ming Shengxiao gasped, struggling futilely. Suddenly, Yuzun stood, swiftly unfastening her waistband. She felt a chill and froze, then instinctively tried to resist. Yuzun held her hands, allowing her to thrash about, but within moments, she found herself utterly drained, lying there breathlessly. The pain became unbearable as she cried out. Yet, Yuzun showed no signs of relenting. A sudden, loud knock interrupted them, a stranger's voice calling out. Could you keep it down? Others are trying to sleep. After catching his breath, Yuzun wrapped a towel around his waist and approached the door, but upon opening it, he found no one there, the intruder having fled. Infuriated, he slammed the door shut and turned back to the room, only to find the bed empty except for the disarray left behind. He paused, turning to see Ming Shengxiao standing behind him, arms raised, trembling with a lamp in her hands. Go ahead and smash it. Yuzun's skin glistened with sweat from their earlier entanglement, a mischievous grin playing on his lips as he shouted. Terrified, Ming Shengxiao dropped the lamp, which crashed near her feet. She covered her face, crying, collapsing to the ground. Yuzun quickly caught her arm, tossing her onto the bed to protect her from the shards of glass. I knew you didn't have the guts. After showering, Yuzun dressed and said, "Let's go. I'll take you back." Ming Shengxiao, exhausted, struggled to put her clothes back on, her torn underwear barely holding up as they left the hotel. The staff watched them with knowing glances as they settled the bill. Yuzun drove a striking blue Lamborghini, and as Ming Shengxiao sat in the passenger seat, she turned her head to gaze out the window. The car moved at a leisurely pace, accompanied by soothing music, and Yuzun couldn't help but acknowledge that despite her cries during their intimacy, he was reluctant to relinquish her to anyone else. Tapping his fingers on the steering wheel, he reassured her, "Don't worry, I won't tell anyone. If you wish to maintain that wager, go ahead and find Yin Zhanqing. If neither of us mentions it, how would he know? After all, you're not a virgin." Ming Shengxiao turned her face away, her expression cold. "Don't tempt me. You know how I might react." With red-rimmed eyes, she blinked, the action painful, but she wiped her tears and ceased crying. "Tell me, if you return now, would Yin Zhanqing still want you?" Yuzun curled a smirk on one side of his mouth, a wicked glint in his eye. "Don't glare at me. You only mentioned 3 months. I promised to leave the royal heritage, but never said I wouldn't claim you." At his words, Ming Shengxiao's tears spilled anew. "I want out of this car." She lunged to grasp Yuzun's hands, desperate to escape his madness. "Let go. Let me out." In a moment of panic, Yuzun shoved her away, but unexpectedly, he swerved the steering wheel, and the car skidded to collide with the roadside greenery. Ming Shengxiao, unbuckled, was propelled forward, her forehead crashing against the steering wheel, instantly swelling. When she arrived at the hospital, her head spun dizzily, while Yuzun remained at her side, an unexpected presence. A beautiful nurse tended to her wounds, attempting to distract her from the pain. "How did you get such a big bump?" "Careless driving," Ming Shengxiao fabricated. "How can one drive distractedly? What were you doing?" As the nurse cleaned her injury with alcohol, Ming Shengxiao instinctively lied again. "I was on the phone." But another voice slipped out, "Cheating." The nurse's eyes widened, her gaze darting between them, her brow subtly furrowing. "Cheating? So you're the mistress?" Shaking her head, she quickly finished tending to Ming Shengxiao and left without looking back. Ming Shengxiao opened her mouth, but decided against explaining further. Yuzun had intended to take her back to royal heritage, given its proximity, but Ming Shengxiao adamantly refused. Resigned, he drove the injured Lamborghini to her school. During the journey, Ming Shengxiao's phone rang incessantly, each ring sounding like a death knell. Yin Zhanqing typically called her before bed. Her silence would surely worry him. Hesitating, her finger hovered over the button, catching a glimpse of Yuzun's resolute chin. She understood his character, suppressing the turmoil within. Ming Shengxiao ended the call. "Why not answer? Your phone was off. Turns out you were busy with someone else." Yuzun smiled lightly. Ming Shengxiao, catching the corner of his mouth curve into a shallow dimple. Noticing her lost in thought, he teased. "Want to hear more? Just say the word." Ming Shengxiao averted her gaze, weary from their conflict. "Please, just take me home." With tear-streaked cheeks, she felt utterly drained, and Yuzun, one hand on the steering wheel, remarked, "You're young yet so stubborn. I don't understand what Yin Zhanqing sees in you." Ming Shengxiao lowered her head, replying, "What do you see in me? Your face, your body." Silence enveloped Ming Shengxiao as she turned her face toward the window. "I believe Yin Zhanqing is drawn to you for this very reason. You might as well give it a try. After all, he has yet to possess you. However, in just a few days, he will surely grow weary." Yuzun extended his arm, his fingers gently caressing Shengxiao's youthful face. "Do not harbor dreams of him marrying you. Why abandon the pure-blooded Su Ro for someone like you? Have you had enough?" Shengxiao's voice trembled as she brushed Yuzun's hand away. He did not react with anger. Perhaps the release of his pent-up emotions had lightened his mood. Upon returning to school, before the car had even come to a complete halt, Shengxiao flung the door open and slammed it shut with force. Without casting a glance at Yuzun, she strode briskly towards the school gate. Once at the dormitory building, she bent over, gasping for breath, her hands braced on her knees, a dull ache spreading through her, reaching her very heart. As she watched her tears fall, one by one, onto the cold tiled floor, her vision blurred, and she stumbled back to her dormitory. After a shower, she pulled back the covers and wrapped herself tightly in them, leaving no gap, as if only then could she find the safety she craved. She was unsure how long she had slept, only aware of a hazy consciousness, in which she thought she heard Yin Zhanqing's voice. Ming Shengxiao dismissed it as a dream, her head pounding, and she unconsciously let out a few soft sounds. The blanket above her was suddenly yanked away, and the harsh sunlight streaming in from the window blinded her, making it impossible to open her eyes. Having washed her hair the previous night without drying it, her locks now obscured her face. Yin Zhanqing was startled by her appearance. "Shengxiao, what happened to you? I couldn't reach you by phone. Is something wrong? How did you end up here?" "I barged in," Ming Shengxiao replied, clad in her thin nightgown, pulling the blanket from Yin Zhanqing's grasp to wrap it around herself. She curled up, her head nearly buried in her knees. "What on earth is wrong with you?" She clutched the corners of the blanket, her hands trembling slightly. Yin Zhanqing turned his head, immediately noticing the dark red mark on her neck. He yanked the blanket from her hands again. "What is this?" Following his gaze, Shengxiao touched her neck, feeling a twinge of pain. A bitter smile crossed her lips. It was undoubtedly yet another mark left by Yuzun. Meeting Yin Zhanqing's furious gaze, tears welled up in her eyes, but she could not utter a single word. "Did he touch you again? You saw it all, didn't you?" Ming Shengxiao brushed her hair aside to hide the bruise on her neck, fully aware that Yuzun's intentions had been achieved. She must appear worthless in Yin Zhanqing's eyes. "Why you let him touch you?" The man erupted in anger, his voice echoing through every corner of the dormitory, reverberating in Ming Shengxiao's ears. She never once raised her gaze, her eyes swollen and barely open. Yin Zhanqing was filled with a raging fire, and seeing her in such a state pained him deeply, prompting him to open his arms and pull her into an embrace. She trembled from the cold, only to suddenly feel warmth envelop her. Resting her head on Yin Zhanqing's shoulder, her soft sobs morphed into wailing. Shengxiao grasped Yin Zhanqing's arms tightly, her fingers digging deep into his flesh. They had finally reached this point. He had cast aside her troubled past, and she longed for a taste of happiness herself. Yet, why did Yuzun act like a devil, knowing precisely how to push her into an abyss of despair just as she began to savor sweetness? "I will confront him. Zhanqing." Shengxiao grasped Yin Zhanqing's arm with urgency, but the man was so strong that he nearly dragged her half off the bed. "Don't go, don't go." Yin Zhanqing's eyes blazed red, intimidating anyone who dared to provoke him. Shengxiao held onto his hand, fearing he might act impulsively, and instead wrapped her arms around him, pressing her face against his arm. Her voice, already hoarse, was now barely audible as she struggled to form the words, "Please don't." Yin Zhanqing sank onto the edge of the bed, momentarily at a loss for words. "I've already reached this point, Zhanqing. I've told you, it's impossible between us." She leaned against the cold wall, having chosen the lower bunk, and the overhead bed blocked out the sunlight, casting half her face in shadow. She had made an effort. She had tried to let go of everything. But what could she do? Ming Shengxiao closed her eyes, suddenly overwhelmed by a sense of resigned despair. This despair pierced through her heart, reaching deep into her bones. She gazed at Yin Zhanqing's almost ethereal profile and reached out to grasp his wrist, feeling her heart shatter. "Zhanqing, let us end this." As soon as the words left her lips, tears streamed down her face. She quickly wiped her eyes with her sleeve, but the more she wiped, the more tears flowed. When did she become so fragile? "Didn't I escort you back to school yesterday?" Shengxiao hugged her shoulders, unable to suppress her trembling. It was as if she were reliving a nightmare, gritting her teeth as she spoke. "It was after you left that he suddenly appeared. If I had known, I would have fought with all my might to escape." The more she spoke, the more frightened she became. Yin Zhanqing picked up the blanket at her feet and draped it over her shoulders. "Even if it costs me everything, I will make him pay." With that, he abruptly stood and left the dormitory. Shengxiao reached out, only to grasp at empty air. She shouted after his retreating figure, "Zhanqing, don't go. We can't afford to provoke someone like Yuzun." Ming Shengxiao changed her clothes and rushed out of the dormitory, without a moment to groom herself. But even as she chased after him to the school gate, she found no trace of Yin Zhanqing. In a panic, She returned to her dormitory and dialed Yin Zhanqing's number, only to find it switched off. Yuzun anticipated that Yin Zhanqing would come looking for him, though he did not expect it to be at such a refined and elegant tea house. A smirk graced his lips as he parked his Koenigsegg CCXR, taking up 2 parking spots. Upon entering the tea house, he found Yin Zhanqing already seated by the window. Yuzun pulled out a chair and leaned back casually. "What brings you here?" Yin Zhanqing cut straight to the point. "It's about Shengxiao." "Oh." The man nodded. "What's wrong with her?" "She is not yours. She has the freedom to be with whomever she chooses." Yin Zhanqing's eyes flashed with menace. We have known each other for quite some time now. You know what kind of person I am. I advise you to keep your distance from me." Yuzun maintained a light smile, but beneath the surface, a turbulent storm brewed. "You are quite magnanimous, treating a woman I've used as a treasure. Don't attempt to provoke me with words, nor think you can threaten her with that matter. You should be well aware of my father's influence. If I wanted to settle this case, it would only take a flick of my finger. I suggest you remember, there are countless women in this world. There is no need for us to be at each other's throats." The greatest disdain Yuzun harbored was for threats. He leaned forward, pressing a hand on the table. "Let me make it clear. The one you like is the one I will have. Your father is merely an official. If I desire it, I could ruin him as well. As for Ming Shengxiao..." Yuzun stood up, a look of disdain etched across his defiant face. "The more you treat her as a treasure, the more I will find ways to torment her when she returns to me. Are you really going to do this? Are you trying to play hardball with me?" Yin Zhanqing's eyes narrowed slightly. He had risen to his current position through his own brutality and ruthlessness. He feared nothing, especially not Yin Zhanqing's father. "Ming Shengxiao will never return to your side. Her heart and soul belong to me," he declared, rising to his feet, a smile gracing his lips. "She loves me, so you might as well give up on that hope." With that, he turned and left. "Love, is it?" Yuzun returned to his seat, his expression inscrutable. He glanced outside. She spoke of love, and so did he. Let him witness how steadfast this love truly is, or whether it will crumble at the slightest touch. Su Ro, in disappointment, lowered her phone from her ear. It was still off. She walked alone down the street, realizing that Yin Zhanqing was intentionally avoiding her. Her complexion was haggard when someone suddenly blocked her path. "Young master, wants to see you." When Su Ro arrived at the tea room, Yuzun was gazing out of the window, his facial features stark and unyielding. The slight curve of his lips, though subtly upturned, belied the gloom of his countenance, easing Su Ro's trepidation. She whispered, "You shall." The man turned his face towards her, his eyes deep and dark like a bottomless abyss, capturing her soul and causing her heart to race with fear. "Seat." She nervously took her seat. Yuzun toyed with something in his hand. Noticing her distraction, he extended his hand towards her. "Here." It was a red velvet box, familiar to her as a jewelry case. "I don't need it, thank you." "Open it." Reluctantly, she reached out and opened the box, revealing a uniquely designed pearl ring. The pearl itself lustrous and radiant. Confused, she placed the box back on the table. "I truly don't need it." She was not foolish enough to provoke Yuzun. The man reached out his hand, and Su Ro, thinking he would make a move, instinctively recoiled. Yu Shao unexpectedly, he merely retrieved the ring. For now, he still needed Su Ro to further his plans, so he refrained from uttering harsh words. "I have no use for someone like you." Embarrassed, Su Ro folded her hands, watching as he moved the ring towards the clear tea before him. A tremor in his fingers sent white powder floating atop the tea's surface, vanishing in mere seconds. Outside the narrative, Yao Yao lamented her unfortunate days, plagued by a malfunctioning delete key and a broken plus key on her keyboard. In Chapter 53, she leaned against the cold wall, her face half drenched in shadow due to the bunk above her. Despite her efforts to let go, despair crept in, piercing through her heart. She gazed at Yin Zhanqing's nearly breathtaking profile, grasping his wrist as her heart shattered. "Zhanqing, let us end this." As the words fell, tears streamed down her face. She hastily wiped her eyes, but the more she tried, the more they flowed. "When had she become so fragile? Didn't I send you back to school yesterday?" Clutching her shoulders, she trembled, recalling the nightmare. "I didn't expect him to suddenly appear after you left. Otherwise, I would have run for my life." The fear escalated in her voice. Yin Zhanqing draped a blanket over her shoulders. Even if it costs me everything, he will pay. With that declaration, he abruptly stood and exited the dormitory. She reached out, but only grasped at empty air, calling after him, Zhanqing, don't. People like Yuzun were truly not to be trifled with. After changing, she dashed out of the dormitory, rushing to the school gate. Yet Yin Zhanqing was nowhere to be found. Frantically, she returned to her room and dialed his number, only to find it switched off. Anticipating Yin Zhanqing's visit, Yuzun, however, had not expected him to choose such a refined tea room. With a smirk, he parked his Koenigsegg CCXR, occupying 2 spaces. Entering the tea room, he found Yin Zhanqing already seated by the window. Yuzun casually leaned back in his chair. What's the matter? Yin Zhanqing replied directly, it's about Shengxiao. Oh, the man nodded. What about her? She is not yours. She has the freedom to be with whoever she chooses. Yin Zhanqing's eyes flashed with intensity. You shall. We have known each other for quite some time. You know my character. I advise you to keep your distance. Yuzun maintained a faint smile, yet beneath the surface, a tempest brewed. How generous of you to cherish a woman I've already had. You think of her as a treasure. Do not provoke me with words, nor attempt to use that matter to threaten her. You should be well aware of my father's influence. Resolving this issue is but a finger's motion for me. I advise you, there are plenty of women in the world. It is not worth a life or death struggle. The one thing Yuzun detested most was being threatened. Leaning forward, he pressed his hand against the table. Let me tell you, I will have her, and your father is merely a bureaucrat. If I wish to deal with him, I can eliminate him as well. As for Ming Shengxiao, he scoffed, rising with a defiant expression, the more you treat her as a treasure, the more I will find ways to torment her when she returns to me. Are you truly willing to go this far? Do you intend to play tough with me? Yuzun's eyes narrowed. His ruthless nature had brought him to this point. He had never feared anyone, least of all Yin Zhanqing's powerful father. Shengxiao will never come back to you. Her heart is mine, Yin Zhanqing asserted, rising with a hint of a smile. She loves me, so you might as well give up. With that, he turned to leave. Love, is it? Yuzun returned to his seat, his expression inscrutable. He glanced outside, contemplating their declarations of love. He would demonstrate just how resilient this so-called love was, or perhaps how utterly fragile it truly was. Disappointed, Suro lowered her phone from her ear. It was still off. She walked alone down the street, sensing that Yin Zhanqing was deliberately avoiding her. Looking haggard, she was suddenly stopped by someone. Yu Xiao wishes to see you. She rose gracefully, her formerly pale complexion now glowing with vitality, as if bathed in the gentle embrace of spring. With a smile gracing her lips, she exited the room. After Yin Zhanqing departed, he called Ming Shengxiao, reassuring her that Yuzun would no longer trouble her. Relieved to learn that Yin Zhanqing was unharmed, she began to deliberately avoid him, often ignoring his calls and seldom attending school. Even when opportunities for part-time work arose, she tried to evade Yin Zhanqing. Days later, he finally cornered her at a party. After changing her outfit, Ming Shengxiao emerged from the lounge, her long hair tied back in a simple ponytail, adorned with a pastoral silk scarf around her neck. Her chin appearing increasingly sharp. With her hands tucked in her pockets, she found him standing on a step lower than hers, their eyes meeting. She merely moved her lips, unable to voice her thoughts. Yin Zhanqing, too, appeared haggard, his once spirited demeanor diminished. The man leaned forward, enveloping Ming Shengxiao in a gentle embrace. His right hand softly patted her back, the touch feather-light, evoking a thrill akin to a whisper of wind. In their embrace, warmth enveloped them, yet upon parting, he was left to face the biting chill of solitude. Yin Zhanqing grasped her hand, leading her forward, but she walked slowly. Her arms stretched taut until they reached his car. Only then did Ming Shengxiao speak. Let us end this, shall we? Anyone would be better than me. Yet no one could compare to Ming Shengxiao. Yin Zhanqing was unwilling to concede. Having finally distanced himself from Su Rou, how could he relinquish her hand? Though young, Ming Shengxiao was not one to indulge in dreams. After Yuzun's meddling, how could she return to Yin Zhanqing's side? Moreover, his esteemed background would never accept her. He escorted her back to school and sought her out repeatedly thereafter. His sincerity intensified her reluctance, leading to his unwavering persistence, culminating in his presence almost daily at the entrance of Huel. It was common knowledge that Ming Shengxiao had a boyfriend who cherished her. Standing on her dormitory balcony, she gazed at Yin Zhanqing's lonely figure leaning against the car window, her heart weeping silently, tears flowing unseen by others. Ultimately, she did not meet him. Yin Zhanqing was left to drive away, perplexed by her lack of courage. He was prepared to sacrifice everything for her. Why could she not reciprocate? Having lived a carefree life, he was now reaping the consequences, experiencing the anguish of unrequited love. Upon returning home, he opened the liquor cabinet, having skipped breakfast. The sharp sting of the alcohol nearly induced vomiting. As the doorbell rang, he feigned ignorance, remaining seated on the sofa, drinking. The ringing persisted, and with a grim expression, he approached the door, asking, "Who is it?" Su Ro, upon seeing his state, could not hide her concern. "Zhanqing, have you been drinking? What brings you here?" Tears glistened in her eyes, cascading down her cheeks. "I cannot let you go. I wanted to see you." Yin Zhanqing released his hand from the wall, swaying slightly as he returned to the living room, with Su Ro following closely behind and shutting the door. The coffee table was strewn with empty glasses and various items. Yin Zhanqing returned to the sofa, downing a glass of red wine in one swift motion. As Su Ro set her bag down and poured him a second glass, she seized his wrist, pleading, "Zhanqing, don't drink anymore. Didn't I ask you not to come here again?" She held back her tears, taking the wine glass from him. After tidying up the coffee table, she headed to the kitchen. Opening the refrigerator revealed nothing but a dim yellow light. Feeling a pang of sorrow, she fetched some rice and prepared a bowl of plain congee for Yin Zhanqing. In the past, she would cook for him in various styles. Love is indeed a curious thing, for he had chosen Ming Shengxiao. "Zhanqing, the congee is ready. Please eat some." Yin Zhanqing propped his forehead with one hand. Having had a restless night and waking early that morning, now suffering from a splitting headache, Su Ro gently guided his arm to the dining table, then turned to fetch a bowl. On her ring finger sparkled a pearl ring. She glanced at Yin Zhanqing, who pressed his thumb against his temple, his beige sweater illuminated warmly by the sunlight. Her fingers brushed the rim of the bowl, lifting it before placing it down again. She removed her ring, watching as fine white powder fell atop the congee. After stirring it with a spoon, she placed it before him, saying, "Zhanqing, please eat." Yin Zhanqing couldn't help but recall Su Ro's kindness. Without hesitation, he took several bites while she sat beside him, watching his Adam's apple move as he swallowed the entire bowl. A wave of bitterness surged within her. This man should have been hers. Yet now she resorted to such means to claim him. The effects of the drug took hold swiftly. As Su Ro completed her tidying, she noticed Yin Zhanqing's face flushed and beads of sweat forming at his temples. Being her first time administering such a drug, she felt a twinge of anxiety. "Zhanqing, are you all right?" He furrowed his brows, struggling to maintain composure, forcefully shaking off Su Ro's grip. "What did you make me eat?" As someone familiar with the nightlife, he recognized the symptoms of being drugged. "Su Ro, Zhanqing, please wake up. Only I will never leave you. Do not think of Ming Shengxiao anymore. She belongs to you soon. Let's not provoke him, all right?" Yin Zhanqing was astonished that Su Ro, who had occupied his heart for years, had transformed into this. A tightening sensation gripped his heart, causing him pain. "You," he pondered, feeling it peculiar. "Who gave you this drug?" He knew Su Ro would never seek such substances. She stood there, fidgeting. If not for dire necessity, she would never resort to such disgraceful actions. Yin Zhanqing seized her wrist, demanding, "Tell me." His tone was filled with shock, causing her voice to tremble. "It was you, Zun. You." Yin Zhanqing felt an inferno igniting within him, as if swarmed by countless insects. He braced himself against the table, gasping for air, his arms twitching, veins in his neck bulging, threatening to burst. Su Ro's heart sank with fear. She had blindly trusted Yuzun, giving Yin Zhanqing this unknown drug. She rushed to him. "Are you feeling unwell? Get away." He pushed her aside, but Su Ro clung to him tighter, her body pressed close, the scent of her perfume mingling with her warmth overwhelming him. Seeing this, she wrapped her arms around him. "Zhanqing, don't endure it. I am your Su Ro. Please don't push me away." She tilted her face up, her expression a portrait of vulnerability. Yin Zhanqing felt his resolve waver, memories of Ming Shengxiao's steadfastness clouding his mind. Su Ro rose on her toes, her lips meeting his in a kiss that ignited a fire difficult to extinguish. After their bodies found relief, his heart felt achingly empty. Their clothes lay scattered across the intricately designed floor. Yin Zhanqing stood, showered, and changed into fresh attire. Su Ro, with her back to him, was dressing when he picked up a cigarette from the bedside table and took a puff. "What do you want, Su Ro?" She was taken aback. "I hope you want to speak of this," he continued, knowing it was a cruel request. "I love Ming Shengxiao. I do not wish for her to be hurt." He flicked the ash from his cigarette, placing the half-smoked stick in the ashtray before exiting the bedroom. For Ming Shengxiao's sake, he could only apologize to Su Ro. Ming Shengxiao repeatedly declined to meet Yin Zhanqing, yet his persistence remained unwavering as he stood at the school gate almost daily. She watched, feeling increasingly distressed. What was the point? 3 months had swiftly passed, and she still refused to see him. Ming Shengxiao preferred to confront reality, knowing a profound abyss awaited her leap. Without Yin Zhanqing, she would find herself alone at the bottom of that dark chasm, forever deprived of sunlight. On a Saturday evening, Huel was bustling with students. In the April night, the air was mild, as Ming Shengxiao and Shu Tian stood on the dormitory balcony, wrapped in their coats. The sky was shrouded in darkness, devoid of even a single star. Suddenly, a voice pierced the silence, followed by a dazzling burst of light that seemed to tear apart the gloom. "Behold, fireworks!" Countless vibrant blossoms erupted in the sky above the school, with powerful rockets clustering together. Many students leaned out to see where the fireworks were being set off. "Look!" So Ming Shengxiao tightly embraced herself, and through a flicker of brightness, she spotted Yin Zhanqing standing at the school gate. The brilliance of the fireworks illuminating every strand of his hair. Tears welled in her eyes. How could he be so steadfast despite the hardships? What was he truly striving for? Impulsively, she dashed downstairs. Yin Zhanqing held 2 sparklers in his hands, extending them towards her. She accepted them, and as the sparklers ignited swiftly, he saw the glimmer of longing reflected in her eyes. After such a long period of yearning, it culminated in a heartfelt embrace. The following day, news of the event swept through the school. However, Shengxiao felt no joy. A knot remained in her heart. Despite their love for each other, the bond between her and Yin Zhanqing felt fragile, like delicate porcelain that could shatter with a careless touch. It had been over 4 months since Yuzun last sought her out. Occasionally, she would meet Yin Zhanqing, yet there were times she would deliberately avoid him. A torrential rain fell for 2 days, washing the ground clean. The sky was cloaked in a veil of white mist, and many leaves lay scattered, battered by the heavy raindrops. Shengxiao gazed at the cascading rain on the floor-to-ceiling window, lost in thought. Yuzun placed a ring back into its box and pushed it towards Su Ro, declaring that he only wanted Shengxiao, and that the drug was very effective for men. Su Ro, her lips slightly parted, did not push the drug away. "Are you trying to make me? I'm not forcing you to do anything," he replied. "If you let go willingly, the outcome won't be disastrous. If not," he tapped his finger lightly on the table and stood up to leave. "You consider the consequences." It was only after Yuzun's figure disappeared completely from the doorway that Su Ro glanced around, discreetly slipping the box in her bag. She rose elegantly, her previously pale complexion now glowing with warmth, as if touched by spring breezes, leaving with a smile. After Yin Zhanqing departed, he called Shengxiao, assuring her that Yuzun would not trouble her again. Relieved to know he was safe, she gradually began to distance herself from him, often ignoring his calls and rarely attending school. Even when opportunities arose, she would try to evade Yin Zhanqing. Days later, he finally cornered her at a gathering. Shengxiao emerged from the dressing room, her long hair tied in a simple ponytail, a floral scarf wrapped around her neck, her chin appearing even more delicate. Shengxiao, with her hands tucked in her pockets, he stood on a step below, their eyes meeting. She merely parted her lips, but could not speak. Yin Zhanqing appeared weary, no longer the spirited young man he once was. He leaned in, enveloping Shengxiao in a gentle embrace, his right hand softly patting her back, the touch feather-light. akin to a whisper of warmth. However, once they parted, a bone-chilling solitude awaited him. Yin Zhanqing grasped Shengxiao's hand, leading her forward. She walked slowly, her arms stretched taut until they reached his car, finally voicing her thoughts. Let us end this, shall we? Anyone would be better than me. Yet no one could compare to Shengxiao. Yin Zhanqing refused to give up. Having finally distanced himself from Su Rou, he wasn't about to let go of her hand. Although Shengxiao was young, she had little inclination to dream. After Yu Zun's interference, how could she return to Yin Zhanqing? Furthermore, with his privileged background, he would never accept her. Yin Zhanqing drove her back to school, and subsequently sought her out multiple times, his earnest demeanor only intensifying her reluctance. Eventually, he began waiting at the school gates almost daily. Everyone knew that Shengxiao had a caring boyfriend. Standing on the balcony of her dormitory, she gazed at Yin Zhanqing's solitary figure leaning against his car, her heart bleeding silently, unseen by anyone else. Ultimately, she did not meet him. Yin Zhanqing was forced to leave, unaware of Shengxiao's lack of courage. He was prepared to sacrifice everything for her. Why could she not reciprocate? Having previously lived a carefree life, he now faced the consequences, experiencing the pain of unfulfilled love. Upon returning home, he opened the liquor cabinet, having skipped breakfast. The burning alcohol nearly made him retch. When the doorbell rang, he ignored it, remaining on the sofa with his drink. The persistent ringing finally prompted him to answer the door, revealing Su Rou, who, upon seeing his condition, could not mask her concern. Zhanqing, have you been drinking? How did you get here? Tears glistened in her eyes, and she closed them briefly, large drops cascading down her cheeks. I can't let go of you. I wanted to see you. Yin Zhanqing stepped back, unsteady, as she entered, closing the door behind her. The coffee table was cluttered with scattered glasses and items. He returned to the sofa, downing a glass of red wine. Su Rou set her bag down, and, as he poured his second glass, she seized his wrist, saying, Zhanqing, don't drink anymore. I thought I told you not to come again. She held back her tears, taking the glass from him. After tidying the table, she went to the kitchen. Opening the refrigerator, she found it nearly empty, save for a dim yellow light. Her heart ached as she cooked some rice, preparing a bowl of congee for Yin Zhanqing. When she was around, she had always made him various meals. Love was indeed a strange thing. He had an affinity for Shengxiao. Zhanqing, the congee is ready. Please eat. Using one hand to support his forehead, he recalled the sleepless night and the early start that had left him with a splitting headache. Su Rou gently guided him to the dining table and went to fetch a bowl. On her ring finger was a pearl ring. She glanced at Yin Zhanqing, whose thumb pressed against his temple, the beige sweater illuminated warmly by the sunlight. As she held the bowl, she hesitated, watching the white powder fall onto the congee's surface. After stirring it, she placed it in front of him. Zhanqing, eat. Yin Zhanqing thought of Su Rou's kindness and without hesitation took several bites, while she sat beside him, watching his throat move as he swallowed the entire bowl. Her heart ached. This man should have been hers, yet now she had to resort to such measures to win him back. The drug's effects manifested quickly. After tidying the kitchen, she noticed Yin Zhanqing's face turning flushed, beads of sweat forming at his temples. This was her first attempt at drugging someone, and she felt nervous. Zhanqing, are you okay? His brows knitted tightly, struggling to endure. He forcefully pushed Su Rou's hand away. What did you make me eat? As someone familiar with such environments, he recognized the symptoms of having been drugged. Zhanqing, please wake up. Only I want to leave you. Don't think about Shengxiao anymore. She belongs to Yu Zun. Let us not provoke him, okay? Yin Zhanqing was taken aback. The Su Rou he had known for years was now unrecognizable. His heart tightened, beginning to ache. Who gave you this drug? He pondered, finding it odd. The Su Rou he knew would never resort to such measures. She stood uneasily in place, compelled by circumstances to partake in this disgraceful act. Yin Zhanqing grasped her wrist tightly, his voice filled with astonishment, startling her into a tremor as she stammered, Yes. It's Yu Zun. A fire ignited within Yin Zhanqing, a sensation akin to being gnawed upon by countless insects. He braced himself against the edge of the table, gasping for breath, his arms trembling and the veins in his neck bulging ominously, as if they might burst at any moment. Su Ro felt a wave of regret. She had placed her trust in Yuzun, offering those unknown pills to Yin Zhanqing. She rushed forward, asking if he felt unwell, but he dismissed her with a forceful shove. Yet, Su Ro clung to him even tighter, their closeness intensified by the mingling scent of her perfume and the warmth radiating from her body. Zhanqing, don't hold back. I am your Su Ro. Please don't push me away any longer, she implored, lifting her face, her expression filled with a poignant charm. Yin Zhanqing's heart softened at the sight. Memories of Sheng Zhao's resoluteness flooding his mind, causing his thoughts to drift. Su Ro rose on her toes, her lips poised for a kiss, igniting a fervor akin to a wildfire. Once the physical need was satiated, an overwhelming emptiness enveloped her. Their clothes lay scattered across the intricately patterned floor. And after a refreshing shower, Yin Zhanqing donned clean attire. As Su Ro turned her back to him to dress, he picked up a cigarette from the nightstand. Taking a drag. Su Ro, what do you desire? He inquired. She paused, stunned. I hope you won't speak of this, Yin Zhanqing continued, fully aware of the cruelty of his words. I love Shengxiao and do not wish for her to be hurt. He flicked the ash from his cigarette, placing it in the ashtray, and then left the bedroom. For the sake of the Mo Shengxiao, he felt he must forsake Su Ro. Despite Sheng Zhao's repeated refusals to see Yin Zhanqing, he remained tenacious, waiting outside the school almost daily. She observed this, her heart heavy with pain, questioning the need for such persistence. 3 months swiftly approached, yet she still refused to meet him. Sheng Xiao preferred to confront reality, standing on the precipice of a profound abyss, awaiting her leap. Without Yin Zhanqing, she would dwell in the darkness below, forever deprived of sunlight. On a Saturday evening, the campus of Waln was bustling with students. The night was mild, and Sheng Xiao, draped in a coat, stood on the dormitory balcony with Shu Ti on. The sky was overcast, devoid of stars. Suddenly, a vibrant sound erupted nearby, illuminating the gloom with brilliant fireworks. Countless colorful bursts lit the night sky, and many students leaned out to witness the spectacle. Look, so many! Sheng Xiao exclaimed, pulling her shoulders tight against the chill. In the midst of the fireworks' brilliance, she spotted Yin Zhanqing standing at the school gate, the radiant colors illuminating every strand of his hair. Tears welled in her eyes. How could he endure such hardship with unwavering determination? What was it all for? She impulsively dashed downstairs. Yin Zhanqing held 2 sparklers, extending them toward her. As she accepted them, the fireworks ignited swiftly, and he beheld the glimmer in her eyes, filled with warmth and longing. After such a long period of yearning, it culminated in a heartfelt embrace. The following day, news of the event spread throughout Waln. Sheng Xiao felt no true joy. A knot remained in her heart. Despite their love, the fragility of their relationship was akin to delicate porcelain. One misstep could shatter it irreparably. For months had passed without any sign from Yuzun. Occasionally, she would meet Yin Zhanqing, but often she would evade him. A torrential rain persisted for 2 days, washing the ground clean. The sky was veiled in a shroud of mist, leaves battered by the downpour. Sheng Xiao gazed at the rain cascading down the floor-to-ceiling windows, lost in thought. Yin Zhanqing ordered 2 dishes and presented the menu to her. She rested her chin on her hand, her profile delicate, her lashes long and slender. The air saturated with the scent of rain. Sheng Xiao, he called softly. She returned to reality, her gaze still wandering. What would you like to eat? Anything, she replied. He ordered a few of her favorites. As she caught his glance, she blinked, and just then, a familiar scent wafted in as Su Ro took a seat beside him. Their eyes meeting, his heart skipped a beat, memories of that day flooding back. Su Ro said nothing, merely sliding a piece of paper across the table to Sheng Xiao. She glanced at it. AB ultrasound report. Zhanqing, I am pregnant with your child, Su Ro declared, placing a hand on her abdomen. Sheng Zhao's heart raced as the world around her seemed to unravel. The doors swung open, cold rainwater mingling with the air, sending a shiver down her spine. Su Ro, what nonsense are you talking about? Yin Zhanqing exclaimed, disbelief etched across his face. Do you remember that day? Zhanqing, we're having a child. Impossible. Sheng Xiao blocked out the noise, her ears ringing as her gaze fixated on Su Ro's still flat belly. The two engaged in a heated argument. and she abruptly pushed her chair back to leave. Shengxiao, with her hand pressed against the table for support, she attempted to walk away. But Yin Zhanqing seized her wrist. Shengxiao, the ultrasound clearly states early pregnancy. Trust me, I was drugged that day. It was Yuzun who harmed me. He was determined not to allow her to lead a peaceful life, insisting on inserting himself into the situation. Shengxiao broke free from his grip and dashed outside, the rain pouring heavily. Without an umbrella, her clothes were soon drenched. Yin Zhanqing caught up to her and embraced her from behind. Shengxiao, please don't do this. I was drugged. You must believe me. Zhanqing, I told you it would be too difficult for us to be together. Why are you so insistent? She tilted her head back, raindrops stinging her eyes, causing her lids to flutter. Her lips turned a shade of blue, her expression one of despair, cornered with no way out. She felt drained, regretting not heeding Yuzun's advice to accept her fate, which might have spared her from such deep wounds. Shengxiao, I will handle the situation regarding the child. I know I have wronged you. Yin Zhanqing refused to relent, his voice rising as he pleaded, is it truly impossible for you to forgive me this one time? Even if we settle this, won't you consider that you too were coerced by Yuzun? As he shook her shoulders, she struggled to remain steady on her toes, her eyes widening as she looked into Yin Zhanqing's face, which now felt foreign to her. Shengxiao, tears brimmed in her eyes, but did not fall. Why did he seem so unfamiliar at this moment? A thorn existed between them, one she had consistently tried to avoid. She navigated her life with caution, yet it remained embedded in her flesh, causing unbearable pain with the slightest movement. Each argument brought to mind the reality of her past with Yuzun, a deep-rooted thorn that could not be extracted. Su Ro emerged, holding her purse above her head. Yin Zhanqing continued to plead. But just as Shengxiao opened her mouth to respond, a sudden force yanked her arm away, and before she could comprehend what was happening, a sharp slap landed across her face. Mom! She heard Yin Zhanqing exclaim in shock as she fell to the ground, her left cheek burning. Sheng's mother stood before her, umbrella in hand, her hair elegantly styled into an updo. After striking someone, she still maintained an air of sophistication. Suro, get under my umbrella. What are you doing out in this downpour? Mom, why are you here? Shengxiao asked. How could I not come? You can't behave like this. Yin Zhanqing's heart ached at the sight of Shengxiao lying in the rain, and he rushed forward. With a swift motion, Mother Yin interposed herself before him, declaring, the child in Su Ro's womb is our Yin family's grandson, Zhanqing. You may indulge in your foolishness, but of all people, why must you choose to be enamored with such a girl? The torrential rain cascaded down as if poured from a bucket, leaving Mo Shengxiao feeling utterly isolated. Her hair clung to her face, and raindrops streamed down her chin, seeping into her collar, chilling her as if she had been thrust into an ice cellar. Suddenly, she realized that Mother Yin was indeed Su Ro's guardian. Yin Zhanqing's heart tightened. He shook off Mother Yan's grasp and stepped forward. Mother Yin cast a significant glance at Su Ro, who immediately understood and rushed to embrace Yin Zhanqing's waist. Zhanqing, we have shared love at least once. Do you truly wish for me to rid myself of this child? You once promised me a home, asserting that any child of mine would be cherished as your most treasured possession. Have you forgotten that? Yin Zhanqing halted, his foot poised to move. Ming Shengxiao, supporting herself on the ground, her soaked attire accentuating her slender frame, could not open her eyes, yet he could perceive the sorrow within them. Her arms trembled, and she felt as though any slight disturbance could completely overwhelm her. Passers-by pointed and whispered. Su Ro clung to Yin Zhanqing, her face pressed against his chest as she sobbed, while Mother Yin stood beside them, a large umbrella shielding all three. Mo Shengxiao yearned for someone to extend a hand, even just a finger. Yet, none came forth. People merely observed the spectacle, unwilling to invite trouble upon themselves. She attempted to rise, her arms numb, straining to lift her upper body, but stumbled back down. Already in a state of disarray, she instinctively pressed her palm against the ground, the coarse gravel cutting into her skin. Yin Zhanqing winced in pain, prompting Su Ro to clutch him even tighter. Mo Shengxiao wiped her eyes, desperate to escape this place. Yin Zhanqing's indecision had become a profound cruelty in her eyes. As she lay on the ground, just when she believed she could no longer bear it. A hand turned her face towards a warm embrace. Unable to discern the person's face, she merely felt comforted. Supported to her feet, she heard Yin Zhanqing's voice penetrate the rain-soaked air. Yuzun, let her go. What will it take for you to release her? The man's voice was deep and tinged with mockery. Perhaps you should first consider how to resolve the matter concerning the life within your woman. Only then did Ming Shengxiao realize that it was Yuzun holding her. Su Rou detained Yin Zhanqing, while Yuzun swiftly whisked her away, disappearing into the crowd. Ming Shengxiao understood that Yin Zhanqing could remain apathetic towards everyone, but not towards Su Rou. Otherwise, he would not have allowed her to languish so helplessly in the rain for so long. Yuzun pushed her into a car, draping a coat over her from the back seat. He pressed the accelerator down hard, quickly arriving at the royal impression, and he delivered the prepared pajamas to the door. And after washing up, Ming Shengxiao descended the stairs. A crystal ashtray on the coffee table held a cigarette, indicating the man's penchant for smoking. He lounged on the sofa, enveloped in a tranquil ambience. Ming Shengxiao seated herself opposite him, her hair still damp, droplets trickling down into her white pajamas. Her expression remained serene, though her palm bore a raw, swollen gash. So, have you finally given up? Ming Shengxiao could not comprehend why this man was so malicious, seemingly relishing in rubbing salt into others' wounds. What does my resolve have to do with you? Even if I were to concede, I would never harbor feelings for you. Dislike me? I will not allow you to genuinely love anyone else, Yuzun replied, noticing her furious glare. Yes, that drug was for Su Rou. And how? You are despicable. Ming Shengxiao's face flushed with anger. Deep down, she understood that even without his interference, the chasm between her and Yin Zhanqing would be challenging to bridge. Yet, her vehement protest felt like a release had you not drugged him. He would never have ended up in this predicament. Ming Shengxiao. Yuzun leaned forward, resting his elbows on his knees. You are quite adept at finding excuses for yourself. Why not acknowledge that he succumbed to Su Rou's allure, leaving you behind? Ming Shengxiao's face paled, as if she were painfully exposed. The carefully concealed lie within her heart laid bare. He was drugged. Yuzun narrowed his eyes and produced a box, extracting a ring and allowing a faint white powder to fall into the cup before him. This is the drug I gave to Su Rou. What are you doing? A chill coursed through her from her toes to her head, rendering her entire body cold. Yuzun chuckled lightly, lifting the glass, the transparent cup obscuring half of his devilishly charming face. I merely wish to demonstrate that the choice to sleep with someone ultimately lies within oneself. I could drink this glass of water and still not touch you. Do you believe that? Ming Shengxiao felt a deeper sense of distress, placing the blame for Yin Zhanqing's predicament squarely on Yuzun's actions. She resolved to deceive herself, yet this man offered her no respite, determined to strip away her illusions. Yuzun swirled the cup lightly. Ming Shengxiao watched the clear liquid ripple, spilling slightly onto his hand. He traced the rim with his fingertip, lifting it to his sensuous lips. Ming Shengxiao impulsively rose, pressing her palm against Yuzun's arm. I believe you need not drink. Must she truly witness a living example to further wound her already battered heart? Besides, she was alone here. If he were to unleash his beastly nature, she would be the one to suffer. Ming Shengxiao, why do you torment yourself? Indeed, why? It felt like an endless cycle of mockery. In her youth, she often found herself unwilling to accept defeat, needing to crash and bleed before reconsidering her choices. Yuzun placed the glass back on the coffee table and took her hand, leading her upstairs. After such a long time apart, he intended to make up for it all at once. Her happiness was indirectly shattered by Yuzun, yet she remained beneath him, her heart heavy with sorrow. As his hands traversed her neck, he murmured, "It is truly a pity he never touched you." Ming Shengxiao scoffed. "How do you know he never touched me?" The man lowered his head, placing a soft kiss on her delicate skin. "If you cannot even guarantee that, how could I possibly want you? You had someone follow me?" No wonder he always appeared so certain of himself. Yuzun was lost in the enjoyment of her beauty, his voice raspy as he whispered in her ear, "Ming Shengxiao, accept your fate. You have fled, you have tried. In the end, you returned with nothing more than half a life. Ming Shengxiao closed her eyes, suddenly overwhelmed by the blinding light above her. In just one day, life had thrust her back to square one. The next morning, she awoke to find Yuzun sleeping, his arm draped across her chest, making it difficult for her to breathe. She attempted to push him away, but his exquisite features twisted in discomfort, and he tightened his grip without waking. Ming Shengxiao resolved not to waste her energy and kept her eyes open, waiting for him to awaken. After breakfast, concerned for Xiangxi, she headed to the hospital. Upon entering the ward, Ming Xiangxi's face lit up with joy as she maneuvered her wheelchair towards her. "Sister, you finally came." The frown that adorned Xiangxi's face vanished upon seeing her sister. "I'm so happy. If you're happy, I'm happy too. Sister, let me take you outside for a stroll." "No need." Xiangxi eagerly grasped Ming Shengxiao's hand. "The doctor said my rehabilitation training is going well." "Shengxiao, you shall agree to let me live with you. I am so thrilled. I no longer have to wake up to 4 white walls each day." Ming Shengxiao. "Sister." Ming Shengxiao knelt beside her. "He agreed to this? When did it happen?" 2 days ago. He mentioned that as long as you spend a night at the Royal Impression, we would have one more day together without separation." Xiangxi's spirit soared. She was truly weary of the days spent in the hospital. The Royal Impression was so vast that any room would suffice for her stay. It had been a long time since Shengxiao had seen her this joyful. However, as Xiangxi noticed Sheng Zhao's unwavering gaze upon her, a wave of anxiety washed over her. She tightly grasped Sheng Zhao's hand, her nails digging in her palm. "You will agree, won't you, Shengxiao? You shall promise to hire the best doctors." "You know I want to stand up again." "Shengxiao." She fervently clasped her sister's hands. Xiangxi was frightened. The repeated disappointments weighed heavier than when she had initially injured her leg. "Don't worry, I have already moved back to the Royal Impression." "Is that true?" Xiangxi's eyes sparkled with hope. Shengxiao managed a strained smile, the effort to maintain it draining her. "It is true." Xiangxi released Sheng Zhao's hand and sat in her wheelchair, her entire face suffused with optimistic anticipation. She refrained from asking Sheng Zhao, whom she loved, why Yin Zhanqing had not visited, or why it was Yuzun who proposed such a condition. Sheng Zhao smiled in response, but turned away, discreetly wiping her eyes, unable to conceal the moisture gathering in her gaze. She was not a fairy tale Cinderella. Sheng Zhao had to confront the harshness of reality. The next day, Ming Xiangxi moved to the Royal Impression, residing on the first floor due to her mobility limitations. After a period of rehabilitation, she underwent surgery, which was successful. Yet she still had a considerable journey ahead before she could stand. She needed to overcome her psychological dependence on the wheelchair and persistently strive to regain her ability to walk. Regardless, the sisters remained jubilant, hopeful that one day Ming Xiangxi would rise to her feet. Not long after, Yin Zhanqing and Su Ro's engagement banquet was approaching. Yan's father sent an invitation to Yuzun, aware that Ming Shengxiao would dread attending, but insisted on bringing her along. The attire was arranged by Yuzun, a pale yellow strapless gown accentuating Sheng Zhao's slender figure. Though reluctantly compelled to attend, she avoided crowded areas, fortunate that Yuzun had encountered a few acquaintances and left her by the sidelines. In a corner, Ming Shengxiao occasionally glimpsed Yin Zhanqing, who was being introduced to high-ranking officials by his father, but his face lacked the relaxed smile she once knew. Suddenly, she was roused from her thoughts by Su Ro, who stood mere inches away in a white gown. Shengxiao wished to escape without a word, yet Su Ro blocked her path. Seeing this, Sheng Zhao's lips curled slightly. "I don't want a repeat of what happened in Paris when you merely brushed against me, leaving my arm numb. You need not feel resentful. I admit I employed tactics to win that competition, but isn't the outcome what truly matters? Just like now, the one marrying Zhanqing will be me, not you." Ming Shengxiao gazed at the smugness in Su Ro's eyes, yet she knew he did not love her. "Ming Shengxiao, what gives you the audacity to be so arrogant? Is it merely your face? I shall see what you have left to charm others when it fades." Su Ro's face twisted with malicious hatred. She could not accept being usurped by Shengxiao, believing that Yin Zhanqing loved her. She had gone abroad, and Ming Shengxiao had seized the opportunity to capture his heart. They stood in the champagne area, where a tower of flutes loomed high. Su Ro's eyes glinted with malice as she swept her hand, toppling the stacked glasses toward Shengxiao. Taken aback, Shengxiao barely had time to react before hundreds of glasses cascaded toward her. Su Ro was not yet satisfied. As they stood in the corner, few noticed the commotion. She flicked a lit decorative candle towards Shengxiao. Shengxiao hurried to shield herself, but it was too late. She feared for her appearance. Suddenly, she felt a tight grip on her shoulder, followed by the shattering sound of glass, and gasped from the crowd. Opening her eyes, she found herself shielded by Yuzun, who had swiftly moved to protect her. He brushed his sleeve, his tall, muscular frame nearly enveloping her. Su Ro gasped as Yan's parents and many guests gathered around. Zhanqing, you scared me. Su Ro rushed to cling to Yin Zhanqing's arm. I was standing there, and for some reason, they just fell, nearly hitting me. Ooh, are you all right? Yan's mother approached with concern, her gaze fixed on Su Ro's abdomen. Shengxiao, however, focused solely on Yuzun's composed face, gripping his arm. Are you hurt? Yuzun shook his head, his sharp gaze sweeping past Su Ro and landing on Shengxiao's face. Let's leave. She followed closely beside him, while Yin Zhanqing clenched his fists, noticing that she had not glanced in his direction once. Shengxiao adjusted her gown, almost jogging to keep up with Yuzun. She had just escaped the earlier fright when they entered the car, and he started the engine without a word. An unusual scent lingered around her, but the dim light obscured Yuzun's injury. Next time, if she dares to strike, remember to retaliate, he said, recalling the earlier incident. If she dares to slap you, return the favor twofold. Yuzun reached out, clasping Shengxiao's hand. I will protect you. Having a protector felt reassuring. No wonder so many people exhibited such arrogance. Upon returning to the royal impression, Aunt He and Xiangxi had finished dinner and were watching television on the sofa. Upon seeing them enter, Aunt He hurried to greet them. Welcome back. Yuzun kept his hands at his sides as Shengxiao handed her LV bag to Aunt He. Xiangxi's gaze inadvertently fell on the man's face, and she gasped, Ah, your hand. Shengxiao rushed over, finding Yuzun's expression calm as he removed his suit jacket, revealing bloodstains on the white shirt's cuff. A frown creased his brow, and Shengxiao noted the beads of sweat forming at his temples. Yuzun rolled up his cuff, revealing several blisters from burns on his bronze arm, with clear scorch marks on his wrist, an alarming sight. Aunt He, perceptive as ever, had already fetched the first aid kit. How did you get hurt like this? The bleeding came from several gashes, and Shengxiao stood before the sofa, realizing that if Yuzun had not shielded her, she might have been disfigured. She never anticipated Su Ro's malice could reach such depths. Xiangxi fetched antiseptic to treat Yuzun's wounds, but he merely glanced at it before rising and heading upstairs. Aunt He, bring the supplies up. Halfway up, he noticed Shengxiao lagging behind. What are you dawdling for? Aren't you sleeping? At his words, Shengxiao hastily took the first aid kit from Aunt He and followed him. It's serious. We should go to the hospital. She began to disinfect his wounds, applying some medicine left for Yuzun by Su Qian. These injuries are nothing to fuss over, he dismissed. Shengxiao tidied up the items. What kind of person are you? Is getting hurt a regular occurrence for you? The man walked to the liquor cabinet, his torso bare, blood still seeping from the wounds, which were swollen and raw. Do not think you are the only one with hardships. There are many dark corners you have yet to encounter. In this world, the weak are preyed upon. If you do not learn to fight back, you will be trampled upon. Shengxiao understood this all too well. After her parents perished in the flames, she repeatedly reminded herself to remain pragmatic. The world was cruel, and she had to confront its harshness time and again. Her eyes fixated on Yuzun's injuries. She had endured much suffering at his hands, but never expected him to act so decisively. Why did you save me? Yuzun took a delicate sip of red wine, returning to the side of Shengxiao. With a face like yours, I wouldn't want to gaze upon a ghastly visage while making love. Shengxiao, you truly ought to consider following me closely. If you behave, I shall cherish you well. I promise you will feel fulfilled. In truth, he himself was uncertain of the motives that led him to pull her behind him. The narrative unfolds further, revealing the unexpected malice harbored by Su Ro. Xiangxi prepared antiseptic to tend to Yuzun's wounds, but he merely glanced at it and ascended the staircase, instructing Aunt He to bring the items up. Midway, noticing that Shengxiao had not followed, he queried, "What are you dawdling for? Not going to sleep?" Shengxiao promptly took the medicine box from Aunt He's hands and followed him. "This looks serious. We should head to the hospital." She disinfected his wounds lightly and applied some medication left for him by Su Qian. "Were these injuries? Such fuss over nothing." Yuzun remarked indifferently as he removed his shirt, seemingly unconcerned. Shengxiao, tidying up, pressed further. "Who exactly are you? Is being injured a daily occurrence for you?" The man, bare-chested, approached the wine cabinet, blood still seeping from his wounds, visible and swollen. "Do not presume your suffering is substantial. There are far darker realms you have yet to encounter. In a world where the strong thrive and the weak perish, should you remain passive for a day, you risk being trampled underfoot." This, of course, was not lost on Shengxiao. After her parents perished in flames, she had repeatedly reminded herself to confront reality. The harshness of life compelled her to face brutality time and again. Her gaze fixed on Yuzun's injuries. She had endured her share of hardships at his hands, yet never anticipated his sudden act of defense. "Why did you save me?" Yuzun took another sip of wine, returning to her side. "With a face like yours, I wouldn't want to gaze upon a ghastly visage while making love." Shengxiao, you truly ought to consider following me closely. If you behave, I shall cherish you well. I promise you will feel fulfilled. As the story progresses, Shengxiao continued to attend school during the week, only visiting the royal impression on weekends, leaving Xiangxi in Auntie's care. Occasionally, Yuzun would pick her up from school, despite the numbness in her heart. She still felt a degree of discomfort upon entering the car. However, she had learned to endure, suppressing her impulses to provoke Yuzun. In return for her compliance, he treated her with significantly more kindness, and she endured fewer hardships. In an Italian CF, Su Rose sat by the window, and her companion, observing her coffee, teased, "Even if you're pretending, at least put on a show. Beware of your eager mother-in-law. She might just skin you alive." "Surosai, please. I've nearly exhausted myself under her scrutiny." "Nonetheless, you ought to consider your own future," her friend replied, her tone shifting. "In a month or so, your pregnancy will become apparent. I can ask a friend to assist with the B pregnancy test. Others cannot help you with that. I don't even know if this was a right choice. My future mother-in-law would never permit us to share a bed, and truth be told, he has never touched me." She lamented. "What if I were to lose the child now? He might seek solace with that vixen, and I would have labored in vain. What if he discovers it first? That would be even worse for you." This was Su Ro's greatest fear. She worried that any remaining affection in Yin Zhanqing's heart for her would vanish. At the CAF entrance, the server opened the door, and Yuzun grasped Shengxiao's hand as they stepped outside. She bowed her head demurely, her long, dark hair cascading down her slender back, caught by a gentle breeze that formed an elegant arc. "This child cannot die in my hands. If it were her doing, Yin Zhanqing, could you ever return her?" Her pale fingers clenched tightly, the diamond ring glimmering under the lights with a piercing brilliance. Upon returning to the royal impression, the timing coincided with dinner. Xiangxi, seated in a wheelchair, was arranging chopsticks when she heard the door open. "You're back," she said, lifting her head. "Sister, be careful." Shengxiao rushed over to push her away from the dining table, fearing she might get burned. Xiangxi's smile faltered, with her legs rendered useless. How could she possibly feel? Her eyes dimmed, and the resentment that surfaced upon meeting Yuzun's sharp gaze extinguished instantly. She patted Shengxiao's hand. "It's fine. The soup is far away. I won't touch it." At the dinner table, Xiangxi appeared awkward, and Shengxiao occasionally served her favorite dishes. "Sister, this is what you love." As she retracted her chopsticks, she noticed Yuzun picking up a piece of braised fish and instinctively intercepted his chopsticks. "Your hand is still injured. You cannot eat that." Shengxiao's words slipped out, leaving her momentarily stunned, realizing she might have overstepped her bounds. The man raised an eyebrow, but did not chastise her for meddling. Reluctantly, he set his chopsticks back down and instead selected some vegetables. Xiangxi observed the interaction closely. Ming Shengxiao withdrew her chopsticks, pondering that he had not exhibited anger. After dinner, they sat on the sofa watching television. Yuzun placed his laptop on his lap, his brow furrowed in concentration as he handled work matters. Ming Shengxiao, seated cross-legged on the sofa, was lost in thought as the news played on the screen. Xiangxi noticed a familiar face and nudged her sister. Ming Shengxiao, isn't that Yin Zhanqing? You both visited me in the hospital last time. Although she leaned closer to speak, her voice was loud enough for Yuzun to hear. Ming Shengxiao's gaze shifted from the potted plant beside the television. Indeed, the broadcast featured news of his impending marriage to Su Ro. She was momentarily taken aback, realizing how swiftly things had progressed. After only recently becoming engaged, he was on the verge of marriage. Out of the corner of her eye, she noticed Yuzun's furrowed brow, seemingly oblivious to their conversation. Sister, Ming Shengxiao, do not be disheartened. Such a man is unworthy of your tears. If he can father a child with another woman behind your back, what reason would he have to cherish you in the future? Ming Shengxiao remained enveloped in sorrow, recognizing the truth in Xiangxi's words. After returning to the royal impression, she had done her utmost to avoid dwelling on it, yet the scar in her heart remained untouched, for touching it would bring pain. As she opened her mouth to respond, she suddenly recalled that they were not alone in the living room. Her expression shifted in alarm as she turned her head. In an instant, she locked eyes with Yuzun's dark, penetrating gaze, her heartbeat quickening. Only then did Xiangxi remember Yuzun's presence, hastily falling silent, as if facing a formidable adversary. Ming Shengxiao lowered her legs from the sofa, feeling a numbness creeping to her feet, fearing that Yuzun might not let her off easily. Just then, her phone rang, and seeing her immobility, Yuzun kindly prompted her, "Why aren't you answering?" Ming Shengxiao retrieved her phone, and at that moment, it was a call from Yin Zhanqing. Lowering her head, her cascading hair concealed her profile. She abruptly ended the call and switched off her phone. "Why didn't you answer?" Chapter 59. The following text has been collected and organized, with all rights belonging to the author or publisher. Ming Shengxiao continued to attend school during the week, visiting the royal impression only on weekends, with Xiangxi entrusted to Aunt He's care. Occasionally, Yuzun would pick her up from school, despite the numbness in her heart. She still felt a degree of discomfort upon entering the car. She has learned to be more prudent. She endures what she can and strives to avoid provoking Yuzun. Her obedience has indeed earned her a gentler treatment from him, sparing her from much suffering. In the Italian CAF, Su Ro sat by the window, and her companion, noticing her sipping coffee, teased, "Even if you're pretending, at least put on a show. Be careful that your eager mother-in-law doesn't catch sight of you. She might just flay you alive." "Please, enough of that," Su Ro replied, setting down her coffee cup. "I feel utterly exhausted under a watch. However, you should really think about your own future," her companion suggested, her smile fading. "In a couple of months, your belly will start to show. I can help you with the list. Others cannot assist you with this. I don't even know if what I did was right. My future mother-in-law would never allow us to sleep together, and since she made her stance clear, Zhanqing hasn't touched me. Who else could I be with? You can't think like that. If you become pregnant now, it'll be too late. The only option left would be to say it was lost." A frown creased Su Ro's forehead. She had contemplated this possibility. After all, she was only recently engaged to Zhanqing. If she lost a child now, he might very well seek solace with that vixen again, and she would have labored in vain. What if he finds out first? Wouldn't that be even worse for you? This was Su Ro's greatest fear. Perhaps by then, the last remnants of sweetness in Zhanqing's heart for her would vanish. At the CAF entrance, the server pushed the door open, and Yuzun held Ming Shengxiao's hand as they stepped outside. She lowered her gaze obediently, exuding an aura of tranquility. Her lustrous black hair cascaded down her slender back, swaying gracefully in the gentle breeze. "This child cannot perish in my hands. If it were her doing, Zhanqing, would you still return to her?" Her alabaster fingers clenched tightly, the diamond ring on her hand glimmering brilliantly under the lights, casting a piercing radiance. Ming Shengxiao and Yuzun returned to the royal impression just in time for dinner. "Xiangxi, seated in a wheelchair," was setting the chopsticks when Auntie brought out a sumptuous array of dishes. Hearing the door open, Xiangxi looked up and exclaimed, "You're back." "Careful, sister." Ming Shengxiao rushed over to push her away from the dining table. "What if you get burned?" Xiangxi's lips, which had been curving into a smile, froze. How could her paralyzed legs still feel anything? Her eyes dimmed, and the resentment bubbling within her extinguished upon meeting Yuzun's sharp gaze. She patted Sheng Xiao's hand reassuringly. "It's fine. The soup is far away. I'll just avoid it." Throughout dinner, Xiangxi appeared quite uneasy. Sheng Xiao occasionally served her food, saying, "Sister, this is your favorite." Xiangxi retracted her chopsticks, only to see Yuzun picking up a piece of braised fish. Without thinking, she intercepted his chopsticks. "Your hand isn't healed yet. You shouldn't eat braised food." Ming Shengxiao blurted out, her hand frozen mid-air in surprise. It seemed she had overstepped her bounds. The man merely raised an eyebrow, but didn't chastise her for her interference. Reluctantly, he returned his chopsticks to the dish and instead picked up some greens. Xiangxi scrutinized their expressions, while Sheng Xiao, having retracted her chopsticks, thought little of it, merely relieved that he hadn't lost his temper. After dinner, they settled on the sofa to watch television. Yuzun placed his laptop on his lap, his brow occasionally furrowing as he seemed to be handling business matters. Ming Shengxiao sat cross-legged on the sofa, lost in thought, as the news played on screen. Xiangxi noticed a familiar face and, after a moment's contemplation, nudged her younger sister. "Sheng Xiao, isn't that Yan Zhanqing? You both visited me in the hospital last time." Though she leaned in to whisper, her voice was loud enough for Yuzun to overhear. Sheng Xiao's gaze shifted from the potted plant beside the television. Indeed, the screen displayed news of Yan Zhanqing's impending marriage to Su Ro. Sheng Xiao sat frozen in shock. So soon after the engagement, they are already preparing for marriage. She glanced sideways at Yuzun, noticing his furrowed brow, seemingly oblivious to their conversation. "Don't be disheartened, sister. Such a man isn't worth your tears. If he could bear children with another woman behind your back, what could he possibly offer you in love and care in the future?" Still enveloped in sorrow, Ming Shengxiao recognized the truth in Xiangxi's words. After returning to royal impression, she had tried hard not to dwell on it. But the scar in her heart remained untouched, aching at the slightest provocation. As she opened her mouth to speak, she suddenly remembered they weren't alone in the living room. Her complexion paled, and she quickly turned her head. Instantly, she locked eyes with Yuzun's dark, enigmatic gaze, her heart racing faster. Only then did Xiangxi recall Yuzun's presence, and she hurriedly fell silent, her demeanor shifting to one of caution. Ming Shengxiao lowered her legs from the sofa, feeling a numbness creeping into her feet. Perhaps Yuzun would not let her off so easily. Just then, her phone rang. Noticing her stillness, Yuzun kindly prompted, "Why aren't you answering?" As she retrieved her phone, she discovered it was a call from Yan Zhanqing. Bowing her head, her cascading hair concealed her profile. She swiftly ended the call and switched off the phone. "Why didn't you answer?" "Wrong number," she replied. "Was it Yan Zhanqing?" Yuzun closed his laptop. Ming Shengxiao pondered for a moment. There was nothing to fear. "Yes." He placed the laptop on the coffee table and moved closer to her, observing her demeanor. He realized he had been too harsh with her before. Ming Shengxiao. He addressed her fully, a rare formality from him. He nestled close, wrapping an arm around her shoulder and drawing her near. "Do not fear. I have promised you that as long as your heart doesn't wander to others, I shall treat you well." "But how do you know my heart won't stray?" Ming Shengxiao regretted her words immediately, wishing she could retract them. She could have simply nodded in agreement. To her surprise, he didn't react with anger today. "Even now, you still think of him? Isn't that self-deprecating?" Such thoughts were beneath her. Ming Shengxiao leaned against Yuzun's chest. She wasn't devoid of feelings. It was impossible to simply forget. The first person she had ever loved had caused her so much pain. When she looked up, she found Xiangxi's gaze reflecting their closeness like a mirror. She quickly averted her body, distancing herself from Yuzun's shoulder. Although Xiangxi understood why she was with Yuzun, she dared not get too close to him in her sister's presence. Xiangxi's pride was too strong. and she didn't want her sister to feel that her continued treatment was solely reliant on her support. Yuzun had a peculiar habit while sleeping. He always liked to hold something close. When Ming Shengxiao slept beside him, she naturally became his chosen comfort. He often held her tightly, so much so that she sometimes struggled to breathe. His arm would rest across her neck, and as she contemplated pushing it away, she hesitated upon seeing his still healing injury. The moment he awoke, he was somewhat irritable, releasing his grip to discover that one of his arms had gone numb from being used as her pillow. "Don't you know how to use a pillow? It's because you insisted on holding me," she retorted. Yuzun propped himself up, his childhood memories flooding back. Growing up in the black market, he had witnessed too many children crammed into dilapidated rooms, sleeping on less than a square meter of concrete, curled up to keep warm. Ming Shengxiao noticed his distant gaze, the light in his eyes dimming. "What's wrong?" "Dear readers, today I received a sudden notification. Therefore, I hope for your continued support. The updates will increase in volume, and tomorrow marks the first significant update. Tomorrow's chapter is titled, Do Not Want a Child, though it does not refer to Sue Rowe's child, as you might understand. As you check for updates, feel free to explore my other work, Dark Desires, which is a captivating tale not to be missed, featuring the story of Nan Yiju. Chapter 60, the corners of her mouth curled into an alluring arc. He handed the condom to the cashier. Ming Shengxiao began to speak, but found herself at a loss for words. "If you want it, just buy it," Yuzun said as he placed the money on the counter, adding, "But I personally have no fondness for such things." He spoke as if oblivious to their surroundings, leaving Shengxiao uncertain, her gaze falling. After they obtained their items and exited the supermarket, Yuzun instructed Shengxiao to wait for him in the underground parking lot while he went to fetch the car. As she stood there, she frequently glanced into the distance when suddenly her left arm was seized with great force, causing her bottle of water to fly from her grasp and crash to the ground. Yan Zhanqing's eyes glinted with malice, his other hand gripping Shengxiao's shoulder tightly. "You still returned to his side, didn't you?" Ming Shengxiao furrowed her brows. "Since you've seen it, let go. Are you content to be kept by him?" "Shengxiao, he changes women as easily as he changes clothes. And yet, you still wish to be with him?" Yan Zhanqing nearly lifted her off the ground, her toes instinctively rising. "Don't forget, he made the terms of that bet clear from the start. You know I had no choice but to return to him. But you chose Sue Rowe. When I was thrown down in the rain, you didn't even lend a hand. Now you come to blame me? Why? You saw my mother was there. If I truly protected you, who knows what she might have done?" Yan Zhanqing, Shengxiao said calmly. "What more do you wish to say today? I don't love Sue Rowe. I love you. Can't you understand? But you can only choose her." Ming Shengxiao contemplated his words. "I refuse to waste my efforts on a fruitless relationship. No matter how poor or looked down upon I am, I will not become a mistress." "What are you doing right now? Being his lover is something to be proud of?" Yan Zhanqing's voice rose, filled with fury. "If you don't love him, then come my side and be my woman." Shengxiao's lips trembled, and for a long moment, she struggled to regain her composure, her shoulders pinned by his grip. "Be your woman? You mean a mistress, right? You can't let go of Sue Rowe, nor can you let go of me. How much are you willing to spend to keep me? 100,000, a million, or 10 million? How much does he give you?" Yan Zhanqing. Ming Shengxiao's eyes stung at the sight of his face. All she could see was his mouth moving. "Is this how you see me?" "Shengxiao." There is a profound despair in Yan Zhanqing's gaze, mixed with helplessness, enveloping them both. "I only want to keep you by my side, even if it means disregarding everything. Since you have a choice, why not follow me? I can continue to provide treatment for your sister. If you fear the previous case, You truly do not understand." Ming Shengxiao shook her head. "I could be kept by Yuzun, could take his money, and remain devoted to him, but you never. Not ever. Why?" Yan Zhanqing's fingers instinctively clenched. "Is it because of what he provides for you that I cannot?" He truly did not comprehend. Ming Shengxiao bit her lip, realizing that saying anything further would only tarnish her own image. Seeing her like this only intensified Yan Zhanqing's frustration. He nearly lifted her off the ground as they struggled. Unbeknownst to them, Sue Rowe had rushed over, grabbing Shengxiao's sleeve. "Ming Shengxiao, do you have no shame? Yan Zhanqing doesn't want you anymore, and you still cling to him?" Shengxiao thought to herself how unfortunate she was. Su Rou feigned a struggle. Then, with a sudden motion, used Shengxiao's force to fling herself backward, pretending her ankle had twisted due to inertia, causing her to fall. Unexpectedly, she was caught by a strong arm. The man's grip was so firm it felt as though he could crush her elbow. Miss Su, being pregnant, you should be more careful. Su Rou looked up, meeting Yu Zun's dark gaze, her heart racing and complexion paling. His eyes were sharp and fierce, as if they could tear her apart. Yu Zun released his hold, and Yin Zhanqing noticed Su Rou's near fall. He still had his hands on Shengxiao's shoulders. As Yu Zun approached, his right hand suddenly struck out. Shengxiao barely registered the flash before her eyes. She truly couldn't see how he had acted. Yu Zun's right hand bypassed Yin Zhanqing's shoulder, delivering a swift slap. Yin Zhanqing felt his arm tingle, his hands retracting from Shengxiao's shoulders, only to be met with a fierce punch to his face. Zhanqing! Su Rou rushed over to help. Yan's mother emerged from the supermarket, spotting the scene from afar. She rushed over, completely shedding her usual haughty demeanor, breathless as she approached. Roro, are you all right? Did you hit anything? Oh dear, Zhanqing, your face. Shengxiao as clothes were crumpled from Yin Zhanqing's earlier grip, and the scene was chaotic. Seeing her son in pain, Yan's mother, fearful of confronting Yu Zun, turned her ire toward Shengxiao. You vixen, you wild woman. Having received the blow, Yin Zhanqing was naturally unwilling to relent. As Yan's mother was about to lunge at Shengxiao, she stepped back, her voice ringing clear amidst the clamor of the parking lot. Mrs. Yin, Miss Su just fell. You should take her to the hospital to be checked. Her gaze flicked to Su Rou's belly. After all, it was the child in her womb that tore us apart. Who knows if Miss Su is truly pregnant? You would want to end up losing both your husband and your child. Su Rou felt as if struck by lightning, her eyes widening in shock, cold sweat breaking out as she stood in the dim corridor. Yan's mother froze, tugging at her hair, urgently grasping Yin Zhanqing's arm. What are we waiting for? Let us go to the hospital. Zun, let's go. Shengxiao moved to pick up the bottle from the ground. Yu Zun was taken aback. She usually called him beast or pervert, yet today she seemed so docile. He turned to grasp her hand, only to find her palm clammy and hot. Mrs. Yin, Zhanqing, it's unnecessary. I didn't fall, I just stumbled. Roro, you should still get checked to feel at ease. Yan's mother was startled into awareness by Shengxiao's words. Apart from the initial test results regarding Su Rou, she hadn't seen any other medical reports. Yu Zun held Shengxiao's hand as they returned to the car. He turned to her, noticing her dazed expression, and fastened her seatbelt. What's wrong? Feeling heartache? Shengxiao snapped back to reality and shook her head. She hadn't anticipated Yin Zhanqing would say such things. In his heart, he must believe she would be better off selling herself to him than to Yu Zun. Was she really just an object? How do you know Su Rou isn't carrying something? Yu Zun turned the steering wheel, driving out of the parking lot. I was just playing her. A faint smile crept onto Shengxiao's lips, though she hid it well, unaware that Su Rou was not pregnant. If I hadn't said that, we would have had a hard time escaping. Hearing this, Yu Zun almost slammed on the brakes. In her eyes, Shengxiao had always appeared earnest, yet now a subtle smile tugged at his lips. She didn't notice, turning her face toward the window. Upon returning to the royal impression, Xiangxi sat alone in the garden, surrounded by the vibrant blooms of early spring. Petals floated down, landing softly on her lap. How fortunate the wealthy are, she mused, recalling their former residence where climbing stairs consumed half their day, the corridors plastered with all sorts of trash advertisements. Here, however, the air was sweet. She spotted Yu Zun and Shengxiao approaching from a distance. The man carried a transparent shopping bag, while Shengxiao walked ahead, nearly leaning against his shoulder. They appeared remarkably compatible. Xiangxi's hand, resting on her knee, instinctively patted her thigh. She resolutely endured rehabilitation therapy, determined to prevent her legs from deteriorating and atrophying. She yearned to stand once more, believing herself no less deserving than Shengxiao. Must their lives remain so starkly divided, one soaring above while the other languishes below? Upon seeing her sister, Shengxiao cast aside all her discontent, approaching to push the wheelchair as they entered the house with Yu Zun. And he had already prepared dinner, And at the table, Yuzun suddenly recalled something and spoke up. Hua Air has a renowned national competition coming up. There's a spot available. Are you interested? Ming Shengxiao took a couple of bites of her meal, lifting her eyelids slightly. I can fight for myself. I will strive at school. Are you endlessly immature? Yuzun's confusion about Shengxiao's actions was evident. A golden opportunity lay before her, yet she insisted on taking the longer path. Frustration swelled within Shengxiao, a question lingering in her throat. After several moments of contemplation, she cautiously ventured, I wish to inquire about something. Yuzun did not lift his gaze. What is it? Tao Chun. She paused, then amended, Teacher Tao, do you truly not know where he is? The man's expression darkened, placing his bowl beside him, his lips curling into a sinister smile. Ming Shengxiao showed no fear. He resigned after that day. I merely wish to know his whereabouts. How would I know? Yuzun's response was dismissive, his tone devoid of any indication that he had ever known Tao Chun. His location is of no concern to me. Shengxiao, tend to your own affairs. One Yin Zhanqing is enough chaos for you. Xiangxi, fearful that her sister might retort, grasped Shengxiao's hand, signaling her to refrain from further discussion. Ming Shengxiao pressed her lips together. Thoughts of Tao Chun made her heart ache, as if a piece was missing. No matter how she attempted to divert her attention or refrain from dwelling on it, it was futile. She owed him this for a lifetime, and even the chance to repay him eluded her. Perhaps Yuzun truly did not know Tao Chen's whereabouts. He was so proud, oblivious to whether his hand had healed, or if he could play the piano again. Time and again, Shengxiao found herself praying that Tao Chen's hands would be preserved. For a pianist, one's hands equate to half a life. After dinner, Shengxiao handed the item she had purchased at the supermarket to Xiangxi and sat with her for a while. After Yuzun watched television for a time, he rose to prepare to go upstairs. Noticing Ming Shengxiao sitting still, he reminded her, it's time to go upstairs. I wish to sit a while longer. Shengxiao placed the carved orange slices into Xiangxi's hands. Yuzun lifted a shopping bag, which contained contraceptives that Shengxiao had mistakenly purchased as candy. He toyed with the orange box in his palm. Isn't this what you bought? Shall we give it a try? Shengxiao turned her head, witnessing him openly playing with the box of contraceptives. Xiangxi clearly noticed as well. The two sisters exchanged a glance, and upon averting their eyes, their faces flushed. Are you going to use it? What kind of question is that? Ming Shengxiao feared that if she remained seated, even more vulgar words might spill from Yuzun's lips. After every encounter, Yuzun insisted that she take contraceptive pills. For reasons unknown, he felt she possessed a purity that other women lacked. Aside from Shengxiao, he had never engaged in such intimate contact with anyone else. The moment he touched her, he lost control, unable to use protection. Although the pills were provided by Su Qian, taking them excessively was hardly advisable. Despite Yuzun's attempt to use protection, after a few moments, he frowned, his hands bracing against Shengxiao's sides as he tried to remove the condom. To his dismay, he could not pull it off. Did you buy the genuine article? After several attempts, he finally discarded it into the trash. Feeling encumbered as his right arm encircled Shengxiao's delicate waist, sinking deeper into her, a sigh of satisfaction escaped his throat. Oh, this feels so much better. Ming Shengxiao endured, beads of sweat forming on her forehead. She had never found it comfortable. And he, having finished tidying up downstairs, pushed Xiangxi into the room. Watching Aunt He leave, Ming Shengxiao promptly locked the door. The room was equipped with basic rehabilitation facilities, which she had discussed with Yuzun. Xiangxi maneuvered her wheelchair to the parallel bars, straining to lift her legs from the chair. She squeezed her arms against the bars, exerting all her strength to finally stand. Xiangxi transferred all her energy into her arms. Her legs, having undergone surgery, remained numb and completely devoid of sensation. Large beads of sweat trickled down her nose as she fought to maintain her balance. After a prolonged struggle, she finally attempted to take a step. Though it was a minuscule movement, she managed not to fall. A smile broke across Xiangxi's face. You can do it, Xiangxi. In no time, you will be able to stand completely. She recalled the moment she had pushed Sun Yin down the stairs, filled with hatred and a desire for vengeance. In that moment of immense stimulation, she could hardly believe she managed to stand for so long. Yet, Since that day, such luck had eluded her. Yuan Mu never anticipated that Ming Shengxiao's words would manifest into reality. Despite Su Ro's persistent attempts to find a familiar doctor for an examination, Yuan Mu was not one to be trifled with. She swiftly contacted her old classmate, the head of obstetrics and gynecology, bypassing the usual procedures. Gazing at the negative result on the lab report, Yuan Mu's composure twisted into disbelief. Were it not for Yin Zhanqing's obstinacy against marriage, she would not have been driven to such desperation for a grandchild. Suro, how could you joke about something like this? Yin Zhanqing initially thought Yuan Mu was overreacting, but upon hearing her words, he snatched the lab report from her hand. Aunt Zhanqing, please listen to me. I was genuinely exhibiting symptoms of pregnancy. I don't know how. Yin Zhanqing's countenance turned ashen upon catching sight of the word negative. He recalled Ming Shengxiao's pointed inquiry in the parking lot. You know I have no choice but to return him. Yet you still chose Su Ro. When I was pushed down in the rain, you didn't even lend a hand. Had it not been for this child, he would have already grasped Ming Shengxiao's hand, prepared to confront Yu Zun. Yet, he was thwarted by a single misstep. The weight of misfortune struck Yin Zhanqing's knees, and he leaned against the wall, sliding downwards. Yuan Mu, witnessing this, gasped and grasped her son's hand. Zhanqing, don't be upset. He was not angry. He merely found it ironic. The lab report slipped from his fingers and fell to the floor as Su Ro covered her mouth with her hands, beginning to weep. She had hoped to resolve the matter before it came to light. Yin Zhanqing pressed his lips together, his sandy hair nearly obscuring his eyes, pain etching across his brow. He stood abruptly, intent on leaving. Zhanqing. Yuan Mu assumed he was struggling to accept the reality. Yin Zhanqing brushed aside her hand and strode toward the exit. Only Su Ro understood what he truly wished to do. She hurried after him, nearly wrapping her arms around his. Zhanqing, please don't go. I beg you. It's impossible between you and her. Without looking back, Yin Zhanqing waved her off, causing Su Ro to stumble against the wall. Exiting the hospital, he felt a suffocating weight in his chest. He pulled out his phone and dialed Sheng Zhao's number repeatedly, but each time it was cut off. He felt on the verge of madness. How could he have allowed Sheng Xiao to be humiliated? He had long contemplated rejecting this child, yet Yuan Mu had repeatedly threatened him with dire consequences. As he stepped out onto the plaza, he covered his face with both hands, feeling the fine drizzle of rain against the skin, unable to distinguish between tears and raindrops. He drove furiously through the streets, the hour late, avoiding the bustling traffic. The white Ferrari sliced through the city like a bolt of lightning. Exhausted, Sheng Xiao was cradled in Yu Zun's embrace, her back turned to him. Her eyelids fluttered, refusing to succumb to sleep. Her shoulders tensed slightly. The man behind her remained awake. What's wrong? Nothing. Chapter 61. Ming Shengxiao opened her mouth, uncertain of what to say. You wish to purchase it. Yet I cannot bring myself to indulge in such things, Yu Zun declared, placing his money upon a counter. He spoke as if oblivious to those around him. And Sheng Xiao, feeling awkward, chose to remain silent. Only when they exited the supermarket did Yu Zun instruct Sheng Xiao to wait in the underground parking lot while he retrieved the car. As she stood there, her gaze wandered restlessly into the distance, when suddenly, her left arm was seized with great force. The unexpected tug caused her water bottle to fly from her grasp and shatter upon the ground. John! Yin Zhanqing's eyes gleamed with malice as he gripped Sheng Xiao's shoulder, accusingly stating, You have returned to him. Sheng Xiao furrowed her brow. Since you have seen it, let go. Do you truly wish to be kept by him? Sheng Xiao. He changes women as easily as one changes clothes. Yet, you still wish to be with him? Yin Zhanqing's grip tightened as he lifted her slightly off the ground, her toes involuntarily rising. Do not forget, he laid out the terms of your agreement from the very beginning. You know I have no choice but to return to him, but you still chose Su Ro. When I was cast aside in the rain, you didn't even extend a hand. Now, he had the audacity to reproach her. What right do you have? You saw my mother was present. Had I truly protected you, who knows what she might have done? Calmly, Sheng Xiao responded. What do you wish to say today? I do not love Su Ro. I love you. Do you not comprehend this? Yet you can only choose her. Sheng Xiao pondered his words. I refuse to waste my efforts on a fruitless relationship. No matter how impoverished I may be, I will never become a mistress. And what are you doing now? Is being his lover truly respectable? Yin Zhanqing's anger flared, his voice rising above her head. If you do not love him, then come to me and be my woman. Sheng Zhao's lips trembled, momentarily lost for words. His grip on her shoulders was unyielding, rendering her immobile. Clenching her teeth, she retorted, "Be your woman? You mean a mistress, do you? You cannot let go of Su Ro, nor can you let go of me. How much are you willing to spend to keep me? 100,000, 1 million, or perhaps 10 million? How much does he offer you?" Yin Zhanqing. Sheng Zhao's eyes burned with pain as she stared at his face, witnessing his mouth move without hearing his words. Yin Zhanqing's deep-set despair mingled with helplessness enveloped them both. "I merely wish to keep you by my side, regardless of the consequences. Since you have a choice, why not follow me? I can continue to provide treatment for your sister. If you are concerned about the previous case." You truly do not understand." Sheng Xiao shook her head. "I could be kept by Yuzun, accept his money, and remain devoted to him, but you? I cannot. That is impossible." "Why?" Yin Zhanqing's fingers curled inward. "Is it because he provides what I cannot?" He truly did not understand. Sheng Xiao bit her lip, realizing that further words would only tarnish her own image. Yin Zhanqing, seeing her distressed demeanor, became even more agitated, nearly lifting Sheng Xiao off the ground. As they grappled, unbeknownst to them, Su Ro approached, grabbing Sheng Xiao's sleeve. "Sheng Xiao, have you no shame? Yin Zhanqing no longer wants you, yet you continue to cling?" Sheng Xiao thought to herself how unfortunate she was. Su Ro feigned a struggle, then used Sheng Xiao's momentum to throw herself backward, pretending her ankle twisted from the inertia, causing her to fall. Unexpectedly, a strong arm caught her. "Miss Su, you must be more careful with your condition," he chided, his grip almost crushing her elbow. Su Ro looked up, meeting Yuzun's piercing gaze, her heart racing, her complexion paling. His eyes were sharp and intimidating, as though they could shred her to pieces. Yuzun released his hold, and Yin Zhanqing, noticing Su Ro's near fall, still kept his hands on Sheng Xiao's shoulders. As Yuzun approached, car keys in hand, he struck out suddenly. Sheng Xiao barely had time to register the movement. Yuzun's hand slipped past Yin Zhanqing's shoulder, delivering a sharp blow that left Yin Zhanqing's arm numb. His hands fell from Sheng Xiao's shoulders, only to be met with a powerful punch to the face. "Zhanqing!" Su Ro rushed to assist him. Mrs. Yin emerged from the supermarket, spotting the scene from a distance. She hurried over, her usual pride dissipated, breathless and frantic. Ro, are you all right? Did you hurt yourself?" "Oh dear, Zhanqing, your face." Sheng Xiao's clothing appeared wrinkled from Yin Zhanqing's earlier grip, the scene chaotic. Seeing her son harmed, Mrs. Yin dared not confront Yuzun, directing her anger towards Sheng Xiao. "You vixen, you wild woman." Yin Zhanqing, having endured the blow, was not willing to relent. As Sheng Xiao prepared to step back from Mrs. Yan's impending assault, her voice rang out clearly amidst the noise of the parking lot. "Mrs. Yin, Miss Su just fell. You should take her to the hospital." Her gaze flicked to Su Ro's abdomen, recalling how the child within had once torn them apart. She wondered if Su Ro's pregnancy was genuine, cautioning, "You wouldn't want to pay the price for a falsehood." Su Ro, struck by her words, widened her eyes in shock, sweat breaking out as she stood in the chilling corridor. Mrs. Yin froze, tugging at her hair, then grasped Yin Zhanqing's arm. "What are we waiting for? Hurry to the hospital." "Zun, let us go," Sheng Xiao said, picking up the discarded water bottle. Yuzun paused, surprised by her sudden softness, as she usually referred to him in derogatory terms. He turned to grasp her hand, noting her palm was clammy and warm. "Auntie, Zhanqing, it is unnecessary. I merely stumbled," she reassured. Ro, it would be wise to have a checkup to ease our minds." Mrs. Yin, awakened by Sheng Xiao's words, realized she had only seen the initial ultrasound report, unaware of any others. Yuzun led Sheng Xiao back to the car, turning to see her lost in thought. He fastened her seatbelt, inquiring, "What troubles you? Are you feeling remorseful?" Sheng Xiao shook her head, still processing Yin Zhanqing's words, wondering if, in his heart, he believed she was worth more to him than to Yuzun. Was she merely a commodity to him? "How do you know Su Ro is not truly with child?" "I'm merely deceiving her," Yuzun replied, gripping the steering wheel as they exited the parking lot. Sheng Xiao struggled to contain a faint smile. She was unaware of Su Ro's real condition. Had I not said that, we might have found ourselves in deeper trouble. Yuzun nearly slammed on the brakes at her revelation. To him, Shengxiao had always appeared serious, yet the corners of his mouth curled upward in response. Shengxiao, unaware, turned her face towards the window. Chapter 62. His right arm encircled Shengxiao's delicate waist, burying himself within her warmth, a satisfied sigh escaping his throat. Ah, this is indeed comfortable. Shengxiao held back, beads of sweat forming on her forehead. She had never felt at ease. Aunt He, having finished her task downstairs, wheeled Xiangxi into the room, locking the door behind her. The room was equipped with basic rehabilitation facilities, a setup she had arranged with Yuzun for Shengxiao. Xiangxi maneuvered her wheelchair to the parallel bars, straining to lift her legs from the chair, using her armpits to grip the bars, summoning every ounce of strength to stand. Xiangxi exerted all her energy through her arms, her legs numb since the operation, devoid of sensation. Beads of sweat rolled down her nose as she fought to maintain her balance, and, after a prolonged struggle, finally attempted to take a step forward. Although it was merely a tiny step, she managed not to fall. Mo Xiangxi's expression relaxed, and she smiled. Xiangxi, you can do it. In no time, you will be able to stand completely. She recalled the incident when she pushed Sun Yin down the stairs, filled with hatred and a desire for revenge. Under such immense pressure, she could hardly believe she managed to stand for so long. However, since that incident, she had not experienced such fortune again. Mother Yin did not anticipate that a single statement from Mo Shengxiao would materialize into reality. Despite Su Ro's fervent attempts to consult a familiar doctor, Mother Yin, with her commanding presence, swiftly contacted her old classmate, the head of obstetrics, without needing an appointment. Upon seeing the word negative on the test results, the dignified expression on Mother Yan's face contorted with disbelief. If it weren't for Yin Zhanqing's reluctance to settle down, she would not have yearned for a grandchild to this extent. Suro, how could you joke about such a matter? Yin Zhanqing initially thought Mother Yin was overreacting. However, upon hearing her words, he quickly snatched the test results from her. Aunt Zhanqing, please listen to me. I genuinely exhibited symptoms of pregnancy. I don't know how. Yin Zhanqing's countenance turned ashen upon glimpsing the word negative. He recalled Mo Shengxiao's pointed inquiry in the parking lot. You know I have no choice but to return to him. Yet you still chose Su Ro. When I was pushed down in the rain, you didn't even extend a hand. Had it not been for this child, he would have already grasped Mo Shengxiao's hand and prepared to confront Yuzun. Yet, he fell just short of that pivotal moment, a misstep of fate. Suddenly, Yin Zhanqing's knees buckled, his back against the wall, as he began to slide to the ground. Mother Yin gasped and caught her son's hand. Zhanqing, don't be upset. He was not angry. He merely found the situation ironic. The test results fell from his hand to the floor, and Su Ro, covering her mouth with both hands, began to weep, believing she could resolve the matter before it was discovered. Yin Zhanqing's lips pressed tightly together, his light brown hair nearly obscuring his eyes, his brow furrowed in pain. Rising abruptly, he made to leave. Zhanqing. Mother Yin assumed he could not accept the truth. Yin Zhanqing brushed aside her hand, striding purposefully toward the door. Only Su Ro understood what he truly wished to do. She hurried after him, nearly wrapping her arms around his entire arm. Zhanqing, please don't go. I beg you, it's impossible between you and her now. Without looking back, Yin Zhanqing waved his hand, causing Su Ro to stumble against the wall. Exiting the hospital, he felt a tightness in his chest, nearly suffocating. He pulled out his phone to call Shengxiao, but after several attempts, the calls were abruptly disconnected. He felt on the verge of madness. How could he have allowed Shengxiao to be humiliated? He had contemplated abandoning this child long ago, but Mother Yin had persistently threatened him. Stepping out onto the square, he covered his face with his hands, feeling the drizzling rain on his skin, unable to distinguish if the moisture was tears or rainwater. He drove recklessly through the streets. The hour late, avoiding the chaotic rush hour. The white Ferrari sliced through the city like a bolt of lightning. Mo Shengxiao, utterly exhausted, was cradled in Yuzun's embrace. Her back to him, her eyelids fluttering as she struggled to find sleep. Her shoulders stiffened, and as she moved slightly, The man behind her remained awake. "What's wrong?" he inquired. "Nothing," she replied softly, closing her eyes. The entire royal impression was enveloped in a tranquil darkness, save for the garden's lights below. The silence in the room was so profound that even the sound of falling snowflakes could be heard. Yet Ming Shengxiao sensed a buzzing in her ears. She maintained her position, with Yuzun's steady breathing above her. Assuming he had fallen asleep, she turned to face him. The man adjusted his position. His handsome face nestled against her neck. "Can't sleep?" Upon speaking, his warm breath tickled her skin, igniting a sensation of warmth. Then it seems you are not yet tired," Yuzun remarked, his hand slipping beneath her nightgown with unrestrained audacity. "If I were too tired to speak, I would naturally fall asleep." Ming Shengxiao quickly pushed him away. She simply could not allow this to continue. Suddenly, a sharp alarm pierced the tranquility outside, startling Shengxiao into a tremor. Yuzun reacted swiftly, throwing off the covers and grabbing a robe. Nearly in the blink of an eye, he had opened the balcony door and stepped outside. Ming Shengxiao stood frozen in shock, and by the time she slipped on her slippers and followed him out, the entire royal impression was illuminated as if it were daylight, all the lights having turned on automatically. Yin Zhanqing had not anticipated that a far-infrared alarm system had been installed. He brushed the dust from his hands, rising to revert to his aristocratic demeanor. "A politician, and yet you've taken to thievery?" Yuzun teased. Yin Zhanqing crossed the outdoor garden, standing below the balcony. Upon seeing him, Ming Shengxiao instinctively retreated, returning to the large window. "I want to see Shengxiao." Even from a lower vantage point, Yin Zhanqing exuded an air of superiority. "Don't you have a watch? Look at the time. We were sleeping." Yuzun leaned casually against the intricately carved railing, placing particular emphasis on the word we. "Shengxiao, I know you can hear me. When I entered, I saw your silhouette. Su Ro is not pregnant. I will cancel the wedding with her. Shengxiao, return to my side. I swear I will not let you suffer any more harm." Is it truly so simple to choose between wanting and not wanting? Clad in a thin nightgown, Ming Shengxiao had forgotten to put on an outer layer, the cool breeze penetrating her exposed neck and chilling her to the core. Yin Zhanqing's words only intensified her sense of cold. She had not expected Su Ro to be a false pregnancy after all. In truth, even without Su Ro, they might have still reached this point. "You're quite bold, Yin Zhanqing, to dare intrude into my home at such an hour." Yuzun's voice rang out, his features sharp as if meticulously sculpted, his tone haughty. "Don't forget, Shengxiao still loves me." Yin Zhanqing was unwavering in his conviction. Ming Shengxiao only saw Yuzun turn, brushing past her into the bedroom. He approached the corner liquor cabinet, returning with something in his hand. She could not see clearly until he cocked the weapon, her eyes widening in horror as she rushed forward to seize his hand. No! In close proximity, it was indeed a gun. How could he possess a firearm? Cold sweat broke out on her back as she screamed downstairs. "Stop talking and leave." "Shengxiao, forgive me. Did he truly not fear death?" Ming Shengxiao was too frantic to ponder such thoughts. She grasped Yuzun's wrist, but he effortlessly pulled her closer, pinning her between himself and the railing. He took her right hand, placing the gun into her palm, gripping her hand to aim it at Yin Zhanqing. The weight of the gun felt foreign in her hand. She had only thought of Yuzun as a businessman, perhaps a man with a bad temper, never imagining they would be sleeping in a room that concealed a firearm. Who exactly was he? Yin Zhanqing, however, displayed no sign of panic. As Ming Shengxiao's arm fell, Yuzun tightened his grip around her wrist, lifting it once more. "You should leave," she urged Yin Zhanqing. Downstairs, the blaring alarm startled Xiang Si and Aunt He, both appearing in the garden. Upon witnessing the scene, they were so frightened that they dared not utter a word. "Yuzun, let him go. He came here on his own accord." Yuzun aimed the gun at Yin Zhanqing, narrowing one eye as if preparing for action. Ming Shengxiao thought he wouldn't pull the trigger, but still harbored concerns. If a life were lost, she too would be implicated. "Who said that?" The man spoke with a slight lift of his lips. "I could dig a hole and bury him where no one would find him." "Shengxiao, I will cancel the wedding tomorrow. I will never see Su Ro again." Yin Zhanqing felt he must be insane. For why else would he come to the royal impression at such an hour? It was as if he were poisoned deeply, utterly fixated on Ming Shengxiao. Fearing he might continue, which could lead to disaster, she knew Yuzun's temperament was unpredictable and he might indeed pull the trigger. Let's go back inside. She placed her other hand on Yuzun's hand and gently tugged. Seeing this, the tension in his mouth eased slightly, and he wrapped his left arm around Shengxiao's waist, slipping his hand inside the gap between her nightgown buttons. Yin Zhanqing's complexion turned pale, clenching his fists as he attempted to rush inside. And he hurried to stop him. But her strength was no match for Yin Zhanqing. With a push, she fell to the ground, and he stormed through the door, ascending the stairs to the second floor. Yuzun disliked locking doors at home, allowing Yin Zhanqing to enter the master bedroom without hesitation. Shengxiao never imagined she would encounter such a scene. Clothes belonging to her and Yuzun were scattered across the floor. When he desired her, he was always impatient, not even allowing time to undress. Mo Shengxiao felt immense shame. While Yuzun sat casually on the bed, beside his slippers lay Shengxiao's pink bra. I didn't expect you had this preference. Do you enjoy reality shows? Yin Zhanqing stood in the center, the crystal chandelier reflecting his pale, handsome face. He loved Mo Shengxiao, but could not embody the indifference he professed. Shengxiao was well aware of this. Unwilling to relent, he approached, stepping on Shengxiao's clothes to stand before her. I will take you away. Stop it. Mo Shengxiao tried to shake off his hand but failed, knowing it was impossible to be together, yet continuing the torment. I will not leave. Yuzun rose and approached, placing a hand on Shengxiao's shoulder. Did you hear that? Are you annoying? If you want to play, you must be prepared to bear the consequences. Hearing the alarm, the security personnel, led by Aunt He, rushed upstairs. Yuzun caught Shengxiao and returned to the bed, waving his hand to drag Yin Zhanqing out. Chapter 64. She uttered a single word and closed her eyes gently. Except for the garden's landscape lights, the entire royal impression was enveloped in a tranquil darkness. The room was so quiet that the sound of falling snowflakes could be heard. Yet Mo Shengxiao felt a buzzing in her ears, maintaining her posture while Yuzun's calm breathing resonated above her. Assuming he had fallen asleep, she turned away. The man adjusted his position, his handsome face nestled in the crook of her neck. Can't sleep? As he spoke, his warm breath tickled her neck. That means you're not tired. With that, one of his hands ventured beneath her nightgown, acting with abandon. If I were too tired to speak, I would naturally be asleep. Mo Shengxiao hurriedly pushed him away. She truly could not endure any more. Outside, a sharp alarm suddenly pierced the stillness, startling Shengxiao, who trembled. Yuzun swiftly threw off the covers, grabbing a robe, and, in the blink of an eye, pushed open the floor-to-ceiling window and stepped onto the balcony. Shengxiao stood in shock. By the time she put on her slippers and stepped outside, the entire royal impression was as bright as day, all the lights having turned on automatically. Yin Zhanqing had not anticipated that a far-infrared alarm system was installed. Dusting off his hands, he rose, reverting to the demeanor of a noble heir. Aren't you a bit too brazen for a thief? Yuzun mocked with a smile. Yin Zhanqing crossed the outdoor garden and stood below the balcony. Seeing him, Mo Shengxiao instinctively took a step back to the floor-to-ceiling window. I want to see Shengxiao. Even for below, Yin Zhanqing maintained a superior stance. Don't you have a watch? Look at the time. We are asleep. Yuzun leaned against the ornate, white jade railing, emphasizing the word we. Shengxiao, I know you can hear me. When Yin Zhanqing entered, he had seen Mo Shengxiao's figure. Su Rou is not pregnant. I will cancel the wedding. Shengxiao, return to my side. I swear I will never let you be harmed again. Is the choice of wanting or not wanting ever so simple? Mo Shengxiao, clad in a thin nightgown, had forgotten to put on a coat as she followed him outside. The cool breeze penetrated her exposed neck, chilling her to the bone. Yin Zhanqing's words only added to her discomfort. She had not anticipated Su Rou's pregnancy to be a ruse. In truth, even without Su Rou, they might still have reached this point. You are quite bold, breaking into my home in the middle of the night. Yuzun's voice rang out, his facial features sharp as if chiseled. With an indifferent tone, he declared arrogantly, Don't forget, Shengxiao still loves me. Yin Zhanqing was utterly confident. Mo Shengxiao only witnessed Yuzun's turn as he brushed past and entered the bedroom, opening the corner liquor cabinet. When he returned, he held something in his hand. She could not see clearly until Yuzun loaded the gun and released the safety. Ming Shengxiao's eyes widened in shock as she rushed forward to grasp his hand. Don't! Up close, it was indeed a gun. How could he possess such a weapon? Cold sweat broke out on her back as she yelled downstairs. Stop talking and leave quickly. Shengxiao, forgive me. Was he truly unafraid of death? Ming Shengxiao had no time to ponder. She gripped Yuzun's wrist, and upon seeing this, he effortlessly pulled her between himself and the railing. He took her right hand, placing the gun in her palm, then held her hand steady, aiming it at Yin Zhanqing. The weight of the gun felt foreign in her hands. She had assumed Yuzun was merely a businessman, perhaps with a bad temper, but never imagined their bedroom concealed a firearm. Who exactly was he? Yin Zhanqing showed no signs of panic, while Ming Shengxiao's arm sank under Yuzun's grip before being lifted again. She urgently called to Yin Zhanqing, "You need to leave." Ming Shengxiao felt a deep sense of shame, while Yuzun sat casually on a large bed. Beside him lay Shengxiao's pink bra. It was unexpected that he had such a penchant for reality shows. Yin Zhanqing stood in the center, the crystal chandelier above reflecting his pale, handsome face. He loved Ming Shengxiao, yet he could not live up to his own words of indifference. Shengxiao was aware of this. Frustrated, he stepped forward, stepping over Shengxiao's clothes to stand before her, declaring, "I will take you away." "Stop making a scene," Ming Shengxiao protested, attempting to shake off his hand. But to no avail. Knowing it was impossible, yet still wanting to be together, was merely self-torment. "I won't leave." Yuzun rose and approached, placing a hand on Shengxiao's shoulder. "Did you hear that? Are you not tired? If you want to play, you must be prepared for the consequences." Hearing the alarm, security rushed upstairs under Aunt He's direction. Yuzun caught Shengxiao and led her back to the bed, waving his hand to drag Yin Zhanqing out. Ming Shengxiao pursed her lips, remaining silent. As security approached, Yin Zhanqing shot a deep glare at Shengxiao. "I didn't expect you to choose him. If it takes you reaching a dead end to turn back, so be it." His fists clenched tightly as he strode out of the bedroom. Once the crowd departed, Shengxiao crouched down to pick up her clothes. Yuzun yanked her back, causing her to fall to the ground. The man snatched the clothes from her hands and stepped onto the balcony, tossing them all down. Ming Shengxiao stood up, feeling a sharp pain in her lower abdomen. She pressed her hand against it, and the pain soon dissipated. She approached the bed and drank a glass of cold water placed there. Yuzun stood on the balcony, only returning to the bedroom after Yin Zhanqing left. Shengxiao had already burrowed under the covers, leaving only her dark head visible. He flopped down, pressing himself against her. "Have you fallen for me?" She found it hard to understand why he would use such a term. Ming Shengxiao, breathless, exclaimed, "What will anyone want with me now? What if he wants you?" Shengxiao pushed him away, but he remained unmoved. "Then I don't want him. Is that enough? With 100 bare gallbladders, I doubt you would dare." Yuzun rose and dove under the covers with her. Upon returning, the first thing he did was to annul the engagement with Su Ro. Although Yan's mother was furious, she still refused to agree to his plans. Yan's father, holding a high position, was even less willing to allow such a scandal to tarnish his son's name. Yin Zhanqing had heard whispers about the situation with Ming Shengxiao. Despite Su Ro's schemes, she was still a suitable match for the Yin family. Back at his residence, Yin Zhanqing hardly slept throughout the night. Cigarette butts littered the balcony as he cornered himself, believing that only in this way could he bring Shengxiao back. At that time, Ming Shengxiao thought Yin Zhanqing was merely speaking out of anger, never expecting that the case regarding Sun Yin would resurface. Police stood guard at the school entrance, and fortunately, she was hastily leaving after receiving a phone call. They brought her to the police station, requiring her to recount the events of the night. She pushed Sun Yin down the stairs. Many details were flimsy, and she dared not say much, fearing exposure. She wanted to call Yuzun, but it was clear they had stripped her of even that meager right. After several hours inside, when she finally emerged, the sky was enveloped in an eerie darkness. She refrained from elaborating on her ordeal, feeling utterly despondent. Ignoring the thoughts of Xiangxi, she clenched her palm, sweat pooling in her hand. Taking out her phone, she noticed several missed calls from Yuzun. Her nose tinged with bitterness. Just as she was about to return the call, a hand gripped her wrist. She turned, finding Yin Zhanqing standing there. As she attempted to sidestep him, he questioned, "Don't you find it strange? Why are the police looking for you?" The cold voice from behind made Ming Shengxiao halt, turning back with disbelief written all over her face. "It's you?" "It is I." With his connections, a single phone call could resurrect the disaster she had barely escaped. Shengxiao stepped closer, her eyes wide with shock. "Why would you do this? Wasn't it this very condition that Yuzun used to gain you?" Yin Zhanqing replied, "I too wish to try. Have you lost your mind?" "I am indeed mad," he replied, lifting his chin defiantly. "If this is what it takes for you to agree, I do not mind becoming the villain." Slap! Ming Shengxiao struck him, overwhelmed by a sudden swell of sorrow. The moonlight danced across her almost translucent face, and she held back tears, stating firmly, "I truly misjudged you." "Is that so?" Yin Zhanqing allowed her to hit him, not anticipating he would act in such a way. All he wanted was for Shengxiao to turn back, since he loved her and she loved him. Why would she willingly remain with Yuzun? "What do you want? Is it not clear what I desire?" Yin Zhanqing grasped Shengxiao's hand and ushered her into a car, intent on having a serious conversation, unwilling to believe that she had truly given up on him. Arriving at Shinsa, he requested a private room, generously tipping the waiter. Inside the room, apart from the loud music, it was just the two of them sitting across from each other. Yin Zhanqing downed several glasses of liquor in quick succession, while Ming Shengxiao placed her phone back in her bag, contemplating what to say. "Go ahead, speak." "Shengxiao, if you return to my side, I will ensure that Sun Yin's case remains buried forever." "You must believe me," she interrupted him. "When did our relationship become merely transactional?" Yin Zhanqing felt a pang in his heart, grabbing the wine glass and downing it desperately. Ming Shengxiao merely watched, fighting back tears. Suddenly, the door burst open, and several men entered with their female companions. "Yin Xiao, you come to Chinsa for fun and don't look for us? How inconsiderate." The leading man held a cigarette, causing Ming Shengxiao's nose to wrinkle involuntarily. Having not eaten all day, her stomach churned uncomfortably. The men gathered around, the mingling scent of smoke and perfume overwhelming her, and she could no longer hold back, doubling over in a violent bout of nausea. A woman chuckled at the scene. "Yin Xiao, it seems you've hit the jackpot. Look at her reaction. She must be pregnant." Yin Zhanqing's eyes darkened as he tightened his grip on the glass. "What did you say?" "I said, you must not be using protection, and now she's probably expecting." Ming Shengxiao could not bear to listen any longer, pressing her hand against her stomach as she attempted to leave. Yin Zhanqing, in a fit of rage, threw the glass away and seized her arm. "Are you pregnant? Speak clearly. Let go of me. I want to go back." "Back? To Yuzun?" Yin Zhanqing's veins bulged in anger as he flung her away. "You are not going anywhere today." With great force, he sent her sprawling, her abdomen crashing into the corner of the coffee table. She cried out in pain, rolling on the floor as her body curled up, nearly passing out. Seeing her motionless, Yin Zhanqing hurriedly knelt beside her. Shengxiao, are you all right?" Ming Shengxiao bit her lip, her face glistening with sweat, hair matted against her face. She opened her mouth, but could only muster a faint groan. "It hurts." "Ah!" Someone cried out from the side. Yin Zhanqing looked down to see blood seeping through her light blue jeans. A woman screamed, "Quick! Get her to the hospital, where the child won to be saved." "A child? How could that be possible?" Ming Shengxiao gasped for breath, racked with pain, believing Yin Zhanqing would rush her to the hospital, but instead, his gaze remained fixed on the floor. "Shengxiao, we don't want this child." His dark eyes reflected her dazed expression as he cradled her in his arms, his voice thick with emotion yet resolute. "Don't be afraid. Just hold on a little longer. It will all be over soon." Ming Shengxiao felt as if her heart had turned to ash, her head weakly resting against his shoulder. "Do you truly wish to see me bleed to death?" She bit her lip until it bled, the images before her eyes blurring and swaying. "Shengxiao, I apologize. It will be all right soon." Yin Zhanqing murmured repeatedly in a daze, while Ming Shengxiao forcefully pushed him away, her lips twitching, revealing an expression that was neither a smile nor a cry. She leaned on the coffee table, and, as she stood, a winding trail of blood flowed down her pant leg to her ankle. "Yuzun, save me. We should go to the hospital. Get out, all of you, leave." Yin Zhanqing hurled a wine bottle, the amber glass shards splintering against the wall, and the others dared not speak, hastily ushering their female companion away. Ming Shengxiao bent over, almost dragging her feet toward the door. Yin Zhanqing was acutely aware of how much he was hurting her, yet he could not accept it. His feet felt as if they were nailed to the ground, unable to take a single step. Shengxiao, Ming Shengxiao supported herself against the wall, not looking back, and merely uttered, Yin Zhanqing, have you ever considered that I might lose my life because of this? He did not care. If he truly did, he would not act this way. She could only move forward with her body pressed against the wall, and only when she exited the private room did Yin Zhanqing chase after her. Shengxiao, let me take you to the hospital. Ming Shengxiao pushed him away, but he stubbornly blocked her path. I do not wish to see you. Are you truly willing to let me die in front of you? Yin Zhanqing was taken aback, wanting to salvage the situation, but Ming Shengxiao had already leaned against the wall, stooping as she stepped outside. The dazzling neon lights outside shimmered in a mesmerizing array, while her pants were soaked with blood and her lower abdomen felt as if it were being churned. At that moment, her phone rang from her bag. She reached in, fumbling for a long while before managing to extract it. As she pressed the answer button, a furious voice pierced through. Ming Shengxiao, are you dead? Where have you gone? She bent down, squatting on the ground, her other hand pressing against the cold curb. Yuzuan's voice, filled with wrath, echoed in her ears. It was not as loathsome as it usually was. Rather, Ming Shengxiao felt a flicker of warmth in her icy heart. People are often quick to grasp a sudden hand of warmth. Her legs trembled from the cold, and her throat constricted as she finally spoke. Yuzuan, leaning against a camphor tree. She curled her knees and pressed her hands firmly against her abdomen. As Yuzuan's Koenigsegg XR crossed the street, he saw Ming Shengxiao lying there, motionless. He hurried over, his dark hair obscuring her entire face. Yuzuan knelt beside her, gently pushing her shoulder. What are you doing in a place like this? Ming Shengxiao blinked, her face pale as a ghost. Her lips parted, but no words came out. Noticing something was amiss, Yuzuan reached out to lift her, his palm encountering a sticky substance. Under the streetlight, his expression shifted in horror. What happened to you? I don't know. My stomach hurts so badly. Ming Shengxiao's voice was barely a whisper. She knew her period had just ended, making it impossible for her to be pregnant, as Yin Zhanqing had suggested. The thought of him caused a dull pain in her heart, and she quickly closed her eyes. How could he so coldly embrace her and demand she not keep the so-called child? How could she trust that he genuinely cared about her past? Yuzuan rushed her to the nearest hospital, and upon being pushed into the emergency room, the doctor inquired whether she was pregnant. Ming Shengxiao had always taken effective contraceptive measures. There was no way she could be expecting. Yuzuan, without hesitation, denied it. Impossible. When Ming Shengxiao was wheeled out of the operating room, the anesthesia had not yet worn off. The doctor handed Yuzuan her surgical report, revealing that she had developed a cyst on her right ovary, with significant bruising on her abdomen, likely from a severe impact that had caused the cyst to rupture. She had undergone laparoscopic surgery and would not face any major issues. Had she arrived later, they would have had to remove her uterus. The laparoscopic procedure was minor, and when Ming Shengxiao regained consciousness, she did not feel much pain. Yuzuan had reserved the finest VIP room for her, complete with a television, bathroom, and lounge. As Ming Shengxiao opened her eyes, she found herself receiving intravenous fluids, with Yuzuan sitting on the sofa. It was early morning, and the radiant red hues of the rising sun streamed through the blinds, casting patterns on Yuzuan's profile. He propped his chin on his hand, his black shirt's sleeves rolled up, his strong, chiseled nose appearing sculpted. Ming Shengxiao moved her hand, only to realize she was connected to N4. The soft sounds of movement stirred Yuzuan from his slumber, and he approached her. What happened to me? It's nothing. Just a minor surgery. Yuzuan sat on the edge of her bed. How did you end up there? This afternoon, I was taken into the police station. Ming Shengxiao's breath was weak. They said they would reopen the investigation. When I came out, I encountered Yin Zhanqing, and that's when I realized it was his doing. And how did you sustain those injuries? Ming Shengxiao had intended to downplay the situation, But Yuzuan's words pierced through her facade. He wants you back. So he resorted to such measures. Since it was a negotiation, how did you get hurt? Ming Shengxiao hesitated, not wanting to disclose the truth. I accidentally bumped into the coffee table during our struggle. Yuzuan glanced at her, but did not press further. Ming Shengxiao, sensing his silence, cautiously inquired, what about that case? What should we do? When you pushed Sun Yin down the stairs, did you not consider the consequences? Ming Shengxiao lay still on the bed, unwilling to reveal the truth. Yuzuan, noticing her resolve, couldn't help but smirk coldly. Since it was your sister who pushed him down the stairs, she naturally bears the responsibility. Ming Shengxiao's eyes widened in fear as she realized he might have overheard her conversation with Xiangxi. You wouldn't understand. She averted her gaze from Yuzuan's face, staring out the window. As she recounted the incident, her tone was calm, yet the tremor in her voice betrayed her. If it weren't for my sister pushing me away during that fire, I might have been crushed to death on the spot. She sacrificed her life for mine. I understand her actions. When my parents were buried, we couldn't even recover their complete ashes. Yet for the past few years, Sun Yin has been living well. We have no power or influence. When I walked out of the police station, I felt no joy. Ming Shengxiao turned her face away, locking eyes with Yuzuan. A life was lost, and you brushed it aside with a few words. What about my parents? If cause and effect could be rewarded, my sister would not have pushed Sun Yin down the stairs. Ming Xiangxi, being merely a fragile woman, must harbor profound resentment to commit such an act. Yuzuan's lips remained tightly pressed, his enigmatic gaze concealing a bottomless abyss of darkness. He remained silent until the doctor entered to conduct rounds, at which point he stood up. You should rest. I will have Auntie bring your sister over, he said before exiting the ward. The doctor examined Shengxiao's wounds, handed her a thermometer, and cautioned her, be careful. Fortunately, you were brought in on time, or you might have lost your uterus. At such a young age, a hysterectomy would be a lifelong regret. Shengxiao turned her face away, unable to suppress her tears. Oh, please don't cry. It's all over now. There will be no after effects, the young doctor hurriedly reassured her. Ming Shengxiao raised an arm to shield her eyes. Yet her sobs only intensified upon hearing the doctor's words. She simply wished to cry, unable to contain the pain within her heart. Upon returning to the room after a phone call, Yuzuan found the doctor comforting her. He stood at the foot of the bed, while Shengxiao, covering her eyes, continued to weep. He noticed her tears streaming through her fingers and down her smooth neck. Yuzuan placed his hands in his pockets, feeling an inexplicable surge of agitation, and he too began to feel distressed. After the doctor finished the rounds, he left, and Yuzuan approached her bedside, gently pulling her arm away. Stop crying. It's not as if you cannot bear children anymore. Don't you wish to have a child with me? With swollen eyes, Ming Shengxiao shook her head obediently. Yuzuan tossed a few tissues from the bedside table on her face. Rest assured about that case. It won't be easy for him to reopen the investigation. I have suppressed it, and I doubt it can resurface. Before noon, he arrived with Xiangxi. Just out of surgery, Shengxiao was unable to eat greasy foods, and he poured the congee from the thermos into a bowl. Seeing her sister's pallor, Xiangxi cried by the bedside for a long while. Sister, please don't cry. How could you not know you had a cyst? I never felt any pain. Without regular checkups, how would I know? Xiangxi took the bowl from Aunt He's hands and spoon-fed Shengxiao. You can only eat soft foods now. Aren't you very hungry? I'm not hungry. She shook her head. It just tastes bland. In the evening, despite her protests, Xiangxi insisted on staying in the hospital with Shengxiao, and she had no choice but to acquiesce. Lying in bed, unable to turn over, Shengxiao found it uncomfortable and could not sleep. The ward lights were off, leaving only a wall lamp lit in the rest area. Her small face turned towards the window, oblivious to the figure standing at the door. Yin Zhanqing had been there for a while. Having learned from the doctor that Shengxiao was not pregnant, he stood at the entrance. Although separated by just a door, crossing that threshold felt insurmountable. He truly was no man, Yin Zhanqing thought, recalling the doctor's words. He had claimed not to care about Shengxiao's past. All he wanted was for her to sever ties with Yuzuan completely. He struck his fist against the wall, regretting that he had not considered Ming Shengxiao's feelings. Even if she had conceived, she would not keep the child. The man buried his face in his arms, leaning against the wall, filled with remorse and frustration. If something were to happen to Ming Shengxiao, how could he face her again? Tears of bitterness welled in his eyes. In this state, he had no face to see her. His love for Ming Shengxiao was so profound that it tormented him, and the more he yearned for her, the deeper his love grew. Yet that love was akin to a sharp blade, inflicting wounds without mercy. Shengxiao continued to gaze out the window, never turning her head. She appeared so frail, almost like an empty shell. Yin Zhanqing, filled with compassion, placed his hand on the doorknob, but despite several attempts, he could not turn it. "Mr. Yin," Ming Shengxiao spoke softly. Yin Zhanqing withdrew his hand, noticing Xiangxi seated in a wheelchair, a blanket covering her legs. "Why don't you come in?" Yin Zhanqing turned around. The sapphire blue casual shirt suited his complexion, and his slightly long, light brown hair added to his good looks. Ming Shengxiao began to push the wheelchair away, and seeing this, he followed her outside. "I thought you would be with my sister," he said, leaning against the wall, unsure of how to express himself. "Mr. Yin, my sister does not like Yuzun. I beg you, please save her," Ming Shengxiao implored, her face etched with sorrow. She lifted her delicate chin. "If it weren't for me being a burden, Shengxiao would have left him long ago. But now she has no way out. Yuzun will certainly not let us go. Do you know how she spent this year as New Year's Eve?" As she spoke, her eyes reddened, tears spilling over. "It was just because of a few photos with you that Yuzun." She paused. He pressed Shengxiao against the piano, and the next day, she was covered in bruises and blood, nearly losing her life. "Mr. Yin, if you truly love Shengxiao, please save her." Yin Zhanqing was taken aback, his lips trembling. "Are you serious?" Ming Shengxiao nodded vigorously, her frail appearance nearly lifeless. "I cannot bear to see Shengxiao continue with Yuzun. He is a demon. Whenever he is displeased, he uses her as a punching bag. My sister is only 21. Mr. Yin, she has endured so much to be with you. Why can't you both be together?" Yin Zhanqing felt as though he could barely catch his breath, his heart aching as if it were about to split apart. He leaned against the wall while passing by Xiangxi, his eyes reddening, the spark within them extinguished, resembling a mere puppet as he exited the corridor. Vanishing from Ming Shengxiao's sight, Ming Shengxiao wiped her eyes, exhaling deeply, a faint smile tugging at her lips before she pushed open the hospital room door. Shengxiao had spent 5 days in the hospital and returned to the royal impression, regaining her vitality a month later. Yet, he remained anxious, closely monitoring her every move, restricting her actions, and even controlling her meals with great scrutiny. Recently, Yuzun had been exceedingly busy, seemingly entangled in company affairs. Shengxiao never inquired about his work, and even if she did, he would not divulge anything. Upon returning to the royal impression, Shengxiao discovered that they had already dined. As Yuzun entered, he was greeted by the sound of piano music, and he was clearing the dining table, and, upon noticing his arrival, was about to greet him when he shook his head, changed into his slippers, and walked toward the living room. This was the first time Yuzun had witnessed her playing the piano since she moved in. Ming Shengxiao sat by the piano, her long hair cascading down to her waist. While playing, her expression was intensely focused, her hands skillfully dancing across the black and white keys. She wore a new, oversized white shirt that he had purchased for her, with lace trim accentuating her slender neck. Paired with burgundy leggings, her delicate legs were perfectly outlined, revealing her fair, smooth calves. Yuzun placed his belongings on the coffee table and approached her. Ming Shengxiao spotted him first and was about to gesture for silence. But she spoke first. "You're back." The music abruptly ceased, and Shengxiao turned her head, a few strands of hair falling onto the piano keys. Yuzun felt a pang of disappointment as his gaze swept over Ming Shengxiao. He sat beside Shengxiao, his long fingers grazing the piano keys. "Let us play together." She extended her left hand to harmonize with his right, creating a duet. And he leaned against the dining table, smiling at the scene. "Miss Ming, this is wonderful." They seemed quite well matched. The music flowed like a gentle stream, leaving a lingering sense of yearning as it concluded. Shengxiao had never collaborated so seamlessly with anyone before, as the other hand was not her own. Yuzun spread his fingers across the keys and, with a cool smile, said to Shengxiao, "If one day you can only play with one hand, I will be your other hand." Shengxiao was moved by his words, realizing this side of him was new to her. Upon closer inspection, she discerned that his eyes held more than mere coldness. When he spoke those words, his gaze was gentle. Feeling somewhat awkward under his scrutiny, she lowered her eyes and turned her face away. Her hands were her lifeline. How could she allow them to be destroyed? Yuzun reached out, brushing a strand of hair from her waist. "Let us go get your hair done another day. You can go with your sister. Consider it a little outing." Upon hearing this, Mo Xiangxi beamed with delight. The next day, Shengxiao agreed to take Mo Xiangxi shopping. Having spent so long in the hospital, Mo Xiangxi had not had the chance to enjoy herself. Shengxiao had already planned that with Mo Xiangxi's beautiful hair, the trendy big waves would look splendid if her sister styled it. As Yuzun descended the stairs, he found Mo Xiangxi assisting Aunt He with the dishes while Shengxiao was in the kitchen preparing bowls for Kanji. Leaning against the staircase, Yuzun noticed Mo Xiangxi smiling brightly, having made an effort to dress up. Shengxiao had never considered the implications of Mo Xiangxi's inability to stand. How could she push Sun Yin down the stairs from her wheelchair? He had deliberately inspected the scene of the incident on the top floor, where a stainless steel railing encircled the area. Even if Mo Xiangxi attempted to use her wheelchair to collide with him, it was implausible. The only possibility lay in the notion that if she could stand, she might have exerted force with her hands against Sun Yin's back to push him down. Yet, Shengxiao had chosen to take the blame. Why did she still conceal the truth? Setting aside his doubts, Yuzun approached the dining table. Shengxiao handed the freshly made kanji to Mo Xiangxi, cautioning, "Be careful, it's hot." As the steaming bowl of century egg and lean meat kanji was passed, Mo Xiangxi gingerly accepted it. A layer of steam rising from the bowl. Unbeknownst to her, Yuzun was watching closely, prompting her to offer him the bowl. "You eat first." As Yuzun reached out, he inadvertently lost grip on the bowl. "Ah!" Mo Xiangxi gasped in shock. Shengxiao hurriedly set down her utensils and rushed to her side, kneeling anxiously to wipe the kanji from Mo Xiangxi's legs. "Sister, are you all right?" Tears nearly welled in Shengxiao's eyes as she looked up at Yuzun, her voice trembling. Mo Xiangxi's legs felt no pain. Yet Yuzun's gaze remained fixed on her distorted expression. "Do you truly feel pain?" Finally realizing her heartache, Shengxiao grasped Mo Xiangxi's hand, asking, "Sister, does it hurt?" Mo Xiangxi tightened her grip with her other hand, leaving crescent-shaped impressions on her palm. Cold sweat formed at her hairline as she fought to endure the discomfort, her lips slowly curling into a smile. "Sister, it doesn't hurt. You've forgotten? My legs have long-lost sensation." Shengxiao's eyes reflected her sorrow. "Sister, I'm so sorry." "Foolish girl," Mo Xiangxi said, tears glistening in her eyes. "Take me to my room to change. We still plan to go out later, right?" Shengxiao nodded, wheeling Missouri Xiangxi into her room. She fetched a towel and warm water, gasping as she removed Mo Xiangxi's pants, revealing red marks from the kanji burns on her legs, some areas even peeling. Shengxiao covered her mouth, feeling a pain greater than if it had happened to her. "It's all right. I can't feel the pain." Shengxiao knelt, embracing Mo Xiangxi's waist. "Sister, you must get better soon." Mo Xiangxi's right hand tightened around Shengxiao's back, desperately suppressing her pain as she bit her lip, tasting blood. "Don't worry, I will." After changing Mo Xiangxi's clothes, Shengxiao wheeled her outside, just as Yuzun finished his breakfast. Mo Xiangxi avoided his gaze and approached the dining table. "Are you all right?" Yuzun inquired. Mo Xiangxi looked up, forcing a smile. "I'm fine." Yuzun smiled back. "That's good. I was merely careless earlier." Shengxiao, feeling the tension, chose not to scold him, keeping her head down and refraining from speaking. Shortly after, he left the royal impression. After breakfast, Shengxiao intended to take Mo Xiangxi out, but Mo Xiangxi abruptly claimed to feel unwell, hastily consuming a few bites before retreating to her room. After the previous incident, Su Ai felt like a rat fleeing from a cat. Haigu's subordinates had been scattered, and she no longer dared to show her face, spending her days merely accompanying drinks in a small bar. Standing at the alley entrance, she checked her phone, calculating the time. It should be about right now. She had paid 1,000 yuan for this information. The alley was narrow, allowing only one vehicle to pass at a time. When the headlights illuminated the area, Su Ai spotted the car's license plate. It was indeed the right one. She dashed forward, collapsing in front of the black BMW. The man slammed on the brakes and quickly exited the car. "Are you all right?" Su Ai, clad in a light-colored tank top and black leather shorts, exposed her fair thighs to the public. She feigned agony, lifting her head to meet Sang Yen. His chiseled features were striking, and as he crouched down, his muscular chest was faintly visible through his collar. Su Ai felt a wave of regret. Had she known, she wouldn't have followed Haigu, the old man. It was her own folly that brought her here. "I think I twisted my ankle." Sang Yen studied Su Ai's face for a moment. Her heavy makeup concealed her true appearance. "I'll take you to the hospital." He reached out to assist her, and as Su Ai stood on tiptoe, her upper body leaned against him, her cleavage creating an enticing visual. "I don't want to go to the hospital." Sang Yen smirked. "Then where do you wish to go?" "That depends on you." Sang Yen understood her intentions and helped her into the car. She had long sought a protector. If she couldn't rival Yuzun, at least she wouldn't have to endure such a dismal existence. Sang Yin naturally obliged, taking her to Linglong Bay. As they approached the entrance, 2 guards stood watch. Sang Yin leaned in to whisper to one, "Let my sister through." Su Ai leaned closer to him, asking, "What did you say?" Sang Yan replied, "I told them to not let anyone in and ruin my plans." When Ming Shengxiao received a call from Shu Tian, she was told nothing but to hurry to Linglong Bay. Uncertain of the matter, she took a taxi there. Shu Tian awaited her at the entrance of Linglong Bay. And as soon as Shengxiao alighted from the car, Shu Tian seized her wrist, pulling her inside. "What is going on?" Shu Tian arrived at the front of the villa and opened the door, revealing Su Ai lounging on the sofa, her shoes tossed aside, her bare feet resting against Sang Yen. Upon noticing the two, Sang Yen stood up and said, "You finally made it." Su Ai's gaze flitted between the group, her complexion paling. "I never expected you to be foolish enough to come here." Shu Tian approached Sang Yen, lifting her chin slightly. "When we were at the ball, you often questioned how we poor folks managed to get in, didn't you? Now you should understand." Su Ai, incredulous, glared at Sang Yen. "It's you. I recognized you the moment I laid eyes on you." Back then, Shu Tian was left battered in the hospital. She had provided Sang Yen with Su Ai's photo. And while Su Ai knew someone was searching for her, she never imagined it would be Sang Yen. Sang Yen's eyes turned cold as he embraced Shu Tian. "She is my woman." Su Ai slumped, her shoulders drooping and her face ashen. Shu Tian took Shengxiao's hand and stepped towards Su Ai, raising her hand to deliver a resounding slap. "Did you not have someone deal with us before?" With a swift motion, she struck again. "You even threatened our lives." "Su Ai, why don't you come and take them?" Ming Shengxiao was taken aback by Shu Tian's ferocity. Su Ai staggered back, tasting blood, her hair disheveled. Realizing that she was likely facing dire consequences today, she understood that Shu Tian, like a gang matriarch, would not let her off easily. Sang Yen moved to the opposite sofa, addressing Shu Tian, "Return to her what she did to you double." Ming Shengxiao couldn't help but glance sideways. His tone was strikingly similar to Yuzun's. Shu Tian, still unsatisfied, pulled Ming Shengxiao closer. "If it weren't for her, my father and my uncle and aunt would not have perished. Killing her wouldn't even suffice." Ming Shengxiao clenched his fists, refraining from action. "Just think, she nearly took your life." Shu Tian seized Su Ai's arm, her strap slipping down to reveal her chest. She yanked Su Ai's hair, slamming her head against the ground. Su Ai, unable to retaliate, could only scream in surrender. "I'll tell you this. Bullying Shengxiao is tantamount to bullying me. She is my sole friend in this lifetime, and I won't let you harm her." Su Ai shielded her head with her hands as blood trickled from her nose. "Stop. Please stop." In her peripheral vision, she caught sight of Shengxiao, who was trying to break free from Shu Tian's grasp, pleading, "Save me. Don't let her hit me." Ming Shengxiao, you should understand my plight. My father is dead, and I have nothing left. Where else can I turn if not to you? Shengxiao, nearly losing her balance under Su Aiya's tight grip, felt Shu Tian panting as she sat on the sofa, pointing at Su Aiya. What do you think we should do? Without a second thought, Ming Shengxiao replied. Let us send her to the police station. Su Aiya, panic-stricken, looked up. No, I don't want to go to jail. She thought it would be too lenient for her. If it were up to me, I'd send her to the red light district. ISNT, that where she enjoys luring men. Let her indulge. Shu Tian recalled how Su Aiya had previously plotted against her, igniting her anger. The matter of you and Shu Tian being kidnapped wasn't reported to the police, so there might be complications regarding evidence, Sang Yin reminded them. Ming Shengxiao, however, remained resolute. My parents suffered because there was no recourse. Now, Sun Yin has received her comeuppance. Su Aiya has committed a crime and deserves punishment. Shu Tian recognized that sending her to the red light district was not something Ming Shengxiao could do. All right, we'll take her to the police station. I have connections to ensure she is charged with kidnapping, Sang Yin said, igniting a cigarette. I don't want to go to jail. Please. Su Aiya, raised in luxury, never anticipated falling to such depths. She clutched Shengxiao's sleeve desperately. Let me go. I really don't want to be incarcerated. Shu Tian approached and forcibly separated them. This is already too lenient for you. Let go. Su Aiya fell to the ground, her eyes filled with resentment. You want to be able to kill me today, but one day I will ensure your demise. Hearing this, Shu Tian stepped on her hand. Do you have a death wish? I'm waiting for you to pray that you don't rot in prison. Sang Yin snapped his fingers, prompting someone to enter and drag the screaming, cursing Su Aiya away. Ming Shengxiao watched coldly, firmly believing in the principle of karma. Exhausted from her exertions, Shu Tian's palms were red. She pulled Ming Shengxiao to sit on the sofa beside her. Don't worry, no one will harm you from now on. Until I capture her, my heart will remain restless. Ming Shengxiao, touched, replied, Thank you. Is there even a need for thanks between us? She glanced at Sang Yin. Today, someone has done a good deed and resisted the temptation of beauty. Sang Yin understood her implication, extinguishing his cigarette. Didn't you say I shouldn't exert myself while still recovering? Shu Tian, having inadvertently revealed their intimacy, felt her cheeks flush with embarrassment and grabbed a nearby cushion to throw at him. Be serious. Ming Shengxiao couldn't help but smile. Like her, Shu Tian had embarked on this path without choice, yet their fates diverged. At least Sang Yin loved her, and she loved him in return. Shu Tian insisted on keeping Ming Shengxiao for dinner at Linglong Bay, yet her concern for Xiangxi prompted her to leave shortly after. On the way back, Ming Shengxiao purchased ointment for burns. Upon entering the royal impression, she found Xiangxi seated on a swing, engrossed in a book, oblivious to her approach. Sister. Ming Shengxiao snatched the book, leaning in to discover it was about rehabilitation techniques. Why are you only just returning? Ming Shengxiao handed the book back to Xiangxi. I bought some ointment. Let me help you apply it. I don't feel any pain. That's not acceptable. Your legs are peeling. Ming Shengxiao insisted, pushing Xiangxi inside. By the time she applied the ointment and changed her clothes, night had fallen. As usual, after dinner, Yuzun received a call and turned to Ming Shengxiao, who was watching television. Let us go out. She knew that going out meant heading to a nightclub. I don't want to go. Her life was typically regimented, but Yuzun, holding the car keys, stood tall in front of her, his expression commanding. But I want to go. Reluctantly, Ming Shengxiao lowered her legs from their cross position, bypassing Yuzun to push Xiangxi toward her room. I'll change my clothes. When she emerged, she wore a white bear hoodie, a purchase made with Shu Tian from Taobao. Both had opted for one each, finding the boutique prices outrageous. She tied her hair up high, exposing her slender neck. Yuzun approached. You look so youthful. He took her hand, and together they exited the royal impression. Their destination was Yuyo, a place Yuzun seemed to relish. Ming Shengxiao, hand in hand with him, entered. Yuyo featured several levels, with a high central stage dominating the bar, reminiscent of clouds drifting through the sky. The pole dancers captivated the audience, their performance electrifying the atmosphere. Whistles and laughter filled Ming Shengxiao's ears, while women clad in shorts ignited the scene. creating a space that felt like both paradise and hell. After Zhu Xiao acquired Yuyo, he kept it primarily for himself. Yuzun led Ming Shengxiao inside, where his friends awaited him, greeting him as he entered. Ming Shengxiao kept her head down, following closely. Someone sharp-eyed teased, "Yu Xiao, looks like you've been having quite the long night without tiring of it." Yuzun leaned back, an arm draped across Ming Shengxiao's shoulders, pulling her closer. "Did you not see her? She is irresistible." Ming Shengxiao felt a flush of embarrassment as laughter erupted around them. Yuzun casually patted her shoulder while someone handed over a drink. "Sister, let me toast to you." Ming Shengxiao shook her head, unable to bear the thought of vodka mixed with green tea, its dark yellow hue ominous. She abstained completely, unable to even tolerate the scent, fearing it would intoxicate her easily. "Why are you being so ungracious?" The man turned his face away, gazing at Yuzun's sister, who appeared remarkably innocent. How could Yu Xiao engage with a girl who neither drank nor understood the ways of the world? It seemed rather dull. Noticing her furrowed brow, Yuzun chuckled and took the wine glass, pressing the rim against Shengxiao's delicate pink lips for a sip, assuring her that it wouldn't intoxicate her. With his encouragement, Ming Shengxiao reluctantly parted her lips. He tilted the glass toward her, and she coughed, clearly choking on the drink. Covering her mouth with her right hand, her face flushed a deep crimson, tears nearly spilling over. Yuzun, with elegant movements, took a sip of the wine and, placing his palm on her waist, leaned in, capturing her lips with his just as she was on the verge of gasping for air, transferring the wine from his mouth to hers. Ming Shengxiao's eyes widened in surprise, unable to resist as he held her lips captive, forcing her to swallow the liquid. As he gently tugged at her tongue, the kiss became almost tender. The onlookers were unfazed, each pairing off with their companions after indulging in drinks. The door of the No. 1 club was swung open by a waiter delivering drinks, and a man paused in his tracks, recognizing a familiar figure. He pressed a hand against the door handle. Upon hearing the call, Yuzun released Ming Shengxiao, his face flushed with a few drops of wine staining the white collar of his shirt. Noticing Nan Yizhu standing at the entrance, he took Ming Shengxiao's hand and stepped outside. It was only then that she noticed a tall woman accompanying Nan Yizhu, standing at least 7 meters tall, casually dressed, with long hair cascading down her shoulders. This woman's aura was beyond what Ming Shengxiao could easily articulate. Nan Yizhu exchanged a few brief words with Yuzun before steering the conversation toward Ming Shengxiao. "Isn't this the high-achieving student from Huel? You haven't grown tired of her yet, have you? Didn't you get tied down by a woman?" Rong In, who seldom frequented such places, had only come at Nan Yizhu's insistence. Her gaze fixed on Shengxiao, and she sensed a distinct difference in this girl compared to others she had encountered. The look in her eyes mirrored that of someone who had been coerced by a devil. Rong In frowned, harboring little fondness for Yuzun, having witnessed his ruthless nature. In contrast, while Nan Yizhu could also be cruel, he retained a semblance of humanity. Observing Ming Shengxiao bow her head, she spoke, "Let's go home." Nan Yizhu wrapped an arm around her waist, pulling her closer. Yuzun had already reached the door of the private room, and Rong In stood watching the retreating figure of the girl, her thoughts trapped in her throat. No one could assist her in such a man's grasp. The more help she sought, the deeper she would sink into the vortex. Having experienced this firsthand, she could only suppress her feelings, standing still. In Rong In regained her composure, shooting a glance at Nan Yizhu. None of them are good people. With that, she brushed past him. Nan Yizhu, perplexed, hurried after her, draping an arm around her shoulders. "And I've changed for the better." Unable to resist, Rong In let a smile slip. Yuzun allowed Ming Shengxiao to enter the No. 1 club while he headed to the restroom, unfamiliar with the presence of another man among the group. Ming Shengxiao quietly took a seat in the corner. When the group noticed Yuzun had not yet arrived, they teased, "How could Yu Xiao bear to leave his little sister here with us to entertain?" The man who entered next caught sight of Shengxiao, his eyes lighting up. "Is this Yu Xiao's new plaything?" he inquired. He approached the table, taking a glass of wine and settling beside Ming Shengxiao. "Why so shy? Don't worry. Big brothers know how to treat you well." Shengxiao shifted her body to the side, firmly swatting away his reaching hand, her small face lifting defiantly, anger evident in her eyes. Quite feisty, aren't we? But that's Yu Xiao's woman, someone cautioned. You'd best not overstep. What marks does she bear of his? The man dismissed the warning, his arm draping over Shengxiao's shoulder, his breath reeking of alcohol as he leaned closer. Come here, let Big Brother give you a kiss. Shengxiao struggled to break free, but he grasped her hand tightly. Just then, Yuzun entered and beheld the scene unfolding before him. A sinister smile creeping upon his lips, his deep-set eyes instilling a sense of dread. Shengxiao's wrist felt numb from his grip, and she desperately attempted to shake him off. Let go, she protested, her face tilting upward. At that moment, a woman who had followed the man inside recognized her. You. Aren't you the one who went to Qianxi with Yin Xiao the other day? Are you pregnant with his child? What are you doing with Yu Xiao now? The woman was clearly baffled. Upon hearing this, Yu Zun's gaze turned sharp, a chilling aura radiating from him. Get out! All of you out! Yin Zhanqing shouted, hurling a wine bottle against the wall, shards of brown glass scattering. The others quickly left with their companions, not daring to interject. Shengxiao, hunched over, slowly made her way to the exit. Yin Zhanqing was acutely aware of the hurt he was causing, yet he found himself rooted to the spot, unable to move. Shengxiao leaned against the wall without looking back, simply leaving him with these parting words. Yin Zhanqing, have you ever considered that I might lose my life because of this? He didn't care. If he had, things wouldn't be as they were. Pressed against the wall, she could only inch forward. It was only after she exited the private room that he rushed after her. Shengxiao, let me take you to the hospital. Shengxiao pushed him away, but he refused to budge. I don't want to see you. Do you really want me to die in front of you? Yin Zhanqing froze, wishing to make amends, but Shengxiao continued to lean against the wall. Her body bent as she moved step by step toward the exit. Outside, the neon lights of Qianxi shimmered alluringly, but her pants were soaked with blood, and her abdomen throbbed as if being twisted. At that moment, her phone rang. She fumbled through her bag, finally retrieving it, and when she pressed the answer button, a furious voice pierced through. Shengxiao, where the hell are you? Bending down, she crouched on the cold pavement, her other hand propping her up against the icy curb. Yu Zun's voice, filled with rage, didn't sound as detestable as usual. Instead, she felt a flicker of warmth spreading through her cold heart. People are like this. A sudden gesture of warmth is something easily grasped. Her legs trembled from the cold, her throat tightening as she finally managed to utter, Yuzun. Shengxiao leaned against a camphor tree, her knees drawn up, pressing her hands against her abdomen. Yuzun's car sped across the street, and upon exiting, he spotted her lying still. He hurried over, her dark hair obscuring her face. Yuzun crouched down, gently pushing her shoulder. What are you doing in a place like this? As she opened her eyes, her pale face appeared almost unrecognizable. Her lips parted, but words failed her. Seeing her in distress, Yuzun scooped her up, his palm encountering something sticky. Under the streetlight, his expression shifted to one of horror. What happened to you? I don't know. My stomach hurts so much. Shengxiao replied in a barely audible whisper. She knew her period had just ended, making it impossible for her to be pregnant, as Yin Zhanqing had claimed. The thought of him sent a dull ache through her heart, prompting her to shut her eyes. How could he be so cold as to hold her like this? To insist she should not keep the so-called child? How could she trust his words that he would remain indifferent to her past? Yuzun rushed her to the nearest hospital. When they arrived at the emergency room, the doctor inquired, is she pregnant? Shengxiao had always been diligent with her contraceptive measures. There was no way she could be expecting. Yuzun, without hesitation, denied it. Impossible. When Shengxiao emerged from surgery, still under the effects of anesthesia, the doctor presented Yuzun with her medical report. It turned out she had developed a cyst on her right ovary, with significant bruising across her abdomen, likely from a severe impact causing the cyst to rupture. Fortunately, she had undergone laparoscopic surgery and would not face further complications. Had she arrived any later, a hysterectomy would have been necessary. The laparoscopic procedure was minor, and upon waking, Ming Shengxiao felt little pain. Yuzun had booked her the best VIP room, complete with television, a bathroom, and a lounge, providing every comfort. When Ming Shengxiao opened her eyes, she found herself receiving an intravenous drip, and the only person in the hospital room was Yuzun. He sat on the sofa, the morning sun casting splendid hues of red through the blinds, illuminating the contours of his profile. With one hand propping up his chin, the sleeves of his black shirt rolled up, his strong, sculpted nose appeared meticulously chiseled. Shengxiao moved her hand, only to realize it was connected to an. The faint rustling sound stirred Yuzun from his reverie, and he approached her. "What happened to me?" she asked weakly. "Nothing much, just a minor surgery," he replied, sitting on the edge of her bed. "How did I end up here?" "This afternoon, I was taken to the police station," she said, her breath faint. "They mentioned reopening the investigation of the case. When I came out, I ran into Yin Zhanxing and discovered it was his idea." "And how did you get those injuries?" Ming Shengxiao initially intended to downplay the situation, but Yuzun's direct inquiry pierced through her facade. "He wants you back by his side, so he resorted to such measures." "Since it was a negotiation, how did you get hurt?" Ming Shengxiao hesitated. "I accidentally bumped into the coffee table while we were struggling." Yuzun glanced at her, not pressing further. Sensing his silence, she tentatively spoke. "What about that case? What should we do? Did you not consider the consequences when you pushed Sun Yin down the stairs?" Lying motionless on the bed, she refused to divulge the truth. Yuzun, witnessing her stubbornness, couldn't help but smirk cynically. "Since it was your sister who pushed him, she must bear the responsibility." Ming Shengxiao's eyes widened in fear, unable to mask her anxiety. "You." She realized he might have overheard her conversation with Xiang Si. "You wouldn't understand." She averted her gaze, looking out the window. As she recounted the incident, her tone remained calm, but the tremor in her voice betrayed her. "In that fire, if my sister hadn't pushed me away, I might have been crushed to death. She sacrificed her life for mine. I understand her actions. When our parents were buried, we couldn't even find their complete ashes. Yet all these years, Sun Yin has been living well. We have no power or influence, and when I left the police station, I felt no joy." Shengxiao turned her face back to Yuzun, locking eyes with him. "One life is brushed aside by your mere words. What about my parents? If karma were to be served, my sister would not have had to push Sun Yin down the stairs. Xiang Si was merely a fragile woman. Her drastic action was a testament to the deep-seated resentment she harbored." Yuzun's lips remained tightly pressed, his eyes shrouded in an unfathomable darkness. He remained silent until the doctor entered for a checkup, at which point he stood up. "You should rest. I'll have Aunt bring your sister over." After he left the room, the doctor examined Shengxiao's wounds while handing her a thermometer. "Be careful in the future. Fortunately, you were brought in promptly. Otherwise, you could have lost your uterus. At such a young age, a hysterectomy would be a lifelong regret." Shengxiao turned her face away, tears cascading down uncontrollably. "Hey, don't cry. It's all right now. There won't be any after effects." The young doctor hurriedly consoled her. Ming Shengxiao raised an arm to shield her eyes. Yet her sobs only intensified, as if her heart could no longer contain the pain. When Yuzun returned after a phone call, he found the doctor comforting her. He stood by the bedside, where Shengxiao was weeping with her eyes covered. He noticed her tears slipping through her fingers, cascading down her smooth neck. Yuzun shoved his hands into his pockets, a wave of inexplicable annoyance coursing through him, and he found himself feeling just as troubled. Once the doctor finished his rounds and left, Yuzun approached her bed, pulling her arm away. "Stop crying. It's not as if you can't have children anymore. Is it that you wish to bear a child for me?" Ming Shengxiao, with swollen eyes, shook her head in earnest. Yuzun tossed a few tissues from the bedside table onto her face. "Don't worry about that case. His attempt to reopen the investigation won't be so simple. I've buried it deep. I doubt it can resurface." Before noon, Auntie arrived with Xiang Si. Since Shengxiao had just undergone surgery, she couldn't eat greasy foods. Auntie poured the congee from the thermos into a bowl. Seeing her sister's pale complexion, Xiang Si sat by the bed and cried for a long while. "Sister, please don't cry." Chapter 67. The sound of the piano flowed like a gentle stream, leaving a lingering taste of longing at its conclusion. Ming Shengxiao had never played so harmoniously with anyone before. After all, the other hand was not her own. Yuzun spread his fingers, lightly pressing the keys, and said to Shengxiao, "If one day you could only play with one hand, I would be your other hand." Ming Shengxiao was moved. This side of him was new to her. Upon closer inspection, his eyes held more than just a fierce demeanor, at least when he spoke those words. His gaze was soft. Feeling slightly embarrassed under his scrutiny, she lowered her lashes and turned her face away. Her hands were her lifeline. How could she ever allow them to be destroyed? Yuzun reached out and tucked a strand of her hair behind her waist. "Let us go get a haircut one day, together with your sister, just to unwind." Xiangxi beamed at this suggestion. The next day, Shengxiao planned to take Xiangxi out shopping. Having spent so much time in the hospital, Xiangxi had a chance to enjoy herself. Shengxiao had already thought it through the night before. With Xiangxi's beautiful hair, the trending big waves would surely look stunning on her. When Yuzun came downstairs, he found Xiangxi helping Aunt he set the table. Shengxiao was in the kitchen getting bowls ready for kanji. Yuzun stood at the staircase, observing Xiangxi, who was all smiles and had made an effort to dress up. Leaning against the banister, he suddenly realized that she, unable to stand, was in a wheelchair. How could she possibly have pushed Sun Yin down the stairs? He had deliberately visited the scene of the incident, noting the stainless steel railing surrounding the top floor. Even if Xiangxi had attempted to ram him with the wheelchair, it was implausible. The only possibility was that she could have stood at one point and pushed Sun Yin down with all her might. Yet, Shengxiao had chosen to take the blame. Why was she still hiding the truth? Setting aside his doubts, Yuzun approached the dining table. Shengxiao handed the bowl of kanji to Xiangxi, cautioning, "Sister, be careful. It's hot." The century-old preserved egg and lean meat kanji had just been cooked, and Xiangxi took it gingerly, steam rising from the bowl. Unbeknownst to her, Yuzun was watching intently. She instinctively offered the bowl to him. "You eat first." When Yuzun reached out to take it, he accidentally loosened his grip. "Amuxiang siskimed." Shengxiao quickly set down her bowl and rushed over, anxiously kneeling before Xiangxi, gently wiping the kanji off her legs with a cloth. Sister, are you okay?" she exclaimed, nearly in tears, her eyes misting. Yuzun nonchalantly remarked, "You don't feel the heat in your legs, do you?" Only then did Shengxiao recall that while her heart had settled, she still felt a pang for Xiangxi. "Sister, does it hurt?" Xiangxi's other hand clenched tightly, forming crescent-shaped imprints in her palm. Cold sweat trickled from her hairline as she forced a smile. After releasing her tightly held fingers, she gently caressed Shengxiao's head. "Sister, it doesn't hurt. Have you forgotten? I lost all sensation in my legs long ago." Shengxiao's eyes brimmed with compassion. "Sister, I'm so sorry, you silly girl." Xiangxi's eyes glimmered with unshed tears. "Help me to the room to change. We're going out soon, aren't we?" Shengxiao nodded, wheeling Xiangxi into the room. She fetched a towel and warm water, but gasped upon removing Xiangxi's pants. Her sister's legs were marked with red burns from the kanji, some areas even blistering, covering her mouth in shock. Shengxiao felt the pain as if it were inflicted upon herself. "I'm fine, I don't feel any pain." Shengxiao crouched down and embraced Xiangxi's waist. "Sister, you must recover quickly." Xiangxi's right hand tightened around Shengxiao's back as she struggled to suppress the pain, the metallic taste of blood from biting her own tongue lingering in her mouth. "Don't worry, I will." After Shengxiao helped Xiangxi change clothes. As she pushed her out, Yuzun had just finished breakfast. Xiangxi avoided the man's gaze and approached the dining table. "Are you okay?" Xiangxi looked up and forced out, "I'm fine." Yuzun smiled. "That's good. It was unintentional on my part." Upon hearing this, Shengxiao felt she could not reprimand him, so she lowered her head, refraining from speaking to Yuzun. Before long, he left the imperial residence. After having breakfast, Shengxiao wanted to take Xiangxi out, but Xiangxi claimed she suddenly felt unwell, hastily ate a few bites, and returned to the bedroom. After the last incident, Su Ai you felt like a rat crossing the street, with high G's men dispersed and her too afraid to show her face. Spending her days merely accompanying drinks in a small bar. Standing at the alley's entrance, she glanced at her phone, calculating the time. The moment was nearly at hand. Having spent 1,000 yuan to acquire this information, The alley was narrow, just enough for a car to pass, and, as headlights approached, Su Ai checked the vehicle's license plate, confirming it was the right one. She dashed forward and fell in front of a black BMW. The man slammed on the brakes and immediately stepped out of the car. "Are you all right?" Su Ai, clad in a light-colored camisole and black leather shorts, revealed her fair thighs, feigning unbearable pain as she looked up at him. This was Sang Yin. The man had deep-set features. As he crouched down, the outline of his muscular chest was faintly visible through his collar. A wave of regret washed over Su Ai. Had she known, she would never have followed that old man Hai Gu. It was truly her own folly. "I'm fine, I think I just twisted my ankle." Sang Yin studied Su Ai's face for a moment, noting her heavy makeup, which nearly obscured her true appearance. "I'll take you to the hospital," he said, reaching out to assist her. As Su Ai stood on her tiptoes, her upper body leaned against the man, creating a provocative display of her cleavage. "I don't want to go to the hospital." The man smirked. "Then where do you want to go?" "That depends on you." Sang Yin understood her intentions and helped Su Ai into the car. She had long sought a pillar of support, even if she could not contend with Yuzun. At least she wouldn't have to endure such a dark existence anymore. Sang Yin naturally fulfilled her wish by taking her back to Linglong Bay. 2 guards stood at the entrance. As Sang Yin brought her inside, he leaned towards one and whispered, "Tell my sister to come over." "What did you say?" Sang Yin lowered his voice. "I told them not to come in and ruin my good fortune." When Ming Shengxiao received a call from Shu Tian, the latter said nothing but urged her to hurry to Linglong Bay. Uncertain of the situation, Shengxiao took a taxi there. Shu Tian awaited her at the entrance, and as soon as Shengxiao alighted, she seized her wrist and rushed inside. "Shu Tian, what's going on?" Shengxiao was led to a standalone villa, where Shu Tian opened the door to reveal Su Ai sitting on the sofa, barefoot and leaning against Sang Yin. Upon seeing them, Sang Yin stood up. "You finally made it." Su Ai's gaze darted around the group, her complexion pale. "I never expected. You would be so foolish as to deliver yourself." Shu Tian approached Sang Yin, lifting her chin slightly. "During our time at Hua Air, weren't you always saying how we poor people could never gain entry? I trust you understand now." Su Ai, incredulous, glared at Sang Yin with fury. "It was you. I recognized you the moment I laid eyes on you." After all, when Shu Tian was left battered in the hospital, she had given Su Ai's photo to Sang Yin. Su Ai only knew someone was searching for her, but never imagined it would be Sang Yin. With a cold glint in his eyes, Sang Yin embraced Shu Tian. "She is my woman." Su Ai's shoulders slumped, her expression desolate. Shu Tian took Shengxiao's hand and approached Su Ai. With a swift motion, she slapped her. "Weren't you the one who had us dealt with?" Another slap followed. "You even threatened our lives, Su Ai. Why don't you come and collect?" Ming Shengxiao was taken aback by Shu Tian's ferocity. Su Ai was left reeling, bloodied and disheveled. It was evident that today was her day of reckoning, as Shu Tian embodied the essence of a vengeful gang leader, and she was bound to pay the price. Sang Yin approached and seated himself on the opposite sofa, addressing Shu Tian. "Return to her what she has done to you, but in double measure." Ming Shengxiao couldn't help but glance sideways. The tone was strikingly similar to Yuzun's. Shu Tian, seething with rage, grabbed Ming Shengxiao, exclaiming, "If it weren't for her father, your uncle and aunt wouldn't have met their untimely demise. Killing her would not quench my thirst for vengeance." Ming Shengxiao clenched her fist, refraining from striking back. "Just think, she nearly took your life back then." Shu Tian forcefully yanked Su Ai's arm, causing her strap to slip and reveal a significant expanse of skin. Shu Tian then yanked her hair, slamming her head to the ground. Su Ai, too frightened to retaliate, could only scream as she endured the blows. "I'll tell you this. Bullying Shengxiao is tantamount to bullying me. She is my only friend in this lifetime, and I won't let you harm her." Su Ai shielded her head with both hands, blood trickling from her nose. "Stop, please. Don't hit me." She caught a glimpse of Shengxiao and desperately clung to her legs. "Save me. Don't let her hit me." Ming Shengxiao, you should understand my plight. My father is dead. I have nothing left, not even a place to call home. If I don't turn to you, who else can I seek? Ming Shengxiao nearly toppled over as Su Aya clung to her legs. Meanwhile, Shutian sat back on the sofa, catching her breath, pointing at Su Aya. What do you say? Shengxiao. Without hesitation, Ming Shengxiao replied, let us send her to the police station. Su Aya's eyes widened in panic. No, I don't want to go to jail. That would be too lenient. I say we send her to the red light district. She loves to seduce men. Let her indulge. Shutian recalled the last time Su Aya had ambushed her, and her anger flared. You and Shutian were kidnapped, and you never reported it. Gathering evidence is likely to be challenging, Sang Yin reminded. Yet, Ming Shengxiao remained resolute. My parents had no recourse back then. Now Sun Yin has received her comeuppance. Su Aya must face the consequences of her actions. Shutian knew Ming Shengxiao's character. Sending someone to the red light district was not something she could condone. Fine, let us take her to the police station. Sang Yin added, I have some connections. Securing a kidnapping charge won't be an issue. I don't want to go to jail. I don't. Su Aya, raised in luxury, could hardly fathom her current predicament. She clung desperately to Ming Shengxiao's sleeve. Please let me go. I truly don't want to be imprisoned. Shutian stepped forward, pulling her away. Consider yourself lucky. This is already too lenient. Let go. Su Aya fell to the ground, her eyes blazing with fury. Shutian, if you don't kill me today, I will make sure you pay for this. Shutian, unfazed, retorted, you think you can threaten me? I'll be waiting for your retaliation. Just pray you don't end up rotting in jail. Sang Yin snapped his fingers, and someone entered to drag the protesting Su Aya away. Ming Shengxiao observed coldly, maintaining her belief in karmic retribution. Exhausted from her exertions, Shu Qian's palms were red as she beckoned Ming Shengxiao to sit beside her. Don't be afraid. No one will harm you again. Until I catch her. My heart won't be at peace. Ming Shengxiao smiled genuinely. Thank you, Shutian. Do we really need to express gratitude between us? She replied, casting a glance at Sang Yin. Besides, today, someone has shown remarkable restraint against temptation. Sang Yin understood her meaning and extinguished his cigarette. Didn't you say my injury hasn't fully healed? I should take it easy and not exert myself? Shutian, realizing he had revealed their intimate conversation, felt her face flush with embarrassment and quickly grabbed a nearby cushion to throw at him. Stop being ridiculous. Ming Shengxiao couldn't help but smile. Just like her, Shutian had been thrust onto this path against her will, yet their fates diverged. At least, Sang Yin loved her, and she reciprocated his feelings. Shutian insisted on treating Ming Shengxiao to a meal at Linglong Bay, but her concern for Xiang Si led her to leave shortly after. On her way back, Ming Shengxiao bought some ointment for burns. Entering the royal impression, she saw Xiang Si sitting on a swing, engrossed in a book, oblivious to Ming Shengxiao's approach. Sister, Ming Shengxiao snatched the book away, only to discover it was about rehabilitation techniques. Why are you only back now? Ming Shengxiao returned the book to Xiang Si and chatted for a moment. Sister, I bought some medicine. Let me apply it to your legs. I don't feel any pain. That doesn't matter. Your legs are peeling. Ming Shengxiao insisted, gently pushing Xiang Si inside. After applying the ointment and changing clothes, she emerged to find night had fallen. As usual, after dinner, Yuzuan received a phone call and turned to Ming Shengxiao, who was watching television. Let us go out for some fun. She knew that going out meant a night at the club, and she was not inclined to join. I don't want to go. Her life was typically orderly, but Yuzuan, standing tall, blocked her path with an undeniable air of authority. But I want to go. Reluctantly, Ming Shengxiao lowered her legs from her cross-legged position and walked past Yuzuan towards Xiang Si, saying, I need to change. When Ming Shengxiao returned, she wore a white bear hoodie, a purchase made alongside Shutian on Taobao. They had chosen to buy one each, finding the retail price too daunting. She tied her hair up high, exposing her slender neck. Yuzuan approached. You look so youthful. He grasped her small hand, and they exited royal impression together. They headed to a club named Desire, which Yuzuan seemed to frequent. Ming Shengxiao, hand in hand with him, entered. Desire boasted several levels, with the dance floor elevated and suspended in the air, reminiscent of clouds drifting through the sky. A captivating pole dancer took center stage. electrifying the audience while whistles and lewd banter fill the air. Surrounding them, the arched walls framed women clad in revealing hot pants, igniting the atmosphere. This place oscillated between a paradise and a hellish nightmare. After Yuzuan acquired desire, he reserved it primarily for himself. As he led Ming Shengxiao inside, his companions greeted him one by one. Ming Shengxiao kept her head down, following closely. One observant friend teased, "Yuzuan, it looks like you found a new plaything. Aren't you getting tired of her yet?" Leaning back, Yuzuan draped an arm around Ming Shengxiao's shoulders and pulled her closer. "Have you seen her? She is irresistible." Ming Shengxiao's face flushed with embarrassment as laughter erupted around them. Yuzuan merely patted her shoulder, and someone handed him a drink. "Sister, here as to you." Ming Shengxiao shook her head. The vodka, mixed with green tea, presented a murky hue, and she abstained from alcohol, unable to even tolerate its scent. "What is this? Not indulging?" The man turned to Yuzuan. "Your sister is quite innocent. How did you end up with a girl who can't drink? This must be so dull." Seeing her frown, Yuzuan smiled and took the drink, guiding the rim towards her lips. "Just a sip. It won't tea get you drunk." With that, Ming Shengxiao reluctantly parted her lips, and he tilted the glass. Cough, cough. The drink went down the wrong way, and Ming Shengxiao covered her mouth, her face turning crimson as tears threatened to spill. Yuzuan sipped elegantly, unfazed by the commotion. Wine flowed as he pressed his palm against Sheng Zhao's waist, and in the blink of an eye, he leaned in, capturing her lips with his. When she nearly gasped for breath, he transferred the wine from his mouth to hers. Ming Shengxiao's eyes widened in surprise. Forcibly held against his lips, she had no choice but to swallow the wine he offered. His gaze softened slightly as he ensnared her tongue, their kiss bordering on the fervent. The surrounding crowd showed no signs of shock. Having consumed alcohol, they merely sought amusement with their companions. The door of the first club swung open as a server brought in more drinks, and a man passing by halted in his tracks, recognizing a familiar figure. He rested his hand against the door handle, while Yuzuan, hearing the commotion, finally released Ming Shengxiao. Her face flushed crimson, a few droplets of wine staining her white collar. Upon seeing Nan Yiju standing at the entrance, Yuzuan took Ming Shengxiao's hand and led her outside. It was only then that she noticed a tall woman accompanying Nan Yiju, standing at least 7 meters tall, dressed casually with her long hair cascading down her shoulders. Her presence exuded an aura that was difficult for Ming Shengxiao to articulate. After exchanging a few words with Yuzuan, the conversation shifted back to Ming Shengxiao. "Isn't this the prodigy from war?" one remarked. "Aren't you already tied down by a woman?" Rong In, who rarely visited the club, had been dragged along by Nan Yiju for some fun. Her gaze lingered on Sheng Zhao's face, sensing a difference in this girl compared to those she had encountered before. The glint in her eyes bore a resemblance to her own past experiences, perhaps another soul coerced by a demon. Frowning, Rong In had never held Yuzuan in high regard, having witnessed his ruthlessness firsthand. Though Nan Yiju was also cruel, he seemed to retain a semblance of humanity in comparison. As Ming Shengxiao lowered her head, Rong In opened her mouth to speak. The man who entered last caught sight of Shengxiao, commenting, "Is this the new toy of young Master Yu?" He leaned closer, taking a glass of wine from the table beside him. "What's wrong, Shai? No need to be scared. We older brothers know how to treat you well." Ming Shengxiao turned away, slapping his outstretched hand away, her small face lifting defiantly, the anger in her eyes unmistakable. "Oh, quite feisty, aren't we?" someone nearby noted, warning him, "That's young Master Yu's woman. You'd best not touch her." "Touch her? Where's the mark I left on her?" The man feigned ignorance, draping his arm around Sheng Zhao's shoulder, leaning in with breath reeking of alcohol. "Come here, let me give you a kiss." Desperately, Ming Shengxiao tried to break free, but he held her hand tightly. Just then, Yuzuan entered, a dark smirk forming on his lips as he approached. Ming Shengxiao's wrist was squeezed painfully, and she struggled to shake him off. "Let go," she demanded, her small face raised defiantly. At that moment, the woman who had followed the man recognized her. "You. Weren't you with young Master Yin at Qianse the other day? Are you pregnant with his child?" How is it that you're now with young Master Yu? The woman's confusion was palpable, and Yu Zun's expression darkened dangerously. Ming Shengxiao's heart raced as the man leaned closer, and she caught sight of Yu Zun standing not far away. What happened to you back then? Young Master Yin was ruthless enough to force you into losing the baby. The woman continued speaking loudly, while Ming Shengxiao's face paled, trembling as she wished the woman would stop. Yet the words caught in her throat, refusing to come out. Surely, young Master Yu doesn't know about this? The woman remained oblivious to Yu Zun's presence behind her, and the expressions of the men around them shifted. The man beside Ming Shengxiao, oblivious to the danger, attempted to touch her face. Just then, Yu Zun's presence loomed, and as he placed a hand on the man's shoulder, the man looked up, startled. Before he could speak, Yu Zun seized the man's collar with his left hand and delivered a punch to his face, blood erupting and splattering across Ming Shengxiao's pristine white sweatshirt. She gasped in shock as Yu Zun continued to rain down blows without pause, the sound echoing like a drumbeat against a heavy bag. The onlookers rushed forward, attempting to restrain Yu Zun. "Young master, please let it go," they pleaded. "Get off," Yu Zun shouted, delivering another punch, blood splattering onto the man's hair. Ming Shengxiao felt her legs weaken, her heart racing. The scene unfolded like a sanguinary nightmare within the club. Finally, when the man lay motionless, Yu Zun released his grip. With a swift motion, he grabbed a bottle from the coffee table and smashed it against the man's head, declaring, "You dare to play with my woman? You don't have the right." The man slumped against the couch, lifeless. The previously vocal woman shrieked in terror, attempting to flee. Yu Zun calmly withdrew a tissue, meticulously wiping the blood from his hands. "What did you just say?" The woman felt a chill creep up her spine, her legs turning to jelly. She caught a glimpse of Ming Shengxiao, and a sense of guilt washed over her. If Yu Zun discovered that Ming Shengxiao was carrying Yin Zhanqing's child, he would undoubtedly kill her. Speak. Yet, unable to voice the truth, she hesitated, glancing at the man on the couch before choosing self-preservation. I will tell you. A while back, we encountered young Master Yin at Qinsei. We saw her, and she was pregnant. Yu Zun's movements halted, his gaze heavy and inscrutable. The woman, panicking, continued without thought. They had a dispute. And young Master Yin seemed furious upon learning she was pregnant. He pushed her down, and she bled heavily. We urged him to take her to the hospital, but he refused. I believe he wanted nothing to do with the child. Eventually, we were worried about her bleeding too much. And since young Master Yin wouldn't let us help, he forced us out of the private room. Ming Shengxiao felt as though she were transported back to that fateful day, her legs pressing tightly together, her eyes fluttering in distress. Each word from the woman pierced her heart like a dagger, the pity in her tone twisting the knife deeper. She remembered Yin Zhanqing's desperate pleas. "Shengxiao, wait. Please." Tears welled in her eyes, blurring her vision. As Yu Zun turned to her, the world around Ming Shengxiao darkened. When her eyes opened again, she found Yu Zun standing before her, his towering figure blocking out all light, casting her into a shadowy corner. His face was etched with menace, an oppressive force enveloping her, stifling the air around them. As a man who had just been beaten regained his senses, Ming Shengxiao suddenly stood up, pushing past Yu Zun and fleeing towards the exit. Caught off guard, Yu Zun stumbled back onto the couch, but by the time he regained his footing, she had already dashed outside. Why is she running? Ming Shengxiao's hair was disheveled, most of it escaping from its confines. She knew that if she stayed any longer, Yu Zun would surely turn on her, believing she was with Yin Zhanqing. Bursting out of the club and onto the street, she raised her hand to hail a taxi. Just as the cab came to a halt beside her, Yu Zun grasped her arm from behind, pulling her back with a forceful grip. He slammed the car door shut and dragged Ming Shengxiao into the plaza. "Why are you running? Why are you running?" Chapter 71. The woman continued to speak loudly, while Ming Shengxiao's face turned nearly ashen, her lips trembling as she wished for her to cease. Yet, the words rolled in her throat, unable to escape. Surely, Yu Xiao was unaware of this matter? The woman continued, oblivious to the man standing directly behind her. The expressions of the other men had already shifted, Yet the man beside Shengxiao, unaware of the impending danger, reached out to touch her face. The woman felt a jolt in her shoulder, and just as she was about to speak, she noticed Yuzun brushing past her, the cold wind grazing his cheek. He placed a hand on the man's shoulder, redirecting his attention from Shengxiao. The man gazed up at Yuzun, about to inquire about a fresh experience. Yuzun seized the man's collar with his left hand and immediately delivered a punch to his face, blood erupting forth and splattering on Ming Shengxiao's pristine sweatshirt. She gasped in shock, witnessing Yuzun's relentless assault. Soon, the man ceased to struggle. Shengxiao's face bore a look of terror as the dull thuds echoed, reminiscent of blows against a sandbag. The companions nearby rushed forward, attempting to restrain Yuzun, fearing the escalation of chaos. "You shall please let it go." But Yuzun brushed them aside, delivering another punch that sent blood cascading onto the man's head. Shengxiao's legs weakened, and as Yuzun's eyes glinted with a bloodthirsty rage, he continued his assault without the slightest intention of stopping. The atmosphere within the establishment felt as if it had morphed into a blood-soaked purgatory. It was only when the man lay barely conscious that Yuzun finally relented. He withdrew one leg from the couch and, picking up a wine bottle from the table, hurled it at the man's head. "Let me warn you, if you wish to toy with my woman, you are not fit to live." The man's upper body slumped to the couch, motionless. The earlier speaker, frightened, shrieked and attempted to flee. Yuzun, leisurely extracting a tissue, began to wipe the blood from his hands. "What were you saying earlier?" The woman felt a chill creep up her spine. Her feet tingled as if she had been cast into an ice cellar in the dead of winter. She glanced at Ming Shengxiao, a flicker of guilt igniting within her. If he learned that Shengxiao was with child, fathered by Yin Zhanqing, he might very well kill her. "Speak." However, the woman dared not utter the truth. She could only glance at the man on the couch, choosing self-preservation. "I'll tell you I will. A while back, we encountered Yin Xiao at Qinsa, and we saw her there. She is pregnant." Yuzun's actions halted, his eyelids drooping, concealing whatever thoughts brewed within him. In her panic, the woman continued without restraint. They had a quarrel, and upon learning of her pregnancy, Yin Xiao seemed furious. Later, he pushed her to the ground, and she bled profusely. We urged him to take her to the hospital, but he refused. I believe he must not want the child as they observed her losing too much blood. Fearing repercussions, Yin Xiao forcefully ejected us from the booth. Ming Shengxiao was transported back to that day. Her legs tightened together, her eyelids fluttering with each word spoken by the woman, each syllable like a dagger piercing her heart. The pity felt akin to hands gripping the blade, twisting it savagely. She recalled Yin Zhanqing's desperate plea. "Shengxiao, wait, wait," and then it ceased. A wave of sorrow washed over her, her eyes stinging, unable to open. Yuzun turned, and when Ming Shengxiao opened her eyes, he stood before her. His towering figure blocked the light, encapsulating her in a shadowy corner. His face bore a menacing expression, an invisible pressure coiling around her like a net, rendering the atmosphere nearly suffocating. The man who had been beaten began to recover, groaning softly. Ming Shengxiao suddenly stood, pushing Yuzun aside, and fled towards the exit. Caught off guard, Yuzun stumbled onto the couch, but by the time he regained his composure, she had already dashed outside. Why is she running? Ming Shengxiao's hair was a disheveled mess, most of it escaping the confines of its tie. She understood that remaining would lead to her demise at Yuzun's hands. He must think she bore Yin Zhanqing's child as she burst onto the street. She raised her hand to hail a taxi. When a cab came to a halt beside her, she hurriedly opened the door, yet before she could climb in, Yuzun seized her arm from behind, pulling her back. He kicked the car door shut, dragging Ming Shengxiao to the square. "Why are you running? Why are you running?" Ming Shengxiao shut her eyes. Yuzun emanated an inescapable scent of blood. Her toes barely touched the ground as her shoulders trembled violently. Realizing he had frightened her, Yuzun pressed her against a ginkgo tree, brushing aside the hair from her forehead. Ming Shengxiao felt a warmth emanating from his touch and slowly opened her eyes to see the pulse in his neck throbbing powerfully. Yuzun stepped back. His voice softened considerably. "What are you afraid of?" Her shoulders slackened, yet she could not fathom the source of her fear. Yuzun cradled her face in his hands, feeling the chill of her skin. Does Yin Zhanqing believe that you are carrying my child? Ming Shengxiao lowered her head, unable to conceal the grievance and tears shimmering in her eyes. She turned away, offering no response. She loved Yin Zhanqing. Yuzun was acutely aware of this. He understood her despair and terror from that moment. Did you know you weren't pregnant? Yuzun's right hand rested on her neck. Ming Shengxiao nodded. She had just finished her period and knew then. Then why didn't you tell him? Ming Shengxiao sought to evade, but Yuzun's question struck at her core, rendering her defenseless. I thought, even if I told him, he wouldn't believe me. Upon saying this, she realized the fragility of trust between them. Yuzun stood beneath the streetlight, half of his face bathed in warm yellow light, the other half shrouded in darkness. His brow furrowed slightly. If Ming Shengxiao were truly pregnant, wouldn't his child be left to perish in Yin Zhanqing's hands without clarity? A flash of murderous intent flickered in his eyes, swiftly concealed, leaving Ming Shengxiao to think she merely blinked. When she regained focus, his expression had returned to normal. Yin Zhanqing's earlier resoluteness had become the deepest pain within Ming Shengxiao's heart. No matter how cruel Yuzun might be, he paled in comparison. The man scrutinized her delicate features, realizing why she had not sought Yin Zhanqing after returning to the royal impression. His audacity was astonishing. Even if Ming Shengxiao were with child, the decision to keep or discard it rested solely with him. It was not for Yin Zhanqing to dictate. Ming Shengxiao had anticipated Yuzun would deal with her indiscriminately, yet he grasped her hand and led her towards the parking lot. She followed quietly behind, their shadows nearly merging into one. Upon returning to the royal impression, Xiangxi and Aunt He had long since retired, and the villa was engulfed in darkness. Ming Shengxiao entered the living room, intending to turn on the light, but Yuzun seized her arm and propelled her into the house. She stumbled, nearly falling, but he caught her waist, guiding her upstairs. Enveloped in the darkness, Ming Shengxiao could not see the path, while Yuzun moved with an ease akin to daylight. Grasping his hand, she barely managed to keep pace until they reached the second floor. His hand slipped beneath her clothing, deftly unhooking her bra, leaving her chest suddenly chilled. Her sweatshirt was lifted, only partially removed from her shoulders, binding her arms and rendering her immobile. What are you doing? Yuzun lifted her entirely, her bare back pressed against the smooth silk, and Ming Shengxiao felt a rush of warmth spreading throughout her body. Chapter 32. The following is collected and organized by 00, with copyright belonging to the author or publisher. He approached and gently touched her forehead, only to discover it was burning with heat. Yuzun's brow furrowed, and he swiftly lifted her into his arms. As he entered the living room, Aunt He, who was preparing breakfast, could not help but exclaim, "How did Mo end up here? Did you not watch her ascend the stairs?" And he could sense the underlying anger in his tone, and immediately broke into a cold sweat. Mo merely stated she would go upstairs, and I thought, very well, there is no need for you to come tomorrow, Yuzun declared, before carrying Shengxiao towards the second floor. Aunt He, astonished, felt a swell of grievances that she could not articulate. Xiangxi sat in her wheelchair, equally cold and uncomfortable. She gazed at the man ascending the stairs. Yuzun was evidently contemplating dismissing Aunt He. It was clear he was not as indifferent to her as Shengxiao had suggested. Yuzun brought her upstairs, and when Shengxiao regained consciousness, she saw him standing at the foot of the bed, conversing with someone. With her eyes barely open, she could not see clearly and chose to feign sleep. It was only when Yuzun began to untie her bathrobe that she struggled fiercely, exclaiming, "Let go of me! Let go of me! Is this how you treat your own woman? It feels like an assault." The man beside them interjected, "Su Qian, be silent." Seeing her distressed state, Yuzun refrained from losing his temper and instead explained, "I merely wish to show him your injury. You have a high fever and may have developed an infection." Upon hearing that she would have to expose her back in front of others, Shengxiao became even more anxious, her hands flailing in a panic. Yuzun was inadvertently scratched by her in the process. He quickly turned aside, yet still felt a sharp pain on his face, realizing he was bleeding. "You!" On his remarkably handsome face, it appeared as though a cat had clawed him. Shengxiao froze, noticing the darkness in Yuzun's eyes. A wave of fear surged within her. Su Qian, witnessing this, could not help but tease, "Let me first examine your injury." Yuzun cast a glance and replied, "No need." He then knelt on one knee, firmly holding both of Shengxiao's hands. Su Qian stepped forward. "All right, Zun, don't be too harsh now. Have you forgotten how young Master Zhu fell into trouble with his wife? I'm not like him. The future was uncertain. If she were someone you cherished, would you still be willing to treat her this way? But she is not." Yuzun retorted without hesitation, "She is someone I acquired." Shengxiao's complexion turned pale, devoid of color. "I am merely concerned that you may regret this in the future. Now, tell me, aside from the fever, what else ails her?" Yuzun disregarded the first half of Su Qian's statement, releasing Shengxiao's hands. Gaining her freedom, she immediately curled up under the blankets, revealing only her head. "There are some abrasions. How did this happen?" Yuzun's brow knitted in concern. "You claim they are abrasions. Can't you treat them? If you don't clarify, I won't take responsibility for your life." "Glass, just some minor wounds." "You pervert!" Su Qian lightly scolded him. "I've told you before, there should be moderation in play. If something goes awry, you will come looking for me. You and young Master Zhu are cut from the same cloth." With that, he walked over to the medicine cabinet to fetch some supplies. Su Ro finished speaking and forcefully drew a line across her wrist. Despite ample foreplay on her arm, Shengxiao found it difficult to accommodate Yuzun. He displayed remarkable patience, refraining from thrusting in all at once. Yuzun lowered Shengxiao's legs and began to caress her chest with both hands, indulging in the tactile sensation. He was struggling with his own desires, his dark eyes clouded with lust, which spilled forth with the movement of his waist. Unable to contain herself, Shengxiao let out a fractured moan. Did it hurt? Truthfully, not at all. It was merely a sense of fullness. Yet Shengxiao bit her lip, unable to articulate her feelings. Sensing her silence, the man understood her state and smirked slightly. "Shengxiao, this is quite delightful for both of us. You need not suffer." When he was noble, his every gesture exuded the air of royalty, but in moments of abandon, he embodied sheer roguishness. With a sudden thrust deep inside her, Shengxiao screamed in reaction, attempting to break free as an overwhelming emptiness surged within her, the sounds of their union echoing around them. After a prolonged while, Yuzun finally removed her sweatshirt and held her tightly. He lifted her upper body, gripping her hand as she clung to his neck. This sensation was almost overwhelming. Shengxiao had never experienced anything like it. She clutched Yuzun's neck tightly until the tremor subsided, finally releasing her numb hands. Later in the night, Shengxiao fell into a deep slumber. In the morning, Aunt He called out for them to come down for breakfast, but the room remained silent. Noticing this, Aunt He descended the stairs alone. Yuzun, accustomed to light sleep, had already awakened but chose to remain silent. Shengxiao rested on his arm, her breathing steady and calm. She was utterly exhausted. The blush on her face had yet to fade, and beneath her dense eyelashes, her eyelids fluttered slightly, revealing faint blue veins. Yuzun played with the long hair resting on him, twirling a strand around his fingers, his eyes reflecting a lazy satisfaction. A slight smile graced one corner of his mouth. Indeed, winning a woman's heart is a simple endeavor, especially for someone like Shengxiao, who was still innocent in the ways of the world. Anyone who treated her kindly would easily earn her trust over time. As the head resting on his arm stirred, Shengxiao opened her eyes to find Yuzun propped up on one arm, his deep-set eyes gazing directly at her. Instantly, her face flushed, and she pulled the blanket around herself. "What are you looking at?" Yuzun buried his face in her neck, remarking, "You merely lay there and enjoyed. How is it that you look even more fatigued than I?" Shengxiao, blushing profusely, could not find her voice and turned away from him. Since leaving the hospital, Yan Zhanqing had not sought out Shengxiao again, fully aware that she would not forgive him. The words of Xiang Si echoed in his mind, further convincing him that only by separating from Yuzun could he and Shengxiao have a chance. Utilizing his connections, he had already disrupted many of Yuzun's business dealings, leaving a trail of trouble in his wake. Su Ro had consistently opposed the dissolution of their engagement, and despite the arguments, Yan's parents were unyielding, opting to ignore the matter entirely. The housekeeper brought the meal to the table as Yan Zhanqing pulled out a chair and sat down. Yan's father, wearing gold-rimmed glasses, carried himself with the authority of his high-ranking position, while Yan's mother took the bowl from the housekeeper and placed it before him, saying, "Eat." When Su Ro entered the living room, Yan Zhanqing glanced at her, and even his parents' demeanor was cold, a stark contrast to their treatment of her during her pregnancy. "Miss Su, please sit down and eat," the housekeeper urged, attempting to take the bag from Su Ro's hands. "Wuma, do you not see that there is no soup on the table? Go fetch some," Yan's mother commanded. Su Ro recognized the disdain directed at her. She tightened her grip on her bag and approached Dad, Mom. "You are already addressing them as such before officially entering the family," she thought, feeling humiliated. She turned her gaze to Yan Zhanqing. "Zhanqing, my parents wish to discuss a date to expedite our wedding." Yan Zhanqing sipped the soup handed to him by Wu Ma, then stated, "Su Ro, let's call off the engagement." Her nose tinged with emotion. She stood weakly in the vast living room. "Zhanqing, must we come to this? I love you. I cannot agree to this. Tomorrow, I will personally go to apologize to your parents." "Dad, Mom, do you agree to this?" Su Ro moved beside Yan's mother, clutching her sleeve. "Though I deceived you, my intentions were solely to separate him from that vixen. Mom, I want a grandchild, and I can fulfill that wish immediately. But once Zhanqing breaks off our engagement, he will surely return to that woman. Can you and Dad truly accept her?" Yan Zhanqing's expression darkened as he pushed away the bowl, standing up. Yan's mother appeared slightly moved, acknowledging that Ming Shengxiao was incomparable to Su Ro. "Su Ro, it's best if you leave. This decision is mine, and I will not change it." "Zhanqing, what does she have that is so special?" Yan Zhanqing stepped away, intent on heading upstairs. Su Ro hurried after him, opening her bag to retrieve something. "Zhanqing, dare you take another step?" Yan Zhanqing halted, a flicker of disgust crossing his face as he turned to leave, only to hear Yan's mother scream sharply. He turned back to see Su Ro gripping a knife, poised against her left wrist. Alarmed, he exclaimed, "Su Ro, Zhanqing, I know you no longer love me, but my love for you cannot be taken back. Rather than watch you marry another woman, I would prefer to die." "Su Ro, do not do anything foolish. Put down the knife," Yan's mother urged, rising to intervene. "Mom, do not come any closer." Su Ro pressed the blade into her wrist. "I ask for nothing but for Zhanqing to marry me. Even if he does not love me, I do not care." "Su Ro, you know I detest being threatened." Yan Zhanqing glared at her, preparing to walk away again. "Zhanqing, I will threaten you this once. Let us see who ultimately prevails." With that, Su Ro drew the knife sharply across her wrist, blood immediately spraying onto the polished marble floor. Yan's mother gasped, covering her mouth. "Quick, call an ambulance." "What nonsense!" Yan's father slammed the table and stood up. "What will people think if this gets out?" Upon seeing Su Ro's action, Yan Zhanqing rushed over to catch her as she swayed unsteadily. Yan's father ordered Wu Ma to refrain from calling for an ambulance, striding past Yan Zhanqing without a glance at Su Ro, immediately dialing doctor Gu to come to the house. "This engagement is settled. If you dare entertain other thoughts, beware of the consequences." The upcoming election was imminent, and he did not wish for such trivial matters to ruin his political career. Yan Zhanqing wrapped Su Ro's hand with the bandages brought by Wu Ma, and when Yan's mother saw that she was out of immediate danger, she finally let out a sigh of relief. However, she had lost respect for Su Ro even before she entered the family, willing to resort to self-harm to achieve her ends. "Zhanqing, Zhanqing." Su Ro, in excruciating pain, felt a strange comfort in his concern. Yan Zhanqing's gaze darkened, overflowing with sorrow as he lifted Su Ro into his arms and carried her to his room. Ming Shengxiao sat on the sofa, a plate of pomelo slices laid out before her, nibbling absent-mindedly while occasionally exchanging words with Xiang Si beside her. And he was preparing dinner, and the television was broadcasting the latest news. She picked up the remote and changed the channel, only to have Yan Zhanqing's face suddenly appear on screen. Ming Shengxiao instinctively placed the remote on her lap. The news reported that Yan Zhanqing and Su Ro's wedding would take place next month. coinciding with a pivotal moment in Yan's father's career, heralding a double celebration. Ming Shengxiao, still chewing her pomelo, watched the dashing visage of the man on television. Recalling his earlier words, Shengxiao, I will not marry Su Ro. I want to marry you. Yet now, only a short time later, he was brazenly preparing for his wedding. Ah, how much can one truly trust a man's words? She swallowed hard, the grapefruit lodged in her throat, causing discomfort that nearly brought her to tears. Ming Shengxiao coughed a few times before switching off the television. Shengxiao, are you all right? She shook her head hurriedly, her vision slightly blurred, a sensation of aching pressure overwhelming her. The television frequently aired updates on Yin Zhanqing, some claiming he had inherited his father's good genes, soaring to success. Whenever she caught a glimpse of this, she feigned indifference and changed the channel. All their stories had transpired during the most beautiful moments. Their love veiled in a delicate layer, but once exposed to the harsh light of reality, it became suffocating. Today marked the day of Yin Zhanqing and Su Ro's wedding, and Yuzun had left early. He was likely to have received an invitation, yet he had not asked Shengxiao to accompany him. And he had gone out to buy groceries, leaving only Shengxiao and Ming Shengxiao at the royal impression. After accompanying her sister for rehabilitation exercises, Shengxiao had barely caught her breath when she received a call from Yuzun. Hello, she spoke, balancing the phone between her shoulder and ear as she helped Shengxiao put on her shoes. Shengxiao, what's wrong? I'm at the Sky Hotel. There's a CD in the first drawer of my writing desk. Please bring it to me. The noise on Yuzun's end indicated a bustling crowd. Right now? Yes, immediately. Without further thought, Shengxiao agreed and hung up the phone. She pushed Xiangxi into the living room and headed upstairs to find the CD Yuzun mentioned. As she prepared to leave, Xiangxi called out urgently, Shengxiao, where are you going? Oh, I'm going to the Sky Hotel to deliver this CD to Yuzun. The Sky Hotel was where Yin Zhanqing and Su Ro were holding their wedding. While Shengxiao avoided news about Yin Zhanqing, Xiangxi had taken note. Why did Yuzun want Shengxiao to deliver the CD to the Sky Hotel? Was it merely a coincidence? Sister, I'll be back soon. You can watch TV. When Xiangxi saw her sister grabbing a bag to leave, she quickly bent down to hug her legs. Shengxiao, turning back. Shengxiao was startled by her sister's sudden outburst. Sister, what's the matter? My leg feels uncomfortable. It seems the burn from last time has flared up. It's quite painful. Shengxiao, could you go to the pharmacy outside Royal Impression and get me some ointment? Sister, I'll take you to the hospital. No need. It's just the usual. It's merely a superficial injury. Hurry along. You still need to deliver something to Yuzun. Shengxiao nodded in response and stood up to leave. I'll carry your things. Just go. All right. Shengxiao handed the CD to Xiangxi and stepped out. The Royal Impression was quite expansive. It took her half an hour to go out and return. Upon re-entering, she found Xiangxi watching television, a thin blanket draped over her legs. Sister, let me apply some medicine for you. Xiangxi took the ointment and replied, No, and he will be back soon. Besides, I'm feeling much better now. You should go. It wouldn't be good to delay Yuzun. Hastily, Shengxiao arrived at the Sky Hotel, only to find Yin Zhanqing's wedding photos displayed at the entrance. The couple looked stunning together, yet the man's dark, bright eyes were not on his bride, but rather on Shengxiao. A jolt of emotion surged within her, prompting her to quickly avert her gaze and step inside. She called Yuzun, who instructed her to bring the CD directly to him and provided the box number. After some searching, she finally found the place he mentioned. Entering cautiously, she discovered it was a banquet hall where guests were already inebriated, the rose petals on the red carpet trampled and scattered, clearly indicating that the wedding ceremony had concluded. Staring blankly at the large wedding photo in the distance, she suddenly felt an arm encircle her waist. Just as she turned to look, Yuzun was already leading her forward. I brought the item. Shengxiao lifted the CD in her hand. What is it? Why did you ask me to bring it here? She had initially assumed Yuzun wasn't attending the wedding. However, he walked her down the red carpet toward the newlyweds, Yin Xiao. Shengxiao was not keen on encountering him in such an awkward situation, hastily bowing her head. But Yuzun patted her waist. We are here to congratulate you. Yin Zhanqing noticed her bowed head, gripping the transparent goblet tightly. Su Ro entwined her arm with Yin Zhanqing's, a faint pink scar visible on her wrist. Shengxiao, give him the gift. Suddenly, Shengxiao felt a tightness at her waist, and she looked up in confusion. What gift? I didn't prepare anything when I left. Yuzun took the CD from her and handed it to Yin Zhanqing. Here, this is a special gift for you. A wave of panic washed over Shengxiao, an unsettling feeling gripping her heart. She impulsively wanted to reclaim the CD, but Su Ro, quick to react, snatched it away and handed it to a bridesmaid. Let us see what this grand gift is. Yin Zhanqing frowned, attempting to retrieve the item, but Su Ro positioned herself in front of him, forcing a smile as she looked at Shengxiao. Missimo, you don't mind, do you? At that moment, Shengxiao could only shake her head. The large screen displaying the wedding photos suddenly switched, causing her eyelids to twitch. The sense of unease intensified, and at her side, Yuzun grasped her small hand, a faint smile on his face, as if he were enjoying a spectacle. His grin was wicked, with ulterior motives lurking beneath. The screen trembled slightly, and just as Shengxiao felt her heart leap in her throat, an image appeared. She widened her eyes, her worry dissipating as she realized it was merely a template video from the computer, showcasing a blue sky with white whales swimming in the vast ocean. What a prank! Shengxiao exhaled in relief. Yet, her right hand was suddenly gripped tightly, Yuzun's hold firm, causing her fingers to press painfully against each other. What is this? Su Ro asked, puzzled. Yuzun's face darkened, his eyes betraying a hint of malice. Yin Zhanqing, of course. Wouldn't he be foolish enough to believe Yuzun would bring such a video to mock him? The only explanation was that the CD had been switched. His eyes glimmered with excitement as he turned to Shengxiao. Yuzun merely smirked coldly, pulling Shengxiao's hand as they exited. Confused, Shengxiao was almost dragged out by Yuzun, her hurried pace leaving her breathless. Let go, what are you doing? Where's the CD? Shengxiao collided with his suddenly halted figure, looking up at him. What CD? Didn't you already give it to them? Don't play dumb with me. Yuzun's long arm encircled her, trapping her in his embrace. Shengxiao, that CD was placed by me. No one else knows where it is. Do you think I'm unaware of its contents? What should it contain? Shengxiao pushed against his chest. Yuzun, what game are you trying to play? You dare keep pretending. Shengxiao felt wronged. Whatever you say, this is the CD from your study. I didn't touch it. Still being stubborn? Yuzun continued to pull her toward his vehicle. Shengxiao had not seen him like this for a long time. Chapter 73. As the blood spurted forth, it splattered onto the smooth marble floor, startling Yan's mother into covering her mouth with her hands. Quick, call for an ambulance. Yan's father slammed the table and stood up. What a disgrace. If this gets out. Upon seeing Su Ro's condition, Yin Zhanqing rushed to catch her as she swayed. You. Yan's father silenced the housekeeper, not allowing her to call for an ambulance. He walked past Yin Zhanqing without a glance at Su Ro and immediately called Dr. Gu, asking him to come to the house. This marriage is settled. If you dare entertain any other thoughts, I'll break your legs. The upcoming election was about to begin, and he didn't want to jeopardize his career over such trivial matters. Yin Zhanqing wrapped Su Ro's hand with a bandage brought by the housekeeper. Seeing that she was out of immediate danger, Yan's mother finally sighed in relief, though she had already disdained Su Ro even before she entered the door, willing to go to such lengths to force her way. Zhanqing. Su Ro endured unbearable pain, yet found solace in his apparent concern. Yin Zhanqing's gaze deepened, a profound sorrow emanating from the depths of his being. He lifted Su Ro and carried her to his room. Shengxiao sat on the sofa, a plate of pomelo arranged before her, nibbling absent-mindedly while exchanging idle chatter with Xiang Si beside her. And he was busy preparing dinner, and the television broadcasted the latest news. She picked up the remote and changed the channel. Suddenly, Yin Zhanqing's face appeared on the screen. Shengxiao instinctively placed the remote on her lap. The news reported that Yin Zhanqing and Su Ro's wedding would take place next month, coinciding with a potential promotion for Yan's father. A double celebration, indeed. The pomelo in Shengxiao's mouth remained unchewed as she gazed at the man's spirited visage on the television, recalling his words. Shengxiao, I will not marry Su Ro. I intend to marry you. Yet, merely a short time had passed, and he was ostentatiously preparing for his wedding. How much can one trust a man's words? She swallowed hard, the pomelo lodged in her throat, tears nearly spilling from her eyes. Mo Shengxiao coughed a few times and switched off the television. Shengxiao, are you all right? Mo Shengxiao quickly shook her head, her vision slightly blurred and her eyes feeling heavy. The television often featured updates on Yin Zhanqing. Some claimed he had inherited his father's admirable genes and was swiftly rising through the ranks. Whenever she saw these reports, she feigned indifference. For all their stories had unfolded during the most glorious moments. Their love had been veiled in a delicate gossamer, once exposed to the sunlight. It would be crushed by the weight of reality. Today marked the day of Yin Zhanqing and Su Ro's wedding. Yuzun had left early, presumably having received an invitation, yet he had not invited Mo Shengxiao to accompany him, and he had gone out to buy groceries, leaving only Mo Shengxiao and Mo Xiangxi in the vast residence. Mo Shengxiao had just finished accompanying her sister with her rehabilitation exercises and had yet to catch her breath when she received a call from Yuzun. "Hello," she spoke, balancing the phone between her shoulder and ear while helping Xiangxi put on her shoes. "Shengxiao, what is it? I'm at the Sky Hotel. There's a CD in the first drawer of my writing desk. Please bring it to me." The noise on Yuzun's end suggested a lively gathering. "Right now?" "Yes." Immediately. Without further thought, Mo Shengxiao agreed and hung up. She guided Xiangxi into the living room and then ascended the stairs to find the CD Yuzun mentioned. As she prepared to leave, Xiangxi urgently called out, "Shengxiao, where are you going?" "Oh, I'm going to the Sky Hotel to deliver this CD to Yuzun." The Sky Hotel was, after all, the venue for Yin Zhanqing and Su Ro's wedding. While Mo Shengxiao tended to avoid news of Yin Zhanqing, Xiangxi had taken note of it. Why did Yuzun want her to deliver a CD to the Sky Hotel? Was it merely coincidental? "Sis, I'll be back soon. You can watch TV." Seeing her sister ready to leave, Xiangxi bent down and hugged her legs. "Shengxiao." Mo Shengxiao turned back, startled by her sister's demeanor. "Sis, what's wrong?" "My leg feels uncomfortable, probably from the burn I sustained last time. It's quite distressing." "Shengxiao, could you please buy me some ointment from the pharmacy outside the Royal Impression?" "Sis, let me take you to the hospital." "No need, it's the usual. Just some superficial injuries." "Hurry and go. You still have to deliver something to Yuzun." Upon hearing this, Mo Shengxiao nodded and prepared to head out. "I'll carry your things. Hurry." "All right." Mo Shengxiao handed the CD to Xiangxi and stepped out. The Royal Impression was expansive, and it took her a good half hour to return after leaving. When she entered, Xiangxi was still watching television, a light blanket draped over her legs. "Sis, let me apply the ointment for you." Xiangxi took the ointment, but replied, "No need. Auntie will be back soon. Besides, I feel much better now. You should go. It would be bad to delay Yuzun." Mo Shengxiao hurried to the Sky Hotel, only to find Yin Zhanqing's wedding photos displayed at the entrance. A perfect couple, handsome and beautiful. The man's dark, bright eyes did not gaze at his bride, but instead seemed to pierce through the image and land on Mo Shengxiao's face. A sudden jolt coursed through her heart, prompting her to avert her gaze as she entered. She called Yuzun, who instructed her to take the CD directly inside and provided her with a box number. After searching for a while, she finally located the place Yuzun mentioned. Entering, she discovered it was a grand hall. Guests were in high spirits, and rose petals littered the red carpet, evidence that the wedding ceremony had concluded. Mo Shengxiao stared at the large wedding photo in the distance, momentarily lost in thought, when a hand suddenly wrapped around her waist. Just as she turned to look, Yuzun had already pulled her forward. "I brought the item," Mo Shengxiao announced, raising the CD. "What is it? Why did you bring it here?" Initially, she had thought Yuzun was not attending the wedding, but he led her down the red carpet toward the newlyweds, addressing Yin Xiao. Mo Shengxiao wished to avoid this awkward encounter and hurriedly lowered her head. But Yuzun gently patted her back and said, "We are here to congratulate you." Seeing her bowed head, Yin Zhanqing tightened his grip on the transparent goblet in his hand. Su Ro reached out to link her arm with his, a faint pink scar glaring on her wrist. Shengxiao, given the gift. Mo Shengxiao felt a sudden tightening around her waist, startled as she looked up. "What gift? I did not prepare anything when I left." Yuzun took the CD from her hands and presented it to Yin Zhanqing. Take a look. This is specially for you. A wave of panic surged within Ming Shengxiao, an unsettling feeling engulfing her as she impulsively wished to reclaim the CD. Suro, quick to react, snatched the CD away and handed it to her maid of honor. Let us see what this grand gift is. Yin Zhanqing frowned, attempting to retrieve the item, but Su Ro stood in front of him, forcing a smile as she addressed Ming Shengxiao. Miss Mo, you don't mind, do you? At that moment, Ming Shengxiao could only shake her head. Just then, the large screen displaying the couple's wedding photos abruptly changed, causing her eyelids to twitch. The sense of unease deepened. Beside her, Yuzun gripped her hand tightly, a smirk on his face, seemingly enjoying the spectacle. The screen flickered a few times, and as Ming Shengxiao's heart raced, the image finally appeared. Her eyes widened in surprise, her anxiety dissipating. It was merely a video template from a computer, showing a vast blue sky with a white whale swimming in the endless ocean. What a prank! Ming Shengxiao exhaled, relieved. However, her right hand was suddenly gripped tightly. Yuzun's hold firm and painful, his fingers pressing against her skin. What is this? Suro questioned, passive. Yuzun's expression darkened, his eyes betraying a menacing glint. Yin Zhanqing, of course, would not be foolish enough to believe Yuzun would use such a video to mock him. The only explanation was that the CD had been switched. His eyes gleamed with excitement as he turned to Ming Shengxiao. Yuzun merely smiled coldly, taking Ming Shengxiao's hand and leading her away. She was bewildered, nearly being dragged out, her breath quickening. Let go, what are you doing? Where's the CD? Ming Shengxiao bumped into his abruptly halted figure, lifting her face in confusion. What CD? Did you not already give it to them? Stop pretending to be ignorant. Yuzun wrapped his arms around her, trapping her against him. Ming Shengxiao, that CD is mine. No one else knows where it is hidden. Don't you know what it should contain? What should it contain? Ming Shengxiao pushed against his chest. Yuzun, what trick are you trying to play? Keep pretending. Ming Shengxiao's face was filled with grievance. Say what you will. This is the CD from your study. I did not tamper with it. Still stubborn, are we? Yuzun forcefully dragged her towards his vehicle, a sight that Shengxiao had not witnessed in quite some time. She began to struggle, her feet thrashing against the ground. I said it wasn't me. Yuzun pressed her onto the hood of the car, inquiring, then who could it be? Ming Shengxiao recalled that only her sister had come into contact with the disc, yet the last person who could possibly be involved was Xiangxi. To exchange the disc, one would need access to the computer on the second floor, but her sister could hardly even stand up from her wheelchair, let alone delete the contents and replace them. I don't know. Perhaps you were mistaken. Ming Shengxiao, do you even know what is on that disc? Yuzun leaned closer, pressing against her back. She truly had no idea, and thus unjustly bore the brunt of this accusation. The contents included evidence of Yin Zhanqing's father's embezzlement over the years, witness testimonies, and his offshore bank accounts. Ming Shengxiao, you truly are a great help to him. Shengxiao pressed her cheek against the cold hood, feeling a chill wash over her as her mind began to grasp the implications. Anger flickered across her face, and she forcefully shrugged off Yuzun's grip, exclaiming you. In her fury, she struggled to articulate the rest of her thoughts. What about me? Yuzun smirked. You are fully aware of the consequences that would ensue if such a disc were publicly revealed, yet you still want me to hand it over to Yin Zhanqing. You. I am merely toying with the idea. What do you intend to do to me? Yuzun pulled her closer, feigning concern. I just thought it would be amusing. He hasn't given up on you, so why not let him experience a bit of heartbreak in return? To level the playing field? Shengxiao understood his intentions all too well. As she turned to leave, Yuzun seized her wrist, pulling her back. Where's that disc? I truly do not know, Ming Shengxiao asserted, resolute in her denial of any wrongdoing. Yuzun scrutinized her face, noting her apparent honesty. After all, he was an astute individual, capable of discerning a few truths. If she had truly discovered the contents of the disc, she wouldn't have been foolish enough to bring it to the hotel. Given Ming Shengxiao's disposition, she would likely have destroyed the disc and fled. Yet the location was known only to him and Shengxiao. Who else could have handled it? Ming Shengxiao recalled the brief moment she had to buy medicine for Xiangxi, but Yuzuan already harbored negative feelings toward her sister. If he were to find out, he would likely redirect his anger toward her. No, I went straight here after I took it. Yuzuan's keen eyes caught the brief flicker of unease across Shun Xiao's face. He remained silent, simply pressing his lips together. Yin Zhanqing had finally managed to escape Su Rou, only to find that Yuzuan had just driven away with Xin Xiao. He pursued them on foot, but the car quickly vanished from sight. Frustrated, he punched the air, his chest heaving beneath his tailored suit. Xin Xiao caught sight of the man's silhouette in the rearview mirror. Her gaze fixed on the receding figure until it shrank to a mere dot and disappeared from view. They had come so far from Yin Zhanqing, and the more she looked back, the more she realized the vast chasm that lay between them. Ming Shengxiao blinked, turning her face away from the window. Zhanqing, Su Rou, unable to see him, had dashed out, and indeed, he was there. Yin Zhanqing, clad in a pristine white suit, awkwardly withdrew a bouquet from his pocket, the fragrance stinging his already slightly nauseated senses. He discarded the flowers onto the ground, pivoting towards the hotel entrance, where the red roses were crushed underfoot. Su Rou's eyes brimmed with tears. She loved him. Was that truly a mistake? She knelt to gather the petals, rising to chase after him. Zhanqing, do you not wish to marry me? Yin Zhanqing halted at her obstruction. Su Rou, is there any merit in your question? No matter how unwilling you may be, today you remain my bride. Even if it is merely an act, you cannot leave me stranded here. As he brushed past her, Su Rou's arm was lightly jostled, causing the flowers to slip from her grasp, scattering petals upon the ground. Upon entering the lobby, his phone began to ring. The unfamiliar number prompted him to answer without hesitation. Hello, Yin Xiao, you ought to thank me today. Yin Zhanqing recognized the voice as unfamiliar, assuming it to be a prank from one of his former lovers. Who are you? I have no time for this. He was about to hang up when she interjected. Iam Montak Xiangzi. It took a moment for him to recall that Shun Zhao's sister was named Ming Shengxiao, and surprise washed over him. How did you acquire my number? I saw it on Xin Zhao's phone. Ming Shengxiao replied, concealing herself in her room while Aunt He busied herself in the kitchen. Do you not wish to know what Yuzuan wanted Shun Xiao to retrieve from the disc at your wedding? Yin Zhanqing's expression darkened. What is it? It is evidence of your father's embezzlement, Ming Shengxiao whispered. Therefore, you ought to express your gratitude to me, for I have swapped the contents. Otherwise, your father would have faced immediate scrutiny in public. How do you know so much? That is not your concern. Ming Shengxiao predicted that neither Yuzuan nor Shun Xiao would return just yet. I suspect Yuzuan possesses more than one disc, so I merely wish to offer you a friendly warning. Does Xin Xiao know? Are you asking whether Shun Xiao is aware of the disc contents? Ming Shengxiao pondered briefly before responding. She does not know. Yuzuan intends to use her to deal with you, my foolish sister. Upon hearing this, Yin Zhanqing released a breath he had been holding, the tension dissipating. I hope you will keep this matter confidential. I know Shun Xiao cares for you, and she undoubtedly wishes for your safety. However, I do not want her caught in the crossfire between me and Yuzuan. I called you solely to warn you to be cautious. Yin Zhanqing agreed, fully aware that he would not foolishly disclose to Yuzuan that it was Ming Shengxiao who had altered the disc. Shengxiao ended the call, subtly lifting her gaze, draping a blanket over her lap before wheeling herself out. Yin Zhanqing held the phone tightly, realizing that Yuzuan intended to first bring down his father before turning his attention to him. Yin Zhanqing had never concerned himself with his father's affairs. The Yin family had their own business. He was aware that his father's connections had been beneficial, but he was not surprised by the notion of his father's corruption. In this world, how many honest officials could one trust? Yet, these matters were not meant for the public eye. Once a chain of evidence was established, his father's well-established career would be effectively shattered. Yin Zhanqing clenched his fist tightly, knowing the stakes had risen significantly. How am I? Yuzuan provoked a smile. You are fully aware of the consequences of releasing such a disc in a public setting, yet you still ask me to personally deliver it to Yin Zhanqing. You. I pondered this thought. What can you do to me? Yuzuan extended his hand, pulling her close, feeling a pang of concern. I merely wish to have some fun. Hasn't he made it difficult for you to let go? You should make him face the same reality. And then it would be even. Shengxiao understood his intentions. She turned to leave, but was pulled back by Yuzun, who demanded to know where the disc was. I genuinely do not know. Mo, Shengxiao insisted firmly, convinced he was mistaken. Yuzun lowered his gaze to her face, recognizing that she was not lying. After all, he was a seasoned player in this game and could surmise a few things. If she had truly discovered the content of the disc, even if it were deleted, she wouldn't be foolish enough to bring it to the skyscraper hotel. Given Mo, Shengxiao's nature, she would have likely destroyed the disc and fled discreetly. However, that location was known only to him and Shengxiao. Who else had handled the disc? Mo, Shengxiao, recalled the moment she had bought medicine for Xiangxi, but Yuzun had never held a favorable opinion of her sister. If he found out now, he would likely lash out at her. No, I went straight there after taking it. Yuzun's keen eyes caught the fleeting unease on Shengxiao's face. His depths stirred with profound ripples, but he refrained from exposing her, merely pursing his lips. Yin Zhanqing, having finally evaded Su Rou, emerged only to see Yuzun leaving with Shengxiao in a car. He chased after them on foot, but the car vanished in the blink of an eye. Frustrated, he punched the air, his chest heaving beneath his suit. Shengxiao caught a glimpse of the man pursuing them in the rearview mirror. She stared at the diminishing figure until it shrank to a dot and disappeared from view. They had come so far from Yin Zhanqing, and the more she looked back, the more she realized the vast chasm that lay between them. Mo Shengxiao blinked and turned her face away from the window. Zhanqing, Su Rou, not finding him, rushed out and saw him indeed there. Yin Zhanqing, clad in a pure, white, tailored suit, stiffly retrieved the bouquet from his pocket. The scent of the flowers overwhelmed his already slightly queasy stomach. So he tossed them to the ground, turning toward the hotel entrance. The red roses were crushed underfoot. Tears brimmed in Su Rou's eyes. She loved him. Was that so wrong? She crouched to gather the flowers in her palms, and then stood, chasing after him. Zhanqing, do you not wish to marry me? Seeing her block his path, Yin Zhanqing halted. Su Rou, is it meaningful to ask me that? No matter your reluctance, today I'm still your bride. Even if this is a charade, you cannot abandon me halfway. Zhanqing, it would break my heart. Yin Zhanqing brushed past her, lightly bumping her arm, causing the flowers to fall at her feet. Petals scattering. Upon entering the lobby, his phone rang. Noticing an unfamiliar number, he hesitated only briefly before answering. Hello? Mr. Yin, you should thank me today. Yin Zhanqing recognized the voice was unfamiliar and assumed it was one of his former lovers playing a prank. Who are you? I have no time for this. He was about to hang up when the voice continued. I am Mo Shengxiao. After a moment of thought, Yin Zhanqing remembered that Shengxiao's sister was indeed named Mo Shengxiao, and he could not hide his astonishment. How did you obtain my number? I found it on Shengxiao's phone. Mo Shengxiao was hiding in her room while he was busy in the kitchen. Don't you wish to know what content Yuzun had Shengxiao bring to your wedding's disc? Yin Zhanqing's expression darkened. What is it? It is evidence of your father's embezzlement. Mo Shengxiao lowered her voice, so you should thank me properly. I switched the contents. Otherwise, in front of a crowd, your father would have already been isolated for investigation. How could you know so much? You need not concern yourself with that. Mo Shengxiao was certain that Yuzun and Shengxiao would not return at this moment. I think Yuzun has more than one disc, hence my kind reminder to you. Does Shengxiao know? You are asking whether Shengxiao is aware of the disc content? Mo Shengxiao lowered her eyelids, contemplating before speaking. She does not know. Yuzun merely intends to use her against you, my foolish sister. Upon hearing this, Yin Zhanqing felt an immense weight lift from his chest, exhaling heavily. I hope you do not disclose this to anyone. I know Shengxiao cares for you, and she would naturally not want you to be in trouble. However, I do not wish for her to be caught between Yuzun and me. Hence my call, merely a caution for you to be vigilant. Yin Zhanqing agreed, fully aware he wouldn't be foolish enough to inform Yuzun that it was Mo Shengxiao who switched the disc. Shengxiao ended the call, subtly lifting the corners of her mouth as she covered her knees with a blanket and pushed her wheelchair out. Yin Zhanqing held the phone tightly. It seemed Yuzun intended to first bring down his father before turning his sights on him. Yin Zhanqing had never been involved in his father's affairs. The Yin family had their own business. He only knew his father's connections had been helpful, but he wouldn't be surprised if his father was embroiled in corruption. In this world, How many honest officials could one truly trust? However, such matters could not be made public, and once the evidence was established, his father's prosperous career would be utterly destroyed. Yin Zhanqing clenched his fingers tightly. He and Yu Zun were destined to be adversaries. Merely a matter of who would strike first. When they returned to the royal impression, Aunt He had prepared dinner and was ready to eat with Ming Shengxiao. Upon seeing the two enter, she hurriedly stood. "Mr. Yu, Miss Mo, welcome back. Aunt He, please serve the rice." "Certainly." Aunt He went to the kitchen, relieved she had prepared extra. Wasn't Mr. Yu attending a wedding banquet? Ming Shengxiao sat beside Shangxi. Yu Zun propped one leg up, his gaze fixed intently on Shangxi. "I asked Shengxiao to bring me something today, but I am unsure who switched it out." Ming Shengxi tightened her grip on her chopsticks, her expression calm. "It must be that disc, right? That shouldn't be possible. There is no one else in this house." "Is that so?" Yu Zun replied coolly, his dark eyes gleaming with a predatory sharpness. Ming Shengxi forced a smile. "You cannot suspect me, can you?" "How could I?" Yu Zun's lips, previously pressed into a thin line, curved slightly with Xiangxi's smile. "You cannot stand, after all." Upon hearing this, Ming Shengxiao's expression darkened. "Yu Zun, you." He anticipated what she was about to say and interrupted. "My cigarettes are on the bedside table. Please fetch them for me." Ming Shengxiao stood, exasperated at his laziness. As she disappeared up the stairs, Yu Zun approached Xiangxi, pushing her wheelchair away from the dining table. Ming Shengxi clenched her fists, a wave of anxiety washing over her. Yu Zun took a few steps and then forcefully propelled the wheelchair forward. Directly ahead stood a Roman column. Unless Ming Shengxi stood up, she would surely suffer a severe injury. Shengxiao returned with the item, only to witness this perilous scene unfolding. Ming Shengxi screamed repeatedly, "Help!" She scrambled to reach the wheelchair's handbrake, but the speed was too great, rendering her unable to reach it. Her legs, restrained beneath the blanket, tense from inertia, and Shengxiao was terrified, nearly rolling down the stairs. Ming Shengxi, amidst her fright, remained lucid, realizing this was Yu Zun's test for her. The man stood behind her, watching coldly. Ming Shengxi shut her eyes tightly, beads of sweat as large as raindrops trickling down her face. Shengxiao dashed forward, just as Ming Shengxi and the wheelchair collided violently with the column. Shengxi shielded her head with her arms, but the impact struck her forcefully, sending her tumbling from the wheelchair. "Sister, sister." Ming Shengxiao's voice was hoarse from desperation when Aunt He rushed over upon hearing the commotion. "What happened? What's going on?" Ming Shengxiao strained to lift the wheelchair that was pinning Xiangxi down, tears streaming down her face as she anxiously raised Xiangxi's upper body. "Sister, sister, how are you? Is it painful?" "My hand!" Xiangxi shrieked in agony, her entire arm feeling as if it were being torn from her body. With great effort, Ming Shengxiao called for Aunt He, and together they managed to transfer Xiangxi into the wheelchair. Ming Shengxiao patted her pockets and realized her phone was on the nearby dining table. She hurriedly stood up to retrieve it. However, Yu Zun grasped her wrist and pulled her back. Ming Shengxiao watched in disbelief as he pushed Xiangxi away, her anger flaring uncontrollably. She swung a fist at Yu Zun's chest, demanding, "What are you doing? What do you want?" Yu Zun seized her hands, stating, "You should know that the disc was not switched by you. It was manipulated by her. So tell me, who is behind this?" "You lunatic!" Ming Shengxiao opened her mouth to bite him, but Yu Zun swiftly crossed her arms and held her close. With her back to him, she could only stomp her feet in frustration. "Let me call an ambulance. Perhaps you mistakenly blamed the disc on my sister." Xiangxi sat in the wheelchair, suppressing her cries, while Ming Shengxiao struggled against Yu Zun, unable to kick or bite him. In a fit of rage, she banged her head against him, causing him to see stars, and he quickly released her, rubbing his forehead. Ming Shengxiao, with her hair cascading down, attempted once more to retrieve her phone. Yu Zun pulled her back again. "I will take you both. Your feigned concern is unnecessary," Ming Shengxiao retorted, her eyes red as she shouted at him. "I know you dislike my sister living here. We will move out tomorrow. She is my sister, Yu Zun. If you continue to bully her, I will fight you." Her voice rose, her hands flailing like claws ready to battle him. In truth, Yuzun was not merely testing Xiangxi. He intended to convey that regardless of whether her disability was real or feigned, since she was confined to a wheelchair, she might as well never stand again. Ming Shengxiao recalled how Yuzun had previously spilled soup on Xiangxi's legs, and after witnessing this incident, she became even more convinced that Yuzun was acting with malice. Flames of fury ignited within her as she forcefully pushed Yuzun, causing him to stumble back almost to the point of falling. Yuzun's expression darkened. Ming Shengxiao, have you grown bolder? He turned without looking back and grabbed her phone from the table. Yuzun seized her wrist, snatched the phone away, and asked, "Are you coming or not?" Ming Shengxiao, unwilling to waste time, hurriedly pushed Xiangxi out with Aunt He. It was nearly dawn when they returned from the hospital. Fortunately, Xiangxi's hand was only bruised without any broken bones, and she was prescribed some medication, advised to rest and avoid heavy lifting. Recovery would come soon. Ming Shengxiao escorted her back to the bedroom. After applying the medication and completing her tasks, she was utterly exhausted. "Sister," she placed Xiangxi's hand under the covers. "I'm sorry. I will look for a place tomorrow. Let South leave this place." Xiangxi leaned weakly against the edge of the bed. "Can you still manage to leave? If you don't go, I won't leave either. As long as he doesn't treat you that way, I can endure anything." Ming Shengxiao rested her head on Xiangxi's legs, facing her sister, wiping away the tears that flowed freely. "Sister, I miss Dad, Mom, and our little home." Upon hearing this, Xiangxi raised her head, her nose tingling, but she could not suppress her tears. "Ming Shengxiao, I miss them too. We live in this large house, but lacks the warmth of our own home." Ming Shengxiao bit her lip just as there was a knock at the door. Eddie peeked in. "Miss Mo, young master, you want you to rest." Ming Shengxiao wiped her tears. "I will sleep with my sister tonight." Yuzun's voice echoed from outside. "Do you want me to come in and drag you out?" Ming Shengxiao dried her tears, her eyes still glistening. After ensuring she looked presentable, she opened the door and stepped outside. And he quietly closed the door behind her, wishing them good night before retreating to her own room. At the staircase, Ming Shengxiao turned to the man behind her. "Do you really enjoy forcing people? Have you ever considered that if you like someone, would you treat them this way? No woman can endure your methods. Yuzun, one day you will fall in love with someone. Truly, you should change your ways." Yuzun raised his handsome face, his arrogance replaced by silence. He smirked slightly, about to speak when Ming Shengxiao interrupted. "I know you don't like me. I'm just telling you this sincerely. Otherwise, you will regret it later." With that, she ascended the stairs. Yuzun did not lose his temper. Instead, he pondered how his recent kindness towards her seemed to have emboldened her. When he reached the top of the stairs, he found Ming Shengxiao hanging clothes in the wardrobe. Yuzun sat on the edge of the bed. "You trust your sister so much. That disc could very well have been switched by her." "Impossible. Why is it impossible?" Hearing her unwavering conviction, Yuzun felt a surge of anger. "Your sister sacrificed her own legs to save you. Could she possibly deceive me?" Ming Shengxiao refused to believe otherwise. Yuzun stepped out onto the balcony, considering her words. If Xiangxi was willing to sacrifice so much for her sister, it seemed illogical for her to engage in deceit behind the scenes. The more he pondered, the more perplexed he became. If it were indeed her doing, what could her motives be? After Ming Shengxiao finished her shower, she climbed into bed. When Yuzun entered, he saw her head peeking out from the covers. He crawled under the blanket, but Ming Shengxiao, though awake, did not want to be too close to him. Realizing her distance, the man, Ming Shengxiao, sat in her wheelchair, suppressing her sobs, while Ming Shengxiao struggled against Yuzun's grip, unable to bite or kick him. Frustrated, she slammed her head back against him, causing him to stagger and release his hold, clutching his forehead. With her long hair cascading around her, Ming Shengxiao reached for her phone, but Yuzun pulled her back once more, insisting, "I will take you both. There's no need for your feigned concern." Montauk Shengxiao crit. Her eyes red with anger. "I know you despise my sister living here. We'll move out tomorrow, all right? She's my sister, Yuzun. If you dare to bully her again, I swear I will fight you." Her voice was fierce, her hands flailing like the claws of a small beast. Ready to confront him, Yuzun was not merely testing Xiangxi. He intended to convey that whether her disability was genuine or feigned, now that she was confined to a wheelchair, she should remain there permanently. Ming Shengxiao recalled the time Yuzun had spilled kanji on Xiangxi's legs, and, having witnessed this latest incident, she became increasingly convinced that Yuzun acted with malicious intent. Flames of anger ignited within her as she pushed against him, causing him to stumble. Yuzun's expression darkened. Ming Shengxiao, have you grown too bold? She turned her back to him, rushing to the dining table to retrieve her phone. Yuzun grasped her slender wrist, snatching the phone from her, and asked, "Are you leaving or not?" Ming Shengxiao was unwilling to waste time arguing and, along with Aunt He, pushed Xiangxi outside. It was nearly dawn by the time they returned from the hospital. Fortunately, Xiangxi only had a bruise and no serious injuries. The doctor had prescribed medication and advised her to rest without lifting heavy objects, assuring her that recovery would come swiftly. After settling Xiangxi in her bedroom and tending to her needs, Ming Shengxiao felt utterly exhausted. "Sister," she said, placing Xiangxi's hand beneath the covers, "I'm sorry. Tomorrow, I will find us a new place. Let's leave this place, okay?" Xiangxi leaned weakly against the bed's edge. "Can you even manage that? If you don't leave, I won't either. As long as he doesn't treat you that way, I can endure anything." Ming Shengxiao buried her face in Xiangxi's lap. Her head turned toward her sister as she wiped away her tears. "Sister, I miss Dad, Mom, and our little home." Upon hearing this, Xiangxi lifted her head, her nose tinged with sadness, unable to hold back her tears. "I miss them too, Ming Shengxiao. We may be in this large house now, but it lacks the warmth of our own home." Ming Shengxiao bit her lip just as a knock sounded at the door. Auntie peeked in. "Miss Montauk, young master wants you to return to rest." Ming Shengxiao wiped her tears. "I will sleep with my sister tonight." Yuzun's voice came from outside the door. "Do you want me to come in and drag you out?" Ming Shengxiao dabbed at her eyes, though they remained damp. After ensuring she appeared presentable, she opened the door. Auntie quietly closed it behind her, wishing them good night before returning to her own room. At the staircase, Ming Shengxiao confronted the man. "Do you derive pleasure from forcing people? Have you ever considered that if you truly like someone, you wouldn't treat them this way? No woman can endure your methods. Sooner or later, you will find someone to love. You should change your ways." Yuzun's once arrogant expression was replaced by silence as he regarded her. He attempted to speak, but Ming Shengxiao interrupted. "I know the one you care for isn't me. I am simply warning you. If you continue this way, you will regret it." With that, she ascended the stairs. Yuzun was not enraged. Instead, he pondered how her boldness had grown since he had been courteous to her recently. Upon reaching the upper floor, Ming Shengxiao was hanging clothes in the closet when Yuzun sat on the edge of the bed. "Do you truly believe your sister? That disc might have been a deception. It's impossible. Why is it impossible?" His irritation grew at her unwavering conviction. "My sister sacrificed her legs to save me. How could she deceive me?" Ming Shengxiao refused to believe otherwise. Yuzun stepped onto the balcony, contemplating her words. If Ming Shengxiao could sacrifice so much to save her, it seemed illogical for her to engage in deceitful actions afterward. He was left perplexed. If it were indeed her scheme, what could her motives be? After showering, Ming Shengxiao climbed into bed. When Yuzun entered, he found her peeking out from under the covers. He slid under the blanket beside her. Though she was awake, she resisted getting too close, prompting him to pull her upper body toward him with a firm embrace. Recalling his earlier provocations, Ming Shengxiao stiffened and turned away. "If you cannot accept my sister, I will find another place tomorrow." Yuzun gently caressed her shoulder, resting his chin atop her head. After a moment of contemplation, he replied, "There is no need for you to worry. I simply want to interact with her anymore." His words suggested that Xiangxi had pursued him, seeking his attention. Ming Shengxiao turned back again, and Yuzun's heated kisses fell upon her back like a rhythmic drumbeat. She remained unresponsive, her eyes shut tight. Yuzun noticed and shifted her shoulder, asking, "What happened to your reactions from that night?" Ming Shengxiao remained silent. Yuzun understood her discontent. He slid his hand beneath her nightgown, igniting a spark within her, yet her eyes remained tightly closed, extinguishing his interest. "I merely caused her to stumble, didn't I? But she is my sister. Would you tolerate me treating your closest relative that way? Ming Shengxiao struggled to contain her frustration, her voice rising. Yuzun leaned closer, their noses nearly touching. She could see the darkness in his eyes, a wave of tumultuous emotions crashing over her. I have no family, no closest kin, he declared before turning his back to her, enveloped in the sheets. Ming Shengxiao was taken aback. She had never heard him speak of his family background before and was astonished to learn that he had such a grand lineage, yet no family. Lying in bed, she found sleep elusive. After losing hope in Yin Zhanqing, Yuzun's attitude toward her had shifted. Had it been in the past, her teasing would have undoubtedly summoned a storm of his wrath. The following day, as they sat at the dining table, neither spoke. Xiangxi remained in her room, while he brought her some porridge. Ming Shengxiao hastily ate a few bites before heading to Xiangxi's room, while Yuzun busied himself elsewhere. That afternoon, Ming Shengxiao was halfway through her class when a phone call from Yuzun summoned her out of school. It was a warm spring day, and the weather was pleasant. She wore a simple light purple blouse, which, paired with her dark blue jeans, radiated a lively aura. Ming Shengxiao tied her hair into a high ponytail and approached Yuzun's car. Is there something you need? Get in. Clutching her books, she took her seat in the passenger side, a fragrant scent of laundry detergent wafting around her as he started the engine and drove off. Su Ro had deliberately chosen a fitted short dress for the occasion, having postponed her honeymoon plans with Yin Zhanqing just for this moment. She arrived early at the venue, where a white piano awaited, a piece of exquisite craftsmanship. Su Ro clasped her hands excitedly, having made arrangements with Yin Zhanqing. Today, she was determined to succeed. Ming Shengxiao was pulled out of the car by Yuzun, still clutching her books. Where are we? Yuzun led her through the venue, where the auction had already commenced. He wrapped his arm around her waist as they took their seats in the front row. Yin Zhanqing, distracted, glanced at his watch. A refreshing scent wafted by, and upon turning, he spotted Ming Shengxiao and Yuzun seated across the aisle from him. The piano was mere steps away from Ming Shengxiao, and she was astonished to find it was the finest piano in the world, Steinway, renowned for its harmonious sound. It was the only one of its kind to arrive in mainland China, and her heart raced as she stared at it in awe. Su Ro, catching sight of them through Yin Zhanqing's profile, clenched her fists. Their goal was evidently the same, the piano. The auctioneer struck the gavel, beginning the bidding at 1 million. Yin Zhanqing continually glanced toward Ming Shengxiao, who remained impassive, her gaze fixated on the piano. Su Ro, desperate to obtain it, raised her paddle, determined to win the prized instrument. Do you like it? Yuzun gently leaned in, his lips brushing against Shengxiao's ear. I believe that every pianist yearns for this, he murmured. Shengxiao's right hand, resting on her lap, seemed to have found its muse, harmonizing with the ebb and flow of the background music in the venue. Do you wish to capture this moment? He asked. I'll take a photo for you. Shengxiao's fingers paused, then slowly clenched. I can't afford such an extravagant piano, she replied. Yuzun picked up a bottle of mineral water from the table, opened it, but hesitated, recalling that he never drank water of uncertain origin, and placed the bottle back down. Leaning back in his chair, he tilted slightly, almost resting his head on her shoulder. I simply wish to explore what melody our passion might evoke on a Steinway. Shengxiao felt a rush of warmth bloom in her ears. She pursed her lips and chose to remain silent. The auction price soared to 5 million. Su Ro's hand trembled as she clutched the bidding paddle. Though both she and Yin Zhanqing came from affluent families, spending over 10 million on a piano was daunting. Su Ro was already aware of Yan's mother's fluctuating affections toward her. Moreover, Yan's father had previously stated that if the price was reasonable, they could consider it. But if it reached an exorbitant amount, Yan should not complicate matters for himself, as it would reflect poorly on him. The piano's allure was overwhelming, and Su Ro found it hard to keep her eyes open. If only her skills could be paired with a Steinway, they would be flawless. She raised her paddle to 5 million. Some were still vying for Yuzun's number paddle, which he tossed aside. Noticing Shengxiao's indifference, he grasped her hand, enclosing it within his palm. As the bidding escalated, Su Ro gritted her teeth and raised the price to 9,500,000. A sense of relief washed over her when she noticed Yuzun hadn't made a bid. Perhaps he was merely accompanying Shengxiao for the spectacle. After all, Who would spend a fortune on a woman of dubious reputation? Yin Zhanqing had remained silent throughout, believing the piano was more suited to Shengxiao. Indeed, our Steinway lives up to its reputation, the auctioneer announced. Miss number 32 has bid 9,500,000. Is there anyone willing to bid higher? The auctioneer elongated the last phrase, 9,500,000, twice. Su Ro's lips curled in delight, her eyes glazing over with excitement. She wrapped her arms around Yin Zhanqing's, basking in the glow of potential victory. 9,500,000. Suddenly, Shengxiao, who had been puzzled by Yuzuan's intentions, picked up the bidding paddle. The auctioneer's face lit up with a smile as he recognized the bid. Sir, 15 million. Shengxiao felt as if she had stepped onto a movie set. Such scenes were typically reserved for television. The room erupted in astonishment as the auctioneer's voice reached a pitch of disbelief. 15 million. My goodness, 15 million. Su Ro's paddle fell to the floor with a clatter. Yuzuan's decisive action had effectively blocked Su Ro's path. Shengxiao turned her face, still in disbelief. The auction concluded, and Yuzuan promptly signed a check, ensuring the piano was escorted by an insurance company directly to the royal impression. Su Ro's expression was one of discontent, unsure if Yuzuan's wealth was merely a cover for his extravagance. As he took her hand and led her out of the venue, Shengxiao recalled the previous bidding and remarked, You could have easily added 50,000. I dislike haggling. One should either refrain from bidding or ensure the opponent has no means to respond. Wouldn't you agree? He retorted, his gaze not directed at Shengxiao, but rather at Su Ro, who stood at the entrance, visibly frustrated and wanting to leave. Yin Zhanqing arrived with the car, and as Shengxiao's hand slipped from Yuzuan's arm, he led her away without a word. Yin Zhanqing stood beside Su Ro, his eyes lingering on Shengxiao's retreating figure. Did she truly harbor such animosity that she wouldn't even grant him a fleeting glance? Upon their return to royal impression, the piano arrived just in time. Shengxiao sat before the instrument, her hands unsure of how to descend upon the keys. And he had prepared dinner and awaited their return. Yuzuan did not rush her, and Xiangxi emerged from her room at the sound. Observing Shengxiao's frozen hands, Yuzuan approached Aunt He and whispered a few instructions. She nodded and proceeded to follow his guidance. He returned to sit beside Shengxiao. Suddenly, the lights in the living room dimmed, plunging the space into darkness. Just as Shengxiao wondered if there was a power outage, the room illuminated again, revealing Aunt He lighting candles by the piano, creating a romantic ambience reminiscent of candlelit dinner. The windows were gently opened, allowing a soft breeze to waft in, carrying with it the scent of damp earth. Yuzuan's fingers glided gracefully over the black and white keys, creating an enchanting visual. Shengxiao, momentarily distracted, found herself following his rhythm, seamlessly harmonizing with him. Aunt He, standing by the dining table, though lacking an understanding of music, felt the soothing essence of the performance. The soul of the Steinway was skillfully commanded by Shengxiao's hands, and she slowly closed her eyes, surrendering herself to an emotional rendition. Their collaboration was akin to celestial melodies, and when Shengxiao opened her eyes, she noticed Yuzuan's gaze was slightly closed, a sight so different from his usual demeanor. His expression radiated tranquility, as if he were a meticulously sculpted figure, surrounded by an indescribable calm. She found herself mesmerized until he turned to look at her, prompting her to hastily avert her gaze and lower her head. Xiangxi, seated in her wheelchair, recognized the piano's considerable value. Watching the two before her, her previously gloomy expression appeared even colder in the candlelight. Shengxiao inadvertently glanced at her, feeling a jolt in her heart. Aunt He cheerfully turned on the living room lights, and Xiangxi's lips curled into a warm smile. Shengxiao, however, questioned her own perception. How could her typically gentle sister display such an expression? Your performance was exceptional, Aunt He praised as she began tidying up. The two stood, and Yuzuan, leading the way, approached the dining table. Have you heard about the upcoming piano competition in Baisha City? He inquired. Yes, Shengxiao nodded. My teacher has already registered me. While the scale of this competition might not compare to the one in Paris, it remained an opportunity. Yuzuan accepted the utensils handed to him by Aunt He. I read about the Paris competition. What happened to your hand during that time? Shengxiao tightened her grip on the chopsticks. I was bumped by Su Ro, and during the competition, my arm went numb, rendering me immobile. I wanted to go to the hospital afterward, but my sensation returned shortly after the event. Yuzuan, having anticipated some of this, listened intently. Shengxiao had not expected him to invest significantly in a piano and also engage a teacher for her. This particular instructor had previously taught a class at Huel and had piqued Shengxiao's interest, though the tuition was beyond her means. With a natural talent for the piano, Shengxiao underwent a remarkable transformation after just a few lessons. When she entered the piano competition as a student of Huel, encountering Su Ro did not surprise her. Having previously suffered a setback, she chose to avoid Su Ro, confident in the fairness of the competition. Seeing Shengxiao seated outside, Su Ro forced a smile as she approached. "Hello, Shengxiao," she greeted, extending her hand. Shengxiao remained seated, motionless, and made no effort to reciprocate. Just then, Yuzuan entered and witnessed the scene, prompting Shengxiao to inquire why he was present. Before she could finish her question, he had already reached out to grasp Su Ro's hand. "Today is quite the gathering," he remarked. Su Ro felt the grip tighten, a slight pain pricking her palm. Yuzuan casually released her hand and settled next to Shengxiao. "When does the competition conclude?" Shengxiao gazed at the distant clock. It was only 2 p.m., and the preliminary and final rounds would not conclude until at least 6 p.m. "I have some matters to attend to. I'll pick you up at 6, she said. "No need, I can return by myself," was the reply. "Wait for me. Don't leave," Yuzuan instructed before rising and walking outside. Seeing that Shengxiao was unresponsive, Su Ro decided to depart, avoiding further awkwardness. The preliminary round was surprisingly easy, but Shengxiao was taken aback when Su Ro made a fool of herself on stage. Her arm seeming powerless as she produced a chaotic melody on the piano, leading to her automatic disqualification. After receiving a call, Yin Zhanqing hurried to fetch her. Su Ro hid in the corridor, weeping for a long time. Shengxiao pondered that perhaps this was karma. After completing the semi-finals, Shengxiao awaited the results. As she stepped out of the competition hall, intending to visit the restroom, she heard a familiar voice. "Yes, we must eliminate him before he takes action. Don't tell me you can't handle such a trivial matter. If I hadn't discreetly informed you, your place would have been raided by the police more than once, right? Yes, it's today. The sky will darken soon. Don't worry. Yuzuan prefers to go out alone." Shengxiao was taken aback. She recognized Yin Zhanqing's voice. Quickly, she pulled out her phone and turned to leave. Beep, beep. Her heart raced, urging the call to connect. Suddenly, the phone was snatched from her grasp by someone behind her. Yin Zhanqing stepped in front, raising the phone. "Who are you trying to call?" Shengxiao. Chapter 77. Have you ever considered that if you like someone, you would treat them the same way? No woman could endure your methods. Yuzuan, you will eventually fall in love with someone. Truly, you should change your ways. Yuzuan, with his handsome face, replaced his arrogance with silence, a smirk forming on his lips as he prepared to speak. But Shengxiao interjected. "I know you don't like me. I'm just earnestly telling you this. Otherwise, you'll regret it when it's too late." Having said this, she ascended the stairs. Yuzuan did not show anger. Instead, he reflected on how he had recently been courteous towards her, noting her growing boldness. Upon reaching the upper floor, Shengxiao was hanging her clothes in the wardrobe, while Yuzuan sat on the edge of the bed. "You trust your sister so much. That disc could very well have been exchanged by her. Impossible. Why is it impossible?" Her unwavering conviction ignited Yuzuan's irritation. "My sister sacrificed her own legs to save me. How could she deceive me?" Shengxiao refused to believe any ill of her sister. Yuzuan stepped out onto the balcony, contemplating her words. Given Shengxi's sacrifices, it seemed unnecessary for her to engage in any underhanded tactics. Yet, if she were the one behind this, what could her intentions possibly be? After her shower, Shengxiao climbed into bed. When Yuzuan entered, he found her head peeking out from under the covers. He slid beneath the blanket, but Shengxiao, though awake, did not wish to be too close. Sensing her distance, he wrapped his arm around her upper body. Remembering his earlier provocations, she stiffened and turned to him. "If you can't accept my sister, I'll find another place to stay tomorrow." Yuzuan's hand caressed her shoulder as he rested his chin atop her head. After a moment, he shook his head. No need for that. To reassure her, he leaned closer, meeting her gaze. I'll simply ignore her from now on. His tone suggested that Xiangxi was merely a nuisance he had to deal with. Ming Shengxiao turned again, and Yu Zun's fervent kisses fell upon her back in rapid succession. She kept her eyes closed, offering no response. Noticing her lack of reaction, he turned her shoulder, questioning why her previous enthusiasm had vanished. Ming Shengxiao remained silent, refusing to answer. Yu Zun understood her displeasure. His right hand slipped under her nightgown, igniting a fire within her. Noticing her eyes remained shut, his interest waned. I merely caused her to trip, but she's my sister. Would you accept me treating your closest kin in such a way? Ming Shengxiao struggled to contain her rising voice. Yu Zun's nose nearly brushed against hers as he spoke, his expression darkening. I have no family, nor anyone particularly dear. He turned away, wrapping himself in the blanket, leaving her in shock. She had never heard him speak of his family background and was astonished to learn he had such a vast background, yet no relatives. Lying awake, Ming Shengxiao found it hard to sleep. After losing hope in Yin Zhanqing, Yu Zun's demeanor towards her had shifted. In the past, if she had provoked him like this, she could only imagine the storm that would have ensued. The next day, they sat in silence at the dining table. Xiangxi remained in her room, and Aunt He brought porridge for her. Ming Shengxiao hastily ate a few bites before heading to Xiangxi's bedroom, while Yu Zun busied himself elsewhere. In the afternoon, Ming Shengxiao was summoned out of class by Yu Zun's phone call. It was a warm spring day, and clad in a simple light purple blouse. She looked vibrant despite its loose fit, paired with dark blue jeans. With her hair pulled back into a high ponytail, she approached Yu Zun's car with light steps. What's the matter? Get in. Still holding her books, she climbed into the passenger seat, with a scent of laundry detergent enveloped her as Yu Zun started the engine. Su Ro had deliberately chosen a fitted short dress, having postponed her honeymoon plans for this occasion. Arriving early at the venue, she spotted a white piano nearby, exquisite in both appearance and quality. Clasping her hands in excitement, she had already made arrangements with Yin Zhanqing. Today, she was determined to have it. Ming Shengxiao was pulled from the car by Yu Zun, still clutching her books. Where is this? Yu Zun led her into the venue, where the auction ceremony had commenced. With his arm around her waist, they reached the front row. Yin Zhanqing, distracted by his watch, inadvertently turned to see Ming Shengxiao seated across the aisle from him and Yu Zun. The piano was alarmingly close to her, and she gasped. This was the finest piano in the world, a Steinway with a harmonious voice, the only one to have arrived in mainland China. She fixated on it, feeling her heart race. Through Yin Zhanqing's profile, Su Ro caught sight of them, her hands tightening into fists. It seemed their goal was the same, the piano. The auctioneer's gavel struck, starting the bidding at 1 million. Yin Zhanqing, glancing at Ming Shengxiao, noted her indifferent expression, her gaze solely fixed on the piano. Su Ro, eager for the piano, raised her bid card, determined to secure it. Do you like it? Yu Zun whispered near her ear. I believe that every pianist yearns to possess it. Ming Shengxiao's right hand, resting on her lap, seemed to find its rhythm with the background music, and she replied, You want to bid on it? Yes, I will. It will be a gift for you. Ming Shengxiao's fingers froze before slowly tightening into a fist. No, I cannot play such an expensive piano. Yu Zun picked up a bottle of mineral water from the table, opened it, and upon realizing he never drank water of unknown origin, returned it to the table. Leaning back in his chair, he tilted his body slightly toward her, nearly resting his head on her shoulder. I merely wish to see what melodies we might create together on a Steinway. Ming Shengxiao's ears burned with embarrassment, and she pursed her lips, choosing silence. The bidding price soared to 5 million. Su Ro's hand trembled around her bid card, despite both families being wealthy. Spending over 10 million on a piano was another matter entirely. Yu's mother had already expressed her discontent with the family's erratic behavior. As they departed, the stern father had already stated that a fair price could be considered, but should it fetch an astronomical sum, he advised Yin Zhanqing to refrain from complicating matters, as it would not bode well for him. Su Ro, captivated by the piano's sheen, found it difficult to open her eyes. Her musical prowess, combined with a Steinway, would undoubtedly be flawless. She raised her paddle, bidding 5 million. Chapter 78. The competition intensified, and Yu Zun tossed his number card onto the table. Noticing that Ming Shengxiao was indifferent to her, he took her hand and clasped it in his palm. The persistent debate raged on, and Su Ro, gritting her teeth, raised the price to 5 million. Observing that Yu Zun had yet to place a bid, she felt a wave of relief. Perhaps he was merely accompanying Ming Shengxiao for the spectacle. After all, who would spend extravagantly on a woman of questionable repute? Throughout, Yin Zhanqing remained silent, believing that the piano suited Ming Shengxiao far better. It seemed our Steinway truly lived up to its reputation, as Miss 23 had already bid 5 million. Is there anyone willing to bid higher than 5 million? The auctioneer elongated his tone. 5 million once, 5 million twice. A smile of triumph graced Su Ro's lips, her eyes gleaming with excitement as she entwined her arms around Yin Zhanqing's. She was enveloped in the aura of victory. 5 million. 3 wait. Ming Shengxiao, initially perplexed by Yu Zun's intentions, seized the number card during the brief pause, prompting the auctioneer's face to break into a wide grin. This gentleman, 15 million. Ming Shengxiao felt as though she had stepped onto a film set. Such scenes were typically reserved for the screen. A stir erupted throughout the room, the auctioneer's voice rising in pitch. 15 million, my heavens. 15 million. The paddle in Su Ro's hand clattered to the floor. Yu Zun's intervention effectively blocked Su Ro's path, while Ming Shengxiao turned her face, seemingly in disbelief. The auction concluded, and Yu Zun promptly signed a check, with the piano being escorted by an insurance company directly to the royal impression. Su Ro's expression was one of deep discontent. She was unaware whether Yu Zun's wealth was merely surplus. As he led her out of the venue, she recalled the previous bidding and remarked, "Actually, you could have added another 500,000. I dislike haggling. Either I do not bid, or I render the opponent incapable of countering. Do you not agree?" He retorted, though his gaze was not fixed on Ming Shengxiao. Following Yu Zun's line of sight, she spotted Su Ro standing at the entrance, her face betraying frustration, as if ready to stomp her feet and leave in anger. Yin Zhanqing arrived with the car, and as Ming Shengxiao instinctively moved her hand within Yu Zun's arm, they departed without a word. Yin Zhanqing approached Su Ro, his gaze lingering on Ming Shengxiao's retreating figure. She truly despised him to the extent of denying him even a mere glance. Upon returning to royal impression, the piano had just arrived. Ming Shengxiao sat before it, her hands hovering uncertainly, and he had prepared dinner and awaited their return. Yu Zun did not rush her, and Xiangxi emerged from her room upon hearing the commotion. Seeing Ming Shengxiao's frozen hands, Yu Zun approached and he, bending slightly to give her instructions. She nodded and set to work according to Yu Zun's guidance. He returned to sit beside Ming Shengxiao. Suddenly, the living room lights extinguished, transforming the once bright space into darkness. Ming Shengxiao initially thought there had been a power outage, but then the scene illuminated as he lit candles around the piano, infusing the entire royal impression with a romantic ambience typically reserved for candlelit dinners. The floor-to-ceiling windows were gently opened, allowing a soft breeze to flow in, mingling with the scent of damp earth. Yu Zun's fingertips glided gracefully over the black and white keys, creating a mesmerizing visual. Ming Shengxiao, momentarily entranced, instinctively followed his rhythm, their synergy seamless. He stood by the dining table. Although she lacked musical knowledge, she could sense the comfort emanating from the performance. The soul of the Steinway was masterfully commanded by these two hands, and as Ming Shengxiao closed her eyes, she surrendered completely to the music that filled her lungs. Their collaboration resonated like celestial melodies. Ming Shengxiao opened her eyes to find Yu Zun's gaze slightly closed, a sight so different from his usual demeanor. His expression was serene, as if his meticulously chiseled features were immersed in an indescribable tranquility that left Ming Shengxiao entranced. She gazed at him until he turned to meet her gaze, causing her to hurriedly avert her eyes, lowering her head. Xiangxi, seated in her wheelchair, recognized the piano's considerable value. watching the two before her. Her previously somber expression appeared even colder in the candlelight. Ming Shengxiao unintentionally glanced over, her heart jolting suddenly. And he cheerfully switched the living room lights back on. And Xiangxi's lips curled into a gentle smile, her face warming. Ming Shengxiao convinced herself she must have been mistaken. Her sister, always mild-mannered, could not possibly display such a countenance. It was played beautifully, and he remarked as she tidied up. The two rose, with Yuzun leading the way to the dining table. "Have you heard about the piano competition in Baisha City?" he inquired, glancing at Ming Shengxiao. She nodded. "The teacher has already registered me. Though it may not match the scale of the Paris competition, it is still an opportunity." Yuzun accepted the utensils and he handed him. "I read about the Paris competition. What happened to your hand then?" Ming Shengxiao tightened her grip on the chopsticks. "I was bumped into by Su Ro, and during the competition, I found my arm numb and unable to move. I wanted to go to the hospital afterward, but my sensation returned shortly after the contest ended." Yuzun, having anticipated some of this, listened intently. Ming Shengxiao was surprised to learn that not only had he spent a fortune on the piano, but he had also hired her a teacher. This teacher had previously conducted a lesson at her school, and Ming Shengxiao had wanted to join her tutoring sessions, but the cost was exorbitant. Ming Shengxiao possessed remarkable talent for the piano, and after a few lessons, she had undergone a transformation. When she entered the piano competition as a student of Hua encountering Su Ro again did not surprise her. Having suffered a setback previously, she preferred to avoid Su Ro this time. Under the fair competition system, Ming Shengxiao felt confident. Seeing her sitting outside, Su Ro approached with a carefully maintained smile. Ming Shengxiao, "Hello," she greeted, extending her hand. Ming Shengxiao remained seated, not moving or reciprocating the gesture. Just then, Yuzun entered and caught sight of the scene. As Ming Shengxiao was about to inquire about his presence, she saw him extend his hand and clasp Su Ro as firmly. "It is indeed lively today. Everyone is here." Su Ro felt his grip tighten, a slight sting pricking her palm. Yuzun naturally released her hand and sat beside Ming Shengxiao. "When does the competition end?" Ming Shengxiao glanced at the clock in the distance. "It's only 2 p.m. now. There'll be preliminary and final rounds. So it won't conclude until at least 6 p.m. I have some matters to attend to. I will come to pick you up at 6. "No need. I can return by myself." "Wait for me. Do not leave," Yuzun commanded before standing and stepping outside. Chapter 79 Montag Shengxiao. "You're not to go anywhere before tomorrow." Yin Zhanqing gripped her tightly, wrapping his arm around her shoulder and ensnaring her within his embrace. "Let me go." Su Ro had been waiting for Yin Zhanqing to pick her up, but inadvertently spotted him dragging Ming Shengxiao towards the parking lot. They tussled several times, but Ming Shengxiao lacked the strength to resist. Halfway through, she succumbed to Yin Zhanqing's pull. "Zhanqing! Zhanqing!" Su Ro hastily chased after them. Yin Zhanqing clearly heard her calls, but chose to ignore them, forcefully shoving Ming Shengxiao into the passenger seat before speeding away. Frustrated and anxious, Su Ro bent over, gasping for breath. "Zhanqing, what are you trying to do?" Ming Shengxiao attempted to open the car door. "Let me go back." Without a word, Yin Zhanqing accelerated the vehicle. They sped through tree-lined avenues until they arrived at a residential complex, where he pulled her from the car and led her into the elevator, ascending to the 9th floor. This is a modest apartment of approximately 100 square meters, featuring 3 bedrooms and 2 living rooms. The entire complex consists of finely decorated residences, and the interior is impeccably arranged, giving the impression of being uninhabited. Ming Shengxiao was pushed into the bedroom by Yin Zhanqing, who then locked the door behind them. "Do you even realize what you are doing? How is this any different from kidnapping?" Ming Shengxiao protested. "Tomorrow morning, I will let you go," Yin Zhanqing replied. "Yin Zhanqing, are you truly willing to take a life?" Ming Shengxiao's thoughts were simple. She could not comprehend how, in such a lawful society, a life could be so casually discussed. "It is either he dies, or one day, I will meet my end at his hands." "Shengxiao, can you bear to watch me come to harm?" Yin Zhanqing approached the bed, pressing down on her shoulder, and they both fell onto the large bed. Ming Shengxiao attempted to resist, but he pulled her closer with greater force. Yin Zhanqing rested his chin on her forehead, and the desolation in his eyes was something she could not see. When did she become so resistant to even the slightest touch from him? Neither Ming Shengxiao nor Yin Zhanqing understood. Shengxiao, have you fallen for him? Ming Shengxiao's lips moved as if to deny it, but she could not find her voice. Seeing her silence, Yin Zhanqing assumed her acquiescence. Have you forgotten how he treated you? How could you possibly still like someone like that? What kind of person should I like then? Yin Zhanqing loosened his grip on her shoulders, and seizing the opportunity, Ming Shengxiao pushed him away with all her might. Just a few steps out the door, she was pulled back by him. Is he really that important? I will not allow you to go. Why don't you understand? Even if the roles were reversed today, I would still desperately try to inform him. I just don't want to see anyone lose their life. Yes, I don't understand. I don't understand why you're doing this. Ming Shengxiao was pinned to the bed, unable to move, so she decided to remain silent. Noticing her state, Yin Zhanqing fell quiet as well, extending an arm towards her. When she turned away, he froze momentarily but still wrapped his arms around her waist. An inexplicable feeling of resistance surged within her. She closed her eyes and remained still. Shengxiao, I will stay here with you. Don't be afraid. Hearing him call her name, Yin Zhanqing felt a flicker of joy in his heart. When I first met you, you were beautiful and well off, and I was young, easily falling for you. Later, I found out about Suro. Even if you saw me as her substitute, I willingly endured months of it. I told myself repeatedly that I was here just to earn tuition. After school started, I thought I would never see you again. But I never expected you would say you liked me. Ming Shengxiao clenched her fists against her chest. I once truly believed that perhaps we could be together. Why can others but not me? I too have the right to pursue happiness. Yet, I did not realize that your parents were not the greatest obstacle between us. My past was. Shengxiao, please don't. In Chinsa, do you think that making me lose the child can erase all my past? At this, Ming Shengxiao's shoulders trembled slightly. It is impossible. The fact that I was with you, Zun, is forever etched in your heart. Shengxiao, Yin Zhanqing held her tightly in his embrace. Can we start over? Start over? It's already over. How can we begin again? Zhanqing, would you divorce for me? Ming Shengxiao could clearly feel the tension in his body against her back. The marriage between the Su and Yin families was not something his father would allow to be disrupted at such a critical moment. Ming Shengxiao understood this better than anyone. But since Yin Zhanqing had caused her pain, she would return that pain tenfold. Don't tell me that apart from marriage, you can give me everything else. In fact, this was precisely what Yin Zhanqing yearned to convey to her. It was the only assurance he could offer. He sighed, loosening his grip slightly. Ming Shengxiao gazed out the window. If this dragged on, Yuzun might truly be in danger. Yin Zhanqing showed no intention of letting her go. Although Yuzun could be sharp-tongued and excessively forceful at times, Ming Shengxiao did not wish for him to come a harm. She knew that in a direct confrontation, even 10 of her would not be able to escape from Yin Zhanqing's grasp. So, she lay quietly on the bed, striving for steady breaths. Shengxiao. An hour later, Yin Zhanqing propped himself up, noticing that Ming Shengxiao had fallen asleep. He exhaled quietly, gently laying back down and wrapping his right arm around her waist. Soon drifting off himself, Ming Shengxiao opened her eyes, but remained motionless, maintaining a rigid posture for over half an hour until she confirmed that Yin Zhanqing was sound asleep. She then held her breath, carefully disentangling his arm and rising from the bed. Yin Zhanqing had not slept so comfortably in a long time. His thick lashes rested gently, and his expression was serene. Ming Shengxiao wanted to retrieve her phone, but fearing it would wake him, she stealthily made her way to the door. Before leaving, she locked the door behind her out of concern. She dashed out of the complex. The sky had darkened. Dressed in her competition gown and unable to recall Yuzun's phone number, she estimated it was nearly 6 o'clock. Remembering that Yuzun would come to pick her up, Ming Shengxiao hurriedly hailed a taxi and rushed to the venue. Upon arriving, she did not see Yuzun. After anxiously waiting for a few minutes, she finally spotted his car slowly approaching the entrance. Ming Shengxiao quickly moved to greet him, not waiting for him to come to a complete stop before jumping into the car. Hurry! What's wrong? Someone wants to kill you, really. Ming Shengxiao frantically patted her chest. As Yuzun drove onto the main road, she continued, I heard it with my own ears. It might be today. Who wants to kill me? Ming Shengxiao's eyes widened, though her gaze quickly shifted away. I just heard a voice. Yuzun focused on driving and did not press for details. He took out his phone to call for help, but his eyes caught sight of several Buick sedans tailing them in the rearview mirror. He put down the phone and pressed the accelerator, fastening his seatbelt. Ming Shengxiao quickly followed suit as the car surged forward like a wild stallion, cutting through the chilling wind. She gripped the seatbelt tightly as the pursuing vehicles relentlessly chased them. Given the road conditions, Yuzun's vehicle could not fully utilize its advantages to shake them off. He needed to get onto the highway. With a grim expression, he skillfully shifted gears. After a deft maneuver, he sped onto the highway, quickly establishing distance from the pursuers. Seeing this, Ming Shengxiao finally felt a semblance of relief. Yet Yuzun's demeanor remained grave, showing no signs of relaxation. At a suburban entrance, 3 container trucks appeared, one in front, 2 behind. Yuzun sensed something was amiss. The black sedan ahead began to slow down, as if waiting to ambush him. Yuzun slammed the accelerator, and Ming Shengxiao felt the surroundings blur into a void as the sports car collided violently with the black sedan. Ming Shengxiao gasped, gripping the overhead handle tightly. The sedan was sent spiraling, tumbling several times before the driver was even ejected through the window. Following the collision, the screeching brakes pierced the air, and Yuzun accelerated with calm determination, showing no signs of panic. Several cars pursued them on the highway, but their path was nearly blocked by the container trucks. The opposition clearly realized that conventional tactics would not suffice, and soon, vehicles from multiple directions converged, encircling them. Ming Shengxiao was drenched in sweat, terrified that her fear would affect Yuzun. She bit her lip, remaining silent. Suddenly, their car was jolted from behind, veering dangerously close to the guardrail. Ahead lay an unexcavated mountain, and the container truck in front began to slow down, while the cars behind continued to ram into them relentlessly. Yuzun, however, was unwilling to await his demise in such a manner. He instructed Ming Shengxiao to sit firmly, then executed a drift, maneuvering through a narrow gap that seemed impassable for the truck. Ming Shengxiao felt her entire body tilt, and she could not help but scream in terror. Just when they believed they had escaped peril, the rear of the vehicle was struck violently, sending the car careening uncontrollably over the guardrail. Yuzun hastily applied the brakes, the wide tires crunching over the uneven gravel road, but by then, half of the car was already teetering over the cliff's edge. Ming Shengxiao gasped for breath, her legs trembling uncontrollably. Their assailants, undeterred, pressed on. Just as Yuzun was about to reverse, the front of the container truck collided forcefully, sending the vehicle, along with its occupants, tumbling down the precipice. Onlookers from several vehicles disembarked, gathering at the cliff's edge. The car rolled down like a ball, and several witnesses gasped as it crashed into the chaotic underbrush below. It seemed there would be no resting place for the deceased. "We must hasten. We still need to deal with these vehicles," one of them urged, convinced that no one would survive. They quickly drove away. Ming Shengxiao was engulfed in a wave of dizziness, akin to the relentless jolting of a roller coaster. When she finally managed to open her eyes, she found herself ejected from the car window, lying in the muddy terrain. Pain radiated from her body, bruised by the sharp stones. As she blinked away the haze, her vision cleared enough to see Yuzun's vehicle just 2 meters away. She scrambled towards it. Yuzun's extravagant sports car, even in danger, held up remarkably well. It had only sustained some deformation, and without its protection, they would have surely perished. Ming Shengxiao clambered to the other side and opened the door. The airbags had deployed, revealing Yuzun motionless atop them. "Yuzun? Yuzun?" she called, shaking his shoulder. Yuzun, dazed and disoriented, finally regained his senses. "My legs are trapped. I cannot move." Kneeling down, Ming Shengxiao saw that the crumpled front of the car had pinned his legs. Although Yuzun appeared otherwise uninjured, darkness had already descended. What should they do? Would the car explode, suddenly like in the movies? As he attempted to shift, sharp pain surged through him, causing him to draw in a sharp breath. Ming Shengxiao, witnessing this, desperately clawed at the wreckage, but the sharp metal cut into her palm. After considerable effort, She managed to create some space and signaled for Yuzun to try moving. Can you? Her small face was smeared with mud and dirt, making her look particularly disheveled. Yuzun lifted his right leg. Fortunately, the car's front had not crumpled excessively, or his legs would have been crushed. He pushed aside the airbag and saw Ming Shengxiao's hands straining to free him. Aren't you particularly attached to these hands? He remarked, ignoring him. Ming Shengxiao's cheeks flushed red as she gripped his left leg, her veins bulging from exertion. Seeing this, Yuzun bent down forcefully, pulling his legs free. Ming Shengxiao wrapped her arms around Yuzun's waist, and with a heave, he landed heavily on her, nearly crushing her. Are you all right? She asked, concern lacing her voice. Yuzun tested his ability to move. Thankfully, no bones were broken. It seemed to be merely bruised. I thought you would be glad to see me dead. If you died, I would be trapped here. A faint smile curved Yuzun's lips as he pulled out his phone, only to discover there was no signal. At this moment, no one would be able to escape. The two sat on the ground, vehicles zooming past on the highway above, their shouts lost in the din. Ming Shengxiao attempted to rise, but Yuzun pulled her back down. A rescue team will come soon. They are not foolish. After such a massive accident on the highway, it is unlikely anyone will leave us here overnight. Ming Shengxiao, consumed by anxiety, failed to consider this. What if they think we are dead? What if we starve here? Yuzun reached out his hand, but instinctively, she turned her face away. He grasped her chin and pressed his palm against her forehead, prompting her to wince in pain. She gasped as she realized she was bleeding. Surviving a fall from such a height felt miraculous. Yuzun kept his hand on her forehead, leaning against a small tree trunk, allowing her head to rest on his shoulder. You suspect someone wants to harm me. It must be Yin Zhanqing, right? Ming Shengxiao could not conceal her panic and quickly closed her eyes. Yuzun's deep gaze, shrouded in the night, radiated a fierce intensity. Why is no one coming? Did I not tell you to remain still? You should remain still, lest you find yourself bound to a wheelchair for life, just like your sister. Ming Shengxiao inadvertently pressed down on the spot where he had been trapped, causing Yuzun to wince in agony, his handsome features contorting in pain. A small smile broke on her lips, and as she lifted her gaze, she realized her vision was becoming increasingly blurred. It's so dark. Why can I see nothing? Yuzun turned on his phone, the light illuminating their confined space. Ming Shengxiao reached out, only to be horrified to discover she could not even see her own hand. Her face drained of color. I cannot see. I really cannot see. Upon hearing her, Yuzun sat up, alarmed by her terror. Is it dark? Where are you? Have you left me? Yuzun grasped her hand and drew her close. I am here. It is all right. It is merely dark. Is it true? Ming Shengxiao blinked, her confusion evident. Why is it so dark? Can you not see me either? Shengxiao, you can see me, cannot you? Ming Shengxiao felt a throbbing ache in her head, which had gone unnoticed until now. Am I blind? I do not want this. I do not want this. She writhed anxiously in his embrace, her eyes brimming with fear. Yuzun tightened his hold on her, covering her eyes with his hand. Do not worry when you open them again. Chapter 80. Ming Shengxiao gazed at him with wide eyes, as though he were a stranger. The brilliance in her eyes was too translucent for Yin Zhanqing to meet her gaze, and he merely repeated his earlier words. Shengxiao, do you wish to call Yuzun? Do you wish for Yuzun's life? She countered, her tone icy. Are you worried about him? Regardless of the circumstances, you should not threaten his life. Yin Zhanqing shoved her phone into his pocket. I know you do not love him. If he dies, you can regain your freedom. Do you not desire that? Her face remained stoic, but she allowed him to continue. We have arrived at this juncture because of Yuzun. Ming Shengxiao shook her head, her heart racing weakly. You know better than anyone that if our bond is strong enough, no one can intrude. Even if he were to die, what difference would it make? Yin Zhanqing, you are already married. Do you wish for me to be an authentic mistress? To put it plainly, your desire to harm him stems from the incident with the disc. Does it not? Ming Shengxiao's words struck home, and Yin Zhanqing's expression darkened. Since you are aware of the disc, do you wish to watch him send me to my demise? Ming Shengxiao refrained from explaining whether she had known or not known the contents of the disc. Now, it felt irrelevant, and she did not wish to waste time. She turned to leave. Where are you going? Her arm was seized by him. Do you intend to control my every move? You are not allowed to go anywhere before tomorrow, Yin Zhanqing asserted, his grip tightening as he enveloped Ming Shengxiao in his arms, trapping her against him. Let me go. Su Rou had been waiting for Yin Zhanqing to pick her up, but inadvertently spotted him, pulling Ming Shengxiao towards the parking lot. The two struggled against each other, but Ming Shengxiao lacked the strength to resist, allowing Yin Zhanqing to drag her forward. Zhanqing! Zhanqing! Su Rou called out urgently, but Yin Zhanqing, seemingly oblivious, forcefully pushed Ming Shengxiao into the passenger seat before speeding away. Su Rou, filled with frustration and anxiety, bent over, gasping for breath. Yin Zhanqing, what do you wish to do? Ming Shengxiao desired to open the car door and return home, but Yin Zhanqing remained silent, accelerating the vehicle rapidly. The car sped through the tree-lined avenue and arrived before a residential complex, where Ming Shengxiao was once again dragged out and taken into the elevator. Ascending to the 9th floor, the apartment, spanning over 100 square meters, boasted 3 bedrooms and 2 living areas. The entire complex featured finely decorated units, with everything inside impeccably arranged, resembling a place seldom inhabited. Yin Zhanqing thrust Ming Shengxiao into the bedroom and subsequently locked the door. Are you aware of what you are doing? How is this any different from abduction? Shengxiao, I will return you home tomorrow morning. Yin Zhanqing, are you truly capable of murder? Ming Shengxiao's thoughts were simple. She could not fathom how, in a society governed by law, a single life could be discussed with such ease. It is not just that he must die. Eventually, I will meet the same fate at his hands. Shengxiao, can you bear to see me come to harm? Yin Zhanqing approached the bed, pressing his right hand on her shoulder, and they both fell onto the large bed. Ming Shengxiao struggled to push him away, but he tightened his embrace. Yin Zhanqing rested his chin against her forehead, the desolation in his eyes hidden from her view. When did she begin to resist even the slightest touch from him? Neither Ming Shengxiao nor Yin Zhanqing understood. Shengxiao, have you fallen for him? Ming Shengxiao's lips moved as if to deny it, yet the words failed to escape her lips. Seeing her silence, Yin Zhanqing assumed her acquiescence. Have you forgotten how he treated you? How could you possibly like someone like that? What sort of person should I like then? Yin Zhanqing loosened his grip on her shoulders. Seizing the opportunity, Ming Shengxiao forcefully pushed him away. She barely took a few steps before being yanked back by him. Is he truly that important? I will not allow you to go. Why can you not understand? Even if the roles were reversed today, I would still desperately reach out to him. I simply do not wish to witness a life lost. You do not understand me. I cannot comprehend why you're doing this. Ming Shengxiao found herself pinned to the bed, unable to move, and chose to remain silent. Yin Zhanqing, observing her demeanor, fell silent as well. He extended an arm towards her, but upon witnessing her turn away, his movement faltered, yet he still wrapped his arms around her waist. Ming Shengxiao felt an unexplainable wave of resistance. She closed her eyes and remained still. Shengxiao, I will stay here with you. Do not be afraid. Hearing her call him by name, Yin Zhanqing's heart soared. When I first met you, you were so beautiful and had everything going for you. I was young and easily enamored. Later, I learned about Su Rou. Even if you consider me a substitute for her, I willingly endured it for several months. I repeatedly told myself that I remained here to earn tuition fees, believing I would never see you again after the semester began. Yet, I never anticipated you would confess your feelings for me. Ming Shengxiao clenched her fists against her chest. I genuinely once thought we might truly be together. Why can others achieve happiness while I cannot? I, too, have the right to pursue happiness. Yet, I did not foresee that your parents would not be the greatest obstacle between us. My past is our most significant barrier. Shengxiao, please do not say that. In Shinsa, do you think having me lose the child would erase my entire past? Ming Shengxiao's shoulders trembled as she spoke. The fact that I was with you Zun is already etched in your heart. Shengxiao, Yin Zhanqing forcefully embraced Ming Shengxiao. Shall we start anew? Start anew? It has all ended. How can we begin again? Zhanqing, would you divorce for me? Ming Shengxiao could distinctly sense the rigidity of his chest against her back. The Su and Yin family's union was unbreakable. Her father would never allow such a scandal at this critical moment. Ming Shengxiao understood this better than anyone. If Yin Zhanqing had caused her pain, she would ensure he felt it doubly in return. Do not tell me that aside from marriage, you can offer me anything else. In truth, that was precisely what Yin Zhanqing longed to convey to her, the only guarantee he could provide. He sighed, loosening his grip a little. Ming Shengxiao gazed out the window. If this continued, Yuzun might truly face peril. Yin Zhanqing showed no intention of letting her go. Although Yuzun could be abrasive and his methods extreme, Ming Shengxiao did not wish to see him come to harm. She knew that even if she fought back, she would not stand a chance against Yin Zhanqing. She lay quietly on the bed, striving to maintain a steady breath. Shengxiao. An hour later, Yin Zhanqing propped himself up, noticing that Ming Shengxiao had already fallen asleep. He exhaled softly and gently lowered his upper body back onto the bed, wrapping his right arm around her waist and soon drifting into slumber. Ming Shengxiao opened her eyes but remained perfectly still, maintaining her rigid position for half an hour until she confirmed that Yin Zhanqing was sound asleep. Only then did she hold her breath and gently extricate his arm from around her before rising from the bed. Yin Zhanqing had not experienced such a restful sleep in a long time. His thick eyelashes rested softly against his cheeks, his expression serene. Ming Shengxiao wished to retrieve her phone, but feared disturbing Yin Zhanqing. Reluctantly, she tiptoed toward the door and, feeling uneasy, locked it behind her. Dashing out of the complex, darkness had already fallen. Wearing the dress from the competition, she could not recall Yuzun's phone number. Estimating the time to be nearly 6 o'clock, she remembered Yuzun mentioning he would come to pick her up at that hour. Ming Shengxiao hurriedly hailed a taxi to rush to the competition venue. Upon arriving, she found Yuzun absent and anxiously waited for a few minutes until she finally spotted his car slowly approaching the entrance. Ming Shengxiao rushed forward, opening the car door before he could come to a complete stop. Hurry! What's the rush? Someone wants to kill you. I heard it today. Ming Shengxiao pounded her chest in distress as Yuzun drove onto the main road. I heard it with my own ears. It could very well be today. Who wants to kill me? Sheng Zhao's eyes widened, yet her gaze quickly averted from me. I merely heard a sound. Yuzun was focused on driving and did not press him further. He took out his phone about to dial, when his eyes caught sight of several Buick sedans tailing us in the rearview mirror. He set the phone down, pressed the accelerator, and the car surged forward. Buckling her seatbelt, Ming Shengxiao hurriedly followed suit. The car raced ahead like a wild stallion, cutting through the biting, cold wind. Shengxiao gripped the seatbelt tightly as the cars behind relentlessly pursued us. Given that we were on the road, Yuzun's vehicle could not fully utilize its advantages. To shake them off, we had to reach the highway. The man's handsome face darkened as he skillfully shifted gears. With a graceful drift, the Koenigsegg CCXR shot onto the highway, quickly creating distance from the pursuers. Seeing this, Ming Shengxiao finally relaxed, though Yuzun remained grave, showing no signs of ease. At an entrance to the outskirts of the city, 3 container trucks appeared, 1 in front and 2 behind. Yuzun sensed something amiss. The black sedan ahead slowed down, as if waiting for him to deliver himself to them. Yuzun slammed on the accelerator, and Ming Shengxiao felt the scenery around them blur into a void. The car's front violently collided with the black sedan ahead, causing Shengxiao to scream in terror as she clutched the overhead handle. With a loud crash, the sedan was flung away, tumbling several times on the highway, and the driver was ejected from the window. Following the impact, the screech of brakes pierced the air, almost shattering eardrums. Yuzun accelerated sharply, his demeanor calm, betraying no hint of panic. Several cars continued to chase him on the highway, but the road ahead was nearly blocked by the container trucks. The assailants clearly realized that conventional methods would not suffice against him, as vehicles gathered from different directions. Soon, they found themselves surrounded. Ming Shengxiao was drenched in sweat, fearing her anxiety would affect Yuzun, biting her lip in silence. Suddenly, the rear of the car was struck, causing it to veer dangerously close to the guardrail. Ahead loomed an unexcavated mountain, and, as the container trucks slowed down, the following cars accelerated, relentlessly crashing into them. Yuzun, however, refused to wait for death. He instructed Ming Shengxiao to brace herself and executed a drift through the impossible gap between the trucks. Ming Shengxiao felt her entire body tilt, unable to contain her screams. Just when she thought they had escaped danger, the rear of the car was struck again, sending it spiraling out of control. Yuzun hastily slammed the brakes, the wide tires crushing over the uneven gravel road, but half the car was already teetering over the cliff's edge. Panting heavily, Ming Shengxiao's legs trembled uncontrollably. Seeing this, the assailants were clearly unwilling to relent. Just as Yuzun attempted to reverse, the front of a container truck slammed into them, sending the car and its occupants tumbling down the cliff. The vehicle's occupants exited and gathered at the cliff's edge, watching as the car rolled down like a ball, crashing into the chaotic thicket below. They were certain there would be no survivors and hurriedly departed, certain no one would be left alive. Ming Shengxiao felt a wave of dizziness wash over her, akin to riding a roller coaster. And when she finally managed to open her eyes, she found herself thrown out of the window, lying in the muddy grass, her body covered in painful cuts from stones. As she blinked away the haze, she spotted Yuzun's car, just 2 meters away, and crawled towards it. Yuzun, the luxury sports car, even in peril, had merely sustained some deformation. Had it not shielded them, they would have been shattered beyond recognition. Ming Shengxiao clambered to the other side, opening the door where the airbags had deployed, revealing Yuzun motionless on top. Yuzun, Yuzun? She shook his shoulder, calling out to him. Yuzun, dazed and disoriented, managed to gather his senses. My leg is trapped. I can't move. Ming Shengxiao knelt down and saw that the deformed front of the car had pinned his legs. He appeared otherwise uninjured, but the sky had darkened ominously. What if, like in the movies, the car exploded? He attempted to move, but pain shot through him, forcing him to gasp. Seeing this, Ming Shengxiao strained to pry open the sharp metal wires, cutting her palms in the process. After a struggle, she managed to create a small opening and gestured to Yuzun. Can you move? Her face was smeared with yellow dirt and grass, making her look particularly disheveled. Thankfully, Yuzun was able to lift his right leg. The car's front wasn't too severely deformed, or his legs would have been crushed. He pushed aside the airbag and saw Ming Shengxiao's hands straining against the metal. Aren't you most concerned about these hands? Ming Shengxiao ignored him, her face flushed with effort. She grasped Yuzun's left leg, her hands straining hard, the veins standing out prominently. Seeing this, he bent down and pulled his legs free. Ming Shengxiao wrapped her arms around Yuzun's waist, and with a single heave, he was dragged out, collapsing heavily on her, almost crushing her insides. Are you okay? I'm fine. It seems I haven't injured my bones, just some bruises. I thought you'd be glad to see me dead. If you died, I wouldn't be able to get out. Yuzun smirked slightly as he pulled out his phone, only to find no signal. At this moment, no one could hope to escape. The two of them sat on the ground while vehicles passed by overhead, oblivious to their plight. Ming Shengxiao wanted to rise, but Yuzun pulled her back down. Rescue teams will be here soon. They're not fools. After such a massive crash on the highway, it's unlikely we'll spend the night here. Shengxiao, fraught with anxiety, hadn't considered this. What if they think we're dead? Will we starve here? Yuzun extended his hand towards her, but she instinctively turned her face away. He grasped her chin and pressed his palm to her forehead, causing her to wince. Feeling the blood rush from the impact of such a high fall, she thought it was miraculous to be alive. Yuzun's hand did not relent, as he leaned against a small tree trunk, allowing Shengxiao to rest her head on his shoulder. You think someone wants to harm me? It must be Yin Zhanqing, right? Ming Shengxiao's eyes betrayed her panic, and she quickly shut them tight. Yuzun's deep gaze held a fierce intensity in the darkness. Why hasn't anyone come yet? Didn't I tell you not to move? You should be the one not to move, lest you end up in a wheelchair like your sister. Ming Shengxiao's right hand accidentally pressed hard against the place where he had been trapped. Yuzun winced in pain, his handsome face contorting slightly. Ming Shengxiao's lips inadvertently curled into a smile. She looked up, only to find her vision blurred as she rubbed her eyes. It's so dark. Why can't I see anything? Yuzun turned on his phone's light, illuminating the cramped space. Ming Shengxiao reached out, horrified to discover she couldn't even see her own hand. Her complexion turned pale in an instant. I can't see. I really can't see. Hearing this, Yuzun quickly sat up. Ming Shengxiao, panicked, pushed her hair aside. Is it dark? Yuzun, where are you? Have you left? Yuzun grasped her hand and embraced her. I'm here. It's fine. It's just dark. Really? Ming Shengxiao blinked in confusion. Why is it so dark? Can't you see me either? Shengxiao, you can see me, right? As she began to feel a headache, she realized she hadn't noticed it before. But now it was pounding fiercely. Am I blind? I do not wish to struggle restlessly in his embrace. She is bewildered, her eyes misted with fear. Yet he merely tightens his hold on her, shielding her eyes with his palm. Rest assured, when you open them again, you will see. I do not believe it, she cries, her scalding tears seeping through the gaps between his fingers. Release your hand. Whether you believe it or not, you must, he asserts with an imperious tone. I say you will see, and you shall. But I am blind, she protests, gripping his hand with all her strength, desperately trying to pry it away. She yearns to open her eyes, her eyelids fluttering, but he leans down and kisses her eyelids tenderly. She frowns, unable to open her eyes, while his kisses linger at the corners of her eyes, unwilling to dissipate. Is this true? If I open my eyes, I'll be able to see? You may doubt others, but you must believe me, he whispers gently against her closed eyelids. You're not being obedient, yet you ended up in my bed, did you not? But Yuzun, I am in this state. He chuckles softly, his eyes narrowing, though concern is etched across his face. Then I shall not open them, she replies, afraid of the enveloping darkness where she cannot see her own hands. The faint scent of his cologne fills her nostrils as she clings to his sleeve, resting her cheek against his shoulder. Yin Zhanqing maintained a single position for several hours, never having slept so soundly before. Instinctively, he reached out, only to find emptiness. He blinked awake, and aside from the creases left behind, there was no one beside him. His sleepiness vanished, and he propped himself up, scanning the room for any sign of her. Shengxiao. He thumped his palm against his forehead in frustration, realizing the door was locked from the outside. He felt a wave of annoyance. When had he slept so deeply? Just then his phone rang, the sound echoing in the empty room. He answered, hello? Hello, young Master Yin. The matter you entrusted us with has been taken care of. The voice on the other end exclaimed excitedly. We pushed the car off the cliff. Finding the remains will be nearly impossible. Yin Zhanqing let out a sigh of relief, his expression easing slightly. Good work. Just as he was about to hang up, his eyes swept across the room, and he added, was there anyone else in the car? Oh, there was a woman. She was a passenger, but her luck was unfortunate. She was quite beautiful, wearing a lovely pale yellow dress. Where did she get in? On Modern Avenue. That was the location where Shengxiao had participated in the competition. She must have returned to wait for Yuzun. Rest assured, we handled it cleanly and efficiently. A sudden chill surged through Yin Zhanqing, as if the very essence of him had been drained. His hand trembled around the phone, and after much effort, he managed to shout, damn it, make sure you finish the job. Shengxiao. Darkness enveloped him, and he nearly collapsed, the name escaping his lips, suffocating him as he struggled to breathe. Shengxiao leaned quietly against Yuzun's shoulder, startled by the distant sound of car horns. She suddenly sat upright, eyes still closed, blindly reaching out. Where are you? Have you left? I am here, Yuzun assured, grasping her flailing hand, his palm warm and reassuring against her own. Chapter 81. The Collision. The car crashed violently, the screech of brakes nearly piercing the eardrums. Yuzun accelerated sharply, his demeanor calm, betraying no hint of panic. Several vehicles pursued them on the highway, and their path was nearly blocked by a cargo truck. The pursuers clearly realized that conventional methods would not suffice, as vehicles converged from different directions. Soon, they found themselves encircled. Shengxiao, drenched in sweat, bit her lip in silence, fearing her anxiety would affect Yuzun. Suddenly, their car was jolted from behind, nearly careening off the guardrail. Ahead loomed an unexcavated mountain. The cargo truck in front slowed, while the vehicles behind pressed forward, relentlessly colliding with them. Yet Yuzun refused to succumb to fate. He instructed Shengxiao to brace herself and executed a daring drift, squeezing through a narrow gap between the trucks. Shengxiao felt her body tilt, unable to contain her screams of fright. Just when they thought they had escaped, the rear of their vehicle was struck violently, sending them uncontrollably towards the guardrail. Yuzun slammed the brakes, the wide tires crunching over the uneven gravel as they skidded perilously close to the cliff's edge. Shengxiao gasped for breath, her legs trembling uncontrollably. The assailants, undeterred, were relentless. Just as Yuzun attempted to reverse, the front of the cargo truck slammed into them, propelling the car and its occupants over the cliff. Those in the other vehicles disembarked and gathered at the cliff's edge. The car tumbled like a ball, landing amidst the chaotic underbrush below, leaving no hope of recovery. Quickly, we must deal with the other vehicles. They assured each other that no witnesses would remain. After ensuring their escape, they sped away. Shengxiao felt a wave of dizziness wash over her, as if she were on a roller coaster, jolted repeatedly. Finally managing to open her eyes, she realized she had been thrown from the car, sprawled on the muddy ground. Pain coursed through her body from the cuts inflicted by the stones. As she blinked away the haze, her vision cleared slightly, and she saw Yuzun's car just 2 meters away. Yuzun, the luxury sports car, even in peril, had only sustained minor damage. Without its protection, both would have been utterly destroyed. Shengxiao crawled to the other side, yanking the car door open, only to find the airbags deployed, with Yuzun lying motionless atop them. Yuzun, Yuzun? She shook his shoulder, calling out to him. Yuzun, dazed and disoriented, finally regained his senses. My legs are trapped. I cannot move. Shengxiao knelt down, noticing the crumpled front end of the vehicle pinning his legs. Aside from that, he appeared unharmed. But the sky had darkened ominously. What do we do? We'll explode like in the movies? He attempted to shift, but pain shot through him, forcing a gasp from his lips. Seeing this, she desperately clawed at the debris, sharp metal slicing into her palms. After a struggle, she managed to pry some of it away and gestured for him to try moving. Can you? She asked, her face streaked with dirt and distress. Yuzun lifted his right leg, relieved that the car's deformation was not too severe. Otherwise, his legs would have been crushed. He pushed aside the airbag and saw Shengxiao straining with all her might. Aren't you concerned about these hands? He remarked, ignoring him, her face flushed with determination. Gripping his left leg, the veins on her hands bulged from exertion. Seeing this, he bent down, pulling himself free with all his strength. Shengxiao wrapped her arms around his waist, exerting herself, and when he was finally free, he collapsed heavily onto her, nearly crushing her insides. Are you okay? No injuries? He asked, attempting to move. Thankfully, nothing seemed broken, just bruised. I thought you wanted me dead. If you died, I would be trapped here. A slight smile played on Yuzun's lips as he pulled out his phone, only to discover there was no signal. Now, neither of us can escape. They sat on the ground, the vehicles above whizzing by, oblivious to their plight. Shengxiao tried to rise, but Yuzun pulled her back down. Help will arrive soon. They aren't fools. After such a significant accident on the highway, it's impossible for us to remain unnoticed overnight. Caught up in her anxiety, she failed to consider this. What if they think we are dead? We could starve to death here. Yuzun extended his hand, but instinctively, she turned her face away. He grasped her chin, pressing his palm against her forehead, and that was when she felt the sting of pain, gasping as she recoiled. You're bleeding. Falling from such a great height. Merely surviving feels like a miracle. Yuzun kept his hand firmly pressed against her forehead, leaning against a small tree trunk, allowing Shengxiao to rest her head on his shoulder. You said someone wants to harm me. It must be Yin Zhanqing, right? Panic was evident in Shengxiao's eyes as she hastily closed them. Yuzun's deep gaze emanated a fierce intensity in the darkness, and when Mo Shengxiao stirred, she asked anxiously, why has no one arrived yet? Did I not tell you to stay still? You should remain still. Otherwise, you might end up in a wheelchair for the rest of your life, just like your sister. Mo Shengxiao inadvertently pressed her right hand heavily against the spot where he had been previously trapped, causing Yuzun to arch his upper body in unbearable pain. His handsome face slightly contorted. A smile inadvertently escaped from the corner of Shengxiao's mouth. She lifted her eyes, but found her vision blurred when looking into the distance. Rubbing her eyes, she muttered, "It's so dark. I can't see anything." Yuzun turned on his phone, the light flooding the cramped space. Mo Shengxiao reached out her hand, only to be horrified to discover she couldn't even see her own hand. Her complexion turned pale. I can't see. I really can't see. Hearing this, Yuzun hurriedly sat up. Ming Shengxiao was filled with terror, continuously pushing her hair aside. Is it dark outside? Yuzun, where are you? Have you left? He grasped her hand and embraced her. I'm here, it's all right. It's just dark. Really? Ming Shengxiao blinked in confusion. Why is it so dark? Can you not see me either? Shengxiao, you can see me, can't you? A headache began to throb within her. She had not felt it moments before, but now it was excruciating. Am I blind? I don't want to be. Ming Shengxiao struggled restlessly in his arms. Overwhelmed with fear, her eyes glistening with trepidation. Yuzun simply held her tighter, covering her eyes with his palm. Don't worry. When you open your eyes, you'll be able to see again. I don't believe you. Ming Shengxiao cried out, hot tears streaming through his fingers. Let go of me, even if you don't believe. You must. Yuzun's tone was commanding. I say you can see, and you will see, but I can clearly feel that I'm blind. Ming Shengxiao gripped the back of his hand tightly, exerting great force to pry his hand away. Desperately, she wanted to open her eyes. Her eyelids fluttered. Yuzun bent down and pressed a kiss on her eyes. She frowned, unable to open them. His kiss lingered, refusing to dissipate at the corners of her eyes. As she clung to his back, is it true? If I open my eyes, I will be able to see? You may choose not to believe others, but you must believe me, he whispered gently, kissing her closed eyes. I wanted you, and did you not obediently come my bed? Yuzun, I am in this condition. He chuckled softly, his eyes narrowing, yet worry lingered on his face. All right, then I won't open them. Ming Shengxiao was too afraid to open her eyes, terrified of the pitch-black darkness where she could see nothing. The faint scent of cologne from Yuzun filled her nostrils as she grasped his sleeve, resting her cheek against his shoulder. Yin Zhanqing had maintained a position for several hours, never having slept so soundly before. His hand instinctively reached out in front of him, only to find emptiness. He awoke, bleary-eyed, and aside from the creased impressions beside him, there was no sign of anyone. His sleepiness vanished as he propped himself up, his eyes wide open. Ming Shengxiao. He struck his forehead heavily with his palm, moving towards the door. Upon turning the knob, he found it locked. Frustration washed over him. When had he ever slept so deeply? Just then, his phone rang, echoing in the empty room. He answered, hello? Hello, young Master Yin. The matter you entrusted to us has been taken care of. The voice on the other end was filled with excitement, eager to take credit. The car was driven off the cliff. It's unlikely we'll find even a body. Yin Zhanqing breathed a sigh of relief, his expression relaxing slightly. Well done. Just as he was about to hang up, his gaze swept across the room, and he added, was there anyone else in the car? Oh, there was a woman. She was a passenger picked up along the way. Unfortunately, she was quite beautiful, dressed in a lovely pale yellow gown. Where did she get in? At Modern Avenue. That means Ming Shengxiao went back to Modern Avenue to wait for Yuzun. Rest assured, young Master Yin, we handled it cleanly and efficiently. A chill swept over Yin Zhanqing, as if he had been drained of life. His hand trembled around the phone, and after considerable effort, he shouted, damn it, Godi, Shengxiao. Darkness engulfed Yin Zhanqing, nearly causing him to collapse. As he called out Ming Shengxiao's name, his chest constricted, and he could no longer draw breath. Ming Shengxiao quietly leaned against Yuzun's shoulder, startled by the distant sound of a car horn. Jolted upright in fright. With her eyes closed, she could not see, and her hands instinctively groped in the dark. Yuzun, where are you? Have you left? I'm here. Yuzun grasped her flailing hands, his palm warm against hers, providing immense comfort. The rescue team soon reached the site of the incident. As this was a highway where time could not be taken lightly, Ming Shengxiao buried her face in Yuzun's chest, feeling both fragile and absurd. The person she had once despised the most was now the one who had saved her and provided ample conditions for Xiangxi's treatment. Yet deep down, she believed him to be a despicable man. Now, enveloped in darkness and fear, he was the only one by her side. Yuzun? She called out, her voice echoing hollowly in the wind-swept valley. What's wrong? He asked, pulling her close. It's nothing. Ming Shengxiao merely wanted to hear a voice. a sensation reminiscent of her childhood when she eavesdropped on ghost stories, always feeling someone lurking behind her, wishing to speak loudly to drown out her fear. Over here. Come quickly. Footsteps approached rapidly, and Yuzun propped himself up, soon revealing figures rushing towards them with a stretcher. As Ming Shengxiao was lifted onto it, her hands waved frantically. She vaguely sensed the harsh glare of a flashlight hitting her eyelids. Recalling Yuzun's words, she obediently kept her eyes shut, afraid that if she opened them, she would discover she was indeed blind. In the hospital's emergency room, the doctor conducted a thorough examination. Aside from numerous abrasions, there were no significant injuries. Ming Shengxiao clutched Yuzun's hand, anxiety gnawing at her. Doctor, how are my eyes? Rest assured, it's a mild concussion. You'll need to be observed for a few days. The retinal nerves are under pressure, but if all goes well, you should be able to see by tomorrow. The doctor signaled to the nurse to take Ming Shengxiao to her ward. Upon hearing the response, she finally relaxed. Yuzun arranged for her to have the best room. Once the nurse left, the room was filled only with the hollow sounds of machines and the rapid beat of Ming Shengxiao's heart. She knew Yuzun was nearby, yet without his hand to hold, she felt insecure. Am I really such a coward? The room echoed only her own voice. Suddenly on high alert, she wondered if Yuzun had stepped out. The distinct scent of antiseptic filled the air, and Ming Shengxiao anxiously twisted her hands together, feeling the return of fear, as if someone were standing by her bedside, staring intently at her. No, not just one person, but a crowd. Ah! Ming Shengxiao screamed, pulling the blanket over her head. She heard a faint chuckle nearby. Unable to see, her hearing became unusually acute. So you're really this timid? Yuzun teased, lifting the blanket off her head. If you have nothing to hide, why fear a knock on the door? Just as he finished speaking, a knock resounded from outside the door. Ming Shengxiao's face turned pale as she grasped Yuzun's collar with surprising strength, pulling him closer. The man was taken aback by her unexpected vigor. When the nurse entered, she was met with the comical sight of them. Approaching the bedside, she picked up the thermometer from the table, noting that the temperature was normal, suggesting more hydration. Yuzun propped himself up beside her, a chuckle escaping his throat. Embarrassed, Ming Shengxiao released her grip and lay back down, pulling the blanket over half her face. The nurse exited, closing the door behind her, and Yuzun adjusted his crumpled collar, asking if he should stay with her. She declined, and he offered to leave. Ming Shengxiao wrapped herself tightly in the blanket, feeling less fearful. Observing this, Yuzun pulled the blanket down slightly, assuring her that he would remain there. He inquired about her leg, to which she turned her head towards him, relieved by his response that it was fine. With an in her hand for anti-inflammatory treatment, she felt some pain on her face and a scrape on her hand. Remembering something, she reached out, only to realize her phone was with Yin Zhanqing. She worried that her sister would fret over her condition, wanting to inform her that she was staying at school and not returning to Huang Impression. Hearing her thoughts, Yuzun handed her his phone. Meanwhile, Ming Shengxiao, concerned that Shengxiao had not returned after the competition, turned on the television. Several news stations were reporting on a car accident that occurred on the highway. The unusual aspect of the incident was that despite falling from such a height, the individuals involved appeared unharmed. Her heart sank as she recognized the Koenigsegg CCXR being towed, confirming it was Yuzun's car. Panic surged through her as she nearly dropped the remote. Had something happened to Yuzun? The subsequent news footage revealed both Yuzun and Shengxiao being carried on stretchers. She leaned closer, confirming her fears. Just then, her phone rang, and she quickly answered. Hello, sister. Shengxiao. Before she could inquire, Shengxiao spoke first, stating she would be staying at school for the next few days and needed to prepare for an upcoming exam. Though Ming Shengxiao wanted to reveal what she had seen on the news, she held back, replying, Take care of yourself and don't catch a cold. After hanging up, Ming Shengxiao felt a weight lift from her chest, despite some discomfort. She was grateful that Shengxiao was safe. Losing her would mean having no family left in this world. As the rescue team swiftly located the scene of the accident, Ming Shengxiao buried her face in Yuzun's chest, reflecting on the fragility and absurdity of life. She had once despised him, believing him to be despicable, yet in her darkest hour, he was the only one by her side. Yuzun? Her voice echoed in the chilling, wind-swept valley, and as he pulled her closer, she asked what was wrong. He reassured her, saying he merely wanted to hear her voice, reminiscent of childhood fears that lurked in the shadows. Footsteps approached, and Yuzun raised himself. Soon they were being attended to by the rescue team. As she was lifted onto the stretcher, she waved her arms, feeling the bright beams of flashlights on her eyelids. Remembering Yuzun's words, she obediently shut her eyes, fearing that if she opened them, she might truly be blind. In the emergency room, the doctor examined her carefully, assuring her there were no severe injuries aside from some bruises. Grasping Yuzun's hand, she anxiously asked about her eyes. The doctor reassured her of a mild concussion, suggesting a few days of observation, with the possibility of regaining her sight soon. Once she heard this, she sighed in relief. Yuzun arranged for her to have the best room available. After the nurse left, the room was filled only with the sound of machines and her racing heartbeat. Although she knew Yuzun was nearby, she felt insecure without his hand in hers. Am I really so timid? She mused, her own voice echoing back to her. Suddenly, she detected a shift in the atmosphere, wondering if Yuzun had left her. The sterile scent of the hospital intensified her anxiety, and she felt as though someone was lurking at her bedside. No, not just one, but many, she thought, startled, and pulled the covers over her head. A faint chuckle reached her ears, and she realized her heightened sense of hearing was compensating for her blindness. Is it true that you're this timid? Yuzun teased, lifting the blanket from her face. If you have nothing to fear, then why cower? Just then, a knock echoed from the door, startling Ming Shengxiao. She clutched Yuzun's collar once more, her heart racing as the nurse entered, checking on her. The scene was once again comical, with Yuzun supporting her as she lay in bed. The nurse took her temperature, confirming it was normal, and advised her to drink more water. Yuzun chuckled softly, and Ming Shengxiao turned slightly red, retreating into the blanket while he adjusted his collar, asking if he should stay. She declined again, but then wrapped herself tightly in the blanket, feeling a bit more secure. Yuzun noted her anxiety and pulled the blanket down again, encouraging her to sleep, assuring her he would remain by her side. He checked on her leg, and she turned to confirm it was fine. With her four in place and some pain in her face, she felt a scrape on her hand. Remembering her phone was with Yin Zhanqing, she worried her sister would be overly concerned. Hearing her thoughts, Yuzun offered his phone once more. Meanwhile, Ming Shengxiao, still anxious about her sister's whereabouts, turned on the news. The coverage continued on the highway accident, and she felt her heart race as she recognized Yuzun's car. Has something happened to him? She thought, her fear mounting, as Ming Shengxiao felt a sudden heaviness in her heart. The following news footage displayed Yuzun and Shengxiao being lifted onto stretchers. She leaned in closer for a better look, confirming her suspicions. Just then, her phone rang, and she hurriedly answered. Hello, sister. Shengxiao. Just as she was about to inquire further, Shengxiao spoke first. Sister, I've been staying at school for the past few days and won't be coming back. I have an exam soon and need to prepare. Ming Shengxiao turned off the television, choosing not to expose her sister's lie. All right, take care of yourself and don't catch a cold. Ming Shengxiao nodded, feeling warmth in her heart. I know. After hanging up, the weight in Ming Shengxiao's chest felt as though it had been struck with a heavy blow. Though somewhat uncomfortable, it was also relieving. Shengxiao was her sister, and she wished for nothing more than her safety. If even Shengxiao were gone, she would truly have no family left in this world. Yin Zhanqing's phone displayed dozens of missed calls, all from Su Ro. He tossed the device onto the bed, where it intermittently chimed a low battery warning. He buried his face in his hands, sitting on the edge of the bed, maintaining this position for several hours. At such a height, there must be no remains. A woman's voice echoed in his mind, repeating a few phrases incessantly. He never imagined he would be the cause of Sheng Zhao's plight. All the blame rested on him for sleeping too soundly. If only he had been able to endure or tie her up, this tragedy could have been avoided. Frustrated, he struck his own head with a fist, berating himself. Well done, Yin Zhanqing. You've personally harmed the woman you love. Grasping his hair in agony, the pain had long since dulled, leaving him numb. Consumed by regret, he noticed his phone ringing again, a sound that felt like a death knell. He raised it, ready to throw it against the wall, when a fleeting thought struck him. Perhaps the person in Yuzun's car was someone else. This slim glimmer of hope, though minuscule, invigorated Yin Zhanqing like a drowning man clutching at a straw. His fingers trembled as he dialed Xiangxi's number. "Hello, Xiangxi," he spoke cautiously, glancing around. Why was he calling at this moment? Is Shengxiao there? Haven't you seen the news? The flicker of hope in Yin Zhanqing's heart extinguished, replaced by an overwhelming wave of despair. Is she really gone? Who died? Montag Xiangxi replied, bewildert. Shengxiao was in a car accident and is currently at the First People's Hospital. Yin Zhanqing noted her calm demeanor, devoid of the hysteria one would expect from someone mourning a loss. Is Shengxiao all right? She called just now and seemed perfectly fine. It shouldn't be serious. Mo. Xiangxi, perceptive and astute, quickly gleaned the implications of his words. Could this accident somehow be connected to you? When silence fell on the other end, her suspicions solidified. If anything happens to my sister, I will not spare you. Yin Zhanqing ended the call, bracing himself against his knees as he stood up, his legs feeling weak and unsteady, nearly collapsing. Upon returning home, he found his parents seated on the sofa, while Su Ro was dialing his number. Hearing the ringtone, she turned to see him enter. "Zhanqing, where have you been? Why are you back so late?" Su Ro accused. "I heard you're seeing another woman, which has kept us all awake." His mother, visibly irritated, rubbed her temples, exuding impatience. Who else could I be with? Yin Zhanqing, utterly exhausted, felt as though he had been drained of all energy. He bypassed Su Ro, heading towards the kitchen. He hadn't eaten since noon, and hunger gnawed at him. Seeing his indifference, Su Ro felt a pang of grievance. She had clearly seen him with Mo. Shengxiao. "Zhanqing, where did you go this afternoon?" The Yin family had never been one to eat leftovers. Opening the fridge, he found only some lettuce and a few bottles of milk. "Where else?" "I was busy at the company," he replied dismissively, not even glancing at Su Ro. "Do you think I'm gullible? Why didn't you answer my calls? Were you with Mo. Shengxiao? What were you doing? Why are you only coming back now?" Su Ro confronted him, her face twisting in anger. From the couch, his mother could no longer remain silent. "Ro, can't you see Zhanqing has been busy? He hasn't even eaten yet, and you're nagging him like this?" "But I saw it with my own eyes." Su Ro ritorti exasperative. "That vixen got into his car, and no matter how much I called, he acted as if he couldn't hear me. Perhaps Zhanqing truly didn't hear you. Then let me ask you, where did you go this afternoon?" The spacious living room echoed with Su Ro's increasingly raised voice. "Today, both Mom and Dad are here. You better explain yourself." "What is there to explain?" Yin Zhanqing's patience thinned as he pushed her away, his irritation growing. Su Ro turned and clung to his arm. "I know you no longer care about me. Why does that vixen keep entangling herself with you? I curse her to suffer and never reappear in our lives." "Su Ro." Yin Zhanqing forcefully shook her off, causing her shoulder to collide with the refrigerator door. "You have no right to speak of her like that." Tears welled up in Su Ro's eyes. She was his wife. Yet he claimed she had no right to curse the woman who threatened their marriage. "Even if you no longer love me, can't you at least hide it better?" Seeing her tears, Yin Zhanqing felt weighed down by fatigue. In his memory, Mo. Shengxiao seldom cried. No matter how difficult things became, she persevered without falling apart. He glanced at Su Ro, but made no move to comfort her. The commotion had dulled his hunger. Noticing the escalating tension between the couple, his father interjected, "Zhanqing, you should come home earlier next time. No matter how good the other woman is, you must return home." "Dad, I just had something to deal with." "Mom, they might be scheming behind my back." His father, feeling frustrated, was interrupted by his mother pulling on his wrist. "You should go rest. Now that Zhanqing is home, there's nothing to worry about." His father nodded and stood up, with his mother following closely behind. "Su Ro, stop making a fuss. It's only natural for men to have social obligations. Besides, you know full well why Zhanqing married you. Focus on giving me a healthy grandson. That's what matters most. Stop looking for trouble all the time." Deep down, his mother harbored resentment. Had it not been for Su Ro's desire to leverage her son's status, she would not have taken such a gamble. The two elders retired to their room, and Yin Zhanqing ascended the stairs, weary. Su Ro sat despondently in her chair, knowing that Yin Zhanqing's heart was no longer hers. Otherwise, he would have at least offered her a few comforting words. Shengxiao had a restless night. her body aching from the abrasions. She intermittently dreamt the same dream, unable to see. She could not see her piano, nor her sister. Each day, she lived in a world devoid of light, consumed by fear. One day, she finally managed to see, only to realize her hair had turned gray. Ming Shengxiao jolted awake, trembling from the nightmare. As her eyes opened, she was met with a blinding light. Raising her hand to shield her eyes from the sun filtering through her fingers, the room gradually came into focus. She was cautious, slowly opening her eyes wider. Aside from some discomfort, she could see clearly now. 2 meters away, there was another hospital bed where Yu Zun lay on his side. A wheelchair sat beside him, clad in a blue and white patterned hospital gown. He appeared remarkably spirited despite the cotton blanket covering his lower body. His sleeping posture was chaotic, nearly clutching half of the pillow. Ming Shengxiao chuckled softly. Who would have thought that someone so composed in daily life would sleep so chaotically? Yu Zun frowned and opened his eyes, catching sight of her. The smile that had crept onto her lips was too late to hide, and she beamed at him like a fool. Shengxiao pouted as Yu Zun rose from his bed, carelessly kicking aside the wheelchair. He walked over to her bedside, limping slightly. Upon noticing her gaze, he leaned closer, his nose nearly touching hers. "Can you see me now?" She gently brushed aside the hair from her forehead, revealing a faint red gash, a remnant from when she had been hurled through the car window and scratched by the thorns of a bush. It was evident that he was capable of such brutality. Ming Shengxiao understood who he was referring to, yet she remained silent, unwilling to fall into his trap by implicating Yin Zhanqing. She harbored no desire for either Yu Zun or Yin Zhanqing to face misfortune, regardless of how disappointing or cruel Yin Zhanqing had been toward her. When the doctor made his rounds, he conducted a thorough examination of Ming Shengxiao, assuring her that a few days of observation would suffice for her discharge. Yin Zhanqing did not visit the hospital, but inquired through mutual acquaintances about Shengxiao's condition. Finding out that she was indeed safe, he ordered a bouquet of white lilies from a florist to be delivered to her. After a few days in the hospital, Shengxiao prepared for her discharge. Yu Zun had previously returned to the royal impression and sometimes visited during the day. On the second day of Ming Shengxiao's hospitalization, Xiangxi came to the hospital, having learned of her accident through the news, and chided Shengxiao for not informing her sooner. Despite her mobility issues, Xiangxi insisted on staying with her in the hospital overnight. Returning to the royal impression, Ming Shengxiao felt a wave of relief. It seemed she had been rather unfortunate, having been hospitalized twice in such a short span. Although she had taken a leave of absence from school, she feared falling behind and resolved to attend classes the following day. After dinner, Yu Zun had yet to return. Shengxiao ascended the stairs, intending to retrieve a book. In the living room, Xiangxi and Aunt He were watching television. As she opened the covers of the master bedroom's bed, she noticed the disarray, indicating that Yu Zun had indeed rested there. On the bedside table lay an unfinished book of hers, which she picked up absent-mindedly, only to return it to its place. She intended to tidy the bed, her fingertips gliding over the pure, delicate silk fabric. As she lifted the corners, she spotted a long strand of hair on the pillow. Ming Shengxiao's heart sank unexpectedly, the pain in her chest sharp and piercing, as if a thorn had lodged itself there, making every breath feel like a stab. This bed had evidently been shared with another woman. The pristine white color overwhelmed her senses. Why did it have to be white? If it had been black, blue, or red, perhaps she would not have noticed that strand of hair. Yet, it was white, boldly claiming the entirety of her pillow, so conspicuous that its presence could not be overlooked. Clutching the hair tightly, she felt a tumult of emotions rise within her. She sat at the edge of the bed, her thoughts racing. Perhaps he had grown weary of her. "You can free yourself now," she told herself, but despite her resolve, her lips remained drawn tight, unable to form a smile. When Yu Zun entered the room, he found her sitting in a daze at the foot of the bed. He loosened the platinum cuff around his wrist and approached her. Bemused, "Why are you just sitting there like a fool?" he asked. Ming Shengxiao clutched the hair tighter, murmuring to herself, "I am indeed a fool." "What?" Yu Zun had not caught her words and moved closer. In a sudden movement, she stood up, and he grasped her arm. "Where are you going?" "I'm going to the guest room to sleep." Is it that time of the month for you? Ming Shengxiao remained silent. Noticing her demeanor, Yuzun forcefully pulled her back down to sit. Speak. I'll find a place to stay tomorrow, and we'll fetch my sister by evening. Yuzun was perplexed, rubbing his forehead in frustration. I thought you had learned your lesson. Why are you reverting to your old habits after just a few days? I know my place. I'd rather leave than be chased out. Ming Shengxiao's legs were crossed, her pink slippers overlapping. Clarify your thoughts before speaking, Yuzun insisted, genuinely disliking ambiguity. He had shown considerable patience with her. Seeing him speak so nonchalantly only deepened her discomfort, making her realize how unpleasant this feeling truly was. She extended her hand toward him, and he glanced down. What is this? Feigning ignorance, he encouraged her to explain. This is a woman's hair I found on my pillow. Boring, Yuzun dismissed her, standing up. It might very well be yours. Ming Shengxiao followed him closely, her determination growing. I have straight hair. That must mean you've been with someone else. When he refused to acknowledge her insinuation, she pressed on. Since you have another woman, a better alternative, why don't you let me go? Are you still thinking of leaving? Clenching her fists, Ming Shengxiao wondered why she was still clinging on. If you let go sooner, I could also find my freedom. With that, she turned and strode toward the stairs. Annie was downstairs closing the windows when Xiangxi noticed Ming Shengxiao's troubled expression. Shengxiao, what's wrong? Yuzun stood at the foot of the staircase, his expression dark. Dare you try to leave? Ming Shengxiao sank into the sofa, and he returned to the living room. Miss Mo, what has happened? Xiangxi observed her clenched fists as she held something within. She took Ming Shengxiao's hand, gently opening it to reveal a long, curled strand of hair. What is this? It was found on my pillow, Ming Shengxiao replied, her voice tinged with bitterness. Xiangxi regarded it thoughtfully, then averted her gaze. And he appeared puzzled. That's impossible. It's only been Xiangxi and me in the house, apart from Yuzun. How could there be another woman's hair? Perhaps it was brought in from somewhere else, Ming Shengxiao suggested. Yuzun, his expression cold, sat opposite her. Don't think of me as so filthy. You think I'm playing around with multiple women? I can't stand it. Xiangxi, sitting beside Ming Shengxiao, felt uncomfortable with the topic. Her gaze fell on the strand of hair in Ming Shengxiao's grasp. Women are inherently sensitive. They can differentiate their belongings at a glance. And he suddenly realized, I know, this hair belongs to Xiangxi. Xiangxi gasped, her expression momentarily fraught with panic. How is that possible? Don't you remember? Before Miss Mo was discharged, I specifically took all the bedding from the master bedroom to air out. Yours was among them, and it must have blown onto Miss Mo's pillow. And he moved closer, gently tugging the hair from Ming Shengxiao's hand. Xiangxi's tense demeanor relaxed. Thank goodness with his explanation, Ming Shengxiao began to see the plausibility of the situation. Comparing lengths confirmed it could indeed belong to Xiangxi, whose hair was also curly. Yuzun supported his face with one hand, his eyes narrowing as he scrutinized Ming Shengxiao, a half-smile playing on his lips. Ming Shengxiao pondered his nature. Why would he deny the truth? The atmosphere turned slightly awkward as she questioned her own behavior, feeling almost childlike. If Yuzun truly brought a woman home, wouldn't he, both he and I have seen her? Xiangxi attempted to lighten the mood now that the storm had passed. All eyes were drawn to Ming Shengxiao, who bit her lip, hesitating to speak. And he, smiling, remarked, it's getting late. I'll send Xiangxi to rest. Yuzun stood and approached Ming Shengxiao, bending down until his stunning face was mere inches from hers. If you wish to know whether I've sought other women, it's quite simple. You can test my stamina now, and you'll find out. With that, he took her hand and led her upstairs. Xiangxi turned away, the living room now empty, with Ming Shengxiao and Yuzun making their way up. She cast her eyes downward, a shadow falling over her heart. On the second floor, Ming Shengxiao walked ahead, and Yuzun closed the door behind them, locking it. As she approached the bed to hide beneath the covers, he swiftly pulled her back, kneeling on the mattress to gather the bedding and pillows in one motion. What are you doing? Ming Shengxiao asked, bewildered. Yuzun, his tall frame striding toward the balcony, flung the gathered items over the edge. Hey, Ming Shengxiao exclaimed, her mouth agape. What are you doing? Feeling as if someone else has taken my place, he remarked. Knowing he would likely say something unkind, she turned away to fetch fresh bedding, only to feel his arms encircle her waist, his face pressed against her back. Today, I discovered something quite intriguing. What is it? Ming Shengxiao inquired, smoothing out the linens. In the midst of a heated discussion, a man's voice, laced with amusement, whispered in her ear, igniting a flush that crept from her ears down to her neck. Why are you so furious over something as trivial as a woman's hair? Are you perhaps feeling a twinge of jealousy? Despite her desire to argue, she found herself caught in his embrace, his hands clasped around her chest. This is our bed. No one else can intrude. If anyone dares to sleep here, I will simply kick them out. The absurdity of his words made her want to laugh. As he leaned closer, his handsome face showered soft kisses along her neck and cheeks, gently pressing her into the plush bedding. Chapter 83. It's nothing, she reassured him, though her hand bore the sting of an 4, administering anti-inflammatory and blood circulation treatments. Her face throbbed with pain, and upon inspection, she found some abrasions. Remembering her phone was in Ming Shengxiao's possession, she felt an urge to inform her sister of her whereabouts, lest she worry unnecessarily. I'm staying at school for a few days and won't be returning to the Huangyi impression, she said. Meanwhile, her sister, Xiangxi, awaited her return, knowing she had a competition that day. Hours passed without a word from her, and when she attempted to call, there was no answer. After finishing her chores, he went to bed, leaving Xiangxi restless. She turned on the television, where several news channels reported a car accident on the highway. What was remarkable was that the occupants, despite the height from which they had fallen, appeared to be unharmed. A glimpse of the wrecked Koenigsegg CCXR caught her eye, and upon seeing the license plate, her heart sank. It belonged to Yuzun. Panic surged through her as she realized something terrible had happened to him. The next news segment showed Yuzun and Shengxiao being carried away on stretchers. She leaned in closer, confirming her fears. Her phone rang, and she hastily answered, "Hello, sister." Shengxiao. Just as she was about to inquire, Shengxiao spoke first. I'm staying at school for the next few days. Unbeknownst to her, Xiangxi had already seen the news. I have an exam coming up. I need to prepare. Xiangxi turned off the television, choosing not to reveal what she knew. Take care of yourself and don't catch a cold, she replied, warmth flooding her heart as Shengxiao acknowledged her concern. After hanging up, Xiangxi felt a heavy weight lift from her chest, replaced by a sense of comfort. She cherished her sister and was relieved to know she was safe. Losing her meant losing her last family connection. Meanwhile, Ming Shengxiao's phone buzzed incessantly with missed calls from Su Ro. He had tossed it onto the bed, covering his face with his hands as he sat on the edge, overwhelmed by guilt and despair. The haunting recollections of the accident replayed in his mind. He never expected to harm Shengxiao. If only he had been more vigilant or restrained her from leaving, perhaps this tragedy could have been avoided. Frustrated, he struck his own head, berating himself for the irreversible damage done to the woman he loved. The ringing of his phone felt like a grim reminder of his failure. In a moment of desperate hope, he considered the possibility that someone else had been in the car. With trembling fingers, he dialed Xiangxi's number. "Hello," she answered cautiously. "Is Shengxiao there? Haven't you seen the news?" The flicker of hope within him extinguished as despair engulfed him. "Who has died?" Xiangxi asked, perplexed. "Shengxiao was in a car accident and is currently at the First People's Hospital." Ming Shengxiao felt a rush of relief upon hearing her calm tone. "Is she all right?" he inquired desperately. "She called earlier, sounding fine." "She should be okay," Xiangxi replied, her sharp mind picking up on the nuances of his words. "This accident, does it involve you?" A silence lingered before she pressed further. "If anything happens to my sister, I will not let you go." He ended the call, rising unsteadily, his legs weak and trembling. Upon arriving home, he found his parents waiting on the couch, while Su Ro was dialing his number. "Where have you been?" "It's so late," his mother scolded, visibly irritated. "Su Ro thinks you might be seeing someone else, and we couldn't sleep because of it." "Who else would I be with?" Ming Shengxiao replied, utterly exhausted. He bypassed Su Ro and headed for the kitchen, his stomach growling from hunger. Su Ro, feeling slighted by his indifference, confronted him about his whereabouts that afternoon. I saw you with Shengxiao. Where did you go? With no intention of engaging in her accusations, he shrugged off her questions. I had work at the company, he stated dismissively, but she pressed on, blocking his path, her frustration evident. Why didn't you answer my calls? Were you with Shengxiao? What were you doing? Their escalating argument drew the attention of his mother, who interjected, Su Ro. Can't you see he is exhausted? He hasn't eaten all day. Yan Zhanqing felt the weight of the situation settle heavily upon him. I was just taking care of some business, he muttered, feeling the strain of their confrontation. Father, mother, it is not as you think. They might be doing something behind my back. Father, feeling a surge of irritation, was interrupted by mother, who gently grasped his wrist. You should go to bed now. Zhanqing has returned, and there is nothing to worry about. Father nodded and rose to his feet, with mother following closely behind. Su Ro, cease your fuss. It is perfectly normal for a man to have social engagements. Furthermore, you're most aware of why Zhanqing chose to marry you. What matters is that you give me a healthy grandson. Stop looking for trouble every day. Deep down, mother felt discomfort. If it weren't for Su Ro attempting to leverage her maternal status, given Zhanqing's standing, even the daughter of an emperor would seem a stretch. The elderly couple retreated to their room, while Zhanqing trudged upstairs, weary. Su Ro sat despondently in a chair, realizing that Zhanqing's heart no longer belonged to her. Otherwise, he would not even bother to offer a word of explanation or consolation. Shengxiao spent a restless night, the abrasions on her body causing discomfort. She repeatedly dreamt the same dream, in which her vision was obscured, preventing her from seeing her piano or her sister. Each day, she lived in a state of unrelenting fear, and when she finally managed to see, she discovered her hair had turned white. Mo Shengxiao trembled awake, startled from her dream. Upon opening her eyes, the brightness was blinding, and she instinctively shielded them with her hand. Sunlight pierced through her fingers, transforming the room from a hazy shadow into clarity. She hesitated to fully open her eyes, gradually lifting her eyelids. Aside from some difficulty adjusting, she could see. 2 meters away, there was another hospital bed, where Yuzun lay on his side. A wheelchair was positioned nearby. Clad in a hospital gown with a blue and white pattern that accentuated his vitality, a white blanket covered his lower half, and he was sleeping quite poorly, nearly clutching half the pillow. Mo Shengxiao chuckled softly, amused by the sight of someone so composed in daily life, now embracing a pillow in slumber. Yuzun furrowed his brow and opened his eyes, catching a glimpse of her unguarded smile at the corner of her lips, looking foolishly cheerful so early in the day. Shengxiao pouted, and Yuzun rose from the bed, kicking aside the wheelchair. He walked with a slight limp toward her. Noticing her gaze fixed on him, he bent down, their noses almost touching. Can you see? Yes. Yuzun brushed aside the hair from her forehead, revealing a shallow red cut, a remnant of the injuries sustained when she was thrown from the car window, a testament to his determination. Mo Shengxiao understood who he was referring to. She remained silent, unwilling to fall into his trap by attributing the incident to Yan Zhanqing. She did not wish for anything bad to happen to Yuzun, nor did she desire misfortune for Zhanqing, despite the disappointment he had caused her. When the doctor made his rounds, he conducted a thorough examination of Mo Shengxiao, assuring her that after a few more days of observation, she would be discharged. Zhanqing did not visit the hospital, but through friends, he learned that she was indeed fine. He ordered a bouquet of white lilies to be sent to her. After a few days in the hospital, Mo Shengxiao prepared for her discharge. Yuzun had previously returned to the royal impression and occasionally visited during the day. On the second day of her hospitalization, Xiangxi came to the hospital, having learned of her predicament through the news, and reproached her for not informing her sooner. Though Xiangxi struggled with mobility, she insisted on keeping Mo Shengxiao company for a night. Upon returning to the royal impression, Mo Shengxiao felt a wave of comfort wash over her. She truly was unfortunate, having been hospitalized twice in such a short span. Though she had taken leave from school, she feared falling behind and planned to attend classes the following day. After dinner, as Yuzun had yet to return, she ascended the stairs to retrieve a book. In the living room, Xiangxi and Aunt were watching television. Upon entering the master bedroom, she noticed the disheveled bedclothes. a clear indication that Yuzun had returned to rest. A book she had not finished reading lay on the bedside table, and she picked it up, but found herself unable to focus. After putting it back, she intended to straighten the covers. The pure white silk fabric was smooth and delicate. As she grasped the corners and gently lifted, she immediately spotted a long strand of hair on the pillow. Ming Shengxiao's hand slipped, the covers falling aside. A woman's intuition is often too sensitive. This hair was long and did not resemble her own. It belonged to someone with cascading waves. She picked up the strand, a sudden pain gripping her chest unexpectedly, soon followed by a sense of suffocation. With every breath, it felt as though a thorn was embedded in her heart, ready to pierce deeper with a single pull. This bed had been shared with another woman. The immaculate white overwhelmed her vision. Why must it be white? If it were black, blue, or red, perhaps she would not have noticed that strand of hair. But it was white, boldly claiming the entirety of her pillow, so conspicuous that it was impossible to overlook. Ming Shengxiao clutched the hair tightly in her hand, her other hand exploring the edge of the bed for an extended period. As her body sank down, she thought to herself that he must be weary of her by now. Calculating the time, she realized she could finally be free. She told herself this, forcing a smile that simply would not rise. Yuzun ascended the stairs and entered the bedroom, finding her sitting vacantly at the foot of the bed. He loosened the platinum cuff on his wrist and casually approached her. "Why are you sitting here like a fool?" Ming Shengxiao tightened her grip on the hair, murmuring, "Indeed, I am foolish." "What?" Yuzun did not catch her words as he moved closer. She stood abruptly, and upon noticing her intent to leave, he grabbed her arm. "Where are you going?" "I'm going to the guest room to sleep." "Is that time of the month for you?" Ming Shengxiao remained silent. Seeing her expression, Yuzun forcefully pulled her back down. "Speak. I will find a place to stay tomorrow. By evening at the latest, I will take my sister away." Yuzun was perplexed, his head aching slightly. He lightly tapped his forehead. "I thought you had learned your lesson." "How is it that just a few days later, the old habits resurface?" When the doctor made his rounds, he conducted a thorough examination of Ming Shengxiao, advising that she would be able to discharge after a few more days of observation. Yin Zhanxing did not visit the hospital, but learned through friends that Shengxiao was indeed fine, so he ordered a bouquet of white lilies to be sent to her. After several days in the hospital, Shengxiao prepared for her discharge. Yuzun had previously returned to the royal impression and would sometimes visit during the day. Xiangxi came to the hospital the day after Shengxiao was admitted, claiming she only learned of the incident through the news and reproached Shengxiao for not informing her sooner. Despite her mobility issues, Xiangxi insisted on staying with her for the night. Upon returning to the royal impression, Ming Shengxiao felt a wave of comfort. Her misfortune had led her to the hospital twice in such a short span. Although she had taken leave from school, she feared falling behind and intended to attend classes the following day. After dinner, Yuzun had yet to return, so Shengxiao went upstairs to fetch a book. In the living room, Xiangxi and Aunt were watching television. As she entered the master bedroom, she noticed the disheveled bedclothes, indicating that Yuzun had indeed slept there. Her unfinished book lay on the bedside table, and when she picked it up, she quickly set it back down, feeling overwhelmed. She resolved to tidy the bed, grasping the pure white silk sheets, only to catch sight of a long hair on the pillow. A sudden pain gripped her chest, unexpected and sharp, as if a thorn had lodged itself in her heart. This bed had been shared with another woman. The pristine white filled her vision. Why must it be white? If it were black, blue, or red, perhaps she wouldn't have noticed the hair. Yet, it was white, boldly claiming the entirety of her pillow. With a tightening grip on the hair, she felt a wave of despair wash over her, reminding herself that he must have grown weary of her presence. When Yuzun entered the room and saw her sitting there in a daze, he walked over, loosening his platinum cufflinks with a casual shrug. "What are you doing sitting here like a fool?" Shengxiao tightened her grip on the hair, muttering to herself, "I am a fool, indeed." "What?" Yuzun approached, unable to hear her clearly. She stood abruptly, and he caught her arm, asking where she was going. "I'm going to the guest room to sleep." "Is it that time of the month for you?" Shengxiao remained silent, and seeing her demeanor, Yuzun forcefully pulled her back down, insisting she speak. "I'll find a place to stay tomorrow, and by evening, I'll take my sister away." Yuzun, perplexed, rubbed his forehead. "I thought you had learned your lesson." How can it be that just a few days later, you're back to your old habits? I have self-awareness. I won't wait to be chased away, she replied, her legs crossed, pink slippers overlapping. Let's clarify things before we continue. Yuzun, who preferred straightforwardness, had already exercised considerable patience with her. Seeing him act as if nothing were wrong only deepened her frustration, making her realize that this discomfort was indeed palpable. She extended her hand toward him, but Yuzun merely glanced down, feigning ignorance. What is this? She earnestly explained. This is a woman's hair I found on my pillow. Boring, Yuzun replied, brushing her hand aside as he stood. It might be yours. Following him, Shengxiao became increasingly persistent. But I have straight hair. Then it must have been bent by you. He retorted. Seeing his refusal to acknowledge the truth, she challenged. Yuzun, since you have another woman and found a better replacement, why don't you just let me go? You still want to leave? Yes, she said, clenching her fists. If you let go sooner, I can find my freedom sooner. With that, she turned and strode downstairs. And he was closing windows below, and Xiangxi, watching television, noticed Shengxiao's troubled expression. Shengxiao, what's wrong? Yuzun stood at the top of the stairs, his expression darkening. You dare to leave? Shengxiao sank onto the sofa, prompting Aunt He to return to the living room. Miss Amo, what happened? Xiangxi, observing Shengxiao's clenched fists as if holding something, grasped her hand and opened it to reveal a long, curled strand of hair. What is this? I found it on my pillow, Shengxiao replied, her voice tinged with bitterness. Xiangxi's gaze lingered on it for a moment before she averted her eyes. And he, puzzled, remarked, that's impossible. It's just been us two at home these days, apart from Yuzun. How could there be another woman's hair? It might have been brought back from somewhere, Shengxiao suggested. Yuzun, his expression cold, confronted her. Don't think of me so sordidly. I can't bear the thought of juggling multiple women. Xiangxi, seated beside Shengxiao, felt uncomfortable with the topic. Her gaze fell on the hair, and she knew instinctively it wasn't Shengxiao's. And he suddenly realized, I know, this hair belongs to Xiangxi. Xiangxi was taken aback, a flicker of panic crossing her face. How could that be? Don't you remember? Before Miss Mo was discharged, I hung out the bedding from the master bedroom to dry. Your hair must have blown onto Miss Mo's pillow. Auntie walked over and took the hair from Shengxiao's hand. See? Xiangxi's tense demeanor relaxed. Thank goodness. After Aunt He's explanation, Shengxiao considered the possibility, comparing it to Xiangxi's hair, which matched in length and texture. Yuzun leaned on his hand, a bemused expression on his face. Mo, Shengxiao thought. Given his character, he wouldn't deny it if he had indeed been unfaithful. The atmosphere grew awkward, and she wondered why she was acting like a child. If Yuzun had truly brought another woman home, Aunt He and I would have seen it, Xiangxi said, trying to ease the tension. All eyes turned to Shengxiao, who bit her lip, wavering between silence and speech. Aunt He, smiling, noted, it's getting late. I'll encourage Xiangxi to rest. Yuzun stood, approaching Shengxiao. He leaned down, his striking features close to hers. Actually, if you want to know whether I've been with other women, it's quite simple. You can test my stamina now, and you'll find out. With that, he took her hand and led her upstairs. Xiangxi turned, finding the living room empty. Shengxiao and Yuzun had already ascended the stairs. She lowered her gaze, a shadow cast within her heart. On the second floor, as Shengxiao walked ahead, Yuzun closed the door and locked it behind them. She approached the bed, intending to hide beneath the covers, but he swiftly pulled her back, kneeling on the mattress. He gathered the sheets, blankets, and pillows into his arms before striding toward the balcony. What are you doing? Shengxiao asked, confusion etched on her face. With a sweeping motion, he tossed everything over the edge. Hey, she exclaimed, barely able to voice her protest before a crash echoed below. Her mouth fell open in disbelief. What are you doing? She felt as if she had been cast aside, as if someone had taken her place. Shengxiao understood that he was about to utter unkind words again. So she turned to fetch clean bedding. Her waist was encircled by the man behind her, his face pressed against her back. Today I discovered something quite interesting. What is it? Shengxiao unfolded the bedding and smoothed it out. It's just a woman's hair. Is it necessary to get so angry? To be honest, are you jealous? His voice, laced with amusement, whispered in her ear. The tips of Shengxiao's ears turned crimson, spreading to her neck. No, I simply cannot accept someone else sleeping in my bed. What a strong possessiveness. Ming Shengxiao wanted to argue, but Yuzun gathered her in his arms, his hands resting on her chest. This is our bed. No one can squeeze in. If anyone tries to sleep on the edge, I will kick them off. Shengxiao found it amusing, and when Yuzun noticed the corners of her mouth lifting, he leaned in closer, planting soft kisses along her neck and cheek. With a gentle push, he pressed Ming Shengxiao into the soft bedding. Yuzun's kindness toward the woman was nothing short of adoration. Ming Shengxiao sat in the last row of the lecture hall, her chin resting on her palm, lost in thought, a faint smile gracing her lips. Shu Tian was diligently taking notes when she looked up and saw Ming Shengxiao gazing out the window. Seizing the moment when the teacher was distracted, Shu Tian nudged Ming Shengxiao's arm. "Hey, are you daydreaming?" Ming Shengxiao lowered her hand, her face slightly flushed, unable to articulate a clever retort. "Still trying to deny it? Your face says it all." Shu Tian teased, and Ming Shengxiao lightly pressed down on her shoulder, nudging her leg playfully. "Focus on your notes." After class, the crowd surged towards the exit. Shu Tian insisted on dragging Ming Shengxiao out for barbecue. When they reached the school gate, they spotted Yin Zhanqing's car parked there, him leaning against the window. Shu Tian halted and tugged at Ming Shengxiao's sleeve. "Maybe I should wait for you at the shop instead." Yin Zhanqing's gaze met Ming Shengxiao's, and he flicked his cigarette to the ground, extinguishing it with his foot. Shu Tian sat down at the barbecue stall with her textbooks, while Ming Shengxiao approached Yin Zhanqing, her tone quite indifferent. "Is there something you want?" The man hesitated, noticing the change in her demeanor. In the past, even when she was angry or disappointed with him, her eyes never held the indifference they did now. Yin Zhanqing could sense her detachment. It was as if she had regarded him as a stranger. "Ming Shengxiao, it has been quite some time. I still wish to see you." "Yin, I believe we no longer have a reason to meet," she replied decisively. "You know Yuzun has a bad temper. I do not wish to provoke him." Upon hearing this, Yin Zhanqing noted that she had learned to consider Yuzun's feelings. Ming Shengxiao, do you intend to follow him without any acknowledgement for the rest of your life? "A lifetime is too far for me." She shook her head, her black pencil pants accentuating her legs perfectly. "I have no plans whatsoever." Yin Zhanqing understood he was the least qualified to make such statements. What Yuzun cannot provide, he certainly could not. "I'm sorry, Ming Shengxiao," he said softly, yet she heard him clearly. She pretended not to, asking, "Do you have anything else?" "I never intended to hurt you, truly, never." Yet every action he took seemed to wound her deeply. "I know." Ming Shengxiao believed that even when he had been harsh with her at Shinsa, she could still understand him, but that understanding was not acceptance. They stood at the school entrance, both unsure of what else to say. Ming Shengxiao sighed, "I'm off to eat." Yin Zhanqing watched her walk past, the gentle breeze warm, yet unable to grasp her hand. As she walked ahead, Yin Zhanqing got into his car, driving slowly behind her. Not far around the corner, Su-ro followed in her red BMW, having trailed Yin Zhanqing since early morning. He had come looking for Ming Shengxiao. Shu Tian ordered a large array of food at the barbecue stall, and when Ming Shengxiao approached, she pulled her down to sit. "He has been following you." "I know," Ming Shengxiao replied, sipping on her chilled cola. "On a day like this, a cup of milk tea would be preferable." Ming Shengxiao. Su-ro handed her a skewer of chicken wings. "Stop thinking about him. Dragging this out is not beneficial for you. After all, he is married." "I am aware." Yin Zhanqing gazed at Ming Shengxiao's silhouette through the car window. Shu Tian faced him but did not offer a friendly expression, reminiscing about how she had once admired him for his heroic deeds on the mountain, only to see him become another woman's husband in just a few months. "Where shall we go this afternoon? Perhaps a movie? There's no class, and staying at school feels too stifling." Ming Shengxiao didn't wait for Shu Tian's response. Lifting her head, she noticed Shu Tian's face filled with indignation and waved her hand in front of her. "Hey, snap out of it." Chapter 41. Life is one's own. Everything else is hollow. With measured steps, Yuzun approached her, his left hand resting gently on her shoulder, causing Shengxiao to startle. As she turned her head, he encircled her neck with his strong arm, and she felt the heat radiating from her back as his robust chest pressed against her. The grip of his arm was suffocating. Shengxiao understood what was about to transpire. The pain coursing through her seemed to cry out, tearing at her. Each encounter felt like a descent into hell. She grasped Yuzun's wrist, attempting to pry it away. Shengxiao, what do you think I am raising you for? His breath was hot against her ear, a mingling of warmth and chill that sent shivers down her spine. I raise you to use you. Yuzun brushed aside her hands, his palm gliding over her collarbone and slipping beneath her bathrobe. Though you are young, your body has not lagged behind. You have matured in all the right places. Shengxiao's face flushed crimson, even her neck tinged with a faint pink. Yuzun leaned over, pressing her down onto the bed. Her wide eyes, filled with trepidation, gazed beyond his alluring visage, fixating on the ceiling. Look at me, he commanded, turning her face towards his. Will this excite you more? The man chuckled softly. You seem to understand quite a bit. You were born to lie like this. He left the last two words unspoken, eagerly peeling back her bathrobe, yet she averted her gaze from him. He kissed her, but she subtly evaded him. Yuzun smirked and forced her face back to him, capturing her lips in a kiss that bordered on a bite, nearly stealing her breath away. At just 21, she felt she had endured far too much and began to worry about withering away too soon. She could never comply. She began to struggle again. Yuzun pressed down on her shoulders. The more you resist, the more painful it will be. Don't blame me for hurting you later. Shengxiao pushed back with all her might, loathing Yuzun as no one else. If you have the ability, just kill me. You're all talk. Can you truly make me lie here obediently? Absolutely not. Years later, as Shengxiao reflected, she often mused that she was still far too young at that time. A man like Yuzun merely sought novelty. Once he grew weary of her, he would unceremoniously cast her aside. Had it not been for her defiant words, she would not have fallen into his trap, sinking deeper and deeper. She had provoked him once more. Fine, you said it. I swear I will end you tonight. So you won't have to wear that desperate facade. He spoke with conviction. She contemplated seizing the water cup by the bedside to strike him down, but she lacked the courage. Even if she dared, she did not possess the power to send him to hell. Only he held that authority. Shengxiao held her breath, feeling a heavy weight in her heart, her eyes clouded with tears. Yuzun extended his arm, drawing her closer to himself. His body felt insatiable. She gently closed her eyes, a solitary tear escaping the corner of her eye. With a single hand propped under his chin, Yuzun gently caressed her face, his index finger delicately wiping away her tears. You have feelings for Yin Zhanqing, do you not? His sudden inquiry left Shengxiao momentarily stunned. There is no need for denial. I can see it clearly. Yuzun's eyes, dark and unfathomable, revealed no trace of emotion, resembling a deep abyss. Shengxiao averted her gaze, unable to meet his eyes. Are you not aware that Yin Zhanqing has a woman? You are only courting suffering. Even courting suffering is preferable to remaining by your side. Yuzun, have you ever truly loved someone? Do you not understand that some wounds can never be mended? He curled his thin lips into a sardonic smile, exuding elegance. Yet his hand, resting against her cheek, struck her lightly, producing a sharp sound despite the gentle force. What is it that I need to atone for? I no longer desire you. When the time comes, I shall cast you aside. The wounds you bear are of no concern to me, Ming Shengxiao. You should pray that I keep you by my side for a few more years. The implication of his words was unmistakable. To fall in love with him would be to invite inevitable suffering. Such a man was indeed unworthy of love. Shengxiao felt a sense of relief. Fortunately, she did not love him, not in the slightest. Upon noticing her indifference, Yuzun felt a surge of inexplicable rage. He understood that to make her utterly devoted, he must extinguish the romantic notions within her heart. She needed to fall for Yin Zhanqing, only to be left utterly shattered. Before she could comprehend what it meant to be hopelessly lost, he would rather have her remain like a puppet at his side than allow her to cherish thoughts of another man. Shall we make a wager? Shengxiao, weary and longing for sleep, could barely keep her eyes open. What wager? 3 months. If you can indeed find a man who loves you, I will let you go. I will never mention Sun Yin's case again, considering it a fair exchange for your stay these past few nights. What do you think? Isn't love what you often speak of? Allow me to witness what love truly entails. How's that sound? Is this condition enticing? His barrage of questions left Ming Shengxiao momentarily dazed. Yet she quickly regained her composure. As Yuzuan leaned in closer, she opened her eyes wide. The brightness of the depths seemingly captured within his gaze. Are you serious? I never lie. The excitement was unmistakable in Shengxiao's voice, trembling slightly as she spoke. You must promise me that if I truly manage to leave you, you will never bring up Sun Yan's case again. This was her greatest worry. Yuzuan nodded, and Shengxiao could not help but feel a surge of joy. Observing the hope radiating from her, he could not suppress a chuckle. He did not believe in love. Even if she were to find it, he would stop at nothing to tear them apart. Shengxiao was so exhilarated that she hardly slept throughout the night. The following morning, Yuzuan awoke to find her wide awake. Hearing the rustling sounds, Shengxiao turned her head. Do you still remember what we discussed last night? There is no need to rush. For these 3 months, I wish to move back to the school. She studied Yuzuan's expression. Since you are so confident, we will have ample time ahead. After a moment of hesitation, the man, driven by his own agenda, ultimately acquiesced. After rising, Ming Shengxiao began to pack her belongings. When Auntie entered the room, she heard her humming cheerfully, her face radiating joy. Miss Ming, you seem exceptionally happy, Auntie remarked. Ming Shengxiao, who held a fondness for her, set aside her tasks and replied, I am moving out today. Thank you for your care these past few days. Moving out? Auntie, perceptive and attuned to moods, noticed the smile playing at the corners of Shengxiao's lips and cautiously inquired, when will you return? Stuffing her clothes into her bag and pressing down with determination, Ming Shengxiao replied, I want to be coming back. At this, her eyes sparkled with delight, and he sensed it was not appropriate to ask further and simply assisted in tidying up. Shengxiao had left behind very few belongings, and some clothes purchased for her by Yuzuan, which she rarely wore, would remain at the royal impression. Upon exiting the house, Shengxiao felt like a liberated bird, ready to dance at the roadside with her suitcase in hand. She took a bus back to school, and after parting ways with Yuzuan, her life swiftly returned to its previous tranquility. Chapter 42